Yeah, I guess you're right.
It would be pointless,
Decimal
but
binary. Hey, can you have like non-repeating binary going all the way out, or not repeating, infinitely repeating binary? I mean, going
yeah,
all the
what
way out
could you have an infinite?
and convert
I
pi
don't think you can
to
actually
binary.
divide in binary though, can you?
I, yeah,
Dude, can you express the binary in a rational as like a rational number? Like zero
brain is
one,
breaking.
0 1 over 1 0 or something?
Probably not. No, I mean, no.
I don't know. It's just hurting my brain right now. I don't even want to think about that shit. Like that's just too painful. I can't even go that far.
All right, kids, for your homework, you're going to convert pi to binary. Express it.
I was wondering that, like maybe pi is expressible in a different base.
Well, they've done those pi as the number 4.
Did I
Um,
find you a video on that?
yeah, there's a video on that that's pretty cool. There's a famous mathematician that did this. He's like, I'm going to set pi to 4. And I think he was the inventor of like the taxi cab, freaking logic and geometry. Or you go like basically graph paper graphing.
Yeah.
So circles like become squares and all kinds of weird, funky crap. So it's like a vector. It's like converting non-discrete things into discrete vectors. I mean, I guess you'd kick ass at a lot of like old video games, like playing Snake, Nibbles, or whatever you want to call it. You know, if you could think like that. But I mean, I could see the utility in it as well for like scaling, like you know how like how what's it called? And I is it anisotropic filter? No, it's like dithering. Like when you take a, you know how like circles, right? When you zoom into a circle, it's really pixelated.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so that's
You mean
that's kind of the idea,
anti-aliasing?
huh?
Anti-aliasing, smoothing out that.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, so
Yeah.
this math I think would be useful in doing that, and you know, converting back and forth between, you know, at what scale do you need to provide anti-aliasing so that the human eye can't perceive that this is really taxi cab geometry.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. I used to know so much about anti-aliasing, about how it worked. I mean, I still know how it works basically. There was two ways they did it. Is what they would do is they would so the first started with edge anti-aliasing, where they would only anti-alias the edges of freaking objects. So they had to do edge detection, and then they would take samples, like so you'd have a particular pixel, and they would take the pixels surrounding it, right? So you got 3, 3, 8. You got 8 pixels, let's say, surrounding it on each side. And then they would start averaging, like dithering, right? They would dither the color values until um, you kind of had a bar. Now, that would be like 2 by 2 anti-aliasing, but then you had 4 by 4 anti-aliasing when they sample like the sample that was taken. So for 1 pixel, they would have to take a sample size of um, an 8x8 freaking matrix around that pixel. So for every
Right.
pixel, it's seriously computationally expensive. Like every
Yeah.
pixel is getting this freaking treatment. So, but it looked really good. That's called super sampling. It looked great. But good
Dude,
luck.
Voodoo
10 frames
3D
a second don't
graphics.
look great. 10 frames a second looks like shit. So,
Yeah, play Gary's mod like a PowerPoint.
yeah, exactly. This is these are the greatest graphics in a slideshow I've ever seen. And then they did the was it the TSXX, was the temporal anti-aliasing, where they would only anti-alias. They would do some weird. Call it temporal because they were anti-aliasing in time. And then they had the upscale anti-aliasing where they would basically render it with no anti-aliasing at a higher resolution, and then downsample it, and get rid of like the excess pixels. So
Oh yeah.
because it was rendering, and then when they downsampled it, you didn't have aliasing in the downsampled image.
Right. So you could play it
So
at 320 by 200 on your 486,
yeah, exactly.
and it looked okay.
And then the FSA, what the F stand for in FSAA? I can't remember. Fixed approximate anti-aliasing. Yeah, that was kind of. It worked pretty good. I actually used. I think that's the one I used. I don't even think anti-aliasing now is even like a limiting factor. Yeah, the full screen, also full screen anti-aliasing, that kind of looked like shit. We call that blur vision. But they just blur the whole fucking thing, so there's no sharp edges on anything. Anything that was already blurry gets even blurrier.
I mean, it's amazing, like just what resolutions are available now and don't need it.
Yeah, but they still fucking have it in there.
I
Like, it's
know.
really weird.
So
Like, why do
I
I
bought a
need
computer.
anti-aliasing at 8K? Like, I can't see my pixels anyway.
Dude, I haven't bought a desktop computer in like probably 10 to 15 years, 15 years, maybe longer. And I just bought one like last week.
Oh my
I
god.
mean, this thing's awesome. Like, dude, it weighs like nothing. And I got the monitor. I'm like, this shit weighs like half as much as it used to.
Probably uses 1/10 of the power.
Yeah, I'm just so impressed and blown away by just the footprint and everything.
I mean, they got like little Raspberry Pis that are freaking stronger than a computer that was from 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's amazing. For some reason, they seem to suck at what I need them for. So I'm pissed. I mean,
What, Raspberry
I do a
Pi?
lot of things requiring a lot of iterative calculation, so I kind of get it.
Yeah, then you can work on a Raspberry Pi. What are you doing?
I was hoping.
I mean, yeah, there are no fix for that. Can't you run those on a GPU though?
Yeah, I should be able to. I know.
Because they'll run in parallel, right? It does the parallel processing.
Well, people are like modifying Raspberry Pis to work concurrently with modern GPUs. Dude, I just needed a Python dev environment to do like you know portfolio modeling. That's all I needed it for. You take 10 years of historical data and then do all this statistical analysis on it. Solving for this, that, and the other. That's all I needed it for. Like, yeah, I was like, oh, just grab one of these Raspberry
For a
Pis and
one-time project, or for doing it all the time?
Well, I mean, yeah, it started off as a one-time test and just to see if I could do it. But I've got something built now that's working fine. I mean, we're like, I don't get into it, but I basically had to build like a series of 10, maybe 12 covariance matrices to do transformations of vector data from historical prices and volatility. It's a freaking beast in Excel right now, and I just need a way to do this. It's more efficient.
Dude, literally, GPUs are made for matrix multiplication.
Yeah, I'm not that advanced. I know this, but I don't know how to. I mean, self-taught here.
Use AI. They're pretty good at the fucking coding shit. I hate to tell you.
Yeah,
I don't know how much time you have to dedicate to it. But as far as compute, man, like AI can blow through fucking matrix multiplication. Or not AI, I mean GPUs. Because like I do video encoding, so like if I try to encode video on the CPU versus use the GPU acceleration, it's like 5 times longer.
yeah,
Because the encoding a lot of times it's just like upsampling, and all that is a bunch of matrix multiplication.
right. I'm surprised how much of that there actually is underlying like everything. Honestly,
Speaking of matrix multiplication, what about flat Earth? It's got to be a globetard in here somewhere. Oh, did I say that out loud?
yeah, we can
Not loud
Find
enough.
a fine,
multiplication to
outstanding
flatter.
young man that purports to be a globe earther. Yeah, why don't you just unmute and talk to us, man? What are you being shy for? Oh, he's deafened. Son of a bitch.
Oh yeah, before he said it was 2 a.m., but now he's deafened, yeah.
I've been promoting some of my research I've been posting on gyros and inertial navigation systems the past few days. There's a there's a new stack of stuff I put in our mod server back chat for this politics server. Worth checking out. There are 4 videos, and I put in some dumps I got from AI research that I thought was actually very valuable links.
Here's what I find funny is that I can post information, you can post information, and you've been posting a lot, really, right from like official sources. Why these Globers don't go, oh my God, there's got to be something that debunks the flat earther in there, and he's just cherry picking it. I'm gonna go read that, and I'm gonna prove him wrong, right?
Right.
But they don't do that.
No, and I mean we're doing their homework for them. Like that's what got me
Constantly.
on this. Like, listen, if I discover that there's a globe underneath all this, great. Then I'll go to it. Why aren't these globers
The
on the
amount of
same
homework you're
journey?
doing, they owe you their lunch money, man. Like, seriously.
I mean, this the hunt is really what got me started in this whole thing. Anyway, like trying to find the R value. I took the freaking R challenge when I first heard about it and tried to find those measurements. And I saw pretty early on where, what you described is like, one department thinks the other department has the answer, thinks another department has the answer, and it just goes around and around and around. Like, this is freaking crazy. You read papers and they have references to other collaborators that might have this answer, and you go read those, and you go read those, and you go read those. It's like, what the hell is going on? And it took me a while to figure out what was happening, and now it's kind of clear. Like, they really are just taking planar surveying, like, elevation angles, azimuth angles, and they're just mathematically warping it. This is exactly what's going on in these inertial reference systems. So it's going on in geodesy. So it's going on everywhere. Same templated process. Real world physical measurements being transformed into mathematical models. Like, what the hell is wrong with everybody?
There's a Russian. So he's a Russian military he's an American citizen now, but he was in the Soviet military, and he was a missile boat chief. But in the Soviet Union, these people are engineers, right? So he has an engineering degree, and he has a PhD in engineering and a PhD in military science, because that's how they do it. They have PhD programs in military science. Like, they don't have that here. And he was talking about missiles in their guidance, because this is what he wrote his PhD on, missile guidance, using inertial reference, inertial navigation systems. Anyway, that's not the important part. The important part is he used a terminology I've never heard, and maybe it's a term of art in Russia. He said that the missiles use the inertial navigation system and then do the computation for... Let me find the exact word he used, because I searched for it and just the way it was phrased. Or maybe it's an error in translation. It's something like, it was called like a geodetic tie-in. Have you heard that term used?
Geodetic tie-in, so like the opposite of a subtraction.
Like the inertial navigation system, like it would use inertial navigation till it got to some point from the target.
And they tie it in.
And then it would do what he said was a geodetic tie-in to the local coordinate system.
Oh.
He didn't elaborate on it. He was like an in passing phrase, it's what he said was kind of like a little bit in passing. He was just like giving like I'll go back and watch it.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like the opposite of a reduction to a curving datum.
Yes, it's almost like, because the inertial navigation system is using like a macro level of coordinates, but the tie-in is like, it's like they're using two different systems, right?
Oh, so it's not
Like
that it reaches a certain point
for
and it doesn't tie in.
for the initial travel, right? Going like 1,000
Yeah.
kilometers or something, and then when it gets like 10 kilometers away, it uses some local terrain. Like I said, a geodetic map of the local terrain. like a local plane, like a
Okay.
local tangent plane or something like that. You know what I mean?
What's the first rule of
Because a lot of times you
maps?
don't have like if you're you don't have access to the enemy's freaking terrain, right? You don't freaking you don't have
Right.
I mean, you can have some of the terrain that mapped out, but your mapping is probably less than ideal.
That's
Okay.
fascinating. I mean, this is always kind of fascinating me.
MGRS is pretty accurate. First rule of military maps is orient the map to the terrain. You look at the terrain features on your map. You then say, okay, this is in front of me. This is the side of me. Then you switch your map to match the terrain in front of you. So maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah. Well, he was talking because they're using like all these drones, right? And these drones are like using drones and missiles, and they're semi-networked together, almost like a drone swarm and stuff. And he, like I said, he just mentioned it kind of like in passing. I'll get the exact terminology he used, but like I said, the terminology he uses might be a term of art in the Soviet Union, in that there might be some equivalent in the United States, equivalent technique,
Yeah,
but
Italian.
or it could be he's Russian and his English ain't perfect.
You know, this reminds me. Jay Tolan mentioned one of his videos, and I don't want to get him in trouble. That he's worked on guidance systems for ballistic applications,
Yeah,
long
I heard him say
distance.
that.
Yeah, like there's a dual use. Like there's a switch. Like there are two systems running in parallel to each other with these things.
That's what I think. That's what I was talking about. That this tie-in thing, like they're using two coordinate systems, one coordinate system for
Yeah.
one purpose and one coordinate system from the other. Now, why wouldn't they use a unitary coordinate system?
Right. If it was good enough. I mean, I think about that with the Adiru, the black box in the black box. You know, it's if it exists, even the way they describe it, it's taking physical measurements and then performing calculations to spit a readout for the pilot so that he could see spherical latitude and longitude on a screen. Even though the plane is flying straight, the plane on his screen is yawing and pitching down.
Well, maybe the the black box, the flight. You're talking about the flight data recorder, right?
Yeah, the Adiru part.
Okay. So there's a part inside the flight data recorder
That's what I mean.
that you can't access.
Yep.
So where does the flight data recorder get its information from? The actual airplane or that
Well,
box?
yeah. So it gets a feed from the box. I've got the data. Maybe I should pass it over to you. I've got a 470 megabyte CSV file from this flight, this particular specific flight. And it's got all the feeds. There's like hundreds of columns and freaking rows out the ass. I had to write a code to break it up into 10 chunks, and I fed it into Gemini to process it.
Did you get the values for the columns, like what they mean? What the
Yeah, I've got a lot of that, and the columns contain data, but the columns also contain data that's been integrated from the data in other columns. It's been computed.
Right.
And one of the things that the AI reasoned was that the pitch data that it's getting is being calculated from these other columns, and these other columns are getting data from the Adiru, and the Adiru has upstream data that you don't have access to and will never have access to.
Yeah, there's a wall. There's a wall between that data and the final output reading, which is known as a fusion algorithm.
Yeah.
And so here's what the thing said. The purpose of the fusion algorithm is to weed out the micro rotations, which are not the body frame rotation, but rather the earth frame rotations, that are orders of magnitudes lower than the body frame rotations. And therefore, they can zero those all out so that the system after the fusion algorithm can treat it as a static reference shift rather than a dynamic rotation. So it's baselining is what it's doing. So the 3 degrees of pitch on the final output reading of the flight recorder has no idea whatsoever how the baseline that it's getting the 3 degrees from is being constructed. Of the chat.
So will a plane's engine stall if it goes completely vertical because of that, or no?
This depends on the plane. I think the Raptor can go completely vertical. At least I could have sworn I saw it do that at the air show.
Yeah, from that diagram it says if it says if it exceeds the AOA, causes airflow separation leading to a stall, loss of lift.
Oh, okay, but that's lift from the wing. So if you had a system that had a powerful enough rocket engine, you'd be able to get lift from the rocket engine straight up.
Right, hence why jets can do it, I assume.
Yeah, especially smaller jets. So like a big jet, its engines probably aren't sufficient to give it vertical lift. Whereas a smaller like fighter jet, maybe. The thrust to weight ratio.
the F-35 also not like hover in the air? Is that one of the features?
Yeah,
Would
it does
can
that by
hold itself?
redirecting. Yeah, it does that by redirecting its thrust downward. Like a part of the engine or some kind of thing at the end of the engine actually faces downwards. Yoda, did you disappear? What else is new? Any new direct measurements of surface curvature out there that we didn't know about yet? Any recorded evidence of a gyro frame going over thousands of miles of the Earth and displaying the necessary rotation, proving it traveled in an arced path rather than just translated linearly over a flat surface? Any globe Earth laser measurement over a sufficient distance that was actually done uh, properly and not just some stupid TV show? Any evidence that the horizon is where you left it? Any evidence that the globe, heliocentric, Big Bang, expanding cosmogony is not just one atheist cope session? What up? Whoa.
So it would seem that Master Debater wants to make his own VC somewhere, right? He wants a platform where he can debate people. Basically, what it sounds like he wants is, a place where he can interrupt, overtalk, and filibuster without consequence. Yeah.
What was the best argument he ever presented?
What was the question?
What was the best argument he's ever presented so far?
If I could name one, I'd name one.
Hello?
So, how do you do?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to offend anyone, but is this still a topic of discussion in the Big 25?
Yes, it wouldn't be a topic of discussion in 2025 if there was any evidence for a globe Earth, plain and simple.
Quick history, friend. Not only is it a topic of discussion, but over the past decade, on social media, it actually surpassed Justin Bieber. It even surpassed Donald Trump. And after it did, Congress had to talk about it to the social media guys in a meeting where they said, "What are you going to do about this type of stuff?" And then after that, it was slowly shadow banned a little bit. And then there's some things going on in the world, and now we're at the point where YouTube had to apologize for censoring everybody. So yeah, not only is it a topic of discussion, but many people, in fact, millions of people, are accepting the fact that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, please, can you convert me?
But it's not a religion to be converted to.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I want to hear your opinion about it because I've never listened to the other side. I've never given the other side a chance. I was always seeing flat earthers as stupid, and I'm sorry, but now I want to hear it. To be honest,
Oh, absolutely. So it's actually very simple. To figure out if something's flat or not, you just measure it and see if it's curved or flat. And if it measures flat, then it's flat. So what you do is you figure out what would be a sufficient methodology to figure that out. So let's say, let's use a laser transit measurement. Let's go to some water, which is supposed to be curved. That's the claim of the globe. And then we take a laser transit, we set it up, and then we take a target 25 miles away over the water. If the Earth is a globe, that is a curve that's in between point A and point B that has a certain height to it, and the laser won't be able to pass through the curve, so it would fly over the target by a certain predicted amount. So when you go out and do the test, the laser actually hits the target, debunking the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, which means it's sufficiently debunked. And therefore, water is just as it appears, flat, level, and horizontal on the surface, and it covers 70% of the Earth. If that's the case, and sea level is the standard of level, which all elevations, like the tip of Mount Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, so the highest part and the deepest part of the Earth are benchmarked from, then that means all points on the Earth are between 2 horizontal parallel planes. And that, my friend, over 197 million square miles of territory, means that the surface is 13 miles variant. So that can be described as flat. Not only flat, but really flat. What say you?
you want to hear my opinion about this?
Sure.
Okay, so I've read so many articles about that. One of them in magazine, Times Magazine, the British one, about how the Greeks found out that Earth was around almost 2,000 years ago. I don't know the specific year. So they've said that the ships, they used ships as a as a display of the curvature of the globe, because the whole vanishes first. Not the ship do not disappear right away. The whole vanishes first, then the ship, from above. That explains the curvature of the world, because if you see it, even with telescopes, after 5 kilometers, the ship begins to vanish. Is that not a reason?
Well, see, that is something that would be true if it was being caused by a globe curve in between you and the target. That would mean the water would.
If it wasn't for the curvature of the Earth, what's the reason of the?
Okay, friend. For the love of God, let me finish my sentences. Fair.
I'm listening. I'm all ears.
So what I said was, if the Earth was a globe, that claim would be congruent with the globe because it'd be blocking off the ship. However, that would mean the water itself would have to be curved. And I just described to you, you can measure water with a laser and prove it's not curved. So what is causing this phenomenon is not a curved Earth.
You're asking me a question?
So I'm just saying it's not I'm saying whatever's causing it is not a curved Earth.
Yeah. So have you discovered what's causing it or not? You just don't know.
Well, if it's not a curved geometry that's interrupting the sightline, then there's only one category left, and that's optical effects. Now, personally, I know that I can witness the same effect on a short range. So, for example, I witnessed that effect at my lake, which is only 1,000 feet across.
Okay.
And go ahead.
Please, if you can explain to me how satellites work in a flat Earth.
Well, what's a satellite?
Okay. Let's put satellite, or let's talk about GPS and satellite TV or worldwide internet bullshit.
Sure.
Because satellites orbit the globe, their signals wouldn't work with a flat surface model.
Why not?
That was proven in 2011.
With what method?
With the signals from a satellite, they use T22W signals that don't work in a flat surface. They can't work in a
Okay.
flat surface because
Why not?
satellites
Why
orbit.
not?
Why not? The science says so. Do you want to say that this science is all fiction and conspiracy theory or whatever?
No. There's no such thing as the science says so. There's the method, right, that they're using to make their claims. They can't just stamp it with the word science and then all of a sudden whatever they say becomes true. They had to have used some kind of method. So what was their method?
Yeah, the method. I don't know.
So for example,
measurement.
Yeah. Let me give you an example. So when I said the Earth was measured flat, I told you a laser transit methodology was used, where a laser was set up on one side, the target was set up on the other side, and they shot the laser between the emitter and the target, and it was within a tolerance that was functionally parallel to the surface. And if the Earth was a globe, it wouldn't have been possible. And that measurement is 2 orders of magnitude off from the globe. So it's measured flat through a sufficient methodology. So I didn't just say measurement and then leave it there. Like, I gave you some meat.
Okay, so if we put, let's say, we put a ship with the flying colors like red, blue, black, whatever, and it ships away from us. After 5 kilometers, one color each time disappears. The color blue, the bottom colors first, then the top colors.
What's causing it?
The curvature of the Earth.
So you would say there's a hump or a physical structure in between you and the object, and that's what's blocking the light, right?
No, there is no physical thing because we use telescopes that can see because our eyes can't see.
Right. Hold on, friend. Hold on, buddy. Listen, in order for the object known as the Earth to be the cause of this, it means that the object you're looking at has to be over a curvature, and the hump of the apex of the curvature, or the top of the curve, is between you and the object, right?
No, I don't quite follow, and that's not what I said.
That's it. Listen, you explained to me that if something is going away in the distance and it has color bands on it, the color band on the bottom will disappear first. Now, if you're going to try to use that to make a geometric claim, the claim would go that the object known as the Earth is in between your eyes and the bottom color band, right?
But why would it be there if the Earth was flat?
Okay.
It has to be a curvature.
You have to answer. Listen, friend, you're confused. Okay? You're thinking too fast. You're trying to get to conclusion without doing the work. Okay? So if you're not going to actually engage, and you're just going to say, but that's because the curvature's there, then you already know the answer to your own questions. Why ask me?
No, because
you came here to hear what I have to say, not to hear yourself tell you what you have to say. You could just do that in the mirror. You could go to the mirror in your bathroom and say, the Earth is a globe. The Earth is curved.
Oh,
the Earth is curved. That's why
you don't want to hear my story?
No, you're not getting it. It's you're not listening to mine.
I listened to your story. You said that it is not a curvature. I said, okay, but how do satellites orbit, not hover? Because orbits happen when an object falls
I thought you were just talking. Listen, we were just talking about color bands at distance, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't we stay there? Why don't we stay on the ground?
No, because I have a thing that would convince you.
No, dude. You can't even talk about the thing that's happening on the ground in good faith. So why would I trust your other thing that you have to say?
No, if you would just hear my 30-second take, and you can, believe whatever you believe in, okay? Because, like I've said,
go for it.
Okay, orbits happen when an object falls around, how do you say it? A curved planet endlessly, because no curvature means
right, but it's not curved because it's flat. It's not curved because it's flat, but it's not curved because it's flat.
Okay, because no curvature means nothing to orbit around. They just crash
Right,
or fly
right,
off into
right,
space
right.
like
So they're not
like the
right. So they're
drones.
not orbiting. Right. So they're not orbiting.
Okay, but why they're not orbiting? Because on a flat disk, gravity would pull everything toward the center, not down. You feel me now? The gravity needs a center of mass. If you
Okay.
know
Hey. Listen. Pay
simple
attention.
physics,
Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Where did you get the idea about a flat disk? Why are you even mentioning a flat disk?
giving you an example of an Earth, of a flat Earth.
So, in your mind, do you think that if you're on an Earth that's flat, that it would have no depth to it?
No, I'm telling you that gravity needs a center of mass because if we had a
Okay.
flat
Okay.
surface,
Okay.
a flat Earth,
Let's say that's
oceans
true.
would be pulled to the
Let's say.
center. So where's the center of
No, you're
Earth?
wrong. Listen, listen. That's a great idea, but I have a physics paper from the physics professor of the University of Rio de Janeiro where he modeled this out with a flat surface Earth, and all he had to do was just make the Earth thick underneath the flat surface with a varying distribution of mass, and he got the exact same field lines you would experience as you do now. So it's not the case that we would experience something wildly different if the Earth's surface was flat, because it's not just about the surface, it's also about the substructure. So you're just wrong, sir.
I'm the one who's wrong.
Yeah. So like I said, you want me to post this paper right here for you?
Yes, please.
Yeah. But even in the principles in which I already said, you should already recognize how you're wrong. The fact that you don't recognize how you're wrong tells me all I need to know. But I'll post the paper anyway. Give me a second. Yeah, pull it from our other server here. Give me a sec. Make sure I copy that link here. All right, hopefully this is the right one. Give me 1 second here. Just making sure I'm getting it all in one post here. All right, there you go. I posted it. It demonstrated that variable permutations of the Earth's surface and distributions of mass can result in the same field lines, and you wouldn't have the oceans being pulled to the center of the surface. Because the assumption of a flat disk with no depth is the universal error that people who critique a flat Earth in regards to gravity and the effects on the surface, because they forget that the surface could have varying depths and mass distributions. So no, sir, the idea of gravity doesn't disprove the Earth being flat. So no, you're wrong.
Okay, so first of all, this is a tech-in exercise, not an argument that Earth is flat. Okay?
It doesn't matter. It does. Holy crap, dude! Wow.
No, it is because it's not an evidence because
He's
Earth
not
uses
arguing.
flat and hollow. Look! I'm
He's
reading
not-
this right now.
He's not arguing that the
As
Earth is
hypothetical
flat.
example.
Wow,
Okay.
dude.
If you want me to just listen to your podcast, so be it. You can believe because I've given you the gravity that needs the center of mass. I'm going to
Go
talk
ahead and
about
finish.
the
Go ahead.
global.
Yeah, go ahead.
The
Yeah,
global
go ahead.
coverage proves that the Earth is not flat because GPS or satellites, like I've said, or Starlink or weather satellites, they cover every latitude. Okay. And longitude.
They cover the whole surface. Okay, let's say they cover
continuously.
the whole surface, right? They cover the whole surface of the Earth?
Not the whole surface. If Earth were flat, we'd need tens of millions of radio towers, or I don't know, magic. You call them. You call
Why?
them magic. How can you levitate drones to do what a few thousand satellites already do perfectly?
What are you talking
Why?
about, dude?
Yeah. Would you like? I don't know.
You would need less towers. So it's
I
like,
know.
No, they would be.
He doesn't
they would
realize
be
it.
tens. No. Okay. I'm giving you scientific bullshit, and you're just
Yeah, you're giving us scientific bullshit. Yeah, you're correct. Thanks for agreeing.
yeah, because science is bullshit.
Dude, you didn't even know that a variable depth and distribution of mass would defeat your attempt at saying that if the Earth was flat, the oceans would be pulled to the surface center. Good grief, dude. And you want me to trust your ability to discern what is and isn't science after you said something like that boneheaded? Are you kidding? Don't get me wrong, brother. If you got a good argument, give it, but I don't trust your judgment, so I need the merits of your arguments.
Yeah, and it's not drones that they have up there. You're like, how would they keep the drones up there? It's not drones. They use helium, and the air is very thin the higher you go up, so you wouldn't need much for thrusters to move whatever technology they have up there. So I mean, your concept of what's going on in the sky is just wrong, man. You can't conceive of anything different.
Yeah, it's like the basic question is like you're basically asking us to be convinced by your incredulity, which means lack of belief, and your lack of imagination of alternatives. Like, he just gave you an alternative. I can give you another alternative. That once you get far enough away from the Earth, you're buoyant. So you just stay up there. Unless there's some extraneous force to bring you down. There you go.
Once you get far, once you what?
Yeah. Look, none of us are denying that there could be objects in high altitude, but they're in a high altitude above a flat Earth surface because we already told you that the surface is measured to be flat.
Please, do you know how satellites work?
My goodness, dude, listen, I know how quote unquote satellites are claimed to work. Sure.
Claimed to work. So science is here we go with the conspiracy bullshit again. Because satellites orbit. Because do you know what orbit means?
Cool.
No curve.
Oh, cool. Let me ask this question.
Period.
I know you've been told satellites orbit. Have you witnessed a satellite orbit?
Yes. Because you can see it with your own eyes with a telescope.
So this guy witnessed a satellite orbit. No, what you can do, let me tell you what you can do. You can witness, maybe at best, a satellite enter your field of view from your location, travel across your field of view, and then leave your field of view. That is not in orbit, my friend.
Okay. Let's say satellites don't work. What about the GPS timing?
What coordinate system does GPS use?
Okay, GPS timing only works because Einstein's relativity are.
Yeah.
Yes, here we go.
What coordinate system? Yeah. What coordinate system does
Einstein's
it use?
Relativity corrects for Earth's gravity.
Notice how I asked for a coordinate system, and it sounds like he's just reading from a ChatGPT bullet list.
Chat what?
Bro, whatever you're talking about, you're clearly not listening to what I'm saying. It's like you have a script you just want to read off.
No, I'm giving you arguments to prove that Earth is. I've given you the gravity because it's simple as that. If Earth was flat, like you've said, why the gravity pull us down and not towards the center?
I already answered that question. Listen. I know this is hard to comprehend because you're so focused on your globe script that you can't listen to other people talk. I answered this question 3 minutes ago, friend.
Okay.
What was my explanation? Do you remember?
I'm listening.
No, I'm asking you if you remember.
I remember what?
Exactly, friends. I think we've proven our case here.
You say you're listening, but
prove to me that Earth is flat. Yeah, good heavens.
Yeah, dude, I gave you an example of a direct measurement of the surface where the conclusion is the Earth is flat. Your rebuttal was gravity would pull everything to the center of a flat disk. I then demonstrated to you it just has to be a non minimal depth disk with a varying distribution of math, and you get the same field lines, resulting in
Look,
a perpendicularity, normal
even that,
side.
with that
I'm
argument.
giving you, yo, I'm giving you the answer, bro. So
Okay.
I'm having to repeat myself now because you didn't listen the first time. Okay, so that being said, that would make any appearance of a down be perpendicular to an appearance of a horizontal across the surface, just like we experience it everywhere we go. So no, sir, gravity doesn't disprove the Earth being flat. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry for you, because even that, on a flat Earth, gravity would pull sideways towards the middle.
No, holy
Where is
crap,
the middle
dude.
of the... Look, it's science, not me. It's not me talking. It's science.
Yeah. It's not me talking, it's science talking through me. I am possessed with science and it speaks through my
Now you're
body.
being childish. Now you're being
doesn't
childish.
have a tongue. Science doesn't have a mouth. Science doesn't talk, doesn't think.
Did you not hear AI tell you the thing that the guy did in Brazil or whatever?
At this point, friends, it doesn't matter what we say. At the end of what we say, he's going to repeat. You'd be pulled sideways toward the center of the surface of the flat Earth, regardless of what we say, because somebody at one time told him that, or he watched it on a video where they had a flat Earth floating pizza in the middle of space, which had no depth to it, and they had a little graphical image of a man walking away from the center, and as he gets towards the edge, he starts to be walking diagonally. And that is so ingrained in his mind that he can't think straight.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, true.
You flat earthers are all fucking schizo. You're schizo fucking conspiracy theorist bullshit. Flat earth models are bullshit. You're fucking bullshit. This chat's bullshit. You guys don't believe in that shit. You're fucking psycho.
Yeah, that we're such a bullshit chat. That's why we're the #1 chat in the whole server last year. Cool story.
Yeah, all you guys
Yeah,
got
because everyone wants to hear you, but no one is convinced. I'm sorry, because you don't have evidence.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. Not only are many people convinced, millions, tens of million people are convinced.
Yes,
so you're wrong
well,
again.
let me
lose
say
again.
that billions
You lose again.
with a B believes, or do not believe, know that Earth is around, not flat.
Okay, perfect. So does that include you?
Yes, that includes me.
Okay, so you know. Let me say,
childish
yep.
boy. I would finish.
Yeah. So you know,
and,
right? You know the Earth is. You know the Earth is a globe. You know the Earth is a globe. So that means you have primary knowledge. The Earth is a globe. Go ahead and tell us what that is.
Okay. First, I gave you the argument of gravity pulls towards the center bullshit.
Right, which is not. That's not primary knowledge. That's not primary knowledge. Go ahead.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay. So you know what we use to measure the gravity? What we use in type of measurement?
Oh my goodness, bro!
I'm asking you.
What? No, dude. Listen.
Laughing about it doesn't.
It's your claim. Hey, friend. It's your claim, not mine.
Okay, it's my claim. So let me finish my claim. Okay, we measure the same gravity strength in every direction in Earth. You know, you're in the U.S. I'm in Paris. I'm in whatever. We find it not stronger at the center or weaker at the edge, which kills the the idea that you just mentioned 3 minutes ago.
I guess listen. Hey friends. This guy never heard of potato Earth before. I thought this guy knew science. Oh my goodness, dude! Didn't you know that the mainstream model has an unvariant distribution of mass in the surface of the Earth, and therefore gravity is not equal in all directions from the physical center? Did you know that? No, you didn't, because you just shot yourself in the foot with what you just said. You don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
I'm trying to have a civilized conversation, and you're just being childish, joking all around. Joker bullshit. Look,
In the equator, apparently, you are lighter than when you are in the north. When you go to the equator, you will weigh lighter because
no. This is no.
That's your
No,
paradox.
I have the measurement.
Exactly. That's your story.
Wait, did he say there was an edge?
Hold on, dude. Where do you see this, dude? Where do you see this, dude? This is hilarious. He said that gravity is equal in all directions from the center, right? We all heard him say it, right?
Yeah.
Anybody confirm that that's what we heard? Okay.
Yeah, we all did.
I'm about to wreck his day. Here we go, friends. The dude's about to get wrecked. Hold on, I'm coming back with the proofsies. So if he's correct, then that would mean that what I'm about to post could not possibly exist. Thanks, Helio. There you go. So not only did Helio post it, but here you go. Here's multiple sources, including NASA, posting it. That's called a gravity heat map. And you notice that the color intensity represents the gravitational intensity. That means that gravity, according to this heat map, is not what he just said it was. So I'm actually correct and he's wrong.
Bro, this only proves that you have higher areas than in lower areas, like mountains, for example. Because when I say we measure the
Holy
same
crap.
gravitational strength, we mean we measure the acceleration due to gravity. You know the G. You know they use pilots and all that. All over the Earth, it's about 9.8 per millisecond.
Oh my goodness, dude. I thought it was exact. Now it's about. Dude, your story's falling apart faster than a wet noodle, brother. Next, you're going to tell me that all matter falls at the same rate towards the Earth.
Sorry, I didn't.
Is that what you're going to tell me next? Hey, are you going to tell me next that all matter falls at the same rate?
9.8 meters per second squared. Okay.
That's not a measurement. That is not a measurement across the entire
9.9 in some areas because we have mountains. It's not a flat surface.
No, it's not just about mountains, dude. It's about the uneven distribution of mass in the subsurface. Holy crap, dude.
The holy crap is what you believe in, my friend. I'm sorry.
I don't know. You haven't said anything. You haven't been right about anything yet, dude.
Yes, that's what you believe. If that what makes you go to sleep at night, you can believe it.
Okay.
Like
keep going with your claims. So far, every one of your claims I've been able to show is wrong. So keep going with your claims, and let's get to one where you're correct.
Bro, you've gathered some tens of your friends that believes the same shit as you do. It's okay. It's okay to believe in something. It's the land of free, after all. And you can believe it without evidence, with evidence, But if you have evidence, please share it with us. Please convert us.
Hey, bro, I already gave you a piece of evidence.
No, what you gave me was respectfully a bullshit.
Oh, I see.
Because it's not proven by science.
So if somebody does something and it actually happened, it didn't happen unless it's proven by science, whatever that means.
Do you know something about logic? If I told you I ate a sandwich, it's logically correct. But if I told you that I fought a dinosaur in my kitchen, or for example, it's not logically, okay? So it's logically
it's not. It's not illogical, dude. Wow, you don't even know what logic is, brother. So now, not only are you wrong about everything you said so far, you're also wrong about logic.
I'm done, bro.
I found a dinosaur in my kitchen is not an illogical statement, dude. Holy crap. It may be incorrect, but it's not incorrect based on logic.
Please hear me well.
You fought a dinosaur?
Yes, in my kitchen.
Yeah, perfectly logical. Perfectly logical statement. Yep.
Yes.
100%.
Something is definitely wrong with you guys. And I'm very sorry.
Yeah. What's wrong with us is that we know what logic is and you don't.
Yes, I'm very sorry. Because if this is logical, then I'm the Queen of England. I'm sorry.
Yes, you just don't know what logical means, dude. And that's fine.
Yeah.
What you mean by logical is believable on its face, or credulity, or whether I trust it. That's not what logic means.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever, man. Yeah.
Something illogical would be there's an animal in the kitchen, which is a dinosaur. I am in the kitchen. I am an animal. Therefore, I am a dinosaur. That's illogical.
Yeah.
But a
Whatever you
human
say,
is
man.
not a
Really?
dinosaur.
AI, I don't think he understands what the definition of logic is. Maybe we should go that route.
I don't think it'd be
Yes.
fruitful, my friend. I'm just waiting for him to get on with his proof that of his primary knowledge, the Earth is a globe.
Bro, I gave you the evidence. You said no, it's science bullshit. So yeah,
No, you told me if the Earth was
at
flat,
this point,
it would do
I'm
something.
just listening to a podcast. You know.
Okay, that's fine. But you gave me something that actually can't tell you the shape of the Earth, dude. So I mean,
So
you're
what
trying
is
to
the
tell
shape
us.
of the Earth?
dude.
I'm curious. Can you please drop a picture? What is the shape of the Earth?
Oh, the shape. A shape is a unknown. There you go. The answer is unknown. There you go.
Unknown. Wow.
Yeah,
With all
unknown.
this technology.
What?
Damn.
When it's unknown, couldn't it be a circle? Or a ball?
Well, listen. Circles are a circle is ultimately
a ball. A ball. A ball. I'm sorry. Let me correct myself.
Well. Listen. You may come in late because our other friend asked that, and we demonstrated that in order for something to be a ball.
I'm just curious what is the shape of Earth is, because if NASA were lying about this for over 60 years, please tell me. Oh,
he just said it's unknown. Yeah, so it could be a ball. It could be a plate. You don't know.
No. See, think about it this way, friend.
Example, no. Let me make this point about fighting a dinosaur in the kitchen. For example, if you fight a crocodile or a Spinosaurus, it's both a dinosaur, but you know one is existing and the other one is not. So it's both like one is provided by evidence, the other one is logically thought about. You say the Earth had this, it's like not defined or something like this.
Yep.
It could
yeah.
Be
So
it could be a ball in your definition.
Maybe.
Your own definition.
Right.
It could be a ball.
If you start out with the premise that you at the point given you don't know what the shape of the Earth is, then it could be a ball. However, if you go out and test the Earth, you can start to make exclusions. So, for example, if the Earth was a ball, it must be curved. So if you go out and measure the surface of water and it's not curving, then the Earth's not a ball. So the possible shapes that the Earth could be, ball is removed.
Yeah, okay, good. But we already had that discussion like 20,000 times. Like it's about the measurement.
No. What?
It is about the measurement. Like when you look at a small
what measurement
at a ball, when you look at a small spot at a ball, you just see one atom. When you look at the whole,
that's
ball,
fine. We understand that. We all understand the economy. We all understand scale. You said there's a measurement of surface curvature 20,000 years ago or something. When did that happen?
Never said the timeline anywhere. Ever. Never said a timeline.
Oh, I thought I heard you say 20,000 or 2,000 or something like that.
No, I'm sorry. I never said that.
Oh, okay. No worries.
No. I'm just making clear. Like my definition is round, and in your definition it could be round, but it's flat.
No. I didn't say that. It's excluded from being a ball.
You said personally, everyone here witnessed it. You said it's unknown. By unknown, you don't exclude the fact that it could be round.
No. Then I went on to say
you said it's unknown.
All right, bye.
You said unknown, but there are exclusions. That's what I heard.
Yeah, we all heard it, Mr. Yes, sir. So listen, I muted Albert because he was being rude and over talking. And now you're doing the same thing because me and you, yes, sir. Everybody heard me and you, Mr. Yes, sir, have a discussion together. where I evolved the conversation from just being an unknown to having exclusions. I gave a reason why there were exclusions, which excludes a ball. So it is not the case that I'm saying it's just simply unknown, because we progress the convo. So for the love of God and all that is holy, please acknowledge that. All right, I'm going to mute you so you can respond. Go ahead.
So, could it be a quarter? Like a
quarter?
A cube. Excuse me. I'm not a native speaker, so I'm asking.
Yeah. So overall, a possible structural shape of the Earth could be a cube. Yes.
Okay. So it could it? For me, it sounds like it could be everything except the ball.
But what? But for what reason?
Yeah, for like when you look at a function, you can stretch it out. By every function, like has a line in it, and you could make every function into a ball. Like when you use, for example, program called what's the name? Mixer?
AutoCAD. AutoCAD.
Okay.
Photoshop.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to pass it, but I'm not a native speaker, so I really can't put it in words. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, well, the one we use here in the United States, it's just called AutoCAD, which just stands for Automatic Computer-Aided Design. And it's a system where you can draw curves and lines and put them at a scale with 15-digit precision.
But I'm sorry. I'm just my last thing is like when you think it's okay to be a cube, why it's not okay to be a ball?
Because the property of a ball is continuous surface curvature, and the equipotential surface of water is the standard of level that humans use. And so, if it's a ball, then that means water is wrapped around the ball. But when you go and measure water, water measures flat. So you can't have a flat ball that's covered in 70% flat water. It just isn't going to happen. So that shape is excluded.
Okay. You need the surface. I do understand. But also a ball needs the surface, yeah. But I'm going to hop off and just going to listen because, as I said, I really do appreciate that you did unmute me, and I'm going to listen. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why I said we know the water is flat because we used not just one time but many times a laser transit measurement, which is essentially a level laser shot over the surface and the differential between the laser and the surface measured. And it's been done at 25 miles away, debunking the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. It's been done 35 miles away, again debunking globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. It's been done on shorter distances with dual band lasers by PhDs in optics, right? And they all come to the same conclusion that the surface of the water and the surface of the Earth is flat, level, and horizontal, minus topography, which is hills and valleys. So besides the hills and valleys and depressions and different altitude ranges, the Earth is arranged horizontally flat between 2 horizontal lines, just like your dining room table. So, for example, on your dining room table, if you spilled some spaghetti sauce on it, it didn't change the fact that your dining room table's flat and it's oriented horizontal, which is exactly what the Earth is. So that means the Earth isn't a ball, basically.
But could you link the video in that proof like a chat or something? So I want to look at it.
Okey-doke. I actually have a document associated with the laser test. One of them. There's many more. And then this one also has a associated documentary, which is a video where they show about how they made the laser, how they describe their methodology, and even some of the evidence from some of the tests. Let me go get it real quick. I have it saved on a bot command in our home server. So I'll get it very quickly here. Give me a second.
Did they take like a measurement like at the when they took the laser test like at the middle point of the lake that they shot the laser over?
Yeah, they did. They did better than that. They did better than that.
Also, like multiple positions.
They panned the laser horizontally between multiple targets.
Mm.
So short range, mid range, and then the final long range. Right, I'm just pulling these up, and I got to copy them over here. Okay, so let me do. All right, there's the video, and there's the paper associated with it. It's actually a pretty entertaining video. The guy narrating it's pretty entertaining, and the different things that they're doing are interesting on an engineering and technical level, and like a problem solving level. So it's not boring. I think it is an hour or maybe an hour and 10 minutes, but it's not boring.
Yeah, but
An
actually,
hour and 10
like,
minutes.
even as a glober, I gotta like, respect the shit that you do. But like the people that do these experiments, man, that's respect for me.
Yeah, I'm working on one myself, but it's not going to be with a laser. At least not with a laser transit. It's going to be with a rotational reference continuous measurement over 3,500 miles. So I'm going to do the longest continuous surface measurement directly affixed to the surface of the Earth in the history of mankind. You want to donate?
How much are these mirrors going to cost, though? Like, I understand what you're going
It's not
with.
gonna, what? Who said mirrors?
It's plausible. How you gonna make it? Like how you gonna make it go around the like some mountains and stuff? Oh, you're gonna find a spot that's. Oh, okay, I got you.
No, dude, no, you missed it. It's not going to be an optical experiment. It's going to be a surface measurement of the measuring device moving across 3,500 miles of land.
Yeah. So that would be high. Okay, I got you.
So it's going to begin on the east coast of the United States, and it's going to end up on the west coast of the United States. And it's going to track the rotation of the frame of the measuring device directly to the surface. And it's either going to show that it didn't rotate or that it's going to show that it rotated, or it's going to show that it translated. If it translated, that means went in a straight line. That means the Earth's flat. If it shows that it rotated, then that means that it traveled over a curve.
Yeah, I mean, we have to wait for it like to be clear that whole fucking. Yeah, this can work. This can work for sure. This, yeah, no, 100%. As long as there's no like particulates in the air that disrupts our measurements. I agree. I'm on board.
All right, brother.
Sorry, the politics upstairs. We're talking about flat Earth, so you guys were talking about actually real shit. So that was kind of cool. Thank you. I'm going back upstairs. Maybe they're done.
That's nice. They're talking about flat Earth and the other channels. Good job. All right, I'm about to make a bunch of noise fixing my washing machine, so I am going on mute mostly. So hopefully one of our friends here will pick up the slack to engage with the guests.
Yeah, is Rusty in here? Or where's Rusty? Nope, he's not in here. Okay.
No,
Okay.
I'm actually not in here. I'm in the other channel. back there.
No, I see you. I see you. Okay, so you're in there saying, well, maybe it's bigger sphere. Well, it's not a sphere in the first place. So, but how can it be bigger sphere? It's the horizon's horizontal, and horizontal is not a property of a sphere. So even if you want to try to claim bigger sphere because you can't bring yourself to admit to objective reality of flat, you're still not going to prove bigger sphere.
That's about disproving that there is a sphere. Though. That's what the question was. If you take like a measurement across a lake and stuff, and you of course like you can measure it flat. I get that, but I can measure with my water level, or I can measure a table or a wall level, and it's not. Well, it might be like level enough, but it's not like conceptually completely level, right?
Wait a minute. So when you put your 6 foot spirit level across a table, and you're trying to make sure that your table's level, and then you level your table from the wide side to the short side, right? Width and length, and then you've got it level. You're going to sit there and say that your table's not level, though.
No, because no one has a discussion about it.
Wait a minute. So how would your table not be level if
I can't really find a appropriate analogy for that to compare it to whether the Earth is level or not. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, leveling is something that is not done usually with the Earth, the Earth's surface.
Yes, it is. You know that large bodies of water rest level, right? That we take elevation angles from sea level.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, the universe. Yeah, hold on, real quick. The universal level that everybody pings to is the surface of the Earth's water, dude. Holy moly! Go ahead.
Exactly.
The surface of the Earth's water.
The surface of Earth's water, yes, rests flat and level. Ideally level on the surface. So, if allegedly 70% of Earth's surface is covered. Hold on, 70% of Earth's surface is covered in water. Then wouldn't that stand to reason that it's 70% level?
I just gotta look it up. The level is derived from the Earth's
sea level.
Oceans? What? I mean, I understand sea level, yeah, but sea level is like a different thing from my like.
No, sea level isn't anything different.
Yeah, sea level is different, pretty much.
How is sea level different? A different level than level, dude. What are you talking about?
Sea level is generally something that you talk about when you try to describe where like the average position of the water is compared to like the shore.
Right, so that would be mean sea level, right? So even the water that comes up to the shore is part of that mean sea level. It's level. There's a rise and fall of level, like.
Yeah, so O level doesn't mean the same thing all the time, hey? Like words have different meanings.
Right, like when we use the word flat, we're using it as an adverb, right? So in or to a horizontal position, it's descriptive.
Yes.
It's a descriptive adverb. So you want the definition of level.
It's a completely different word that you didn't use before in the previous sentence that you just said. So I don't know what the fucking point is.
The definition of level, are you ready for it? A horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point. So horizontal, if we break down that definition, is parallel to the plane of the horizon. And plane definition is flat surface. So the horizon's horizontal, flat surface.
Yeah, I understand these words.
Okay. So when
It's
we're
just
trying to
different.
describe when you're trying to describe the Earth, like when you're looking out at the horizon and it's horizontal, you're describing a flat Earth.
Just because I used a word?
Yep. That's how much power
Well,
words have. It's incredible.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I disagree with that. So, but I mean, if
Well,
I
that's
measure
just
like
you being the
literally,
auto contrarian.
no, I don't have to be an auto contrarian. I can be someone who like builds a house or something, and I put my level onto a piece of wood, and I look at it, and it's basically level. Then I put it down and hammer it down, and it's going to be level because it doesn't matter whether the Earth is actually like round or flat. It's going to be level. Because level is not something that you usually use to describe a whole planet. Or
Oh, you're mistaken by calling Earth a planet.
no, you don't have to. You don't have to say planet. You can say whatever you want, but it
Let's
can be a
call Earth
square. It can
Earth.
be a round. It can be a potato. It can be whatever
This
it
is
is.
not This is not build your own Earth, right? You can go be a build your own Earther somewhere else.
Yeah, I know, but we are using words, right? And level is something that doesn't matter what thing you are on, but well, it kind of depends on gravity, but
Wait,
if it
are
depends
you a
on
carpenter?
buoyancy.
You mentioned building a house.
I'm not a carpenter, but I did build things using a level before, like a water level.
So if your boss tells you to cut a piece of wood at a 45-degree angle, you would need both lines to be straight, right? You couldn't do it from a curve if the wood was curved, right?
Like again, I'm not a. It's not what a fucking water level. What a level is.
Okay, but if you were told to cut something, you're building a house and it needs to be cut at a 45-degree angle, both lines need to be straight. Otherwise, it's not a 45-degree angle, right?
Yes.
So all measurements to everything in the sky for celestial navigation or determining latitude and such, you'll measure your angle to the object in the sky, and you need to have a mathematical plane for the baseline, and it needs to be straight and flat. Otherwise, you can't get an angle measurement. The entire world is measured flat, navigated flat, observed. But that's the big one is if you're getting a 45-degree angle to anything in the sky, the baseline needs to be flat. Those two lines need to be straight. If one of them's curved, you just simply can't get an angle measurement.
Why wouldn't you though?
Because if one of the lines is curved, you won't be able to get a reading on whatever tool you're using. Like if you're cutting a piece of wood at a 45-degree angle, if that angle that you cut has an arc to it or something, you can't get an angle measurement. You won't be able to measure any angle if it's curved.
I understand that, but at the same time, like when you measure something, you are measuring it where you are at this moment.
Do you understand what I'm saying? If you get a
yes, I understand. I understand you completely. The thing is, when you are like at the spot where you are, like when you are like working a piece of wood or something, you're measuring it at like right in front of you, right? You're not measuring it 20 miles away or something like that.
Well, you're still like if you're measuring an angle to a star,
yeah,
you're getting a straight line of sight to that star, and then you're using a mathematical plane for the baseline that's straight, flat, horizontal. And if the line to the star, I don't know how you could curve that, but if you're trying to get the baseline is curving at all, you can't get an angle measurement. And so that's how they celestially navigate. This is how they create maps. And if you want accuracy, you have to use a flat Earth.
Well, yeah,
No.
I can agree with that. You can use a flat Earth, of course, but it's basically when you're like measuring to a star. Like I'm actually not familiar with like navigation on a like naval bases or whatever. But when you like look at a star and then you can draw the angle to where you want to go, you don't necessarily need like calculate for a globe Earth either. Like it works both ways. Honestly,
No, it doesn't work both ways. It would put you. It would put you if you assumed a flat Earth and then you transferred those over to a globe. The degrees would be off like 1 to 3 to 5 degrees, and each of those degrees would be about 69 miles in distance. So, if you want accuracy, you have to use a flat Earth because that matches reality.
Again, I don't know like navigation on the sea, so I just know like they use like sextant and they look up at the North Star, measure the angle between the horizon and the stars and shit.
It's not just the horizon. People do this at night or in the mountains. You can't see the horizon. You just use a mathematical plane.
Yeah, but you can do that even though you live on a globe Earth. Like it doesn't.
No, you can't. Not if your baseline is curved. You can't get an angle measurement.
No, but but you can say that it's curved.
Rusty?
Yeah.
Could I ask a question for that topic especially? Like when you have a line and on that line you put a ball. From that ball you have the middle. From that ball that you put on a line, yeah.
Yes.
That ball is laying on a line, and the center of the ball, directly. That's what you call radius. Points to the line on the bottom. That's a 90-degree angle. Yeah.
Yep.
Put the same paper on what the ball is rolling. Above it, you also have a 90-degree angle to the top. Is that correct?
I guess. I mean, if you.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, like when you have a paper and you roll a ball above it, there's a 90-degree from the middle to the paper on the bottom, and when you put the paper on top of the ball, there's also a 90-degree. So you can make a degree angle even if it's a round object. Correct? So you can make a measurement.
I can't follow you.
You can make a measurement if it's round. You can make a measurement.
No, you can't.
Yes.
So let's say I have a basketball. I put a basketball on the ground in front of me.
Okay.
If I put a basketball on the ground in front of me, and then I put a ruler and I balance it on the basketball, there's going to be a meeting point of the ruler and that ball, right? If it's balancing there, what's that angle?
When you from the center of the basketball.
But it's not being done from this equatorial plane when you're doing celestial navigation. You're doing it from the viewer.
Yeah, and here's the point. That's the point. You check this out, right? Check this out. In order to get an angle measurement, if you're on a surface that's curving, you have to create something that is not curving in order to actually create an angle or to take an angle from it. What the guy's describing, what the guy's describing here is a tangent or a tangent line or a tangent plane. Right? Take a piece of paper, put it on a basketball. Of course, the paper doesn't flop down there, but just to get an illustration, right? That's fine. But you have to perform that operation first, i.e., disassociate from the ball in the first place, and then take an angle measurement. All right? Follow?
Following.
Right. And there's no dispute about that. The problem here is, A, you have to assume you're on a ball in the first place if you're going to argue we're taking tangent lines. Right? In which case, you have to prove that you're on a curved surface to begin with. Capiche?
That wasn't
Bro,
the issue.
you just said paper on a basketball.
I'm just giving an example, or if you want to use the guy's example from before.
So your proof that the Earth curves is that a flat piece of paper touches a round ball?
Are you retarded? That's not what I said.
What are you saying?
It sounds like you're mentally retarded, right? Because the guy was arguing about taking angles from a curved surface or whatnot. And I'm just trying to provide an illustration, right, for the mental midgets in the room who don't understand tangents and tangent planes and tangent lines and shit like that, right? That if you want to visualize that, you could use what I provided, or you can use what Travis provided about the ruler on the basketball. I coined that phrase pretty much, right? Just so you know. So I'm very well aware of this concept, but some people don't seem to, right? So you have to perform some extra operations beforehand. In which case, you have to presume that you're on a curved surface.
You drew a tangent line on a basketball, and you thought you discovered the globe.
Hey, if you're mentally ill or something like that, I forgive you. But you don't seem to be tracking, dude. All right, so piss off, and we'll talk to the mentally sane people in the room about that. Go ahead, Travis. Sorry to interject.
No, I appreciate it. You clarified some things.
Yo, so why is the Earth flat?
It's measured that way.
Huh?
Measured flat, looks flat, observed and navigated flat. That's why.
Because it's measured that way.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, that would be the only reason.
But that's circular, though.
No, me personally, I was just in the
reason could there be?
That's not circular. You're assuming the Earth's shape because it's measured that way. But those measurements only make sense if the Earth is already round.
If something's measured flat,
no, that's not what I said.
Wrong. Flat. I mean round.
You said what?
Sorry, guys. Sounds like
it can't be flat.
Nah. Sorry, guys. Sounds like we have some seed oil-induced deficiencies entering the chat. Dude, can you be more coherent? God,
so you're saying if something is measured flat, it can be round. So unless your measuring method already presumes flatness, then it's not moving. Like it's not proving flatness. It's just reflecting the assumption built into the measurement. That's still circular.
No, not if you go in with no bias and no assumptions, and then you go to measure a large body of water, and you're looking to measure curvature. That's the plan. But when you go there and you can't find any, that would be a measure of flat.
Or incompetence.
Only if your tools and scale are precise enough. Like failing to detect curvature over like a limited distance doesn't prove flatness. It just means your measurement resolution isn't fine enough to register a curve that small.
Or the guy doing it, or the guy doing it's incompetent. Right, that's another option.
Yeah. So I would like to ask, what is expected?
Wait, what do you mean incompetent?
Hang on, check this out, dude. Right? He could be using his tools wrong, right? So the point would be, what would be expected? What do we get? What's the error margin? And significant enough to suggest that the tools were used wrong or that the model's wrong.
So you can type.
Wait, shut up. Yo, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm talking to my friend. No, yeah. So I would say that the key question isn't flat or round, but is the deviation within the expected margin of error. Like if the observed difference falls inside the instrument's limits, then I think it only shows the test was too imprecise to challenge the round Earth model, but not that the model itself failed.
Right on.
Right, sir. So let's agree. Yeah, let's agree. So the tolerances that the globe geometry is debunked by direct measurement methodologies is 2 orders of magnitude. It's not off by an inch. It's not off by a foot. It's off by hundreds of feet. And that is well beyond the tolerance of the accuracy of the devices. In other words, these devices that are used are way more accurate than that variance. Okay? So it's not like you're measuring a flat floor and coming back with an 1/8 of an inch difference over 100 square feet of floor. No, we're talking hundreds of feet difference.
You said that so you talked about the hundreds of feet. I mean, the hundreds of feet gap only proves they misapplied the math once you factor in observer height, then the distance and the refraction. The numbers.
Oh, okay. So who's doing circular reasoning now, bro?
Got him.
You said what? Circular reasoning is assuming flatness from a test that already ignores the effect of the curvature. I'm saying include all variables first, then see if the data still says flat. That's what I'm saying.
Now, what you just said is if they get a result that's hundreds of feet off from and the actual tolerance, you just said that just means they did it wrong. Therefore, you have to add this extra variable to spice it up back to the globe I already believe in. That's circular reasoning.
No, I don't think that's only if I assumed the globe first, but I didn't. So I'm saying you can't claim a contradiction until you control all the measurable factors. So if
they set up the laser 25 miles. They took 2 meteorological stations. They measured the ambient. Holy fuck, dude.
Turn your speaker up, bro. You keep saying what every single time. People have to repeat themselves. Turn your shit up.
Well, I mean, my mic might be sucky for him.
No, he's been saying that to all of us.
It's because you talk too fast. So slow it down.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Down a bit.
Fair enough.
The laser test, the what?
Right. There's multiple laser tests. Not only is there a 25-mile one across water, there's a 35-mile one across land. There's dual band laser tests pointing back at each other because they have different frequencies of light, which refract at different rates. And all of these people measured the ambient conditions. So, for example, the Lake Itchel test, which was 25 miles, they brought 2 meteorological stations, and they applied the actual ambient conditions against the model of refraction that they were provided for from the globe model. And they found that it was only going to move the laser a few feet. Not only that, but that is a model. It's not even necessarily true. The only reason to justify this claim that you have to account for refraction in the first place is because of all of the supersedery observations that debunk the globe geometry. So it's a cope session.
Oh my bad. I thought I was talking, but I was mute. Because those tests start by assuming that a straight line equals a level surface. When on a sphere, the line itself doesn't represent level. They're measuring deviation from an assumed flat baseline. It's not testing which baseline fits the reality. So their setup builds the answer in before taking the measurement.
It's fine. That's fine and dandy. Now notice how you just described the missing part. Go ahead and describe how to do that in reality. Give us the accurate model of how to level a baseline and to level a laser and a straight edge rule. And since it's a light-based rule, give us the accurate model of refraction. Give us all 3 components. And then we'll go out and do the test again. And the results will come back again that the Earth is flat.
What would you want? You're asking me what would be required for the test?
Hey, listen, you're the one who said this is what the test is lacking, so that must mean you know what it needs. So tell us what it needs.
Maybe you'd need 2 or more instruments.
Like lasers? Like one laser shooting this direction and the other laser shooting towards it?
You'd need an... What's that thing called that starts with the A? An auto something instrument. Total stations.
Did you watch that laser video that was linked that we're talking about by any chance at Lake Balatron?
It's not Lake Balaton. Mm-hmm. Lake Balaton was their first test. They did 17 tests overall. Lake Balaton was one of the shortest tests. They refined their technique and their whole setup for the final tests.
So which
through the entire history of the tests.
The video you linked, which measurement was that, or was that a summary of all of them?
It's a summary of their whole experience in doing the tests, and then the document is the results from the tests.
So I was wondering if the gentleman we were talking to had watched that video and knew what the setup was like.
I mean, I would say that if you really want to do it right, you'd have to set your level to the curve of the Earth, not just flat. Like surveyors,
That made no sense. Hold on.
surveyors do that by using like instruments that measure like the gravity level, like not a straight line. Like you need two lasers lined up perfectly with that curve. Then you have to like measure how light bends through the air because temperature and the humidity makes it bend slightly. So if you don't factor those in, I don't think you're testing the shape of the Earth. You're just testing how good your setup was.
All right, you're going to learn to shut the fuck up at some point. All right. So if you can hear me, no one can hear you right now. Okay. You do realize you did not answer Travis's question at all, right? Can you actually go ahead and do that, please? Go ahead.
What's his question?
We were discussing a video that AI Overlord had linked discussing a series of laser tests. That's what we were discussing. And we were wondering, and you were making comments about it. We were wondering if you actually watched it and saw what the setup was or the results.
I'm chat banned, so I cannot open the chat to see what's being sent.
Hey, yeah, guys, to be fair, this video was linked like 2 hours ago in the chat, so you might not even see it. Just say.
I mean, I told you 2 lasers aimed at each other along that gravity-based curve, not just like an eyeballed in a straight shot. Like,
oh yeah, if you were paying attention when I was describing,
miles can throw results by hundreds of feet.
It was linked 30 minutes ago, not 2 hours.
Okay, so, dude, he just said that leveling the laser could throw it, like having it off by a little bit could throw it off. Right, that's true. That's why they made a laser aiming sled called the Salad, which is actually accurate to like 1/52,000th of an inch.
God damn.
Yeah, but even with that precision,
how they made it is they made a base arm.
It's the reference frame. If the sled is leveled to a tangent baseline instead of local gravity level, it's still measuring against a flat assumption. So you can be accurate.
What are you talking about? You know, listen, bro, no, not talking. Stop it.
And still be perfectly wrong about what.
I agree with you, friend. So check this out, friend. If you're going to level something to local gravity, you're going to use a leveling device. That leveling device is either going to be some type of bubble level, plumb level, or an auto level, which just hangs freely under the alleged forces of gravity at that location. So leveling the device locally is accounting for the local alleged gravity vector. It's automatic. Go ahead.
Wait, can you hear me, or am I still on mute?
It's your turn. Go ahead.
All right. But the key is that each local level points toward its own gravity vector. They're not parallel across distance. So if you line up,
holy crap!
If you line up 2 locally level points like miles apart, their levels actually form a slight angle toward Earth's center. That means even though each spot
Evidence
is
for that claim?
locally, the line between them isn't straight. It curves with the planet.
You have evidence for that claim?
I mean, sure.
Put it in the next share it. Share the evidence for that claim with us.
That's standard geodesy. Like, what do you mean?
I need a citation for that.
Oh, you mean standard geodesy, which assumes Earth is a curved in the first instance?
Surveying manuals and engineering references document it clearly. Like over distance, level lines like diverge because each perpendicular to the local gravity vector. So, for example,
right, that's a claim. That's a claim. We agree with that.
The U.S. National Geodetic Survey explains that a level line follows the geoid, not a straight tangent. Like at 1 mile, the drop between a tangent and the geoid is about
Right.
8
So
inches.
so
At
your
10
claim,
miles,
right?
it's roughly 66
Right, dude.
At
Okay,
25, it's
dude.
460 feet. That's why long distance
We
leveling jobs
understand
always
that.
apply curvature.
We understand. We understand.
So
You're
what's the
just
issue? Why you have
inputting.
this belief?
Holy crap, dude. Painful. You're doing circular reasoning, dude. You're assuming you have to account something that's in a model, which is the model you're trying to test, as if it's a given that it exists. These are just claims. Okay, these tests aren't even about level. That's the thing you don't get. It's about the path. In fact, if you don't level the laser, it makes it worse for the globe. So what that means is the more that their laser wasn't leveled, the more it would debunk the globe. So no matter what, the tolerances are that either they leveled the laser perfectly or they didn't. But if they didn't, it still defeats the globe. Because it's not about the level of the laser, it's about hitting the target on the other end. But whatever. All right, let us know. Let us know how that strikes you.
I get what you mean, but here's the difference. Those curvature corrections aren't assumed from belief in the globe. They're empirically required because when surveyors leave them out, their measurements don't close properly. That's how the model was built in the first place, by noticing the data only fits if you include curvature. So it's not starting with the globe and forcing the math. The globe came from the math lining up with reality. So it's not.
Why do they make some corrections?
It's not circular reasoning, buddy. It's definitely not circular reasoning. I don't know.
It is circular reasoning.
I just told you how it's not. Okay.
Right. So they didn't get accurate measurements, and then they added a fudge factor in. So great. So your proof is a fudge factor. How does that make sense?
You said a what? A fudge factor?
Yeah.
Not exactly. I think the fudge factor idea would only hold if the correction were arbitrary, but it's not. It's a predictable, repeatable offset that always matches. You know.
Always?
No matter where on Earth you test it.
Total bullshit.
Okay?
That does not always
8
matter.
inches
You
per
made that up.
mile. I mean, it's not. That consistency across every continent, sea level survey, and instrument type is why it's treated as geometry, like not some sort of guessing. A fudge
You
factor
only get
wouldn't
globe
say perfectly
measurements when you
consistent
make
everywhere.
many
That's how it
different
works.
corrections. You only get globe measurements when you make many corrections. That's it. Otherwise, it measures flat.
I mean, that's not true either. That's actually that's actually the point of the test itself.
That's what you said. You said you make corrections to get a globe
I know. But hold on. That's actually the point. Wait, that's actually the point of the test itself. The corrections aren't arbitrary fixes. They're the differences you can you consistently measure when comparing a straight line tangent to real world data. The flat reading is what you get before accounting for known physical effects like gravity.
Okay, let's say that's true. Are these
the same corrections predict every long distance result worldwide is exactly why the curved Earth model holds up experimentally, not the flat one.
No, but you only get a globe when you make all these corrections. When you otherwise, it measures flat. You already said that, so.
You said what? I mean, you're repeating yourself. That doesn't prove prove your point even further. That's because flat is what a tangent looks like locally. That's literally why.
Who cares?
The corrections aren't added to force curvature. They are what you find when you extend local level lines and see they.
Okay, you said it. Extend local level lines. Earlier you said that you were measuring from point to point, so which is it? Are these line of sight or are they extensions? Go ahead.
You said what? Are they what?
Oh man, dude.
You muted me when I was talking still. I don't know why you want to do that.
Because you just keep talking and don't stop.
I let
that's
you talk
why.
as much as you want, so why can't you show the same respect for me?
That you're not. No, that's not true. Because we just witnessed you talk straight through Travis, dude.
Straight to
You have a sentence. You have a sentence that you want to get to the end to, so you just barrel straight through to the end, right?
All right. So what is the question you're asking me?
You're saying that when you transfer level, okay, so what do you mean by transfer level? Because at first it sounded like you were saying these are just line of sight, point to point, but now we're transferring the level across the surface. So what do you mean by that?
What I mean is, like, when it comes to transferring level, it means taking a known elevation or a horizontal reference at one point and extending it to another using instruments
With
that
what
stay
method?
perpendicular to gravity at each setup. Surveyors do this with different
What's
levels.
the range?
You set up,
what's the range?
You set up an auto level or a theodolite, and then
What's
take a back sight to a known benchmark, and then a foresight to a new point, and move forward, repeating the process. And each.
All right, dude, you're done. Sorry.
Wait, are you serious?
Like, yeah, he's literally reading from a script, dude.
No, but
either a memorized script or one in front of his face, dude. So listen, I'm not going to argue with you about why he's muted. So you can do A, shut up, or B, you can talk and make your point. And then if somebody asks you what range, you actually, seem to indicate that maybe you heard him and don't just keep talking straight through him.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is world is a mad thing, bro.
I have a family member who's a surveyor, and he personally told me that the curve that is measured, it's actually not measured, it's an equation that they add in after the fact that they take the measurement.
Bazinga.
All right, cool. So let's see if so that's not part of the script. So let's see if the boy who I think was doing a script can actually respond. All right, go ahead, friend.
Why do you keep saying like I'm reading from a script?
Holy crap, dude. You really don't know how to pay attention, do you?
I don't like defamation,
Hey, dude. That's not. Oh my god, dude. Do you think we're going to talk about your feelings? Answer his question that he asked, or his response.
What was the question he asked?
The world's on tilt. It's a mad thing, bro.
Onto what he said, or get gone, one or the other. He said.
What I said.
No. Let's stop. Go ahead and repeat yourself, and then after that, homeboy, you respond to him. Okay, is that fair? Go ahead.
Okay, I have a family member who is a surveyor. He had told me that when they take the measurements, the curve that you're talking about is an equation that gets added after they take the measurements.
Yeah, that's right. What's the issue with that? That's because surveyors don't measure curvature directly with their instruments. They measure angles and distances relative to local level. Then, when they tie those measurements into a larger map, they apply the curvature, the curvature equation, so that all the local measurements fit together consistently over long distances. I mean, there's no like that's what I've been saying the entire time. That doesn't refute what I just said.
Yeah, you just cooked yourself.
Simplest idea.
You just cooked yourself. You just cooked yourself. Thank you.
Totally. You totally cooked yourself.
Like what? Like what?
Measured flat, corrected to curve. That's the simplest way you can say it.
Measured flat, corrected to curve?
100%. That's what you just said.
Is that literally what you got from...
That is what you said, though. You said that they measure everything locally, and then they add the curvature in on a grand scale. So they don't measure curvature directly. They synergize curvature into a bunch of places where the people don't have access to each other because the ranges that they are from each other are too far. So they take all of the data and they put it into a model that has certain presuppositions. Yeah, that's what you said, which we all already knew.
Okay, wait, so you're saying... I mean, it sounds like it's a presup, but it isn't a presup. It's an inference from how the data behaves. I already said that earlier. Like if the Earth were truly flat, you would link thousands of local levels across continents, and they stay perfectly parallel, but they don't. When surveyors try to close a huge loop of
You don't even know how they synergize the continents, too.
You said what?
Do you own surveying equipment? Have you ever done any type of surveying?
No, but they teach it in high school. I mean,
You
I
don't
haven't
teach
personally
it. You
done.
don't own any of it.
I'm explaining how it's done based on like standard surveying.
They don't teach that in high school. They don't teach surveying to high school kids.
I mean, what year? What year did you graduate, sir? I'm gonna be respectful.
None of your business ever.
Exactly, that's what I thought.
So
Dude, listen, you have no idea whether they taught it in his school or not. So to make a claim that they don't teach it to high school kids, which you can't possibly substantiate, is a foolish claim.
Okay, let me ask him directly. Did they teach surveying class in your high school?
Yeah, they did. Or else I wouldn't be talking about it right now. Why would I be talking about something I don't know about? That's a pure
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
All right, friend, let me read from Helmert. In case you didn't know who Helmert is, he's the grand poobah of geodesy. He wrote the book, Mathematical Theories of Higher Geodesy, Volume 1 and 2. Let me read it. Cited right there in the chat. In spite of the fact that the surface of the Earth cannot be reached everywhere, it has been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth through the existence of a simple law of formation of the shape of the whole body of the Earth. This law of formation, in which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and the centrifugal force around a rotational axis of the Earth. Okay? So if you look here, you have a little graphic here where it shows the reference ellipsoid, the geoid, and the Earth's surface being an equipotential surface with a W constant, right? Now you notice here that in order to get all of these to synergize with the celestial sphere, which is how they coordinate the maps across different continents, across the oceans, they have to preserve the angles and then they warp the plumb line. So it actually is the case that they're doing a mathematical transform. In fact, his books are all about those transforms. So it's not simply that they're measuring Earth's curvature, and you admitted it yourself. They're not directly measuring Earth's curvature. So good job. Thanks for admitting that, because we all already knew that.
Yeah, but notice what he's not saying there. He's explaining how we model the Earth's shape mathematically, not that the shape itself is invented by the math. Those transforms you're talking about are just coordinate conversions. Ways to map a 3D curved surface onto a 2D grid while keeping distances and angles consistent. The warping of the plumb line isn't a fudge. It's going to be describing how gravity actually varies because of, changes like rotations, mountains. So yeah, he's showing how like the geodesists account for curvature and gravity irregularities, not that they created them with math. So I don't know where you got that conclusion from the book that you just read.
Yes. If their angles are wrong and they don't synergize with the equipotential surface that is synergized between the geoid and the ellipsoid, they then just alter their local plumb line on paper. On paper, dude. On paper. Until it fits to preserve the angles to the celestial sphere. That's it.
I get what you're saying though, but the reason they adjust the plumb line on paper isn't to fake it. It's to make the math match what gravity actually does in that spot. Gravity is
so it's to make the math match what they assume about the nature of gravity. I understand now. So it's circular reasoning. Good job.
It's not circular. Gravity isn't perfectly uniform. It's pulled slightly by mountains, like ocean trenches, and density shifts underground. So they tweak the plumb line direction in the model to reflect that measured deviation, not to make a flat surface.
How do they know that? How do they know it's a deviation? No, hold on, friend. You said to match the measured deviation. How did they measure the deviation?
they measure that using gravity observations and the leveling it astronomically. Like, here's how, like, I mean, I can put it to you in plain terms. The surveyors, they compare where a plumb line actually points to where it should point if Earth were a perfect
where it should point, based on a perfect sphere relative to the ellipsoid,
they do this
which is an assumption.
I get why it sounds like an assumption, but it's not an assumption.
No, it is one. Yeah, it is one, dude. Because all as they observe, they observe locally.
It's not. They physically. I don't think you know what an assumption is. They physically measure the.
I know, dude. When you drop a plumb line where you're at, it goes straight down. It doesn't hang 45 degrees to the left. So all as you can witness is everything perpendicular to plumb in your area. So the only way to know that your plumb is not at the angle it should be, whatever that means, you admitted that they have to refer to something that is not measured in that local area, which is a grander model. You admitted that. Previously, you said they know it's not correct because they have a measured differential. But the measured differential is the plumb line's orientation itself. And the only way for you to know that it's not in the correct orientation is with the larger model that they're putting it to. That makes it circular reasoning. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so what I was saying was they physically measure the plumb line's direction using instruments that track how up points relative to the stars. So if gravity were perfectly straight everywhere, like you're saying,
did we all just hear it? Did we all just hear it? Everyone heard it, right? Anybody not hear it? Did anybody not hear it? No.
Locally, you only see your own vertical.
So the only way that they know that this plumb line is not pointing the way it quote unquote should be is by angles to the stars. There you go. He said it. Good job.
I mean, there's no issue with. I mean, that's the.
Yeah, there is an issue. Yeah, there is an issue. It's all one big circular reasoning circle jerk.
Using the stars isn't an assumption. It's an independent reference frame. The stars don't know what shape we think Earth is. They give a fixed backdrop against which we can measure how up tilts from place to place. When you use that neutral reference and see every plumb line,
what assumptions are necessary?
That's how curvature was discovered in the first place, not by assuming it. It's called and using it. That's empiricism.
No,
it's empirical fact.
That's not empiricism. Really? Okay, let me ask this question. When have you been to a star to validate its location in free space? The answer's never. Nobody has. All they have is their local arrival angle of the light.
Been to a star, obviously. But you don't need to go
in order to
relative angles.
No. Relative arrival angles of the light at the local area.
Isn't about visiting
and then put them through a model.
Directly observing their positions from Earth. When you measure how a star
from their position from your local observer.
That shift is an observation. It's not a belief about where the star really is in space. Those angular changes are what tell you your local up has tilted. And
yeah, we understand it. We already knew this. That's why before you told us, I told
it's not
you that's exactly what you were going to say.
It's not assumptions.
No, duh.
It's not assumption. It's observation, not assumption.
Okay. Yeah, listen, I don't disagree that you can look into the sky and observe a star at one angle, and then later in the day it'll be at a different angle. And I don't disagree that somebody somewhere else will observe.
Perfect. Then you concede. Wait, then exactly, and that's all the measurement needs to show. That's it. So you don't have.
All right, dude. So I don't disagree that you could see different angles to stars from your location, and I don't disagree that other people may be looking at what is to them the same star at different angles. It is how you synergize those angles relative to each other based on certain assumptions. Now, there are assumptions in there. You seem to think there aren't any, that it's just, we're just looking at the stars and mapping these angles with no assumptions whatsoever. So if that's you, that's fine. But I guarantee you that you couldn't even tell me what the assumptions are. Go ahead.
I mean, I already told you it's an observation. I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay, that's great. So let me ask this question then.
Yeah.
If I'm looking directly at a star and it's in my center of view, and somebody else somewhere else is looking directly at a star and it's in their center of view, if we then both travel towards the star where it's in our center of view, let's just call that an angle. Let's call the one guy's angle A and the other guy's angle B. Will our paths intersect the star at some point in free space? Yes or no?
I mean, purely and like in the. I mean, sure, yeah. I would say yeah.
How could you possibly know that?
In geometric terms, yes. Because if you extend both sight lines infinitely, they'd intersect at the star's position in space. That's all they like that's all the angular measurements rely on. Two straight lines from different
right. The assumption that they intersect the star. There you go.
You don't have to physically reach the star. The intersection.
Okay, that's great. That's great. So if what you say is true, then that means that the phenomenon of negative parallax wouldn't exist, and that you could actually triangulate all of the bodies of the stars, but you can't. The celestials can't be triangulated in that manner. And in order to even begin to do so, they claim that you can only measure this parallaxial
that doesn't contradict what I say, though. That doesn't contradict what I said.
Yes, it does. It does
Not really. I'll explain why.
what you said.
For very distant stars, the two sidelines from Earth are nearly parallel because the angles differ by such a tiny fraction of a degree that it's below like naked eye or even normal telescope position. And then you brought up the negative parallax. I mean, that just the negative parallax just means that within the instruments, during the uncertainty of the instrument, some stars appear to shift the opposite way. A known measurement artifact from noise.
No. That's not negative parallax, dude.
Wait, hold on. Let me give an example. Let me give you an example.
All right, go for it.
You give your example to show what I'm trying to say. So let me give you an example. So take do you know who Friedrich Bessel is?
Oh, absolutely. He's the guy that just came up on my chat GPT while I'm trying to respond to you.
Huh?
Nothing. Continue by all means.
So you're using ChatGPT to talk to me? Why can't you just talk to me using your own?
He's making fun of you.
Holy crap, dude. It's just a joke. Just move on, dude. I don't care what people's names are.
I can't tell the difference. I'm going to be honest. I'm on the spectrum. I can't tell the difference between you being sarcastic and literal. So. Are you saying that I'm using ChatGPT?
No, I'm saying nobody could actually tell the difference whether you are or aren't because you literally sounded like you are ChatGPT itself. But anyway, that being aside,
how do I sound like I'm using? How?
It doesn't matter, dude. That's why it's called a joke. It's not serious. Okay, whether I know who this guy is irrelevant. Who he is doesn't matter. What he did is what matters. So what did he do?
If we're having a formal discussion, why would you even make a joke?
Because you're boring. So I want you to get to the point where you tell me what this guy did, not ask me who he is.
Just because you're not making sense doesn't mean I'm boring.
No, I'm making perfect sense. Now, get to the point where you tell us what the guy did, okay? Who cares who he is?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I forgot because you threw me off with that joke.
Yeah, it's called a script crusher.
You interrupted my train of thought.
It's called a script crusher, brother. Works great every time. So take a minute and reset yourself, and then come back with what this guy did that supposedly proves the location of the stars in the celestial sphere relative to the surface of the Earth, to where you can synergize their positions with local observer angles to then assume a curvature model into your measurements, which are locally flat, but only curved on a grand scale, which nobody actually can synergize because they can't see both locations simultaneously, because nobody has a God's eye view of these events. Go ahead.
I mean, take like the 61 like Cygni, like French Bedrick in 1838, you observe it from the opposite sides of Earth's orbit around the sun. And the star appeared to shift by only like.
There you go. Hold on, friend. Hold on a second, real quick. Notice what you said. In order for this observation, he had to assume he was on the opposite side of the orbit of the sun. Now, he's never witnessed the opposite side of an orbit of the sun, has he? No, the answer is no, he hasn't. Nobody has.
I mean,
in case you didn't know, friend, the idea that you're on the opposite side of the sun at a particular time of the year. Listen, the idea that you are on the opposite side of the sun at a particular time of year is a model.
I mean, he didn't see the. Okay, look, I think there's a confusion here. He didn't see Earth move to the other side of the sun. Nobody can watch that from the outside, but he did watch.
And how did he know it did? How did he know he was located on the other side of the sun?
He did watch what happens in the sky when Earth supposedly moves. The stars shift
there you go.
and forth through the year in sync with that orbital timing. Like, that's not assuming the orbit. That's inferring from the repeating. No, that's inferring it from the repeating patterns. The parallax angle tracks Earth's calendar like clockwork, like 6 months apart. The star's apparent position flips direction every time. So you could drop the sun orbit idea and just call it like a motion that repeats every half a year, and the data would still show the same geometric baseline. So there's no issue with that. That's not it's not an assumption.
Yeah, cool. Let me ask this question: how long ago were you in high school?
Are we asking personal questions?
Well, you said you learned this in high school. I'm just going to commend you on your memory, because most people supposedly lose 70 to 80% of what they learned in high school in their first few years out of it.
That's when
that's
when my dad told me to write everything down.
Yeah, it creates an additional memory channel in your synapses by hearing it, writing it, speaking it, reading it back to yourself. Yeah, sure.
I graduated last year. I'm 19.
Okay, that's not bad.
Exactly. So it was just a year ago. So I'm still a nerd from high school.
Right. So now that we've established that he assumed he was in a different physical location in space, which he had no direct evidence for, simply because it fit a model that he had from the past. Yeah, we understand.
It's still not an assumption. It's an observation. I already explained that.
No. The observation is what the stars are doing from your local observer's standpoint. The assumption is that you're on the other side of the sun. That's the assumption.
No, so Basil didn't assume Earth was on the other side of the sun. Sorry, no, on the other side of the Earth. He observed that when Earth reached this same point in its yearly cycle, the same shift repeated with the same timing. That's what told him the motion was.
So he interpreted that, right? So he interpreted that as the Earth moving. Yes, we understand.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, dude, you said it yourself not 2 minutes ago. You said he inferred X, whatever it was. So if he's drawing an inference, that's like, it's kind of like an assumption, dude. If you really think about it.
It's not a direct observation, so it's not empirical. It's post-empirical. Hey, did you ever read the preface on the great controversy between the two world systems? The controversy between the two great world systems. Did you ever read that when you were in high school, when they were teaching you surveying and celestial all this at the must have been one of the most prestigious high schools in the world? But whatever, go ahead. Did you ever read that book?
Yo, I'm back. I was talking to my mom. What did you say?
I said, did you ever read The Controversy of the Great Two World Systems? in which some, I'm not going to call them ancient, but guys from the past, astronomers, right, and stuff, when they were making these models, they were doing a little debate in a written form. So, like, these models were based on people's observations from the past, and many people had competing models. Like, you had Tycho Brahe, Galileo, and those are just some of the names. There were more, right? And there was a debate in the form of a book. And part of that around that whole time is that those guys themselves knew that they were making kinematic models, and then after that, making explanations of those models based from the observer's standpoint. And they themselves admitted that these models need not be correct. They need not to represent reality directly. They only need to explain the locations of the celestials at given times. So even they understood that if they reified their model into reality, they'd be making a mistake. And fast forward to now, and people think that a reverse engineered celestial sphere model, which you get coordinates from to synergize the assumption of curve on the Earth, they think that's reality. And then when you tell them, no, you can just measure the surface with a laser, they're like, no, that's crazy. You have to do it from the sky, from the stars. It's the only way it can be done.
Yeah, I agree. You know, those early guys. What you're basically saying is they were building kinematic models. Basically, they were basically saying, "Here's a setup that matches what we see." Basically,
yeah.
I mean, that doesn't really refute what I'm saying, though.
No, I mean, what you're saying is this is a model that would explain these phenomena if these things were occurring, and that may be the case. That if all the particulars were true, maybe it would. But the particular that isn't true is that you're actually on a ball that's curved because the surface isn't actually curved. And the only way for you to prove it was curved to us was to appeal to the stars.
The only way to prove the surface is curved is to appeal to the stars.
Yes, the linchpin of your claim was preserving the angles to the celestial bodies. We all heard it. You were there. You said it.
Yeah, I know I said it.
So that's the linchpin. The linchpin of your claim is that, sir.
Yeah, but that's not circular. It's comparative.
Okay, yes, it's comparative to the fact that when you yes, I agree with you. No, I agree with you, friend. I agree with you. The only part I don't agree is the if the Earth was a globe, because it's not.
Okay, let's remove if. My argument still follows. So there you go.
Yeah, it follows all the way up to the point where you test it, and then you actually go out and see if it's curved or not, and then you measure it.
Okay, I think there's a misunderstanding. You don't assume the stars prove curvature. You use them because they're stable enough to reveal whether our orientation changes as we move. If the ground were truly flat, your vertical line would point the same way to the stars everywhere. But since it tilts ever so slightly relative to them from place to place,
you're wrong.
the stars become the ruler for detecting that tilt.
Yep, I understand. I understand, dude. I understand. Your linchpin. Yeah, I understand you, friend. Friend, we understand. We all understand that everything you believe in relies on your assumption of what the stars are relative to the Earth. We all understand that. So your position relies on what the stars are. Our position relies on how the Earth is actually measured. So, for example,
I get that distinction, but you're saying hold on. You're saying your side sticks to ground level, like your physical measurement, while mine leans on celestial reference. Like,
correct.
That. But here's the thing. Like they're not two separate systems. The same geometry.
They are separate systems. No, dude. The celestials are not the terrestrial.
Hold on.
Listen, friend, when it comes to terrestrial, we have access to it. We can touch both ends of the equation. When it comes to the celestials, we can't do that. Terrestrial we can, celestials we can't. Celestials are orders removed from being tangible, direct measurements of anything. Okay? So a direct measurement of the surface that forgoes relying on the celestials is orders of magnitudes more accurate to try to tell you what the surface is in question when you're actually directly measuring the surface versus appealing to supposed sight lines to celestial bodies. They're light years apart. However, I admire your spirit. So, I'd like to welcome you to return at your leisure, anytime, to befuddle other flat earthers who quite might not be able to handle your barrage of near chat GPT efficiency.
Yes, correct. Yo, why do you keep muting me though? We can have this.
I don't know.
We can have a mature conversation without needing to mute me. You don't need to be emotional.
What?
Yeah, kid, when you learn to shut the fuck up when someone's talking to you, you know, you might not get muted so often. Thank you.
Actually, I thought you just listen. You were talking in the middle of my sentence, and I thought you just stopped because you were being polite. But it turns out a fellow mod muted you because they recognized what you were doing. And then after I stopped talking, they unmuted you. After I stopped talking, they unmuted you to give you your turn. So it's your turn now. Use it.
All right. No. But look, I agree with you. I agree with you partially.
Yes.
Look. You're right that ground measurements are most direct. No one's disagreeing. But over long distances, they drift from local air and refraction. So we use the stars to anchor those local measurements and check if the flat pieces stay aligned globally.
Okay.
I think that's what you're not. I think that's what you're not getting at.
No, I do get, dude. I understand. No, I'm not leaving it out. I already mentioned this 7 times in this conversation. That in order to synergize measurements in a quote unquote global model, and in that sense, I just mean, like you're trying to get all of them together. It doesn't have to be a globe in that sense. Of just, a total model, right, of how these measurements relate to each other. You need a benchmark of some kind that is greater than the local variance. So if I'm in California, right, and I want to know where Hawaii is relative to me, and I can't see Hawaii from California because it's like thousands of miles away, then if I go to California and survey California, it's not necessarily going to tell me about its orientation to Hawaii, right? I need something else to help me understand where they are relative to each other. And the only thing we have access to that's greater than those distances is the celestials. So it's not like it's unreasonable to use them as some type of benchmark. And people have tried using them for that purpose throughout history. But none of that, trying to interpolate that into a model, changes the fact that the assumption of the celestial field to the ground gives people the impression they're on a sphere. And a sphere requires surface curvature, and directly measuring the surface is the thing that's going to tell you whether the actual surface is curved or not.
Yeah, that's my point, actually. Like, what you're pointing out is that no matter how global the model is, the moment you tie local measurements together, you need a reference that spans beyond local reach. So using the stars doesn't automatically prove a globe. It's just the only stable frame that lets you compare places too far apart to directly connect. So I agree. But the ground data, what I would say, is what shows how that bridge fits reality. The question isn't like the stars or the earth. It's how like well the two line up when you test them together, and that's when you get a sphere.
Right. So when I go out and I measure water and it's not curved, and then you tell me that flat water is extended across 70% of the known territory of the Earth, because that's how the physics of water works, that somehow that wraps around into a ball because you decided to make an assumptive synergy of the locations of things based on the celestial sphere. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah,
Makes total sense.
That's not exactly what I'm saying.
I don't know. I think that's what I heard and everybody else heard. It's that local flat water, which is clearly flat, is somehow wrapped around a giant ball. So flat water is wrapped around a giant ball. That's not a straw man. That's what you believe.
No, I think that was a straw man. I'll be honest.
I mean, unless you're saying that water is actually curved and you can give us direct demonstrable measurements of the surface of water being curved at, let's say, a scale of 25 miles, which you can't do, and you already admitted you can't. So on my side, I have direct measurements and the known physics of water that you can extrapolate across the entire surface of sea level, to which all elevations are benchmarked from, be it the tip of Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. And since all of those are sea level, which is flat and horizontal, which is exactly how we experience it, then the highest point would be another horizontal line. The lowest point would be another horizontal line. So that means all the topography of the Earth is between two parallel horizontal lines, which themselves are parallel to sea level, which itself is flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat, regardless of what the sky is doing. So at the end, you failed to provide direct measurements of surface curvature. I provided direct measurements of flat. So I think in the hierarchy of the game, I win this one, but you're welcome to play next time. And plus, I'm the judge, so I score myself 3 points to 0, which is just a gentleman's score. I didn't actually win, and you didn't actually lose, because you stood your ground, and you didn't get egregious. And I mean, I beat you up a little here and there, but you took it like a man, and we made it through together. Now that we've all come to the conclusion the Earth is obviously, observably, and measurably flat, and only exists as a globe in a large model based on the assumption of what the sky is doing, I think we can all sleep at night.
I don't think Rusty knows what a demonstration is, because I just asked him what about heliocentrism can be demonstrated, and then he wants to go into observations of the stars. So I think he needs to be taught what a demonstration is. Rusty, what part about heliocentrism can be demonstrated? Since you said there's way more evidence for a globe Earth than there is a flat Earth, and I said I beg to differ, right? Because nothing about the heliocentrism can be tested, measured, repeated, demonstrated at all, by any stretch. But we can test, measure, and demonstrate things on our side over and over and over again, so I'm asking you what part about heliocentrism can be demonstrated. Go ahead and give it to me in your own words. If you don't know what a demonstration is, just let me know and I'll tell you.
You can demonstrate anything about flat Earth either, and that.
Excuse me?
That definition. You cannot demonstrate anything from the flat Earth side either.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you what about heliocentrism can be demonstrated.
Well, he just said it can't be, so that means you can't demonstrate heliocentrism. He says you can't demonstrate flat Earth either. So that's an admission right there.
Yeah, I mean, I asked you basically just
say either.
I said to you like just like on the base level observation.
No, right? I want a demonstration, right? I want a demonstration of liquids and gases staying on a ball in a vacuum, in a near perfect vacuum. Can we do that even in like a?
No,
I'm sorry.
I think you probably are smart enough that you understand what you are asking for is not really possible.
There we go. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly. Nothing about heliocentrism is physically possible. It's defying physics. Its own story is defying physics. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, I am smart enough to understand that what I'm asking for cannot be demonstrated, and that's my point. That's my entire point.
You kind of disproved that point.
How would you disprove my point? The only way you're going to disprove my point is by demonstrating something from heliocentrism.
No, you're asking a question that is just not possible to answer. Basically,
not possible to answer, not possible to demonstrate. That's my point. That's my point.
Okay,
I don't.
Ask the question again, please.
Okay, the question is, what part or parts of heliocentrism can be demonstrated? Real world demonstrations, replications.
Yeah, that presumes some sort of thing that like be more specific. Let's start at that. Okay.
Be more
saying, like,
specific.
what heliocentrism even means to you.
So, okay, here's the thing.
Gravity?
If I said it can rain in a jar, for instance, right? It can rain in a jar. And you said, prove that. Let me see it, right? Okay, well then I'm going to go and I'm going to make a demonstration so that you can see it.
Yeah.
Demonstrate to you. So demonstrate to me. Tell me what can be demonstrated from the heliocult, from the heliocentrism that you believe in.
Okay, so you look at like the North Star, right?
Nope. You're wrong. You're wrong. Nope. You're already off to the wrong foot. Nope. You're already off to the wrong foot.
Okay, so I can't really start
I'm saying
like relatively simple experiment at this point in our life. But okay.
Looking at the stars is not going to tell us fuck all about the ground. Pardon my mouth.
What? It's gonna at least tell us 50.
It won't tell us shit. It won't tell us shit. The things in the sky are intangible. The earth is tangible. You're standing on it. Right?
Yeah,
so if it's heliocentric, what can be demonstrated from that, right? But you already basically just conceded, didn't he, chat? He conceded that what I'm asking for is impossible.
Well, also, it's like looking at when you're looking at the sky to tell what the ground is, that's like looking at the ceiling in your house to determine if you have tile or carpet for a floor and what color they are. One has nothing to do with the other.
So basically, we shouldn't exist because sailors back in the day that actually took the stars into account for their navigation. It was all
so basically
bullshit,
non
right?
sequitur. So basically, we shouldn't exist because non sequitur.
Now, how did sailors back in the day, or even today, they still take stars into account? So, okay, so
it doesn't tell you anything about the ground. It doesn't tell you that the ground's curving.
It doesn't tell you that the ground's curving. Okay.
Nope, it's not a measurement of curvature.
Yeah, that might.
And sailors back in the day used a flat Earth and got to where they needed to go by you. So
that's true. Ancient sailors also thought that the Earth was flat.
They
treated the Earth as flat, navigated it as flat. So what are you saying?
Yeah, you can treat the Earth as flat, and you can navigate.
There's no treating it any other way, friend. There's no treating it any other way.
Yeah, there is. Of course, you can.
Okay, so I'm going to go fly my plane and I'm going to treat it as a globe. And you know what's going to happen? I'm going to crash my freaking plane into the ground. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, that's
That's what happens. You go ahead. You go out there and you try to go do stuff and treat the Earth like a globe. It's going to be absolute madness.
But that's again because you don't treat the Earth as a globe when you are flying. Or when you are on a ship.
Nobody does. Nobody, exactly, Rusty. Nobody's treating the Earth as a globe when they're flying or when they're sailing or when they're doing celestial navigation or when they're surveying. Nobody is treating the Earth as a globe ever, at all, in any practical application whatsoever. Architects, pilots, surveyors, nobody. Nope. None of them are treating the Earth as a globe. Promise you.
I agree with you.
So then we treat it as flat. So then it's measured, navigated, treated, and used as flat. Welcome to flat Earth.
It's used as well. I mean, come on, dude. Like, there's no.
So why do you think it's a globe?
Okay, so the person right here, I saw me like, okay, people that generally, of course, don't use their measurements as on a globe model. Of course they don't, because normal people do not treat this shit as like a globe flat earth discussion, right? They're treating it as the measurements that they take where they are taking it.
That was circular.
Discussion. Whatever. Now take it to SpaceX. Right?
Yeah.
No, that's.
What about them? They're not treating the Earth as a globe either.
They are not?
Nope.
They're not. Okay, I saw their satellites flying over my country.
Oh, cool. I saw them flying over my country too. Wouldn't you know?
How do you think they are going around?
How do you think you're going to see these things if they're in space, bro?
By the reflection of the light of the sun, because I can't see them. Okay, yeah. All right. I mean, I couldn't see them all the time, but I can see them at the exact time that the globe model predicts them.
You don't have a globe model, and you need to stop making that fallacy. You do not, right?
No, you
don't. Okay, all right. Right. So you have a globe model. How did you acquire that in the first place?
By the way, why do you ask me? Why do you ask me?
Well, because you're claiming that there's a globe model, and I'm telling you that there's not. And so, but you say there is. So, I just want to know who measured, right? Who measured the surface for curvature to even have a globe model in the first place, right?
Hey, quick question for Rusty. Rusty, I tagged you in the side chat with something about SpaceX. It's really short. Can you read it real quick and tell me what you think about it?
Right. No, I don't want to read shit.
He doesn't want to read because he can't read.
Yeah, I can read.
Well, then read.
It's really short. It's only like 80 words or so.
Okay.
You want to read it out loud? I'll read it out loud.
Do it, please. Thank you.
I will.
Do it.
All right. So Travis is asking the Meta AI, speculate for me. If we were on a flat Earth that is an enclosed system and space does not exist, as we're told, what technology would enable Starlink to fly around the sky? The answer given is, if we assume a flat Earth with no space, Starlink's technology would likely rely on advanced aerodynamics and propulsion systems to stay aloft. Possibly, they'd use high-altitude airships, so balloons, right? Or drones with advanced buoyancy control, allowing them to hover and move within the Earth's atmosphere. Alternatively, they might employ advanced magnetic levitation or electromagnetic propulsion to suspend and propel the satellites.
Thank you. The point of that is that SpaceX is not exclusive to a globe model. It could work on other types of models.
Yeah, I understand that, and at the same time, understand that you but a fucking meta AI model shit. That's why I didn't want to read it. But can you explain to me how there were like 10, 15 or something dots racing across the sky?
Oh, can I explain to you how you can see them? Can I explain to you how you can see them?
I know how I saw them, but you go on.
Well,
At that moment, by the way.
yeah. So if they were, if these things were in space, right? So around the altitude of the ISS, allegedly 250 miles above your head or more, how in the world do you think you'd be able to see those? Your eyes.
You asked me how else to see them.
Okay. Basically, I'm trying to tell you that you don't have supervision. You'd have to have like Superman supervision to see something like that is hundreds of miles away from you.
Yes.
Yeah. So the whole thing is they're not hundreds of miles above your head. They're within the Earth atmosphere. So not in space, because you can't have gas pressure maintained on a ball in a vacuum. So that doesn't work. That's debunked.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. I want a demonstration. I want a demonstration of liquids and gases staying on a ball in a vacuum. But you already told us that that's inachievable. It can't happen.
I didn't tell that to you.
Yeah, you did.
I was saying, no, I didn't.
You said what I'm asking for is impossible. Chat, let's go ahead and rewind. What did I ask him in the beginning of this, right? I was asking for demonstrations. Didn't he say that what I'm asking for, I'm smart enough to know that what I'm asking for is impossible?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So that means that there's no possibly, yeah, so there's exactly, so there's no shush, so there's no possibly demonstrating anything about heliocentrism. But we can demonstrate gas pressure and evaporative cycles in a container, right? We can make little closed systems, and we can show you these things very easily. I can show you plants growing in a closed system, stationary, flat. I can model Earth, right? I can model water, actual real water. I can make a tiny little flat Earth model with real water and everything. But you can't even give me that much for your globe idea.
Yeah, that was the thing that I was originally saying. Like you guys are like operating on caveman logic. All right?
Caveman logic, dude?
Only the things that you see, that's what you're like building your whole fucking.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that would mean that that would mean that from your position, you're building off of things that you can't see, that you can't test, that you can't demonstrate. Yes, we do build. Yes, we do build our world model, our worldview off of things that we can see, things that we can test, measure, demonstrate, repeat. Which would mean that your idea, your concept, your position is not built off of things that you can test, that you can see, that you can measure, that you can demonstrate, that you can repeat. Bingo.
Yes, but like,
so if it's you know what, if that makes flat Earth caveman logic or caveman science or whatever, because we are using physical things that we can test, observe, demonstrate, then we've got it on our side. You don't have it on your side.
Hey, I think it's fair to say that a caveman is smarter than the average glober. That's for sure.
You know, hey, cheers to that.
Hey, yeah, but based on like the flat Earth logic, just take into account what we see, what we can touch.
Trust your senses.
Yeah, trust your senses. We couldn't
Yeah,
even
why
talk.
the hell would we do that? That is silly, right? That's just so silly. We're stupid. We're stupid cavemen.
No, I don't say you're stupid. I would never say you're stupid.
Okay, well, I mean,
I actually think like the stuff like the laser test, that stuff, like, damn, I respect people for that, right?
hell yeah, man.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I'm
at
saying.
the same time, it's like not some that it's like when I say like the caveman thing, right? I was really referring to the primary evidence stuff that someone else said prior.
Being, what would that be?
It's like stuff that, like, primary evidence is basically stuff that you can see it, you can touch it, right? Like
what?
But it's
really,
yeah, but that's like stuff that's.
I mean, dude, here, check this out. Right?
So it's
Let me add-
tangible then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and let me add something.
Okay, you go.
Let me add something, okay? What the issue here is more along the lines of the following, right? If you witness something or experience something or whatever, and you don't know what it is, okay, you draw a conclusion that you can't actually prove, okay? This is the problem. So you draw inferences from this thing, and out of the set of possible causes of a phenomena, whatever it is, okay, there's a tendency for the globe side to draw conclusions, okay, from these inferences that align with a pre-existing sort of philosophical worldview. Okay, so if you have two possibilities, you'll pick one because it fits your idea that you had beforehand, and then you run with that. Okay, that's the type of stuff that you don't necessarily want to do because you can't prove the premise in the first place. Now, what you're accusing us of doing, okay, isn't exactly correct because we can draw inferences too. These inferences can give us an idea of where to look to actually find a solution to the problem. And then if we go do that and we fail, then we fail. But if we do draw the inference, go in the right direction, and then figure something out, you're just going to accuse us of only going by firsthand knowledge or what you can test or whatever. But like, that doesn't make any sense, dude. So it's kind of like you're glorifying this sense of that you have of having the ability to draw inferences and then not really know, and then kind of just basically speculate that you're correct, even though you can never really prove it, and then build these giant scaffolds of inferences upon inferences, and then claim intellectual superiority because you have this giant abstract model that you can never really ground in reality and prove. You see a problem there or not?
I mean, the problem is something that is like, okay, you have like a person that is trying to. I mean, I respect it if you're trying to do that but again, like it's trying to disprove like science that has been proved for 500 years or something.
Okay, well, here's the interesting part. If you're going to say that something has been proven, then that's fantastic. We can work with that. Okay? If it's not proven, but you think it's really so, and you got a hunch, and then you build on that, then you do that. Okay? But if you make a claim it's proven, then we want to know. Because if we're wrong, dude. I mean, let's face it, right? But up until now, dude, a lot of people have come in, said something was proven, and then you dig into it, and there's like at least two or three underlying assumptions that were never confirmed in the first place. So to say it's proven is misleading. So if you actually have proof, dude, bring it. I'd love to hear it.
I mean, I understand that the thing is like about proof. Right? It's about most people don't really care about facts, and I probably am myself victim of that I don't really care about facts because I want to believe in something that might not be right, but at the same time, like, wait. Let me finish. Like, it's like when we are discussing these things, like where's like a globe Earth or flat Earth, just look at the economic side of it, right? You have SpaceX. It's one of the most profitable companies, or at least part of one of the most profitable people in the world.
Okay.
Like,
And
right?
you're using
Then,
what's the point? Get to your point.
yeah, okay, like so basically we can look at the economy to look at what the size what the shape of the earth is. I mean,
No, the fuck
it's not,
you can't look at the
really
fucking
that we do
economy.
that much.
Okay, Rusty.
No, that's
No,
not
this
what
is
you
ridiculous.
rush.
No. This is
That's not
crazy.
what I wanted to say.
You are off on the crazy train, dude. You're off on the crazy train because like.
Hey, you keep appealing to SpaceX, but you do know that Elon Musk said he thinks we live in a simulation.
So? I don't give a fuck about Elon Musk.
It's not a globe, that's for sure.
Yeah, I
Like, you're calling
understand that, but it doesn't actually matter to the point. Like,
Okay, so
like,
just admit
if
that
we
you don't
look-
have evidence and that you want to believe in a globe. That's all you have to do. And you already said it. That you don't really, that you want to ignore the facts. You have this thing that you want to believe in.
Oh.
Right? Is that,
No,
didn't we just hear you say
I don't want you. Maybe you did.
No, you just said it. Good Lord.
To ignore the fact. I didn't say that.
Yeah, you're ignoring the facts when you tell us that we're going by caveman logic. When using your
Well,
apparently,
that's
right?
true though.
Well, no, it's not true. It's
I'm
not
not
true.
taking that back.
So wait a minute. So using our senses is caveman logic?
No, the way that I meant that.
Yes or no?
Is that
Yes or no? I don't need an explanation for every damn thing you like to tiptoe and tap dance around. Is using your senses would be, if we're using our senses, is that caveman logic?
in an isolated way? Yes.
Holy shit. Okay, so if we're using the scientific method, is that caveman
That's
logic?
not, again, then you're twisting the shit that I said.
I am simply asking you because fuck off. You said that we go by caveman logic. So I'm laying it out for you. I'm not
Then you
twisting
said-
shit. I'm not twisting shit. I'm holding a mirror up to you. That's all I'm doing.
Okay.
I am mirroring your arguments and actually your insult right back to you.
Yeah. Okay.
So
go ahead.
If we are using the laws of physics, are we going on caveman logic?
No. Which
Okay.
is what I said.
Has Rusty brought us a globe proof in this entire conversation?
Nothing. Not a single thing. Just a tap dance and insulting us by calling us cavemen, saying we have caveman logic.
Maybe we can shift in that direction of globe evidence, Rusty. What do you got for us?
That'd be great.
I don't have to say anything. Like I actually tried to pivot to that point before, but didn't amount to anything, I guess, because of my debating partner. So doesn't matter. I guess. So I don't know. Like
the floor is yours, my friend.
If you deny the things that we see in the sky as something that is at least like a piece of evidence, then I don't know.
Rusty, can I ask you, dude? What can you give us an example of caveman logic that we've used, please?
The thing that I was saying in the chat, by the way.
Like what?
Okay, this is
what did I miss? What did I miss?
It's like that was like saying like, okay, we can only trust our own senses, and that's it. Like if you are literally a caveman standing on the earth and you have no technology, no sensors or anything to describe what the Earth is, right?
Then it would be flat.
Then no, it wouldn't even be flat. It would be something
Yeah, it
that we
would.
don't know.
Can you be more specific and actually say what happened rather than point to the text chat? I'm not readily capable of going back 2 hours or half an hour or whatever when it was there. Can you like re-articulate the point? Or everything you've said is really just like it's just a hand wave. Like,
Yeah.
go ahead.
But no, I don't remember what exactly it was. It was like if you don't it was basically you ignore anything that like any information that comes in that is being produced by like technology we have, like
Why would you say that?
satellites and-
Dude? Now, see, here's the problem. Okay, you're misconstruing. Okay, a statement. You're misappropriating the statement of us, quote unquote, ignoring the information coming in. Okay, with us either looking at the information and setting it aside because it has been deemed either null and void or incomplete or whatever, to such that it can't really be fully assessed or validated. Okay, as equivocating that as ignoring it. I mean, yeah, it's being dismissed, but it's incomplete, inconclusive, can't be validated. Like we're not just outright ignoring it in the way that you're saying it. We're looking at it and saying we can't really completely adopt this because there's missing pieces, there's embedded inferences, there's assumptions, there's all sorts of stuff. It's not worth looking at because of all these other reasons. Do you see a difference between the two or not?
I do.
Okay,
yeah.
so why are you equivocating? So why are you equivocating, ignoring with dismissal because it's incomplete as being the same thing? Do cavemen actually assess something and then deem it, not worth looking at? Right? Or are they just so stupid that they ignore shit? Because you're kind of like comparing these two or making a comparison between these two that's obviously not well founded.
No, I was making a comparison between just people on the Earth looking out and taking in their environment, right? And thinking, oh, I guess it's flat or whatever.
Okay.
And then like technology existing that makes us able to observe our environment more accurately.
Very cool. Very cool.
Sorry,
okay, so check this out. Very good. Can you give me one? Very good. I hear you. Okay. So can you give me one instance of said technology that you've scrutinized, validated to be legitimate?
How do I do that? How would I?
Thank you very much. If you can, if you are able to do that, it means that you have not done that. Watch this, dude. If you can't provide something that you've looked at, right, and scrutinized in order to, to know its legitimacy or to validate it or whatever, then you're adopting something that you have not completely validated into your worldview blindly. Who's the caveman?
Again, like that was the original.
Who's the caveman in this situation, dude? Someone who's actually critically analyzing the information that comes their way, or the one who doesn't?
Again.
Please answer the question. Please answer the question.
Both of us at this point, I guess.
Okay. You got to be kidding. You mean to tell me that you take in information, don't analyze it for its validity, and adopt it as being legitimate? Okay.
Yeah.
And then you compare that to someone who does look at something, critically analyze it for its validity, and then dismisses it on the grounds that it's not valid, and you're equivocating the two as being the same, basically. Can you be more tense Can you be any more dense than that, sir?
The thing is,
Or
like,
are you just like, you know, like fucking stupid or something? It's up to you. Like, it's your call. Everyone's witnessing this. Okay, you're basically saying someone who doesn't think versus someone who does think about the information coming in. Well, they're both equally cavemen or equally not cavemen. How do you even differentiate? How do you even define
to equalize things?
Okay.
Yes. Of
Okay.
course.
Thank you
I
very
think
much.
about this
So now,
information that comes into me.
So therefore, now we've arrived at a state where we all recognize that you take an information and don't analyze it, except for maybe where it came from, and then just solely on the grounds that it comes from a source that you deem trustworthy, you determine that it's legitimate. Okay,
That's
then.
not
All
what
right.
I'm
So so then, therefore, how did you actually analyze this information to arrive at the conclusion that it's legitimate? You already said you did.
That's a good question.
Thank you very much. Okay, so if you have something like that, please provide it to the room.
I'm not saying that. It's like for the entire discussion. It's like something.
Just one bit of information, dude. One bit of information that you've been told, okay, or given that supports the idea or proves the idea that we live on a giant ball, that you've looked at personally and scrutinized and everything. Please. Just one. Can't be that hard, man. I mean, it's already proven. It's already proven though, right?
Yeah, I guess like first like the ISS footage where people were just playing with shit.
What about the ISS and what? People playing with shit?
Yeah, people just playing with stuff in 0G.
Okay. Oh, in the videos. Okay, great. So how did you analyze that video? What tools did you use? What methodologies? How do you know that that video is legitimate and its claims are legit?
The same tools that people use that try to like that measure the Earth flat, basically.
Give me one. What did you do to scrutinize these videos alleging that there are these people flying up there, however far they are, in 0G, and playing around with all these things and letting them float in front of the camera and making a big fucking circus show out of themselves? How did you analyze that?
My eye and also the brain. The big
Please
brain.
be more clear.
My
you sound like you're dude. Now, okay. So, what did your brain? Okay, what did your brain do apart from being strung out on some fucking drugs or something? Because that's what you sound like right now. Can you be clearer? Can you articulate yourself better?
Is my microphone? Is my microphone?
No, you sound no. What you are saying to me and the way you're saying it makes you sound like you're high as. So, can you do better and articulate your? I'm going to grant you that there may be an English as a second language issue, but you only have so much wiggle room with that in here.
Okay. Well, I understand.
Okay. So, chop. What did you do to analyze the stuff that you have deemed as being proof for your claim?
What claim would that be?
You just said the guys on the ISS, right? They're jumping around, playing around, fucking, 0G or whatever. How did you analyze this footage, for example?
Looking at it.
Okay,
Again,
so you just look at the video and you mean it. Okay, if I hear you correctly, you watched a video. It looks convincing, therefore it must be legit. Did I get that right? Yes or no?
It's legit enough that, I would.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So your assessment of the legitimacy of this video is that it looks convincing enough Therefore, it must be legitimate. Did I get that right?
It's more
Did
legit
everybody else hear
than
that?
actually. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So you did not actually rigorously scrutinize that video. You just got a hunch. You got a little, a little tickle in your belly. It makes you feel good, and therefore it must be legitimate because it looks good enough. Did I get that right?
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So who's the fucking caveman in the room who goes by his goddamn emotions as opposed to actually critically thinking about things? Kalista Tabarnak, man. You gotta do better than this, dude. You really gotta do better than
different thing. Completely different thing than when we actually started this conversation. Bro. Where did
You just admitted to the entire room that you got a little tickle in your belly, made you feel good when you watched the video, and then determined that it's legitimate because it made you feel good. It convinced you enough because you watched it and it looked convincing enough.
Okay.
And you call us, you say we're using caveman logic. My friend, you're not even using logic at all.
Bruh,
I'd rather use whatever you think is caveman logic than not use any logic at all. Let's see. Piss off, man. You're wasting our fucking time. Get out of here. If anyone else wants to take it up, I'm done with it. He's already shown himself to be a fucking fool anyway.
You're taking me somewhere completely else, bro. Come on, 20k. Come on. Be honest.
Nah, you're fucking done. Get out of here.
Yeah, there's absolutely no logic to you, Rusty. None.
Yeah, I have nothing to say.
There's no logic. You don't operate on logic.
Yeah, 20 Cup said everything needed to be said.
So Master Debater either needs to join the VC or get tech suppressed, one of the two. Right on. Cheers, 20 cups. So now, Master Debater, if you're watching on YouTube, if you would like to speak to anybody on this panel, you're gonna have to come into the VC. Check this out. Master Debater is crying, tagging me from the war room now. Oh man, I love being a female flat earther that triggers the ever living dog shit out of these numpties. It's great. I love it. I love it so much.
Don't worry, Jenna. It just means he likes you.
They all like me. Yeah, I used to think that being gay and retarded was totally cool back when I believed in a globe. But now I don't believe in a globe anymore. So, yeah. I'm tired of things being gay and retarded.
I, however, still believe in a globe.
It's because you're secretly gay and definitely retarded.
No, neither of those two things are true.
I know. I don't know who you work for. You're just fucking weird, Matthew. You believe in a globe despite like everything that it can't even work. Like you can't even
No,
demonstrate anything
I'll
about
tell you
it.
who I work for. I work for Biola University in Los Angeles County.
Those poor students.
Well, the students are lucky to have me. I'm a good teacher.
So, what about heliocentrism can be demonstrated? Because that's what I was asking Rusty for.
Yeah, I don't think that demonstrations are necessarily the way to go. I think it's more like looking for the best explanation. So why do we call water H2O? We look for explanations about why that works. Same thing with the cosmology. It seems like the heliocentric model is most likely real because it explains things the best.
You say that, but it doesn't.
It does to me. I get that you don't think it explains things very well.
So to you, it's a subjective matter. Forget anything objective. It's subjective to you.
Well, it's objective once you start putting satellites in the sky and testing it out. Like if you actually use those theories to put TV satellite TV transmitters.
No, you mean those satellites that use planar coordinates? Knock it off, Matthew.
No, I'm talking about the source of those signals, which is GPS satellites and TV satellite broadcast stations.
Which use triangulation, trilateration, right, over planar coordinates. Knock it off, Matthew.
They use trilateration in a 3D space, and then you can make the coordinates however you like.
That would be triangles. Over planar coordinates. Knock it off, Matthew.
No, they use trilateration in 3D space. Now, they do end up having to convert that into coordinates. You're right about that.
Yeah, and those coordinates end up being planar. Knock it off, Matthew.
Latitude and longitude can fit on a globe. It's fine.
I'm retarded.
No, sorry, there's no latitude on a globe.
I'm horny and retarded.
I'm sorry about your misfortune.
It's actually pretty great.
Listen, I don't have a problem if you speak that way naturally, but if you're making fun of people, never mind.
Yeah, exactly. That was totally a troll.
That's just unkind. There are people who speak like that because they can't help it, and to make fun of them for something they can't help, that's like the lowest of the worst kind of insults, in my opinion.
Yeah, some people have speech impediments, and they're very, very incredibly intelligent people.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the speech impediments. That's usually something that people can't help. So I went to a memorial service today. Somebody I didn't know, but I knew one of the family members. 000 mention of God or Jesus or the afterlife in a memorial service. That was very interesting.
Thanks to the globe Earth.
Yay, planar coordinates.
Linus, a good teacher in Los Angeles, in California.
Brian_world. Welcome to the discussion.
Yes. What's up?
So, do you believe that you're living on a spinning gas water ball in a near perfect vacuum? Brian? I got a Glober to admit that they strawman and gaslight flat earthers by pretending that I was a Glober. And all I had to say was, I love strawmanning and gaslighting flat earthers with cartoon images. And they were like, you have no choice. You have to do it to them. I was like, gotcha, bitch. I just totally exposed you guys. Like, this is what you do. It's so narcissistic to sit there and strawman and gaslight the entire position with these stupid ass cartoons, with your beliefs, and all of this other bullshit that's completely irrelevant. And like, holy crap, that I got somebody to admit it was even better. Like, yeah, that's how you guys roll. You wouldn't have to strawman, gaslight, and do all this stupid little tap dance bullshit if you actually had anything substantial for your position.
Yeah, I don't think memes and like those kind of things are helpful gaslighting. You need actual like well-reasoned arguments.
Need to have better gaslights, better strawmans than cartoon images, right?
Yeah, cartoon images aren't helpful. I mean, diagrams are helpful, but not cartoon images.
I love it when these GoPro balloon launches accidentally show us a flat Earth. I think it's really funny when they show a curve only a few hundred feet up from the ground that drastic. It's like tiny Earth. But it's because of the lens that's being used.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. The lens, if it's a fisheye lens, it's going to look curved no matter what.
It also does that with wide angle lenses as well. my god, Master Debater sent his little freaking cronies in here to cry for him. Tickles me. Oh man. Yeah, Master Debater can come in here. He can come into this VC if he wants. I don't think he's banned from the VC, but he was definitely suppressed from being a chat skank in the text. Oh, we're just a rage bait channel, Rusty? Are you feeling enraged right now because you don't have any way to prove your stupid belief? Just say you believe in a globe, right? But you'd be better off just being even more honest and saying you believe in pseudoscience. Yeah, self-proving, huh, Rusty? But you've never seen any Earth curvature with your own two eyes? You've never measured Earth curvature? You don't feel the Earth spinning? You don't live in a vacuum or a near perfect vacuum, you wouldn't be breathing. Yeah, self-proving. That's right, Rusty. You do get muted for bullshit here, and that is why we muted your bullshit.
Shall we let him back in there? You want to continue it? Even though you know he just believes shit, as he already admitted it?
Yeah, you can go ahead and take him off mute. I mean, I don't know what good it's gonna do. You
I
get muted
admit that I have beliefs.
Well, I mean, it's you're allowed to believe something, dude. It's not the problem. But when he accuses us of being of using caveman logic to assess something, but he himself admittedly states that he doesn't even use logic at all. He just goes by a hunch, right? It looks convincing enough, right? Doesn't even think about it at all. I mean, dude, that's a different story, you know? So anyway, Matthew, maybe you can talk to him. If you want.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever talked to him. What's his deal?
Rusty P. Welcome back, Rusty.
Fucking say anything, bro. Fuck it.
He's not off to a good start.
But I had my discussion before.
Oh, okay.
Bro. I was saying what I wanted to say.
You're still just talking mad shit in the text chat, though. That's not gonna fly. You don't get to talk mad shit in the text chat. Not happening.
It's for a different reason, though. You understand
You have
that?
I don't care what your reason is. You can't prove a globe. You don't have any evidence for a globe. You have a belief. You think that we're using caveman logic, even though we're using geometry. We're using the scientific method. We're using the laws of physics. But that's caveman logic. Flat earthers use caveman logic.
You understand context again? Like this is just some
context. What? I take it out of context. That's what you freaking said.
Yes, and when you say things, there is like a context when you say things, right?
Yeah, I got the full context. Didn't miss anything.
I really think you didn't. Because we had this discussion like an hour ago.
Yeah, the whole chat heard you, bro. The whole chat heard you. We're live, dude.
Right. Fucking.
Okay, so can we start over and just talk about like the topic instead of the meta? So Rusty, what would you say is the best evidence, in your opinion, for the idea that the Earth is a globe? I mean, evidence or reason for thinking that?
My whole existence. It's something that was not discussed. This is not something that I was asked to do before, right? So.
Yeah, I'm asking you now. What do you think is some good evidence, or what reasons do you have for thinking the surface of the Earth is a globe?
I'm just gonna throw some out, like apart from it. Like we all grew up, right? We had an education. We had something that we, I don't know, like built our worldview from. And the base part is that the world is a globe, right? It's like the base part.
Sure. So your answer is that the educational system teaches us that. It's sort of been a long history of education and tradition. That's fine. Do you have any other like more direct evidence that somebody who's skeptical of the educational system or tradition, what types of thing might you say to somebody like that?
I mean, I have gone through this many times. I mean, I'm not here to put forth any evidence. I know it doesn't work. So I'm just in the back.
It works with me.
And I mean, what works with you? Like, what's the point with, for example, when you look at Polaris, right? So Polaris is like the North Star, and you look at it, and like it's not even you yourself. You have, if you want to do an experiment, it would be pretty easy. But it's like a star that's pretty much locked in the sky, right?
Okay, yeah.
It's like it doesn't really move, right? Polaris.
Right. That's why they call it the North Star, and that's why they use it for navigation.
That's right. So, and this is the one that is kind of a little bit more difficult, because when you go to the southern hemisphere, there's another star also locked into the sky, but it's basically on the opposite side, Polaris. Right?
There isn't actually a visible one unless you have very powerful observatory telescope.
It's like, but it doesn't even have to be a star. It's like there is a point in the sky that these stars kind of like they rotate around that point. Like there seems to be like an axis or something like that, right? So even though like that's not definite proof that the Earth is a globe, or that it's spherical, or whatever, maybe might be a cube or whatever, right? Even though like that's a piece of evidence that there's at least like two axes around the Earth.
I heard you guys say that.
You say what?
I said you guys, it's a bit of a stereotype, but I love how a lot of people say that. Like, because I was listening on YouTube for the last couple of hours, and the way a couple of you were explaining it, I was thinking of like one of the movies where you've got the high-ranking detective who's like worked his way up by nothing but sheer luck and, country club membership association, right? And then you've got the rookie, and they're put on a case, right? And the head detective, he all thinks he's got it figured out, and he's got these evidences, right? And then you got the rookie who's like, man, I'm thinking it's this other one over here. You know, it seems to be right. And it's, you know, it turns out the rookie was right, and his peers his boss was wrong. And but it's like you guys, it's like a lot of you guys like thinking along that line. Like, and I was thinking, you're like a detective that's still trying to figure it out, and you're trying to accumulate all these clues, right? They're not you wouldn't say they're evidences that you could actually like yet present to a court. They're clues, right, that are leading you to the criminal, right, on the right path, right? And we're over here, the rookie, going, hey, bro, like the guy's fingerprints here. Look, he's in the photo with the victim. Like you know, like we're trying to show you, like, you know, but no, all this over here makes more sense. Like, no, look, bro, I found the killer. He's right here. Come on, arrest him.
I'm still trying to figure out what Rusty, you pointed out Polaris and this other area in the southern hemisphere that are stationary. So how would you connect that to knowing what the surface of the Earth is?
When we stand on the Earth, we can observe the stars moving, right?
Right.
They are turning. Like they definitely do move, right?
Okay.
So there's this is the first like piece of evidence, right? Like there's at least like a 50%. Like you can even say like, okay, it's just the sky that's moving, or it's the thing that we are on that's moving.
So what assumptions would you have to make?
But the assumption is that what I just said.
No, the assumptions. I'll tell you the assumptions are that that things in the sky are subject to the laws of physics as we know them here on the Earth. That they are actually doing the things that they're doing, and with a relative position to the Earth and the Sun, that all these things are configured, that have a certain configuration in free space, all doing certain things, all right? That the stars are like basically infinite distances away, that their light reaches the Earth parallel, that the Earth is a sphere, that it's spinning on its axis at 24.3 degrees, that it's orbiting the Sun. Like that there's curvature that we can't detect, and nobody seems to be able to find this curvature anywhere. I mean, like there's a whole bunch of assumptions that you need to make that fit and work.
Well, I'm more than happy to debate you on this if you exit your fucking safe space.
Sorry, I'm just gonna like answer to T-Dub. That is not what has to be assumed at all. You're just making this shit up, bro. Like you're just thinking that one piece of evidence already like has to take into account every other scientific thing that exists. Just so I don't know, like flat Earth is just okay. You look at it. It does,
bro.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely, it does.
Actually, I agree with T-Dub here. I think T-Dub is right that we Globers do take all of those things as assumptions, that the Earth is a sphere, that the sun and stars are very far away, all that type of stuff, and the 23 point whatever degree axis tilt. We do take all those things as assumptions. But then we go on and further say, with those assumptions, we can explain the observations very well. And so we say, therefore, we think those assumptions are true.
Yeah, on the back end, maybe. But if we talk about like individual,
right?
But no. Come on. Like if we are talking just about like individual things, like you can't just derive everything else from it. Like of course, like if you talk to me like a globe earther. Okay, anything I say, like any piece of evidence, do we really have to be like going back to like the 1918th century? Really?
Yes.
Okay. Then
Yes,
let's go home.
because just like the detective that I was like using as an analogy, right? He's got this hunch, he's got this idea, right? He's got this one piece of a clue, right? Now, to make that work for the suspect that he has in mind, he has to invent a whole heap of other assumptions that he's yet to prove. But it explains it. He can't yet take it to the court. He can't yet take it to his superior and say, "I've solved the case. Let's go see the DA." No, he can't do that. He has to prove all these other assumptions that he's got to fit this story in his head, and he hasn't done that yet.
That's actually like a really good to come up with some bullshit, bro. Like, okay, you come up with some medicine, and then you go like, okay, but what about this? This rat gnawed on this person's leg, and then oh shit, you zoom in, there's a motherfucker. Like he has some microscopic shit on his leg. Like, no, actually, I can't even make it like an analogy. Like you're trying to argue against the entire history of science.
At the moment, you're not making any sense.
Yeah, but no, yeah, I there's no fucking way. You're trying to argue against the entire history of science. And we would have to reprove everything to prove
That's what I'm telling you, that all these assumptions haven't been proven. They're just assumptions. And like Matthew said, they're just a good explanation.
But yeah, isn't that maybe like what science?
Honestly, I don't know why you're trying to debate these flat brainers.
No,
You're not going to get anywhere in this.
Yeah, you can shut your mouth. Okay, my point was, I was just going to say to Rusty, the thing is, worse yet, dude, all this stuff that you claim that we're like undermining, okay? Not 20 minutes ago in our conversation, you openly stated that you haven't validated any of it. You go by a hunch, it looks convincing enough, right? So you adopt it as true. Dude, did you or did you not say that when you brought up the ISS videos of these guys in 0G and they're like, playing around, having shit floating around and all that, right? When I asked you, what did you do to validate it? You said you didn't. You said it looks convincing enough, and that's why you think it's true. Did you or did you not say that?
I can't say I like exactly said it, but I say
in more or less those words, right?
Yeah, more or less so, yeah. But it's the same thing about basically any.
So what we're talking about, so thank you very much. So when we're talking about this type of stuff, putting these things into question, and you feel like threatened or whatever, that we're undermining all this science, I mean, what attachment do you have to it, except for some sort of emotional attachment, right? And what is it that we're undermining if you don't even know if it's legitimate in the first place because you haven't even checked? Like, why do you feel so threatened or insulted or some shit? Or like, what's the issue that we put these things into question? Let alone the fact that at the moment, we're not even really questioning science, we're questioning the geometry, right? So you're in a bit of a category error to begin with. But, needless to say, you haven't done anything to validate anything anyway. Why are you so like uptight and shit? Go ahead.
Well, I'm not. But maybe I'm uptight. I don't know what that means, but bro, we are all here discussing subjective as fuck shit, right? Like, I mean, I'm on the side of like 99% or 95% or whatever it is, the globe earthers, and you guys are discussing the flat earth stuff. I mean, aren't we all here to just exchange information or something like that?
No, dude. Why do you qualify this as being subjective? What gives you that?
Basically, well, if you.
By the way, sorry to interrupt there, but I just wanted to throw that out there. If you want to continue.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's actually good. It's actually good interjection because.
Yeah.
We kind of like that was actually like the point that was making about the caveman shit, right? Which is the caveman shit that I said is that we just take the information that we like. You just go outside, you look at the world, and that's the information that you have. And if you derive from that the world is flat, well, that's that.
Well, see, that's where you're maybe off kilter a little bit, sir. Nobody's going outside and saying it looks flat, therefore it is flat.
Well,
okay, that's confirming the consequence. Okay,
that's
you might have
argument though that I heard a bunch of times.
Okay, there you go. So you might be listening to people who are unable to actually articulate the position well, right? Unfortunately, that's just affirming the consequence, right? They haven't checked it. They haven't validated that. But when you do apply other methods and you arrive at that conclusion, that's different, right? So to be casting this wide net on everyone, saying, "Oh, we're just, we're stupid. We look out there, we say it looks flat, therefore it is flat." No, we're in here basically saying it looks flat, and a lot of people would corroborate that, right? If you go to a beach or something like that, it looks pretty fucking flat, right? But unfortunately, it's your burden to hold to tell us why it's not.
Yeah, but again,
we do have things to back that up, but we want to look at what you have, right?
I understand that. The thing is, when you say like you're on a beach and everyone looks at the water and then they say it's flat, that's a caveman logic. That's what I was saying. If you just look out and you look.
Well, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Okay, hold on. Watch this. If you look out over the horizon at a beach, and you say it looks curved, is that caveman logic for you to make an assertion like that and to say that it looks curved? It doesn't. But if you did say that, that's your perception. That's fine. It doesn't. It's not conclusive that it is indeed curved. You haven't validated that yet. But to make the claim that it looks a certain way, that's your experience.
Logic. Yes.
No. What do you mean?
Yeah,
dude.
If you look at it and you say it's curved, it's caveman logic.
No, watch this. Look, watch this. Okay, we might be talking past each other. Okay. To affirm the consequent is indeed caveman logic. That I agree with you. But to make a statement that it looks curved without concluding what it actually is just a state of affairs. It looks curved. From where I stand, it looks curved or it looks flat. It looks like that to you. How do you argue with that? That's your position. You can go into detail maybe and suss that out. Right? There's nothing wrong with that. Then the difficult comes in to say, okay, it looks this way. Let me see if it actually is. Right? So people in the room are saying it looks flat. Watch this. People in the room are saying it looks flat. Other people who come into this room say it looks flat, but it's not actually. Then we got to compare notes. That's where the non-caveman logic comes in, for actual intellectual, discussion and scrutiny and shit like that. Nothing wrong with that. All right? So indeed, affirming the consequent is indeed caveman logic. Unfortunately, something that your side does all the fucking time. So if you have anything that's actually not subjective to talk about, I think that would be absolutely fucking fantastic. Instead of spinning us in circles with your feelings and subjectivity and horse shit like that. Okay? Thank you very much. Go ahead, T-Dub. My apologies.
What? Sorry, just make one comment take half an hour to explain it. And then it's it.
I said, thank you. I said, thank you. T-Dub, my apologies. Go ahead. Is there something wrong with that?
Okay, so now I have to explain it. Right, okay. I explain it as fast as I can. The comment that I made was because someone else said shit about looking over the water, then it is flat. Measuring it or whatever it is. So what I say is, if you just take your eyes and look at stuff and then draw your whatever conclusion it is, that's caveman logic for me.
That part is, I agree with you on that. But you weren't being that fine detailed earlier. You were saying we only do caveman pretty much. Right? There's a big distinction there. Right? If you're going to pinpoint a particular thing that was said and critique it, there's nothing wrong with that. We can get into it. And I wouldn't put it past the possibility that some people actually do that, especially if you go on TikTok and shit like that, and you have all these kids kind of, running their mouth and stuff like that, clickbaity shit. Yeah, that's fine. I tend to agree with that. But to come into this room and cast such a wide net and assert that everyone in here follows that line of thinking without actually hearing anybody is foolish, dude. Do you follow? All right. Please continue with T-Dub. Again, my apologies, Matt. Go ahead.
Oh, no, it's cool. I can't talk at the moment. He's definitely.
Bleh.
I guess we lost our interlocutor.
Yeah, he bounced. All your fault.
Cooked him straight out of the chat.
My bad.
So where'd Master Debater and his little crony buddy go?
I don't know, but when he interrupted, I muted him and he got pissed, so. Probably went to go master debate. I don't know.
Master mental baiting.
GC, bro.
No, but seriously, like that's what you guys were talking amongst yourselves, and that's what I got reminded of. Like it's like the Globe side is still investigating, right? But under the ruse that they've solved the case already, right? But when they talk about it, it's like it's still under investigation. Like, well, we've got mounting evidence, so we're not quite ready to take it to court. You know, like, you know what I mean? We're not quite ready to prosecute yet.
Actually, that was a good analogy.
Pretty fair.
And even he proved you right, because he said, oh, all the science, and when you said to him, you see, it's like you are doing the same thing. You're not looking where the rookie is telling you. You just want to go to whatever you believe is right.
It's like a comedy because like the rookie detective is like got the signed confession right on video, like like got all the details, like so got it all set out, right? Sure, can't explain some things, but he's got it locked down. He's ready to take it to the DA, but like his superior counterpart is like, no, it's not that guy. Just ignoring it. Like,
I have different opinion and different explanation. And he goes there, yeah. That was nice.
Yeah, it's like Gadget, right? Like Gadget. It was always Penny solving the case, right? Gadget was like chasing all these other guys, thinking it was them, and Penny was already solving it, right? Like, and then had to like steer him, like manipulate him to like make it look like he did all the work and caught the bad guy. You remember that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I get the idea.
Inspector Gadget.
Oh yeah. I never watched it, but I thought it might be that when you said Gadget. I'm like, wait, what? I was a kid when that shit was like, out. Yeah.
We've got Henry in the chat. Welcome, Henry. You have any questions about the topic of the room?
Hey, Migo, I think you bumped your camera, dude.
What?
Did you bump your camera? I don't know if it was intentional or not, but your camera's on. Cool. Good evening, Bicentro. Goodbye, Bicentro.
See, Henry keeps lighting up, but nothing comes out.
Really? He's on mute for me.
He must have just muted after I said that.
Is Mythic nuclear? Is that Matt? Is that Matt nuclear? Did you know the sun doesn't go under your feet when it quote unquote sets? More like an optical phenomena, like an optical illusion.
Kids.
Oh, there's something that both parties can agree with. That it looks like it's going down, but it's not.
That's true. Hey, my best friend Twonger is here.
I'm here.
What's up, buddy? You keep coming back here. What keeps you coming back, man?
It's you.
Aw, shucks.
Yeah. The rest of these clowns, yeah, I don't really care about them.
Bunch of goober smooches. Silly flat earthers. How could you possibly think that the sun doesn't go under your feet, retards? Gosh. Check this out, Twonger. Speaking of the sun going under your feet, this is a good one. See that? You see that little, a few pixels of light, and they're above the horizon? That's amazing.
What does that tell you?
It tells me that the way the sun looks as it's setting, when it looks all cut off and distorted and widened out, has to do with the conditions in the air. And the further you are, the further it gets from you, the more and more distortion there's going to be to it. Also, it does change in angular size as it sets. Bazinga.
Barely, if any at all. It's barely. It's almost you. If you were just to look at it, you'd be like, "No, it doesn't."
But it does. The only reason why it doesn't seem to do that, like I said, is because of the conditions in the air, right? So you've got magnifying conditions, conditions that would cause things to appear compressed, so on and so forth, wavy, warped, yada yada. But like, it's weird, right? Because like, if the sun is hiding behind a curve of Earth, then like, couldn't we just use your guys' argument of refraction? Like, shouldn't it be refracted up above the horizon, right? Because that's what you guys say for like every long distance thing. Oh, it's just refracted.
Well, refraction just bends the light, so it allows you to see over the horizon.
No, it doesn't, silly ass.
Yeah, that's how it works.
No, that's not how it works. I don't know why Glover thought that they could hijack refraction and claim that it does something that it doesn't do.
Well, that's how I understand the science of it.
There's no science of that. That's a lie.
What's that, Professor Triangle?
Just calling out the liars. That's all.
The fake professor. Good stuff.
Like, here you go. Here you go, Twonger. Here's Black Swan, and here's the refraction means greater viewing distance, Black Swan.
Level.
Stop.
Bye-bye, ball.
Are you actually going to come and debate me?
Oh, hey, Master Debater, you're here. Let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah, let's go to another VC so I can own your smooth brain.
That's not
Why
how
do
that
we-
works.
Yeah, so he wants to have a VC that isn't recorded. It's not live.
No, there's nothing
so
to do
that
with
Oh
he
no,
can,
You can do
no, we're not
if
doing
you
it.
want.
We're not
Yep,
doing any of
what he
that. We're
wants.
not doing any of that. We're not moving bots. You're staying in here.
Flat
Yep.
brain is okay.
Yeah, we're
So
gonna
no
stay in
debate.
here.
No debate as always.
Because this is recorded, right? So you
can make your
can't
bot
come
with
back saying that I said anything that I didn't say, and I can't come back saying that you said things that you didn't say, right? It's all recorded.
Do you not have a recording device on your laptop or computer?
No, I can't.
You
We're
can't
not
move the
moving the
bot
bot.
either?
Live streamed, dude. It's live streamed and recorded. How's that?
Okay. Well, I've done these debates with you guys before. Anytime anyone actually does make a claim and asks you to defend your point, or you tell me to defend my point, what you end up doing is having cries about it. So that is why I would like to go to a neutral VC.
Well, it sounds like you're just poisoning the well right now.
I'm not poisoning the well. That's just a fact. Anyone else on the server can tell you the exact same thing.
Well, how about this? If we all commit to 1v1, and in the event of necessary moderation,
I'll do a 1v1 in another VC.
Okay, not even here. Okay, that's too bad. Then.
So he was about to actually offer for everybody to shush. So even if I get too squirrely, there's a chance that I could be muted too.
You don't think I've done a debate in this VC with those agreements before?
It's been done. We've because in the past it's very loose, right? Sometimes there might be a 2v1 or 2v2. It can get out of hand there. But if you require like a strict 1v1 there, we can arrange for that.
No. Look, 20K, you seem like a nice guy, but the fact is you guys have said that before to many of other people, and what ends up happening is you just abuse your positions, and you don't actually hold up those agreements. That is why I'm completely fine with you moving the bot or you recording
No, we're not moving shit, dude.
to another
Not
VC.
moving anything.
Okay, you guys are just flat brainers that are fucking scared and want to be in your safe space.
Okay, so right now,
all right.
and then he leaves. So he ad hominem attacks and leaves, but he seems
We don't
really
negotiate with terrorists, dude. We don't negotiate.
He left, but he seems really hard pressed on debating me. So I'm wondering what in the world I did to really put a bee in his bonnet.
I think he likes you.
Oh, no.
He could have been halfway through his debate by now.
I'm telling you. You know how many unread messages I have from angry Globers that I've debated? I don't read them. I keep them there for posterity. It's kind of funny. I can take a picture of it and just kind of display all of the triggered comments
All
and
of the Glober
conversations.
tears.
Oh my gosh, it's unprecedented the amount of Glober tears that are in my inbox. It's crazy.
I believe it.
Hey, you're one of them, Twonger.
No, stop. I only messaged you once just to tell you I was banned. That was it.
You cried to me about me.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Technically, yeah, my tears are there.
Yes, sir.
They are. Well, when you get abused, you end up crying sometimes.
Oh, nobody abused you. Stop.
Oh, it's the Me Too movement.
Isn't It's so funny because the hashtag is the pound sign, so it's like, pound me too. It's funny.
It's the price you pay for going against the grain, you know? It takes a lot of effort. It takes nothing to be a member of the Flat Earth cult. It takes everything to oppose it. That's just the way it is. And,
Wow.
No, you got that wrong. It takes absolutely nothing to just believe in a globe Earth, right? You didn't need anything to believe in a globe Earth. Your teacher told you and showed you some cool pictures in a book, and you were hooked, man. You're like, that's it, yeah. I want to be a space cowboy.
yeah, Sparky.
Globe belief is self-abuse. It is. I mean, it's like you're helping the system gaslight you.
Do you even have a personality outside of your flat earth belief? Is this like everything to you people? Do you have anything else in your life, or is this like 80 to 90% of your personality in your daily thoughts?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because I see you in here every single day. So I know, like, either you must not have like a fulfilling relationship with your family, or like a really boring life.
Actually, a lot of times I'll just end up staying in here and I'll have it on mute. Like earlier, I was hanging out with my family and we were grilling out tonight. So
yeah, exactly. That's the other thing, is that the engagement in the flat Earth community is totally fake. You guys are in here muted. You're not even in here, but you stay in here to make it look like your channel is busy, like you have membership and engagement. But it's like 90% people that are away from their computer.
We have a sign-up list if you want to be on it for time slots when you can be in here muted too.
That's true.
Yeah, we have a big
I'm
list.
good, retard. You can shut the fuck up.
We have a big list that you can sign up for a slot, and then you can be on the wall.
This is the other thing that's fascinating about you people, is the victim complex, and you're always saying that you're being victimized and made fun of because of your flat Earth, because of your flat Earth belief. But you're not. You're not victims. Nobody makes fun of you guys because you're. Well, people do make fun of you because you're fucking retarded. You believe the Earth is flat. Mostly, it's because you're insufferable retards. You just have bad personalities, and you hide behind your flat Earth. You hide behind your flat Earth belief, and you say, "Oh, they don't like me because I'm a flat earther." No, they don't like you because you're literally like an insufferable retard.
All right, there, motor mouth. Okay, you have any globe proof, bro? Or can you shut the fuck up?
Yeah, shut the fuck up, retard. You wouldn't understand globe.
Poor guy. He's always like that. He's always angry.
Yeah.
Booger Smoker, I don't know. Oh, there he goes, and he leaves. He just comes in to ad hominem attack the entire panel and then leave.
Yeah, what a stupid bitch.
Poopy fruit.
Poor guy.
Was he breaking TOS? Do we gotta get him banned? I'm just kidding.
Well, you know, conduct yourself reasonably. Don't conduct yourself like Booger Smoker, and there won't be any problems.
Wait, did you ask if Booger Smoker did a TOS? What did you say? I missed it.
I don't know. I just joined, and I don't know what's going on.
What did you say about TOS, Hoopy Fruit?
Oh no, I just said, like, I was just joking. I was like, did he break the TOS? Do I gotta get him banned? Like, was he like saying anything bad?
Yeah,
he was just ad hominem attacking the whole panel.
Oh, shit.
That's all he can do. If you ask him for his best globe evidence, he's just like, "You guys are fucking retarded. You have no life."
That's not a fun interlocutor.
Yeah.
That's just part of the show.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, yeah, okay, so just because I stay in this room, like, I'll have it muted when I'm deafened. Dude, there are times where I forget that I'm even in Discord.
Yeah, that's not really a good argument. Like, there are plenty of times where I just mute my shit and go do something.
Yeah, of course. It's okay, man. It always happens. It happens often when the guy runs out of boogers to smoke, you know? So he's just going to go more out, and he'll come back when he's all...
He got mad when I invited him to be on the list of people that can sit in the room.
I'll be back there. Just going to go dig for gold, and, you know... Probably going to go watch another fight the flat shirt or whatever it is. Learn from him. All those videos he's put out. That's it. Fight the tight shirt. He's gonna learn from him. How to dig for gold and apply that, and then come back.
And Mick Tudor Sniffer, dude, that guy digged in his butt and he sniffed it. What the fuck? Gross.
He did that. Really? I missed that one.
McToon, yeah, there's a clip of McToon like straight up scratching in his bum and then pulls his hand to his face to get a whiff. I'm like, what the hell, dude? And these are the people. Yeah, right on camera, caught in 4K, and these are the people that these globetards look up to. Booger eaters and butt sniffers. That's who they look up to.
My ex still eats her boogers.
What the Dude, I get grossed out watching little kids digging their nose, try to eat their boogers. I'm like, no, don't do that.
All right.
Someone keeps posting that in the side chat, that guy eating his boogers too. That's not good.
Poopy Fruit, you're a Glober, aren't you?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. You've been in here before.
You're so proud. You guys are so proud when you say it like that.
No, it's so weird.
I mean, I'm not. It's not like I don't have any. I don't think it's a pride thing. I just said, of course, because like I'm a senior mod. Like I don't think there are any Flat Earth mods. Are there?
I don't know. What's that even mean? What does that have
mean?
to do with
The higher mod you go, the more you got to be a Glober.
Yeah. There's actually it is a part of the occult. They do screen you to make sure that you're a part of the cult to become a mod. I'm just joking, obviously.
Bro, I've been trying to get mod in here for like a long time, and I still don't have mod. Just as like in here in Flat Earth, so I don't know.
Flat Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, surely. I mean, if you're trying it, like, who's the owner of this channel again?
I mean, you don't want to be mod. Mods are losers.
Well, a channel mod is different.
Yeah, mods suck.
Like, you definitely want to be the channel mod of the room they're in all the time.
Hey, Twonger?
Yeah, I do agree. It kind of sucks being a mod, because before I was a mod, it was chill. Now when I go in rooms, like, everyone, like, acts different.
Where'd Twonger go? Aw, my best friend left.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll get Flat Earth room mod, eventually. You just gotta, like, I'm sure. Do you know who owns this room? I feel like I should know.
I think it's Heretic.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's Heretic.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, Heretic is cool. Yeah, I've talked to Heretic a lot. Yeah, he should be able to give you a mod.
He doesn't just give out mod to everybody.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, eventually, like I'm saying, if you're sticking around and demonstrating that you'd be a good mod.
I try to keep it cool.
Heretic is chill though.
I know the rules, and I try to keep to the rules, keep it to the ground. I'm a moderator already for our YouTube channel for our live stream. So, and I came into this place about 3 years ago, flat smack, and I was already a flat earther when I came in here. And one of the first people I flat smacked was Matthew Learns.
It sounds like you got good credentials. Like, he should definitely mod you up. But maybe he thinks there's enough mods? I don't know.
Probably. Could end up being like a too many chiefs, not enough Indians kind of thing.
Yeah, too many cooks in the kitchen.
I love that meme, Lao Su. People are always in here. No, because I'm always in here. So, Hoopy, what keeps you on the globe side of things? What keeps you on a globe, dude?
Probably I don't know. I'm like an atheist, so I don't have like a reason to like deny it.
Okay. What if I said I'm an atheist too, but I also know the Earth is flat?
If you're an atheist, then I think I respect you a lot because I have not many. I know that there are atheist flat earthers, but I think they're rare. And I think that's really cool.
Few and far between, non-religious, agnostic. They exist.
Yeah, that's really like actually very admirable. Like I think that's the most consistent thing to be a flat earther and an atheist. Like if you're going to be a flat earther, you should also be skeptical about like a creator.
Well, I mean, I can say
that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Yeah, I can't say that I know how this place was formed or made or anything like that, right? But I can say that I know that it's flat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would say to change your mind because I'm not a scientist. I don't have the information, and obviously, you look outside, and you're like, yeah, it looks flat.
Yeah, I mean, objectively, is the horizon horizontal?
It's not vertical.
Well, then that would mean it's horizontal. Is horizontal a property of a sphere?
I don't think that. Isn't that like a category error?
No, sir. Horizontal is not a property of a sphere, nor is that a category error.
Is the property of a shape at all?
Horizontal? Yeah, you can have horizontals on other shapes, just not spheres.
Like the lines
like
running
a square,
horizontal and like a
like
square.
a cube, or a rectangle, or even a cylinder on its side.
Yeah, but it's not that you have a horizontal. It's just that the two lines in the square are horizontal. Like if you have a circle, like you could like draw lines on either end and say that there are two horizontal lines there.
Right here. Sphere does not have a horizontal surface.
You guys will play all kinds of mind games to get horizontals on a ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they will. So the horizon is horizontal, objectively, and horizontal being defined as parallel to the plane of the horizon, right, at right angles to the vertical. So when you have a plane, because if we go through this and define plane, defined as a flat surface. So you've got horizontal, plane, flat surface, horizon. So these words that we use, that everybody uses, even Globers use them, describe a flat Earth.
Yeah, I think the Earth is flat.
But you're a Glober.
Yeah, globes can be flat, like a basketball, like.
Whoa, dude. Whoa. The mental gymnastics you have to do to believe in a globe.
It's like Katamari Damacy,
Just mental masturbation.
Like, in Katamari Damacy, as you get bigger and bigger, you eventually start picking up, like, stars and planets. It's pretty fun.
That's crazy, though. You said that spheres can be flat. Like, I mean, maybe if I stab a fat hole in your basketball, and then you don't have a basketball anymore, you just have a flat basketball. It's just flat.
I told you, it's a thing. They do this thing with their mind where they're going to make so they know that they live on a flat surface, but they're on a ball at the same time. This is what they know for a fact. So they're going to make flat surfaces appear on balls no matter what.
Bro, that's crazy.
However they can twist it in their mind to make it work is fine, except reality is there's no flat surfaces on a curve.
Like, imagine gaslighting yourself. We just witnessed it, chat. We just witnessed it.
And they don't even know. They don't even think it's strange that they do that. They think it's normal to do that.
That's that like default programming or something. It's like a setting. It was programmed into them. Sorry, Hoopy, but it's programmed into you guys.
I mean, I just think that if I was like on a basketball and I was very, very, very tiny, it would just look flat like the Earth does right now.
Okay, and so
like
you're on a ball, right? All right. So you're on a ball and you're really, really tiny. So at some point there should be a drop over distance. And even though you're really tiny and you think you live on a ball, there's no drop over distance to be found.
No, there's always a horizon in the same spot. It never moves. But that's weird because on Earth, yeah, that doesn't happen.
I mean,
yeah, the horizon.
So like the drop over distance, there's a video like I saw of like him and his friend like over a distance. He had him like jump up in the air like so that he could see him over the horizon because he was far enough where he couldn't see him, and he had to jump in order to see him with with the
was it like 69? Was that like 69 miles away?
No, it wasn't 69 miles away.
Oh, so how many miles away was it when they did that? Like, how many miles apart were they?
Yeah, I'd have to look up the video again.
Yeah, you better.
But I mean, there are a lot of different examples and stuff, but
like what, man? For the past 10 years, flat earthers have been looking for examples.
So, like, I feel like a lot of the people who do like show the proof, like people like Cyman Dan, like you're not going to watch his videos, right? Because why would you watch Cyman Dan?
That's
I
not
call
proof.
him Strawman. I call him Strawman Dan because that's exactly what he is.
But I have watched like a fair amount of his videos. Like I don't watch much anymore, but like he was in my algorithm for a little while, and he does go over like a lot of different like videos showing like the drop over distance, like bringing up videos of flat earthers trying to like show proof of no no curve or whatever, and then he kind of goes in depth and shows you where on the map they are and does the like all the calculations and. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wasn't really coming here to like fight with you guys.
But you know, Froopy, that there's still, even if we use like Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator, they have to crank the refraction sky freaking high to where the Earth is flat in it. Like it's amazing. It's amazing to me, right? Because they can try to refute this all day. The horizon should be at a certain point where it's never there, right? The horizon's never where it should be for a globe Earth, ever. Given that even hour to hour, the apparent horizon is changing in that apparent, in the apparent location, but it's still never, ever, ever, ever where it should be for a ball Earth. There's no geometric horizon. You can't have horizon. You can't have horizontal on a sphere. On a ball. Which is really funny, actually. Did you hear Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that if you were to, like, shrink the Earth down to the size of a cue ball, it would be perfectly smooth?
Hey, you want to hear a fun fact about that? If you were to put a little tiny straight edge on that cue ball, you could not make an angle on the surface of the cue ball and that straight edge. Did you know that? You can't make an angle from the surface of a sphere.
That's facts.
You can't.
Yeah. No, you can't.
Are you talking about like pool physics? What are you talking? You can.
I just told you.
No.
I just told you what to do. You cannot make an angle. You can't set a flat plate on top of a cue ball and then tell me what the angle it's sitting on it at.
Yeah. Yeah, Gummo, we're talking about geometry here, guys. We're talking about geometry.
If you set a flat plane on top of a sphere, you could measure the angle.
Yeah, what's the angle?
The angle to what that have to be the
between
question.
The curved sphere and the flat plane. What's the angle? It's sitting on it.
You have to clarify your question. Like,
okay, so now that you don't understand that, what's the angle between? Yeah, what's the angle? Oh, so now it's 180. Okay, so what's the
180
when a cue
compared to the
ball?
center
Yeah,
of the?
when a cue ball is sitting on a table, what angle is it at?
It's like 90.
90.
Depends. Yeah, if you're measuring like the center of the cue ball, it's like 90.
Oh, so you got to go to the center to get that number. Did you guys know that?
Yeah,
Did
well, you would
everybody
measure
know that the center of a ball in order to make 90 degrees on the surface?
stupid because you would measure it based on the edge of the cue ball. So
Gummo,
it would range from. Okay.
Real quick. So yeah, actually, I did know that they have to pull their 90 from the center of a sphere, which nobody is doing that in reality, in practical application for anything. Nobody's doing that for surveying. Nobody's doing that for flight navigation. Nobody's doing that in architecture. Nobody is doing that in practical application whatsoever. Nobody is pulling their angle from the center of a sphere. They're pulling the angle from the surface of Earth, which you cannot do on a curved surface. Because an angle requires two straight lines. Do you understand, Gummo?
What are you asking me a question for? I'm pretty sure I understand this more than either one of you. If you're talking about if you're talking about measurements, you'd pull the angle from the the outside circumference compared to the flat plane. If you're talking about if you were on top of the sphere,
are an angle.
if you're talking about if you were living on the sphere.
We've got some Dunning-Kruger. You've got some Dunning-Kruger going on. To think that you got.
Can you clarify what I'm talking about? Because I'm just answering questions. I have no clue what your original argument was about.
Oh, it's about the horizon being horizontal and how there's no horizontals on a sphere because horizontal is 90 degrees to vertical, and you can't get a 90-degree angle on the surface on a curved surface. Why? Because it's an angle. You know what an angle is?
Listen, Lion,
you're
ready?
stupid.
Check this out. What he actually said was, you get 90 degrees if your cue ball is sitting on a pool table, but if you hold a cue ball in your hand and you set a table, if you set a table on top of the cue ball, you no longer have 90 degrees. That's when he said it doesn't make sense.
No, you'd have 180
over.
degrees compared.
Now it's 180 degrees.
Yeah, you'd have like a flat plane on top of the sphere. But if you're talking about if you're standing on the sphere, that's a completely different issue. Right? You have to. It's really a stupid analogy compared standing on the Earth to a cue ball on a pool table. You have to clarify what you're talking about. You're giving me silly analogies, asking me specific questions about pool ball physics when you're talking about flat Earth shit over there.
Well, one thing's for sure, right? I think you may have misunderstood the question to begin with because the angle.
I didn't have the basis for the question. I got to ask a very specific question.
Right, so I'm going to finish my sentence. Right. So the question that was asked of you is, what's the angle between the ball and the flat surface on top of the ball? Not
what answer did I give you?
What you said 180.
I said 180 degrees if you're talking about like a flat piece of paper on top of a cue ball. That's what you would assume.
So what's the angle of the cue ball sitting on the table then? What's the angle of the cue ball? You said it was 90 degrees when I asked you, what's the angle the cue ball sits on the table? What's the angle? Dude, all I did was flip it over.
Yeah, so the question was about the angle between the two surfaces, sir.
No, I give 180. That's the flat line of a plane on top of the cue ball. Right? Wait for your clarification.
No, so that's where you misunderstood, sir. Because now you're taking an angle between two lines on the same surface. There's only really one that's actually straight. So that's the only one that you can actually take an angle from.
I'm taking the flat line on top. It'd be the same as the cue ball sitting on the surface,
that's the problem,
is
right?
that
So
if
the
you measure,
reality
let me finish. Let me finish.
No, so this is the whole point,
Jesus
dude.
Christ.
The whole point. No,
You're
bro,
asking
check
me
this
the
out, right?
question.
No, yeah, I damn right. You're in our
let
fucking
me
room, dude.
finish. Let me finish.
No, dude. Know where you stand. Okay, you're in our room, bro. The problem is the reason why you're having difficulty answering this. The reason why you're having difficulty answering is because you know that you can't take an angle between a curved surface and a flat surface. You need two flat surfaces.
You can. You can measure. You can measure each angle across the surface. You could. You could split it. You could split it between 90 and 180, and then above as well. But like you could always measure the angle. The issue is you're asking.
You need to say
this is
if you break it up into small fragments, right? If you discretize, right?
Yeah.
If you discretize and approximate, right, these discrete points along a curved line, or along a curve, and you interpolate them with straight lines, then you can take particular angles with those straight lines against the other straight line, right?
Compared to a flat surface, yes. If
Thank you
the
very
Earth
much.
was if the Earth was sitting on a flat surface, then you could measure each point around the circumference.
I'm gonna finish what I'm saying, right? So
Jesus
you do
Christ,
have
you guys are intolerable.
Yeah, piss off or
do you know how to conversate?
All right, so you can actually shut your mouth or you can leave. Okay, we want to make something very clear here.
Bro, have the conversation.
You're calling me the idiot while you're the one that sounds like a fucking high off your ass motherfucker right now. The reality is,
you're a silly old guy who doesn't know how angles works.
It's starting to dawn on you that you can't take an angle between a straight line and a curved line unless you perform extra operations on it. Correct?
Was that part of the question? That wasn't in your first question. That's how you do it. Right. Sure, but that wasn't a part of your initial question.
Right. So it was right. The question was, how do you take
that's like asking how you get. That's like
here's the thing, right? So you're gonna learn
to be quiet.
Right. So you're gonna learn to shut. Yeah. So you're gonna learn to shut the fuck up when someone's speaking to you. Okay, or not. You can just leave. Right. The whole point was to demonstrate that you don't know that you can't take an angle between a straight line and a curved line. Okay, you confirm that by showing that you have to perform extra operations on the curved line to make it look straight, or to bend it, or to alter it such that it is straight, so you have something straight to measure against. That was the whole point, dude. You're skating around this thing like a retard, man. You can be honest and say you don't know, or concede and learn something new. I don't know. Go ahead.
Cool. That's what I told you. That's like asking what 1 + 1 is, and then arguing about, oh, you didn't say, there's an addition sign in the middle, right? That's how you get to it, sure. But the blatant fact is that you can measure that angle, which was your question, and I answered it. You can measure that angle. Sure, there's additional processes. Sure, you have to do some work, but you can measure that angle.
Dude, the issue is you're actually measuring an angle not between a curved line and a straight line. You're creating an extra straight line by the properties of the curved line. So you have something new entirely to actually measure against a straight line.
Sorry, you're a bit incorrect. You're creating points. Really? Yeah, you're creating points. You're creating points that you're measuring. It's not a straight line. You don't need a straight line.
Bro, you create a tangent. You create a tangent line. You create a tangent line, right?
The straight lines you're talking about are an additional. You create a point between the two different things.
I know that, dude. But then to actually create,
well, if you want to clarify, if you want to be semantical about it,
I'm not being semantical about it. These are very clear questions. Okay, they're very concrete.
Stupid. You're pressing me.
Yeah, because you obviously don't know what you're talking about.
You're
You don't know
pressing me about simple geometry, bro.
Yeah, well, exactly, right? So if it's so simple,
and you're getting your facts wrong, and you're getting your facts wrong. It's not.
All right, hold on 1 second, both of you. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. So listen, he's saying that all our facts are wrong. Here's a fact. I said when I said when the ball is sitting on the table, what angle is it? He said 90 degrees. Then I said when you take the ball, put it in your hand, and you lay a plane on top of the ball, what's the angle? He said 180 degrees. All we did was flip it over. It went from 90 degrees to 180 degrees. You just took the camera and flipped it upside down, dude. What happened? Why did it become 180 degrees since you know all about this simple geometry you're talking about?
It's the difference in how you phrase the question. Is you ask what is the angle of that surface?
Is it different?
Yeah, it is.
Why? Because the ball's sitting on a horizontal plane?
The issue is I brought that up earlier, and you're clarifying on a point I made, okay?
You didn't make any points.
Cool. I brought this up earlier. If you're talking about a flat plane on top of the sphere, 180, it's a flat plane, right?
You did it again, dude.
If you want to clarify, from the center of a sphere, to a flat plane, then 90. If you want to go around the circumference of it, then you take points out of the circumference, and that's how you determine the angle. Of course, there's a process.
You realize that you're the one.
There's a process of that.
You realize that you're the one that
seems like simple shit to me. I don't know why you're arguing over the semantics of it.
Bro, what you're talking about here, okay, we understand that. The issue here is you're recreating a question, okay, with stuff that we didn't say, and then giving us an answer to a question that we didn't ask.
I answered every question you asked me. No, you didn't, dude. Didn't I?
This is the funny part.
Crazy.
This is the funny part. This is why I jumped in to clarify.
You should listen to yourself, buddy.
Do you know what an angle is? Hold on.
Right? So the whole point is,
you're the same guy who was saying you have to take a straight line out of the circumference of the circle.
It's called a tangent line.
Points. It would points.
Oh, okay. No, he doesn't know how to fucking listen, dude. Right? I told you. You have to create it. Yeah, this guy's like confirmed seed oil damage. Fuck. Okay. Dude, you have to take a tangent to a curved surface in order to take an angle to it. You're creating a new mathematical object called a straight line, or called a tangent line, which is a straight line, and then you take your angle to that. Right, it is basic geometry, and the fact that you could not articulate that, okay, is embarrassing. Like, shame on you, dude. Like, are you high?
How do you know you got something to draw a tangent to?
Yeah. Or you discretize, right, and take, like I was saying before. But even then, you could argue that's kind of like taking tangents or whatever. But whatever, it's a tangent. You have to create a new mathematical object that is not curved. All right? Damn, man.
Gummo,
shame on you.
Gummo, do you know what an angle is? Like the definition of an angle? First of all, you're already talking over me. Do you know what the definition? Shut up, dude! Shut up!
I was talking to this guy. You're asking me a
no. You were talking to me first. You really were.
I had a whole conversation with this guy, bro. Where were you?
I was the one who introduced you into the chat. I called your name out first. I was the first person to start talking to you, Gummo.
Can I finish with this guy?
What? No, fuck off. What's the definition of an angle?
I have no clue. I don't care.
Then you've got nothing. I told you guys. I needed to point that out because I didn't think that he understood what an angle is, and he just admitted he doesn't know the definition of an angle.
The tangent line. Okay. Anyways, the tangent line needs a point. You're doing additional math there to create an angle between the circumference of a sphere and a flat surface.
You don't have one. You don't have one.
Yeah, to take the angle between a sphere and a flat surface, the tangent line's irrelevant. You need 2 points, right? That's what you're talking about.
Right. So who's doing this in reality?
No, dude.
Who's doing it?
Like,
Nobody.
no.
This is
You know what?
theoretical math. What are you talking about? This isn't
Let me ask you this.
practical.
Okay, dude, how do you derive a tangent line?
Why are we talking about it then?
Yeah. How do you derive a tangent line?
To argue about it, I guess. I don't know.
I want to ask you. How do you actually obtain a tangent line mathematically?
I'm supposed to answer that? I have no clue.
Yeah, that's for you. That's for you, Seed Oil Brain. Come on, hurry up. Yeah, now he's typing it up.
I am.
Yeah,
I'm looking it up.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that you don't know, the fact that you don't know that off the top of your head is pathetic. All right, and you deserve to go on.
It's theoretical math, buddy.
Yeah, it's called calculus.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't know what you're talking about. You don't deserve any time in this room. Eat shit, piss off, go sober up, and then come back another day. Thank you very much.
Sorry for yelling, guys. I had to get that out. I had to get that through.
It's all good.
So in reality, see, the pool ball's sitting on a table at 90 degrees, and all we did was flip the camera over, and now he became 180 degrees. So that's why he's ruined.
Bro, you don't even know what the definition of an angle is. Like in two straight lines. And like I said, nobody's getting their angle from the center of a sphere. We're getting it from the surface of Earth. That means that one of those lines is going to have to be a straight, flat, horizontal baseline. Horizontal is where you get your 90-degree angle from. It's 90 degrees to vertical. It's in the definition, for the love of Christ. But you think that we lost an argument about tangents. Holy.
You know, something can be horizontal and also be curved at the same time, right?
That's a mental disability you have. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, that's mental gymnastics, dude. Because if it's horizontal, it is 90 degrees to vertical. 90 degrees is an angle. Again, an angle is two straight lines. You can't have that shit on the surface of a freaking ball, dude. You guys are so frustrating.
If you zoom in, it becomes straight.
Prove it.
You could easily prove that just by opening up MS Paint and scrolling in, zooming in.
Yeah, dude, what you're talking
So a computer program that draws in numbers. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude, this is not what we're talking about. Okay, you're talking about orienting something horizontally, but that you would actually have to have a straight line to orient, like the average or some regression line through a curve or something like that, and orient that, and you would have like a best fit model, so to speak, that's more or less oriented. But the line or the curve itself is not going to be itself technically horizontal. It's some abstraction that you've derived from that is oriented horizontal, rendering the thing as close to quote-unquote horizontal as you could probably conceive. But it's very different than what we're talking about. And if you don't understand that, you might not want to be talking about it, because it's very simple. At least use your words properly.
If you were standing on a ball 4,000 miles radius and looking at its geometric horizon, it would be indistinguishable from a horizontal line. Just because someone named the horizon horizontal.
How do you know that? How do you know that,
bro? I get that, dude. What you're talking about. You're talking.
Yeah, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know if that's true.
He's talking about a tangent to the surface of a ball, right? You zoom in so close enough that it looks horizontal, right? It's like using calculus and getting a really small, what are they called, a small differential, and you plot a line on one point and it doesn't touch any other. Yeah, it's fine. Same idea. You have to take a tangent to it, right? It's not the surface itself that's actually horizontal. Again, it's another abstraction created from that surface that you then orient horizontally, right? Like a ruler on the top of a basketball, right, is a good illustration. The ball itself is not horizontal. The ruler is, as a consequence of being on top of it and placed properly and all that stuff, right? This is not misunderstood, dude. But you're misconstruing the concepts in your mind somehow, and word crafting and weird shit to get, I don't understand. It's not that hard.
Well, we live in the real world, and there's no such thing as a perfectly straight line, right? Everything has some sort of deviation to it.
Okay.
So
Okay. So what's your point?
So just because the horizon, right? Like technically, it's a slightly curved, right? But it's still.
Are you sure about that? Now you're making a claim, and now you have the burden of proof to substantiate that.
I'm saying, according to the globe model, right? It would be
right. So how do you go ahead and prove that, man? We've heard this 1,000 times.
I'm just addressing the woman's argument that she's basically saying, oh, because it's called the horizon, that means it has to be perfectly horizontal. Like,
do you know what the definition of horizontal is? It's parallel to the plane of the horizon. And plane is defined as a flat surface. You can't get out of this. You have to do a whole bunch of mental gymnastics to try to even make it make sense in your world.
The word horizontal was named after the horizon because the horizon is one of the most straightest lines that we could possibly look at, right? Doesn't mean it actually is 100% straight.
Yeah, you don't see curvature.
Arguing from the definition is mental gymnastics. Words were made to describe reality. Reality wasn't formed around words.
Yeah, and these words that we use are describing our reality.
Okay, how do you know that?
Horizontal, horizon, 90 degrees to vertical, parallel to the plane of the horizon. Plane is a flat surface. It's describing our reality. It's objective. The things that we're able to clearly see, we can measure that.
How do you know that those words are accurately describing?
I'm not gonna. No, I don't talk to you, Mez. I already know your sophist shtick.
Okay. What? Okay.
Look, we saw the horizon. We saw the horizon. We saw like, hey, that's pretty straight. Oh, that other thing. Oh, that looks kind of like the horizon. So that's horizontal. Like it's just the way language evolves. It doesn't mean that the horizon literally is a perfectly straight line.
Somebody just said the horizon is the most perfectly straight line you can have.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So you just said it's not.
Yeah, from our vantage point.
Which is it? It's both. It's both the most perfectly straight line you can have, and it's not a perfectly straight line, right?
Yeah, the most perfectly that we can have. It doesn't mean it is perfect, right? It's close. It's very, very close. It's indistinguishable from our vantage point, but it's still not.
You can't tell the difference. It's actually perfectly straight, but you say it's not, right?
Well, it might be perfectly straight.
Uh-oh. So it might be flat then?
Could be flat, could be round. Because round object...
Yeah, now you're changing your mind. You used to be 100% globe earther. Now you're like a 50-50.
Well, I leave open every possibility. I don't rule anything out. That's how science works.
That's not science.
Yeah, science is everything could be debunked at any point. Even the most, even laws of science could be debunked.
That's what science is?
Science says that the universe is flat.
Well,
like as in like it's not like if you go to one end of the universe, you won't end up on the other end. It's not like spherical.
That's one theory.
Well, like from the calculations right now, obviously it's either that or the observable universe is at least like 100, or 1,000 times bigger than we suspect.
Wow, that's some imagination you guys have.
Let's be honest. Astrophysics is a bunch of bullshit, and nobody really freaking knows. It's all going to be debunked 100 years from now.
What's going to happen in 100 years?
And people will invent better telescopes, better, whatever, and they're going to eventually learn more about the universe, and they're going to realize how wrong we were, and
Yeah, but that's an appeal to future fallacy.
What?
Oh my god!
Yeah, in the future,
Jen,
we'll
you're really
know.
struggling to follow this conversation.
Yeah, in the future, they might actually have some stuff that could maybe possibly prove definitively that Earth is a globe. Yeah, you're appealing to the
That's
future.
not what anyone was arguing. That's
No, I'm just saying that people, the collective knowledge of humanity increases over time. That's just a fact.
I think it goes in cycles. It has its ups and its downs.
You're talking about Tartaria?
The fuck, dude?
I think with the information age, it's going to be solidly like up, right? Maybe because there were definitely downs before, like things like the Library of Alexandria, shit like that. Like, but now everything's digitized.
The Chicago World Fair was like way more advanced than we are today, and
Wait, keep up, but you're forgetting about the potential of AI fucking everything up, because like there is a lot of like AI produces its own like sources and stuff that it sources to, that like there's a lot of misinformation that could be going on because of AI.
Right.
I think the problem with that is when AI starts citing itself.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You could always have some catastrophic event. That's true.
Well, at least you guys have AI to have on your side now. Now you can always say, well, AI is always wrong, so you can't trust that either, and so you don't know if you live on a ball or it's flat. At least you guys have that now.
No, I don't think anyone was saying that. I know flat earthers like to appeal to AI.
Congratulations on having that on your side now.
The theodolites work.
Congratulations on that.
Speaking of AI, the Sora 2 videos are crazy. I'm not sure if you guys have seen any of them, probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I feel like the jump, like all of a sudden when like Sora 2, it's like nothing like it was even close.
Just imagine Sora 3. That shit's gonna be crazy.
Right.
Honestly, I think AI videos is gonna like really harm our justice system, because it's either gonna frame a lot of innocent people, or it's gonna like basically make security camera footage inadmissible in court.
Yeah. No, it's actually insane, like thinking about all the implications that AI could cause in the near future.
Well, I guess you can't rely on photos anymore. Well, that's out.
No,
AI fucked everything up for you guys.
No, yeah, I was literally thinking too, like maybe it could be the case that we do like go to the moon in the future again, but like because of AI, it wouldn't matter, because it's just going to be AI.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to the moon. That was some kind of weird cult thing in the 60s. We're not doing that. So you don't go to lights. You don't fly and land on lights.
Lights with craters on them?
Prove what they are.
Well, they have shadows, so you normally don't have shadows.
Prove what we're looking at. Don't just make up shit.
Light sources cannot have shadows. Physically impossible.
You don't know what you're looking at.
Well, like the phases of the moon are definitely because of like the way that the sunlight bounces off of it, right?
It looks that way.
Yeah, but what about the Santa Lilian or whatever it's called, or the Sand Lion or whatever the hell?
You can't overlook that. He said light sources don't have shadows.
Correct.
That was so good. I don't think anyone's ever said that in this VC.
Yeah, I know, I'm pretty unique.
Well, I don't even know what is a flat Earth response to that.
Prove their shadows.
Ignore it. It looks like a shadow.
That doesn't mean anything.
I've never seen a red shadow before.
It looks like a shadow, so it must be a shadow. And you just got done saying that you can't have anything because of AI. So you can't trust pictures anymore. But now you're looking at a picture, you're looking up in the sky, and you're saying that looks like a shadow. It must be a shadow.
Yeah, the Earth looks flat. It must be flat.
How would we even
it's measured flat too.
Yeah.
Like if something looks exactly like a duck.
Yeah, you can't. You have to. It has to be flat because you can't get angles from a ball. So in order to get angles from the Earth looking up, you have to have a flat surface. So debunked. Globe debunked.
If something looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, how do I prove that it's a duck?
Oh my god!
Bite in the side of it and see what it tastes like.
It might be a robot duck.
It might be
cake sent to trick us.
Cut its head off. If it sparks, it was a robot. If it doesn't, then it was a real duck.
I mean, even with a flat Earth, wouldn't it still theoretically be possible to send a rocket to the moon if it's underneath the container?
Don't know.
No. Because if the moon is a physical object, you could measure angles to it, figure out how far away it is, figure out where you are on the Earth in relation to the moon.
Can we not do that?
We can do that, but it only works on a globe.
Okay, I agree.
So if it currently only works on a globe, and the moon is physical, that means the moon cannot be physical. It has to be a magical, ethereal moon for the Earth to be flat.
Oh, so like magical gravity in order to make a globe?
Yeah, exactly the same. There's no difference from that whatsoever.
Maybe it's a balloon.
Maybe we all have our own moon.
That's funny when globers break down and you go into the brain in the jar mode. I love it.
Yeah.
What does brain in a jar mean?
Well, he gave everybody their own moon now, so everybody's their own brain in the jar. They all have their own Earth.
It's like the flat Earth thing. They eventually get to the point of saying, well, you can't know that. We can't know anything. You can't trust anything.
No. There are globers that literally come into here and say you can't know anything. There are people there was someone who said that they don't know for certain if they have hands. This is how you guys operate.
I was a professor.
No, Jen, that's the logical conclusion of your argument when you continue to deny.
Yeah, a professor in a debate was not sure, was not 100% sure he has hands. Isn't that crazy? A professor in a debate was not 100% sure he has hands.
Look, I of all
Professor
people
Triangle.
should be... I of all people should be
do you have hands? Hold on. Walden, do you have hands? Do you want to answer that?
Is that to me?
The problem.
Yes. Do you have hands?
Yes, of course.
Skepticism.
How do you know?
Because I'm looking at them.
How do you know?
I told you already. I'm holding my phone with one of them.
How do you know that you are holding your phone?
I know I have hands because they're on my balls right now.
Another bad glober.
How do you know that you are looking at your hands?
Wait, how does it make them bad?
Well, globers always like to be degenerate. Globers always like to talk about touching themselves and doing weird degenerate shit. That's why I said he's a bad glober.
But that's a very normal thing for a man to just have their hands at.
It's true. Why don't you get real?
Kind of weird.
No, it's actually you don't walk around like that. What's wrong with you guys?
I'm not saying I walk around like that.
It's very normal for someone to just be sitting there and just casually have their hands down their pants.
Yeah, you tell me you don't do that? You're like someone that says they don't pick their nose. You're just a liar.
If I need to pick my nose, I go get a tissue or a Q-tip.
Or wait,
I meant degenerate globers.
I mean, I would agree just splurting that out in a VC might be a little degenerate, but I don't think doing that is degenerate.
Just, no,
he's trying to be a degenerate. He's just trying to be a degenerate. Don't you understand what I'm saying?
Right. What do you mean? How am I trying to be a degenerate? I'm just saying that my hands are on my balls. That's all.
Very nice.
So back to the topic of the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was the topic of?
So
if he Walden's hands, how does he know he has them?
So, by the way, right, we all have our own moonlight reflection on water.
Very nice.
We all have our own personal rainbow as well.
Right.
But yes, as far as hands go, I would say that people who've had their hand chopped off, they have this thing called the phantom limb, where it still feels like they have a hand. If they're not looking at it, like they can move their hand around and it feels like they're moving it. So
yeah, but they know. Yeah, but they know that they don't have a hand there.
How do they know that?
Objectively.
How do you know that your hand hasn't been chopped off in this millisecond before you?
See, they're all brain in the jar. Do you see how this went downhill, guys? We went from talking about flat surfaces to they're now a brain in the jar. They can't know anything.
Wait,
how do you, if this is your logic, how do you know that you are not a brain in a jar?
Oh my god!
No. I was gonna
answer it.
I was gonna ask an even better question. It's the same question.
This is how we know that Earth is a globe.
How do you know that the entire universe wasn't materialized 2 seconds ago? And
here you go. See, they're brain in the jars. They're brain in the jars. They think everything just happened right now.
It's last Tuesdayism.
Yeah,
that's not what anyone thinks, Warden. But you act like you know that you're not. You could definitely prove that in some way. So how would you?
It's called ultimate.
It's just self-evident truths, bro.
Why is it self-evident?
They don't need proof. Things like, do you have hands or not? Just self-evident truths. They don't require proofs. And this is This is the best globe proof I've heard all day.
Yeah. I love this. No, this is great.
This is the best flat earth dodge
content. This shows the world how disconnected globetards are from objective reality. It's amazing.
He just claimed my dog is running down the street when he's loose, that he's a brain in a jar.
Therefore, globe.
Yeah.
Therefore, globes.
Well, I'm glad we can all agree, boys.
Flat Earth. We can't trust anything, therefore flat.
Look, there's a rabbit in my backyard. Earth is a ball.
Wait, I just realized something. Globe earthers and flat earthers both think that the Earth is a globe. It's just that flat earthers think it's a snow globe.
No, flat earthers don't think that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, snow globe.
No, you guys need to have a globe container around your vacuum of space ball.
That's like
we don't need that. We don't need that.
On the top.
No, we don't need that in flat Earth. We don't need that for flat Earth.
So you don't need a container?
Oh yeah, we need a container.
Yeah, just like a snow globe.
Oh, you can pick whatever you want.
So the container is globular, but the Earth is flat, right?
If you want it to be.
I don't want it to be anything.
If you cut the spherical Earth in half, it's flat right there in the middle.
You don't have a sphere Earth to cut in half, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying theoretically, right?
No, you don't even have a theoretical ball.
Well, you get you know what I'm saying.
Nothing on the surface of Earth makes you want to believe that you live on a ball.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. That's great content, though, man. We just had all you Glovers in here being like, well, how do you really know if you have hands? Okay, so if I get in a bad accident and I watch my hand get severed in a machine, right? Let's just say that I'm working in like some machinery and I watch my hand get lopped off in a machine. Okay, I will have then I objectively know that my hand has been cut off.
How do you know?
Right.
How do you know it wasn't a trick by the devil?
Like,
because it'll cause fucking pain.
How do you know the pain wasn't a
it's
trick
going to
by
be
the devil?
hurting and I'm going to be spurting blood everywhere. Yeah, no, I'm just going to be hallucinating that, right?
I guess you can't be sure if the Earth is a globe. I guess you can't be sure about the Earth being a globe. How do you know? You don't know, do
Exactly.
you?
If they can't be sure of this, they cannot be sure of Earth being a globe. They cannot be sure of anything, which they only validate our point, our position, where we stand on this, because we are sure that the Earth is flat. I am sure that if I watched my hand get lopped off, I would have no fucking hand.
How do you know?
You should be so sure.
Well, why don't one of you guys try it? We already know for sure. That way, you
It's
guys
quite
will know for
impressive
sure.
how so many
That
flat
way,
earthers
you
are in
guys
here,
will know for
and they
sure.
don't have anything other than it just is. We're sure. I just know it is.
Point of moderation.
And then when you ask them to like explain anything,
don't joke about how
they like just say it's self-evident.
Yeah,
and then, you know, they
That's a
don't
dumb
actually provide
question.
anything.
My brother who just said
It's
that.
not a dumb question,
Please.
Tito, because you guys like just continually like deny evidence, photographs, stories, measurements, whatever.
You said photos
Just
don't
continually
count
say, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
You
So
said
if you
photos
follow that
don't count.
argument teed up to its
You said
conclusion,
photos don't
you
count
get to the
anymore
point
because
where
of
you don't
AI,
even know that you
remember?
exist.
Now you
So
now
Tito,
you're a brain
how do you
jar
know that you
again.
exist?
Now you're back
You
to
don't
being
know.
a brain
I'm pretty
jar.
sure that I
That's an
exist.
all or
Okay?
nothing
I
fallacy,
believe
by the
that I
way.
exist. That's not all or nothing.
That's an
It's
all
taking
or
your
nothing
argument
fallacy
to its
and an
logical
infinite
conclusion.
regression fallacy.
That's not an infinite regression fallacy. Again, you just blurt out
Yeah,
fallacies.
and an
You
all
don't
or
know what
nothing
they
fallacy.
mean.
It is, bro.
It's not
Well,
all or nothing.
if you say how do you know about one thing, you have to say it about everything.
No, you don't. It's just if you continue this argument, this line of thinking of like, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? If you don't at some point accept that like something exists, okay, without like
Without
justification,
proof,
if you don't presuppose anything, if you don't presuppose
Without proof.
anything, okay,
Without
then you
proof
can't
and it
know that
not being
anything exists
self-evident.
outside of yourself. You can't know that you're not a brain in a jar.
Without proof
So how do
and it
you
not
know
being
that you're not a
self-evident.
brain in a jar?
So without proof and it not being self-evident.
What does that mean? It being self-evident?
It's just obvious.
It's just obvious.
Yes. It doesn't need. It doesn't require any validation because it's just simply what you are experiencing.
Okay, I'm experiencing a globe Earth.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
It's obvious.
You're not sure of that.
All right. Yeah.
You're not sure of that. No, you're not sure of that.
That's your argument, T-Dub. I'm using it against you.
It might.
You're not
It's a
sure
shit
of that.
argument.
How?
Mez,
How
you're
is
not
it
sure.
obvious?
Because it's shit. Just saying it's obvious is not like that's stupid.
No, because there are things which we experience, like with our hands, right? We feel our hands. We see our hands. We use our hands. We can put them up to our nose and smell our hands. We could put them in our mouth and we could taste our hands. We could touch someone else with our hands. We could touch other inanimate objects with our hands. Bro, those are all self-evident. That makes it self-evident.
Okay,
There's nothing about physical reality that you have to interpret physical reality in order to say that you live on a spinning ball. It's not self-evident. It's not
Of course, you
obvious.
have to interpret what your eyes see. You have to analyze the information and then like come to a conclusion about things. When I see my hands in front of me, I have to think, oh yeah, these are my hands. They're not someone else's hands.
Mez, you might think it's a globe on the small scale, but on the large scale, it's flat.
True, the universe is flat. That's true.
Look, Travis, I don't want you writing any more gay poetry about me, okay? Please stay out of this.
Have you ever put on a VR headset?
But T-Dub, you think like the sky's magic, the earth is flat, we don't know anything, we don't know how like where the container is, we don't know if there is a container, we don't know how far away it is, we don't know what shape it is, we don't know if the earth is infinite, we don't know if it's finite, we don't know what the sun is, we don't know what the moon is, We don't know what refraction is. We don't know why things appear to drop over distance. We don't know what a sunset is. We don't know why things fall down. We don't know much of anything. But we're sure, we know, it is self-evident that the Earth is flat.
Well, it's measured that way.
So if you don't know so many things, how are you, like, so sure about...
It's measured that way.
You see, he's trying to do an all or nothing fallacy. He's trying to do.
Look, Jen, just because you heard T-Dub say that 5 minutes ago doesn't mean it's like a smart thing to repeat.
So for lasering, for like really big laser systems, I'm pretty sure they do calculate like curvature. But
no, you're not sure about that. Stop saying you're sure.
Yeah, I'm like almost 100% sure.
No, you're not. You're a brain in the jar also, senior.
Okay,
almost 100%.
No, you got
Almost.
me. No, yeah. You're right. I'm playing RuneScape.
What equation do they use for those large-scale lasers to account for curve?
I don't know. I could Google it.
Go for it.
8 inches per mile
Google
squared.
that, would you? Google how they laser measured the curve.
Well, no. So it wasn't like something that they did to measure the curve. It's just like lasers that they have for like experiments that they just happen to have to they have to account for curvature when making these lasers.
So what equation are they using?
All right, listen. So if I'm going to go ahead and design a laser, I need Earth curve calculations.
If it's a really giant laser, like many miles.
Yeah, it's going to be really giant. So help me out. I'm going to make this thing. So help me make it. So I want you to get me all the information I need, and I'll pay for everything else, and we'll put this thing together. But I specifically need to know, and it be verified, that the Earth curve number is correct. So when they give it to you to put in the formula for making a laser, we have to go verify that that's correct, or the laser's not going to work right. So go ahead.
Okay.
Well, you'll get the same result whether you're on a flat Earth or a globe. It's still going to be at the same height that it would be either way because of atmospheric refraction.
Well, not necessarily. It can happen because of atmospheric refraction.
Atmospheric refraction has the R value, right?
There's like standard atmospheric refraction, like under typical conditions, depending on your altitude, like things will appear a little bit higher than they really are. But T-Dub, if you think, well, I see things, I experience things, that means they're real. Well, I'm going to post this in the chat. There is a measurement.
Hang on, just point of clarification.
Here's the numbers. This shows that the Earth is dropping by around over 3,000 feet, 74 miles away. It looks curved. It looks like there's a drop.
Hey, Mez, can you?
Why is my experience of the Earth not legitimate?
Mez, can I, before you move on to that, can I ask just a quick point of clarification? Did you answer that guy's question or not? Didn't sound like you did. He asked you, is there... Yeah, but what was... How did you phrase it? The radius is in the refraction model or something?
Yeah, in atmospheric refraction, for standard refraction, there's the radius value. It's part of the equation, so that indicates that the laser beam would follow.
So that indicates it was measured in order to get that value. So who measured that?
Right, that's what I was going to ask Mez. The way he phrased it didn't sound like he affirmed or denied that.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get him to dig his holes as deep as possible.
Higher than usual.
Al-Biruni measured it.
Right. Okay. So R is in. So you agree, right? R is in these mathematical models for refraction, like standard refraction has
like
R in it.
R refraction.
The R value, the radius of the supposed Earth, is embedded in these calculations. Yes or no?
Let
gotta
me
know this.
Paste this. Okay. And I'll read it out.
You can already.
The effect of atmospheric refraction on a line of sight is to bend it towards the Earth's surface, causing staff readings to be too low. This is a variable effect depending on atmospheric conditions, but for ordinary work, refraction is assumed to have a value 1/7 that of curvature, but is of opposite sign.
Okay. Does it give you a model there? Like an equation or something?
C plus R equals 0.06.3 d squared.
D squared, what's D?
I have no idea.
Okay. Because there's other ones, right? That actually use
the sighting distance in kilometers.
Okay, because there are others that use R. Maybe so that's probably derived from it over an arc or something.
D will be
all right.
Distance.
Okay. Whether it's, it's supposedly over an arc, right? Okay.
Keep in mind, the flat Earth also has a radius value. Its radius is just an arbitrarily large number.
Has anyone argued for it?
Where's the center of flat Earth?
So, if the flat Earth is a plane,
not an if statement. It's not an if statement. Where's the center of flat Earth?
So a radius does not need a center, because an arc can have a radius even though it doesn't have a center. Right? Any curve has a radius, regardless of whether or not it has a center.
I mean, if I draw a spline in AutoCAD and I go ahead and start picking sections of that spline out, it'll give me where its radius for that piece of curve I'm touching.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's kind of building sort of like not a tangent exactly, but some sort of circular object with all the points, or enough points close enough to that, and then projecting out. So is it really a radius to that section of the spline, or is it a new construct fitted to that part of the spline that you then get a radius to? Kind of like the same thing with the whole tangent thing on a plane. We're taking an angle of a curved surface. No, you're recreating a new object, straight line, to then take an angle to. Same type of thing.
Yeah, so curvature just uses a radius as a way to quantify its curvature, and that includes a straight line. Right, a straight line has curvature. It's just its curvature would be nothing, and therefore its R value would be infinite.
You said a straight line is curved. What the hell is wrong with you?
A straight line has curvature. It's just curvature is 0, and therefore its radius would be infinite.
So it has no curvature, dude.
So not curved.
You're really dancing around your words there, dude. If it has a zero value, there is no value to it.
Right, but its value still has a quantity, which is 0.
Okay, so it doesn't have anything. It does not have a curvature to it. Value is 0.
I bought a truck full of apples with a quantity of 0. How many apples do I have in the truck?
My point is that you can quantify.
How many apples did I purchase?
You can quantify the curvature of a straight line, which is why a straight line also has a radius. This radius
I purchased 0 apples, which means I don't have any apples to begin with. So I didn't buy any apples. Do you get it now?
You can quantify the curvature of a straight line. So therefore, the flat Earth has an R value.
Today I went shopping. I bought a gallon of milk and I bought 0 apples. How many items did I buy today?
0.
No, I bought a gallon of milk, 1 item, and then 0 apples. How many items did I buy today?
Well, it depends on how you define item.
Oh my God.
Because a gallon of milk is technically 2 items, right? It's a plastic jug and it's also a volume of milk.
Oh my God. The Sophie's starting the mental gymnastics again.
But your truck does have an apple value, right? It's just apple value is 0.
Couldn't it be like 3 or 4 because you got the cap too, and maybe got the sticker?
Yeah, don't forget, Kiba, that truck also has a dog shit value. Right? Dog shit value of 0 because there's no shit on the truck, but it's still a dog shit truck, right?
Right.
So the boss load the truck up with 3 pallets of chicken. Don't put any apples on it. I want 0 apples on it.
Oh, but it's still an apple truck, bro. Still an apple truck. We can still attribute that truck a property of apples or apple quantities, making an apple truck, even though it has no apples in it. Like, Kiba, are you fucking retarded, dude? You can create a line item for any possible combination of properties that you can imagine and attribute to any fucking thing that you can think of. Are you going to then say that any one of these random things that you can think of now are imbued with these properties that you have, even though they have no quantities of such? Like, what's wrong with you, dude?
Any shape in which you can evaluate how much curvature it does or does not have has a radius.
Okay, so you didn't listen to anything I just said. God damn it, dude. You're attributing a property to something it doesn't have and then saying it does have, but the value is 0, but it does possess this property even though it's 0.
Yeah, its curvature is 0 and its radius is infinite.
So it has no curvature, but it does at the same time? Just because it has a line item, in the fucking balance sheet or the spreadsheet that you're holding, modeling this thing. The value is 0, but it still has it? You just create a line item.
Anything with an infinite radius has no curvature.
What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, he's
So
done.
Earth has an infinite radius?
This guy's brick, dude.
Yeah, the flat Earth has an infinite radius.
This guy's so bricked.
I asked you where the center of flat Earth is at and how you got the radius value.
I mean, that makes sense to me. Like, a line has an infinite curve. Like, if you treated it that way, it would work out mathematically.
I understand. I understand mathematically. You can like approach something. Like you can approach a curvature value of infinity as you change a value. You'll see the limit will approach infinity and all that stuff, but it will never actually possess the value of infinity because infinity is not a number. It's a concept.
Yeah, but like all math isn't real anyway, so.
So my point
is that it's not quantity. No.
If you were to
you understand it's not quantity, at least these other things are quantities that you can actually work with.
My only point is that if you were to apply the equation,
the infinity thing, plus or minus infinity, is a limit that you can approach. So you can work with it, you can operate with it, but once you're finished the operation, you can't really do much with that particular value. It's not a value.
Yeah, and like there's obviously no like practical use for it, but it's like at the end of the day, if I treat it like a horizontal line, I can either treat it as a straight line or as like a curve with an infinite R value. It would work out.
I understand that, but the wording of it, right, in operation or in process, when you're doing the mathematical operations to stretch a curve out to fit a line. Okay, I want the function that stretches this curve out to approximate a straight line. Okay, we're going to see whatever this value to stretch it out approaches infinity. So whatever. Okay, fine. Okay, now we got the line, and all that is ditched out. You don't have any value there anymore. All right, so you can't say it possesses this infinite x value, whatever, because it doesn't. It's a tool to perform operations with. It's not an actual value. It's a limit. It doesn't actually exist.
Well, let me explain why I even brought it up. Because
I have high doubts that any of you guys have actually done any fucking basic calculus or anything at this point.
I have. Calculus
okay.
3.
So the thing is, you should know this then. You've done more calculus than me, dude. How do you not understand this?
But I'm talking about from a mathematical perspective, right?
I know that. I get that. I'm just trying to articulate, dude, that the way that you present it, the words have meaning, dude. You're butchering the meaning of what you're talking about here with how you're phrasing it, and you're butchering the interpretation of this.
The context that I brought it up was with regard to the equation for standard refraction, which has an R value. And what I'm trying to say is that you can still use that equation on a flat Earth. It's just you'd have to replace the R value with an arbitrarily large number to simulate infinity, basically, and you would get the correct result.
You can use that. You're just going to take some arbitrarily large number and then work your way backwards?
Yeah, I mean, so if you're using that equation to predict what would happen, that equation would accurately predict, regardless of if you're on a globe or a flat Earth.
How?
Because you put in the arbitrarily large number to simulate an infinite radius, and then it gives you an output, and that output is what you would see, assuming atmospheric reflection is.
Give me something specific. You're talking purely geometric. You're not talking about any particular application where you can use this geometry and these arbitrarily large numbers that you're going to say you're going to replace in infinity for, and then work your way backwards. What are you trying to predict? Give me an example instead of just the abstract math part without any real value.
Yeah, so like if atmospheric refraction is a real phenomenon, we would be able to use its equation on a flat Earth or a globe Earth, and it should predict an accurate result for whatever it is that we're trying to observe at a long distance.
Okay, has this been done? What were the results?
1.21 miles.
1.21 miles on a curve or a flat surface?
On both.
Can you provide that, please?
At a 1 foot observer height.
I don't even know how you have both. It's one or the other. The reality, will default to one. Now, if your math works on both, then there has to be some icebreaker, right, to determine which one's actually applicable. You can continue your work down one particular path.
Well, my point is that we can't use lasers or P900s to determine anything because it's going to be consistently the same across, whether it's a flat Earth or a globe. We're going to have the same observations.
Wait,
how do you know
that the Earth is flat in the Big 2-5?
How do you? Yes, thank you, Colm or whatever.
So okay, let me give it to you straight. Let's say you're living on the ISS and you're looking at the Earth. That's
how about you learn to not interject when people are having a conversation? Thank you very much. Okay.
Stop making me side flat earthers, honestly.
Kiba.
Maybe I could answer a few questions about the flat Earth.
How do you know this? Dude, you really want to interject also? Thank you very much. Kiba, how do you know this? What did you do to determine that?
So as far as
I'd like to see that.
As far as knowing, what I'm referring to the globe model. That is what it predicts. And so, you can't just present a long distance observation and say, see, that proves the flat Earth, because, the globe has a method of accounting for that, and that's called refraction. So,
okay, show us the math, please, and show us how you get the same value, right? Whatever this arbitrary k value is, okay, is the same value in both contexts.
Look, I mean, I would need to have it broken down in detail as to how exactly refraction.
Thank you very much, sir.
Does not work in that way.
So you mean to say that you don't actually have this on hand right now, so you can't say it applies to both equally, because you don't know that, correct?
I don't understand what you are looking for exactly. What do you mean?
What did you say about 5 minutes ago?
That the
R value is infinity, and this refraction thing applies to both on a flat or a curved surface, right?
Yeah.
Something to that effect? Okay. How do you know that to be the case?
Well, I'm referring to the equation itself, not necessarily like reality, right? The equation predicts something, and we either see that prediction or we don't.
Thank you very much. So you have one equation, or do you have two to compare with each other? One. Okay. So why are you asserting that it would work on both in both cases if you only have one thing to look at?
Because you can use an arbitrarily large number as the R value for a flat plane.
Okay. So if we fit an arbitrarily large R value for a flat plane into the same equation, you mean to say we're going to get the same value? Are you sure about that? Have you done the math to check that before you open your fucking mouth? This is really annoying, dude.
You're not going to get the same value, but you're going to get the same.
Thank you very much. Then why did you say they would be identical or equivalent?
So what I'm saying is that the observation is going to be the same.
Yeah, no shit. The observation is the base reality, and then we're trying to model that reality in some form. One path, one line of thought is we're on a ball, and this is how we're going to model it. The other one is the other way, and you said that they're basically the same. If you apply, like in one case, an infinite radius, or the other thing, I'm asking, how do you know that? You're coming up fucking short, dude. Like, really bad. I don't understand how you can make such a statement and not have any material to back that with.
So
I really don't get it.
The curvature of the laser beam is going to follow the trajectory of the ground, regardless of the shape of the ground.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the modeling of such phenomena. And you're making the claim that the math is equivalent in both cases. All you have to do is replace the R or something. Right? Somehow we get the same refractive index. I don't even know if that's the case at all. Because the refractive index in these situations are basically backwards engineered to fit the observation in the globe math. The K value is just, in many cases, just a sliding scale, dude. Right? You assume there's a particular R, and you slide the scale until you get the particular observation in a computer model that fits what you actually see, and then you declare, oh, this must be what the refractive index was out in reality. Right? How do you know that's value, K value, if you use a different R? Doesn't make any sense. Come on, dude. Think before you fucking talk. This is retarded.
Get him, 20 Cup.
Yo. Kiba,
Get his ass. Wait, who are you talking to?
Yo, Kiba's making some stupid fucking statements, and I'm fucking grilling him on it. It's retarded. He doesn't have the material. He said something would be the same as the other thing. I asked him, give me that material. He says, oh, I only have one. Well, how the fuck do you know that, dude? Come on.
Can we get some W's in the chat for 20 Cups, guys? W's in the chat?
Oh, shit. Okay.
If you point a laser that's 6 feet off the ground and it hits a target miles away that's also 6 feet off the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because atmospheric refraction, if that truly is a real phenomenon, then the globe model would, that would be a sufficient explanation for why you would see that.
No, it wouldn't. Why?
Because...
But if that's your standard, bro, if you want the Earth to be a globe, just be happy with it then. Why are you even here? Are you trying to convince us of this? Or is this your own standard that you're setting for yourself?
I'm trying to
Can I ask him a question?
Go for it.
Can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
So which of these options are you talking about?
The first two.
Well, you're saying it's one of them, so which one?
I'm saying math.
Sorry, did he break up for me, or?
Yeah, he broke up.
Mathematically, the first two are identical.
No, I'm talking about in reality.
What?
Well, we don't know what reality is because we don't have any means of accurately measuring the curvature.
But I feel like number one is the most unrealistic.
Well, how about this? Check. I want to confirm something. Kiba, if you state that the first image and the second image are equivalent, then you must also recognize that there are infinite many permutations of models that can describe this thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why are you even saying that? There's no point. There's literally no value in stating that. Who cares who cares?
Well, we would have to establish whether or not atmospheric refraction even exists.
Okay, but you're stating that you're talking about the modeling, dude. The reality is the reality. We want to assess which model actually represents reality the closest. Not live in abstract mathematical modeling land where you can like bend and warp all sorts of models through different hyperspaces and shit, and rotate, apply this transformation matrix, this, that, the other thing. Oh well, they're all mathematically equivalent because they're who the fuck cares?
Well, a model.
No, just to measure it.
The model makes.
I would say that like the bottom two are probably because like the laser's going straight in the bottom two, but the top one, I think the top one's the most like ridiculous one. Like as a globe earther, I would say that the bottom one would be the most legit because you're on
he wasn't claiming that the top two is what a laser would do on either one, right? He said, I could have swore he said mathematically they're the same.
He did, and he also confirmed that any particular mathematical model that basically depicts that just in different spaces are also equivalent. But who cares, dude? Why are you even bothering arguing this? This is understood. It's just math. But there are variables omitted or missing or not relevant to one model or the other, right? That don't apply. So there's one model, if you really want to get into it, that's actually accurate that wherein these variables apply, i.e. the ground is flat. That only applies to one of them. Right?
My point for bringing it up is that you can't use long-distance observations as evidence of a flat Earth unless you debunk atmospheric refraction, which I haven't sufficiently.
But you're not realizing that they're saying people are going to the beach and they're just looking at a boat going over the curve, and they're saying that's proof that the Earth is a globe. And you're saying, well, we've done long-distance observations way past this boat going over the curve type thing. And you're like, well, you can't use that. Well, dude, your standard of evidence is way lower. Way lower.
Yeah, but you're missing a key issue here. Okay? If you're going to pull out of thin air any arbitrary refractive index, okay, to fit the observation, you have to ask yourself: does this refractive index actually, manifest in reality as a consequence of any particular combination of humidity, temperature, and air pressure that actually
meteorological conditions? Right.
Yeah.
All these things. The elephant in the room is.
Go for it.
The elephant in the room is the elephant in the room is he doesn't have a globe to refract around.
No, we have some long distance observations
before you prove your globe.
We have some long distance observations that could happen either on a flat Earth or they could happen in the globe model. And the only way
just have observations, bro, and measurements. We just have observations and measurements.
Yeah, the globe model uses atmospheric refraction. So if you can debunk
No, it doesn't get a free pass, bro. It does not get a free pass. Why does it get a free pass? Why does it get a free pass?
You need to debunk.
Because he is saying that there is reason to think that the Earth might be a globe, and therefore we should allow for refraction bending around it. Bullshit.
Yeah, of course. They're drawing inferences, right, or an inference that it is a globe. Okay, and they're trying to model it. So if we look into this model, just to give them, the benefit of the doubt for a moment, okay, Kiba, what is the necessary refractive index, okay, for any particular occurrence or observation, okay, to yield what we actually see in that? Do you have that value? So, for example, with the black swan, let's look at the black swan. Okay, what's the necessary refractive index to yield that image? Do you have that?
No, not off the top of my head.
No. Okay. Do you know how it would be calculated? Like the parameters involved?
No.
Okay. Well, in reality, like you would see, you would need some of these elements I was talking about before. Okay. If you model it out the way that it's modeled, like by using the Walter Bislin calculator, Okay, there's no inputs for these. Humidity, air pressure, temperature, all these things. There's no inputs. It's a sliding scale, like I was saying before. It's an arbitrary value.
No, that's not true. I mean, in the past that's true, but he's updated it now so that you can input the temperature gradient in the atmosphere.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, therefore, can you actually go in there and model out what would be necessary to yield that? That would be very helpful.
Actually, yeah, and I can post a video of Mick West doing just that, if you'd like.
Go for it.
All right, 1 second.
Fuck Mick West.
Who's Mick West?
Some video game programmer. He's got to post the ray tracing thing, you know. Yeah, okay. That's not the one I'm talking about, dude. That's not the one I'm talking about. Okay.
He's using temperature gradients to simulate the black swan.
Okay, cool. Okay, so that means that we would have to go out and actually sample all these things out in reality and see if they were actually there at the time, right?
You could, if you wanted.
Yeah, we should. We ought to, right? Otherwise, it's just a model giving some hypotheticals. But if in reality we see this thing and these things didn't apply, they weren't present there, then either the model's wrong, right?
I posted the video.
Or it just doesn't apply because it doesn't apply, right?
Yeah, but look, this is very simple. Like, if you debunk atmospheric refraction, you've debunked the globe, and I'll be a flat earther.
No, it's not how it fucking works, bro. We've already debunked.
Dude, that was the most retarded thing I've heard all week.
Yeah,
Why
dude,
don't
you have to prove it, dude?
What do you mean you've already debunked it? How have you debunked
You
it?
have to prove that it works the way you say.
They never even
You have
heard
to
of
prove that there's a
atmospheric
globe
refraction
for
until we came around.
TW, your argument's
Exactly.
like all twisted. And
No, you have to prove that there's a globe in order for light to refract around. Otherwise, you're begging the question.
No, TW, you said none of this matters because you've already debunked the globe.
Yeah, we have with the long distance observations. Yeah, horizon distance measurements. Yeah,
Don't you see, like the issue here?
No,
there is a but because this observation is possible on a globe with refraction in these conditions. You say,
where's your
well,
globe measurements?
if this
How
like
do you know that?
Where's your globe measurements?
it's all like weird, and twisted, and backwards.
No,
you're asserting that. Hasn't been proven yet,
bro.
Are you going to rely on bottom-up obstruction observations by any chance at all?
Oh shit! Wait, can I get a request? I have a request. Is there a mod in here?
No, that's one I was talking about.
20 cups. T-Dub, can somebody hit the dream sound effect on the soundboard, please?
I don't have soundboard access, man.
God damn it.
Wait, you want me to do that?
So why are you guys so afraid to try to...
Poopy Fruit, he's the senior mod in here. Phoebe.
Nobody has access to the dream. Let's go back in time. I want to flash back to 2017. Okay, I was fresh, flat earther, coming in the discords, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. The debate was about the horizon and what was going on there. And the Globers were telling us, well, the horizon's geometric. This is the physical curve of the Earth. You could essentially plant a flag in it. That's where the Earth is curving, because the boat's going over that. The sun is disappearing behind it, etc. Right? The flat earthers were saying, well, we don't think it's geometric. We think it's optical. And there's a lot of variables that are taking place that affect and determine where the horizon is. And some of those variables might be like your observer's height, the weather conditions, refractive conditions, etc., right? And what I heard in response from the Globers was, that is flurfspective. Can we get a 1 in the chat from the flat earthers if you've ever heard the word flurfspective before? Maybe Globers, you guys put that in there too. 1 in the chat if you've heard of the word flurfspective.
I've never heard that before.
Well, you might be new. That's fine. You probably knew.
I've been here.
Flurfspective and
interference. Here we come with interference. So basically, the flat earthers. Here we go. Interference. Even Phil in the chat is saying,
Skate by. I debunked flow perspective. What people generally refer to flow perspective as is this like phenomena where they will like put a coin on a table.
Sorry,
and, like,
Chad. He's running interference right now,
and it will disappear.
Nah, I'm sure.
They will say like, look, things disappear on flat surfaces if you're close to the surface, and if you zoom in, you can bring things up over the horizon.
Why did we allow you back
with
in
my
here?
little.
So, who has a flat Earth model?
T-Dub, can you hit the dream sound effect again? Because we got to flash back to 2017 again, dude. Hit it, dude. Holy, Mez forgot what year it is, but T-Dub, you got that, buddy?
But you called something flow perspective that does not get called.
Dude, that's funny. Okay, well, I'm just telling you what was happening. It's funny because you guys want to retroactively change. There we go. All right, let's flash let's flash back to 2017. Look, I know they want to retroactively change history, but this is what happened. I'm telling you, I was a flat earther around the time. We're still figuring it out. And they tried to make fun of flat earthers by saying, no, your view of the horizon, that's flurfspective. You think it's involved with all these other things. It's just the geometric horizon. That's the curve of the earth. It's physical. Done, dusted. That's the claim. And the flat earthers were saying that there's a lot of variables. One of those variables being refraction. So you can't turn around after all these years and say, well, you're not factoring in refraction. It's like, hello? Like, we've been making that argument since day one that there's optical and different types of variables going on. The only variable that's not going on is some sort of physical or geometric horizon, period. So when you say, oh, well, if you could debunk refraction, then I'd be a fucking flat earther, that's retarded. I really wish I could take you guys back to 2017. Tito, can you hit it one more time, dude? We gotta take these guys back, because they weren't there. Like, if you were there, you would hear. If you were there, you would have heard the Globers saying, no, it's not refraction. No, it's not observer height. No, it's not weather. No, it's not all these variables. It's just the curvature of the Earth. It's the physical, geometric Earth curving, and that's it. So you can't change history, bro. That's what it is. Thank you, T-Dub. I appreciate you, dude.
I think anyone really cares what Globers were doing.
See, I know it's convenient for you to throw them under the bus. Yeah, it's just very convenient for you to. You literally are. You are
going to sign off on every flat earther argument,
dude. I've been around long enough. I just know how it goes, dude. I know it's convenient for you to throw them under the bus.
You've been around since 2017 and you got nothing.
Wait, one more time. What is
been around since 2017?
Over? Hold on, one second, Mez, watch. I can cook them right here. What is the boat going over?
What?
Okay, so they say the boats disappear over the curve, correct?
Yeah, that is what.
What is the boat going over?
The curve.
Okay, would that be physical?
Yes.
T-Dub, hit the sound effect. I mean, somebody hit any sound. It doesn't matter what sound effect. Don DeMarco. So, is it... That's the one right there. So, the boat is going over a physical curve.
Yeah.
Correct? There you go. That's exactly what I said. Word for word, bar for bar. Congratulations.
So that means it's always measured.
Again, you're a bit like jumbled. I don't think you can quite follow your own.
Wait, one more time. What did I say earlier? What did I say earlier when I said the flat earthers were saying there's all these optical phenomenon happening, and then the Globers were saying what? What did the Globers say that I said? Mez, you're cooked. Hello.
And how many times have you come in here, Mez, and said? How many times have you come at all? How many times have you?
The question. I know you feel nervous now because you're not answering the question. I'll ask you one more time. What did I say the Globers were saying? Sorry, yeah,
you said that the Globers were saying that the boats were going over a curve.
Physical, right?
Right.
Yes.
And
I will agree with those Globers.
There you go.
How many times, Mez, have you uttered the words, just go to the beach and watch a refracted boat go over the refracted horizon?
I don't think I've ever said those words.
There you go. Brilliant.
So,
brilliant. Good job, T-Dub.
If you can find me evidence of me saying that, T-Dub, I'll accept that I said that. But that's not. I wouldn't say the refracted boat's going over a refracted horizon. That's
T-Dub, you might need to hit the sound effect again for the dream because we might have to flash back to 5 minutes ago when you said you didn't.
No, CB needs his jingles and his noises. He needs his little play video.
It's awesome.
If we can find that sound clip, will you stay away forever?
If you don't think the boat's going over the curve, what's going on?
No. You said that you didn't agree with.
Yeah.
Now you're agreeing with them.
CB, we're on the beach, okay? We see a boat sail away.
We just flashed.
It looks like it goes over a curve.
Okay. I know you're nervous right now. You know you're nervous. We just hit the sound effect. So
I don't feel nervous, but I'm noticing you're not really answering the questions.
You're not
a lot of noises. Running interference, as you say.
He's nervous. So since we just
if the boat's not going over a curve, what's going on? Because it looks like it's going over a curve.
Hold on, it doesn't. So we already heard the sound effect, so we're gonna go back.
So when I see a car go over a hill, it looks very, very similar to when boats sail away.
Look at the man, he's so shy.
So what's going on?
Look. You already said you didn't agree.
So CB, I'm noticing you're not really answering the question again.
Look at him. This is too funny.
CB, what's going on? Come on.
Should I just have you muted?
Have me muted. Your Highness?
Yeah. Chat.
Please mute this boy.
Yeah, go ahead and mute him, because he's not listening.
Okay. I know you're not really answering the question, so...
Well, I'm trying to speak.
You're not really providing anything useful.
Every time
Well, you're saying things that aren't answering the question.
Notice how when I
say, these Globers are saying these things ridiculous. Okay, so what's not ridiculous about watching a boat sail away?
Every time I try to speak, he's just going to mute me. So, just mute him. It's fine.
I'm not muting you.
Well, when I try to speak, you start talking.
Go on.
Okay, so go ahead and go and pop yourself on mute. So we heard the sound effect, and we were rewinding back 5 minutes ago when he said, well, I don't agree with those Globers. Then, 5 minutes later, he goes, well, I agree with those Globers. So do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, on that, but calling that perspective, that's what I don't agree with.
So you do agree.
Remember, you have to remember the whole conversation, CB, and remember what bits people were responding to.
Bro. Good job, dude. So you do agree with him that it's a physical curve of the Earth?
I do agree that the curve of the Earth is physical. I do agree that boats sail away and they go over that curve.
Yeah, well, that's
but I don't agree that...
Here we go again, bro. Running interference.
Whatever you call perspective about refraction, whatever.
That's right. You can't change history. It's already embedded in history forever, so you can't change that. So no worries.
Get him to say that the horizon is always the same distance from each person. It's always the same distance when you're walking.
Yeah, let's do that. So since it's physical, what would be the distance to the horizon for a 6 foot observer?
6 foot.
Yeah.
So
I mean, maybe 5 foot. I don't know, but
8 inches per mile squared.
Holy fuck! What the fuck? You said 8 inches per mile squared is the distance. That's drop. Ding dong.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're right,
bro.
Right.
You good? You all right? So what would be the
1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer? Let's say that.
Okay. Well, he's speaking. He's talking to himself. All right. Yeah. So 1.22 miles. Cool. Well, you've seen the Black Swan before, right?
Yeah, I've seen the Black Swan.
Well, what's the minimum distance for the horizon in the Black Swan?
I have no idea.
What's the distance to the second oil rig? Chat, can you post the Black Swan? You've seen it before, right? So it's not your first time.
Yes, we've all seen the Black Swan.
So
and I'm sure you've seen the other picture of these oil rigs, where the horizon's a lot clearer and a lot closer. So what's going on? So in one example, we have the oil rig being all wobbly. It's all hazy. You can see past them.
Just post the nighttime one.
And in another one, it's a lot closer to
the nighttime one. Just post the nighttime one for this one, or the one that has the clowns. That's why I made it was for him.
As many examples of the Black Swan as you want. It doesn't prove anything.
Watch this.
All it proves, right, is that something is affecting things beyond their physical geometry.
Hold on, Mez, relax. I'm going to ask you very clearly. How many times have you seen the Black Swan argument, or have you heard of it?
Dozens.
So, and what's the argument?
Well, the argument is that, according to globe math, we should only see so far, but in this photo, the horizon's further away. It's typical. We see too far.
Okay, and then so what's your takeaway with that?
And then obviously the global response is, well, yes, of course, sometimes we'll see a little bit further due to atmospheric refraction causing light to bend.
Wait a minute. You said that the boat goes over the physical curve.
Yeah, so like there's multiple things that can affect the way something looks, okay? So you've got its like physical dimensions.
You said it was just a physical curvature of the Earth.
CB. Stop running interference. CB, stop running interference.
I just gotta quickly.
Let the person you're talking to respond to the thing that you said.
Just very quickly, I gotta talk to you about this.
So there's multiple things affecting the way something looks. One of those is its physical dimensions.
In 2017, when we went back,
another one is like it can be like atmospheric refraction. It could be like light bending, light reflecting. Are you looking at a reflection?
Weather conditions, and all these other things, and that you said that you didn't agree with that. So you said that there's
I never said I don't agree with that. What I disagreed with
you
is
disagree with that. So
people calling atmospheric reflection.
I just want the chat to acknowledge that what he's going to start bringing up is all these other variables that the flat earthers were talking about back in 2017. That's what I said. Is that back in the day, our argument was that there's tons of other variables taking place for why the horizon appears where it does, and that the globe earthers were claiming that the horizon is a physical geometric curve of the Earth. So that's the one variable that you need. When we're saying there's other variables. So now you're saying, well, this is my claim, this one variable, but you're like, well, you got to factor in all these other variables. Yeah, we have done that. The only variable we're taking out,
factored them in.
Eliminating, of course. We've eliminated the geometric physical variable that you depend on, that you require, that you won't even defend. In fact, when we bring up our evidence, you go...
Eliminated that variable. How have you eliminated that variable?
Because
you haven't eliminated shit, CB.
You gotta let me finish.
Let me code.
You're running interference. Hold on. When we bring up the black swan, notice how you don't even bring up the one variable that you need to stand on, the geometric physical curvature of the Earth. You don't even try to defend.
Because that's the thing in question, you fucking retard.
Well, that's what you would need to defend. What you start bringing up is other variables, which is our point. So you literally are backing up what I said earlier that was happening in 2017. You fucking retard.
This isn't backing up anything. Okay, so Globers was saying, okay, look, we'll just go to the beach, look at a boat, it goes over the horizon, whatever. You say, oh no, this boat going in the horizon, this can be caused by atmospheric refraction. Blah, 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 perspective, something. Then you bring up the black swan and say, Globe says we should see this fact.
All right. Now, it's getting out of hand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interject, but I just had to. Just a point, small point. CB, can you fix your mic, please, dude? You're coming in really choppy. Your volume, your gain is so loud that it's clipping. I don't know if anybody else hears it. Dude.
I turned it down. Is that better?
It's just very loud. Yeah, go give it another shot there. But
mic check. Testing. I turned it down to like 80%.
Yeah, give it a try. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Go ahead.
Test. Yeah, well, I just want the chat to notice that when we brought up the black swan just now, he goes, "Oh, well, you got to factor in other variables." It's like, yeah, we know that's been our argument since 2017, which he said he disagreed with. All I'm saying is that you have one variable that you depend on.
CB, I've corrected you multiple times.
Immediately running
you don't learn.
Immediately running interference.
Yes, I'll run interference for the incorrect things that you are saying.
Yeah, you can do it when I'm done. All you need is one variable. That's the Earth being physically curving the geometric horizon, and you won't even make an attempt to defend that. You start to bring up all these other variables that we've already included. We're simply eliminating the one variable that you need, and you're not even making an attempt.
CB, you're like completely retarded. If the thing in question, if the thing that you want to figure out is whether the Earth is curved,
that would be the thing you need to defend.
That's the thing that you don't need to eliminate. You need to account for atmospheric refraction or any other variables that can cause that horizon to appear further away or not.
No. We've already. So
then, what you are observing, what you are measuring or calculating, is the thing in question. You don't eliminate the thing in question to figure out the thing in question.
Okay? He's not even addressing it. You need the Earth to be physically curving, and you're not making any attempt to defend that whatsoever.
Yeah, because that's like a different topic. I'm addressing your argument.
What the fuck? It's a different topic. What the fuck?
Yeah, me defending the globe it would be something else. Okay?
Elijah,
What we're talking about at the moment is whatever Globers were saying in 2017 about Fleur perspective.
We moved past that. We moved past that.
We haven't moved past that. That's the thing we were talking about.
We have moved past
and then you
it. No, I just gave you the fresh Black Swan argument. You're like,
well,
go ahead.
The thing is, if the horizon is geometric and you're saying, well, no, it can't be because you have to factor in for refraction. Let's say, okay, what do you mean? Atmospheric refraction, are you talking about the 7/6R? Well, actually, since they've measured the Earth and they claim this refraction is also in there, then that means you still should be able to predict where the horizon is based on the globe and the measurement. So, since we can't do that, I don't understand the problem. Other than there is no geometric horizon, there is no horizon tied to any globe whatsoever.
What I find beautiful is that they look, dude. It's not just you guys. I understand. Don't worry. It's not a problem, a fault of your own. It's just every Glober fails at this. When we bring up the Black Swan, you immediately jump to, well, you're not factoring in all these other variables. We don't give a fuck about that. We know there's other variables taking place. You only need one. The Earth to be physically curving. Well, they're saying the boats go over the curve. The sunset's gone because the curve of the Earth. That's what you need to defend. So when we bring up evidence that debunks that, you go, well, you're not factoring in the other variables. Bro, you don't need those variables. Those are our variables.
The first set of species landed in the country, and so you can get all sorts of stuff. You can get treatment.
Eli, you're coming in a little hot there.
Those are our variables, he says.
Mez.
I'd love to see CB write like a research paper or something.
Tita, can you hit the sound effect again one more time? We might need to flash back to 2017 again.
CB needs his jingle.
There we go. Perfect. What were those variables that I mentioned that the flat earthers were discussing back in the day? What were the variables, Mez? Let's see if you were paying attention. What were the variables that I said?
It was CB's IQ. Very low.
Look, he's
I don't think it's high enough to understand.
What's the if you had high IQ, you could maybe recall what was said maybe less than 10 minutes ago. So what were the variables?
If you had like
again?
a double-digit IQ,
Let's see, now he's going
you'd understand that the variable
insults.
you need to account for is refraction, not the Earth curve.
So what were the variables?
You don't need to eliminate Earth curves to figure out the Earth curve.
Since you're high
you need to
IQ,
eliminate
what were the
refraction
variables
to figure out the Earth curve.
So if everything's refracted, how do you know the Earth is curving?
You're letting him off the hook. It's funny. The ad homes are beautiful. So since you're high IQ, Mez, what were the variables I said?
Well, one of them was atmospheric refraction.
What else?
Heat haze.
Okay, well, I didn't say that, but what else? You're making stuff up now. Okay, I didn't say that either, but what else? You're just making shit up.
Atmospheric distortion was one of them.
No, I didn't say that either. So you're just making shit up. High IQ here.
Yeah, atmospheric refraction was the big one.
What else?
I'm not sure what else. What were they, CB? What variables do we need to account for?
Well, you're high IQ, so you were listening, right?
Yeah.
So what I say?
Don't think we're really getting anywhere, are we?
Well, you're cooked. Go ahead, Travis, bro. You can have him, dude. Heretic wants to hear you cook.
So CB, since you've cooked me, let me cook you a little bit.
No, it's Travis's turn. No, you can't just be like...
You're running away.
You can't just say you're high IQ and then you forgot what I said and now you're...
Well, look, if you're high IQ, you should be able to cook me in like any discussion.
I just did. Right? I literally just did.
You just did?
Yeah.
What, by saying, but Black Swan?
That's not what happened. Wait, aren't you high IQ? You don't
But whatever
remember what
Globers
happened?
were saying in 2017.
Yeah, what did they say? What did I say?
And then, like, asking endless questions about what you said.
What did I say?
It's fucking moronic.
Yeah, well, what would be moronic is being like, well, you said all
What
these
would be
things,
moronic
and I asked
is
you what I
presenting
said,
the
and
Black
you don't
Swan
even
as saying,
know.
but the Earth says, we should have this curve, but we don't see it in this photo, so debunked. That would be low IQ. Would you agree, CB? He's not answering.
Sorry, Travis, go ahead, buddy.
Sorry.
Take it away, Travis.
Travis, get him.
Oh, CB, you're a coward.
Mez, what did I say? I mean, I could just keep cooking you if you want. Like, what did I say? Because you're saying, well,
all right, kid.
You're talking about these
What are you
variables.
even asking?
So what are the variables?
What are you asking me? What you
Again,
said?
So I thought you were high IQ, dude.
Guys, let's keep it on rotation there.
High enough.
So
yeah,
come on, CB. In order to have a conversation, CB, you need to like respond to the things I'm saying. So, like, can we like have a discussion about the shape of the Earth?
There we go. Change the topic. Oh, you're
This
so
is the
slimy,
topic.
dude. You're so
24/7
slimy.
flat Earth. It's the name of the room.
Hang
Come
on,
on,
gentlemen.
CB.
Hang on, just to be clear, guys. Travis, did you or did you not want to interject with something?
I had a quick question, but I mean, so if everything is refracted, like you're saying, then how do you know the Earth is curving, Mez?
She can account for refraction.
That's perspective, bro.
Sorry, CB, do you want to interject?
Yeah, that's perspective.
What's perspective?
You know, accounting for extra variables that are not the physical curve of the Earth.
That's perspective, is it? See, that's the thing.
That's
that
exactly
is
what I said
disagreed
it
with.
was earlier.
CB, what did I disagree with?
That perspective doesn't exist.
I disagree that perspective doesn't
we
exist.
had the chat put ones in the chat if that was what they heard in terms of what perspective was. We got all these ones. I'll repost it for you. Even Phil.
Well, the flat earthers, the delusional flat earthers agree with the flat earth.
No. Even Phil, Professor Phil put a one in the chat. Kiba put a one in the chat. What do you mean?
I'm surprised about that. Well, to be fair, guys, you guys were talking over each other like madmen, so it was really hard to hear like a large majority of your conversation.
Fair enough.
So,
do you think we could have a back and forth that's like
Mez?
Yeah.
Even Professor Phil put a one in the chat. Do you see
if
it?
anyone actually responds, I'd be very surprised.
My evidence is there. Do you see Professor Phil? He even put a one in the chat.
I don't care about Professor Phil.
Well, you see. Well, you don't care now that it goes against directly what you said 2 seconds ago. Is that only flat earthers put it in the chat?
I never said only flat earthers. I said, wow, flat earthers are agreeing with a flat earther.
Well, that is okay. Professor Phil, is that a flat earther?
I don't know what Professor Phil is.
Well, is Kiba a flat earther?
No idea.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So you immediately cooked yourself. I mean, this is beautiful. I love cooking you, dude. This is awesome. This is very easy.
You know, cooking like CB, you having like hallucinations is not cooking. You're like cooking your own imagination.
So look, I just want to highlight. This is what just happened. He said,
"What I'd like to highlight is CB constantly making noises and talking over people.
Notice how
like
he's
talking to the chat instead of talking to a person."
While I'm explaining how you were wrong, you immediately start interrupting. That's how you're cooked. You know you're cooked. You're interrupting.
What did I say that was incorrect, CB?
Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it one more time. You said,
"Well, no, CB, what did I say that was incorrect?"
I'm trying to tell you. You're immediately interrupting me. Okay, one more time. Let's try this again. He said, "Well, only you flat earthers agreed with him." Well, we got. You said,
so
"Oh,
CB,
look, the flat
you're
earthers are
incorrect.
agreeing with you."
You cooked yourself. Okay.
You said, "Oh, look, the flat earthers are agreeing with you."
May as well finish this.
Yeah, that is what I said. I said, "Oh, flat earthers are
Okay,
agreeing with
great.
flat
So
earthers."
pretty much what I said just a second ago. Then we have
No, not what you said. So you said that I said only flat earthers.
Look at him interrupting, Chad. Look at him nervously.
Yeah, so when you like say something incorrect, people sometimes will like correct
so
you.
when you said something incorrect, I'm pulling you up on it, and we got a screenshot in the chat that says you're wrong, and now you're nervous.
Yeah, guys, let's keep it going.
I found the TV.
Might I a small request? Mez, would you care to respond to Travis's question again? I'm not sure how you actually answered his question.
He said if everything is refracted, how can you know? Was it that the Earth is curved?
How you know?
Was that the question?
How you know? Yeah, something like that. And from what I heard, you responded with something refraction. I didn't actually catch anything relevant.
Essentially, you can account for it.
Yeah, but how?
Well, one way is
curving, right? You have to assume it's curving, right?
No, you don't have to assume it. You don't have to assume anything about the geometry.
How do you actually know it? Then how do you actually know it's curving? To which to apply an appropriate refraction model around the curve.
So one thing you can notice is that the heavier the refraction, the more things appear distorted. So, like in the Black Swan, you see the cranes of the oil rigs very distorted. This is an indication that there's heavy refraction going on.
So you're using the observation to determine that?
T-Dub, don't interject. Okay, I'm explaining. Okay, so basically, more distortions in whatever you're looking at means more refraction. And you can compare this with like known things of known distances, of known heights, whatever. Even over short distances. Even over like very short distances in your back garden. If you look close to some like hot surface on a hot day, you'll notice it's all like distorted and inverted. Okay, that's an indication that there's heavy refraction going on. Okay. So what we can determine from that is that a less distorted image is a more true image.
Okay. So are you inferring that it's curving, or does this actually prove it's curving? Big difference.
Just from refraction? Mm-hmm. Well, you need like an observation.
The question was,
the best you could do is take temperature measurements and stuff.
Okay, so just by observing it alone doesn't tell you whether it is or not. It's just your best guess, right?
It can give you an indication.
Okay, so
obviously, the more information you have, the more variables you account for.
Right on.
The CPU
right on. So, right on. So therefore, your answer didn't really answer his question, right? Because you're saying, oh well, we're basically it's our best guess, or it's an inference that we have, based on that, but we don't actually know, at least not from that, right?
Well,
so there must be other way. So there must be another way to determine it's actually curving.
Well, how about this? Okay, so let's say we have an observation. Let me post a couple in the chat.
True or false? There must be some
what do you mean by no? With like absolute certainty and like with like ruled out all possibility from like one observation?
No, I didn't ask for one observation, dude. The question was, if everything is refracting, how do we know it's curving? Therefore, there must be some other way to determine it's actually curving.
Because there's a mountain of evidence. It's not just one thing.
Okay. Thank you very much. So instead of saying what you said before, you could have gone with that, right? So let's go with that.
Well, no, hold on. So, like, let's take this one thing, okay? So we have a long distance observation, like what I've put in the chat. So this is from a high altitude. It's from 5,512 feet. The target is 74 miles away, and the target elevation is 6,800 feet. So this target should be higher than the observer, if the Earth is flat.
Do you see that image I posted? That the last image. Do you see the last?
Travis, stop interjecting.
No, hold on. Do you see the last image in the side chat? Did you see the last image in the side chat? How do you know the bottom of the mountain isn't refracted like the bottom of that building?
So let me talk about the thing that I posted first, the thing that I was actually talking about.
Yeah.
So this thing is 74 miles away. It should be 1,000 feet above us. It's actually, so we measure a negative 0.27 degree down from horizontal to the top of this mountain. So this means it's 3,130 feet below where it, quote unquote, should be. Now, there's no heavy distortions in this image. It's taken from a high altitude where the air is thinner, so there's less potential for atmospheric refraction. And yet it still appears significantly lower than where it should be on flat Earth.
Okay.
So from this observation, from the information that we have, from the observation that we have, Is it more likely that the Earth is curved or flat?
How does one even quantify that, dude? Likelihood, like, what do you mean more likely? How do we calculate that?
Just if you saw this? Okay, say you were playing a video game, you saw this observation. Okay, would you assume the developer made a flat world or a curved world?
Now you're trying to appeal to like my intuition or something like that. You can't do that, dude.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not asking you about likelihood or probabilities, dude. How do you know there's no refraction? Your refraction model is wrong. You don't like. It's not what it's about. It's not about likelihood in this question, dude.
It is likelihood. Come on. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to appeal to.
Okay, but then you have to know
more likely to be true.
Okay, well then you have to quantify it, not appeal to intuition.
Man. No, it was a
I don't have to quantify it.
No,
greater than 50%. There's no from the information in this image, 0%.
We're asking you to prove it's actually. Go ahead, man.
It's a red herring because he didn't actually answer the question. Now he's saying what he's saying is relevant, but it's a red herring, though.
This isn't a red herring.
Well, it is because you didn't lead the point. That's why what you're doing is a red herring. He asked you a question.
I didn't lead the point.
Yeah, he asked you a question. What you're responding with is a red herring.
That's not a red herring.
Well, it doesn't address.
Well, basically, my answer to the point is from an observation like this. All the information leads to the conclusion that the Earth is flat. Okay.
That's the red herring.
Now, if you want to say, well, what about refraction? What about
no, we don't want to say anything
else. Then it is up to you to provide evidence that is what is happening in an observation like this.
No, we don't want to say anything. That's the red herring.
Dude, it's up to you. Dude, you still haven't answered the question.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell him.
Exactly, dude. This whole thing is about you demonstrating that you know it's curving in the first place. Okay, not give an observation and then appeal to our like intuition. Oh, maybe I think it actually must be curving because it looks that way. I feel like it must be.
That's not feel. It's what it looks like.
Get
the TLDR.
Right. That we're not asking you for what it looks like. Give us the metric or the means by which they actually determined it was curving.
Okay, well, the TLDR 20 cups is that it is measured. Drop over distance is measured.
How is it measured?
With a theodolite. And like I said, we have a target that is a known distance away, that is of a known altitude, and we measure a drop to that target.
Okay, what tool did they use?
A theodolite.
Okay, which model?
It is the Pentax ETH 120C.
Very cool. What are the specs on that thing? What's its range limit? All this fun stuff.
It has a focusing range of 0.5 meters to infinite.
Okay, it's focused. Okay.
And it has an accuracy of 20 arc seconds.
Very cool. What's its operating range?
Infinite. Doesn't have a limit because it measures angles from horizontal.
That's the focus range. What's its operating range?
If it can focus to a target, then it can measure an angle to that target.
Sure about that?
Yes, because it's an angle.
Okay. And why in the specs do they provide an operating range and a focus range? As if there's actually no distinction between them? Is that what you mean to say?
They don't. They measure the list in accuracy. In this model, it's 20 arc seconds.
They don't, eh? Then why do some of the odd-lights actually have a limit of, 100 meters or something like that? Maybe a mile, 2 miles, something like that? And in addition to that, they have a focusing range?
They don't. So in the examples that you're talking about, when a theodolite has a quote-unquote limit of like 300 feet or whatever, typically in that example, they're using it for something like construction, where hyper precise measurements over relatively short distances are important. But in this, we don't need to be that accurate. Okay, even if this measurement was hundreds of feet off, it would still indicate that the Earth is.
Are you sure about that? You mean that we don't have to be hyper precise in this situation? When arc seconds or arc minutes are significant enough for
yes. So this is. Let me do the math real quick.
Travis, by the way, did you want to continue on this?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Getting really tired, by the way. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, so 20 arc seconds is 0.005 degrees.
Okay, cool. Again, what's the operating range on this thing?
It doesn't have a range, it has an accuracy in arc seconds.
Can you get the manual for this tool, please?
What's the name of the tool again?
I'm going to assume he's
ETH120C.
Yeah, Travis, you might know more about this stuff than me. I just know that all tools have, their functional limits and shit. So it's important to know if this is being used outside or its recommended use, because there's errors introduced and all sorts of stuff like that. How do we know the results are actually accurate or not? It's critical.
That's super important to know that. I have screenshots of theodolite specs that say that they have like 250 to 500 foot. That's the limits for accuracy. So when these clowns are doing shit that's like 20 miles away, it's just like, okay, sure you did.
Travis, let's think about
you know what it is? It's like using a telescope to look at germs,
Travis,
or using
you made a claim,
or using like a microscope to look at the stars. You guys just always use the wrong tools for the jobs.
So, Travis, you made a claim, which was that theodolites are inaccurate after what was the highest number you gave? 500 feet?
We need to know the specs so we can look it up, because I have screenshots of some specs from theodolites that say they have a 250 like 500 foot range for accuracy. After that, they're not accurate.
Let's think about this for a second. You have a theodolite, and its spec says it's inaccurate after 500 feet. So, if I have an object that is at my horizontal 500 feet away, what do you think I should measure an angle with my theodolite to be? It's 499 feet away.
Okay, so what about it?
I gave you the answer. It's 0.
Okay, so
if I put this object 501 feet away, what do you think my reading would be?
Say the name slow of what that theodolite is.
Pentax ETH 100. Sorry, 120C.
I don't think you can get 120. You get 150 cc, 100 cc, 250 cc.
Your brain's broken.
So, did you see the image I tagged you in with the hotel with the floors compressing into the horizon?
No, but I'll post this screenshot from its spec sheet. So the angle measurement accuracy, 20 arc seconds.
Okay, do you see the last image I posted?
What about it?
Yeah, I see your attempts to divert.
Of the hotel
before we move on to another topic, let's talk about this measurement over distance.
I'm talking, Mez.
So I've got a theodolite. It has an accuracy of 20 arc seconds.
Mez.
The inaccuracy of this distance will be about 34.
Mez, stop it, Mez. So with that picture with the floors compressing at the hotel, that's what I would say is happening to the mountain in the distance. It's objects far in the distance will compress as they get lower to the horizon. So how do we know your image is accurate when we have this compression that happens?
Objects in the distance compress as they get lower to the horizon.
Absolutely, and I just showed you images of the hotels doing that. There's tons of these pictures. Look at the image of the hotel I posted with the floors compressing into the horizon as it gets lower.
Yeah, that's atmospheric.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you never see an island, like, true.
Yeah, that's all I would say is happening to that mountain in the distance. Just that optical compression as it gets lower to the horizon that we observe.
Near the horizon.
But it's low. It's lowering the mountain.
It does do it to level lineness. Yes, it does.
It's 6,800 feet above the horizon.
And the problem with give me a minute. I'm gonna look up this theodolite.
You guys should look into Mount Zeal if you're into compression. Look up Mount Zeal in Northern Australia.
So Travis, your argument against a measurement of drop over distance is a little bit of distortion of a window of a hotel. Was that a balcony?
All I need is a little bit to dismiss your whole thing. If I go by globe standards, the way you guys
No, you
dismiss
need
the Black
a lot.
Swan.
You need a lot of it. A little bit of distortion over the surface of water that makes a balcony appear. What would that be? It's like a 6-foot opening of a balcony appear to be squished by 2 feet.
What's the distance to the mountain again? I have to write this all down.
74 miles.
And it has a 20 arc seconds accuracy. Yep. And how much is it dropping and from what it should be?
So it should be. It should appear to be 1,288 feet above the observer. So we should expect a positive angle measurement of 0.189 degrees. But what we actually measure is a negative angle of 0.27 degrees. If you want the actual name of the mountain, it is. It was taken from Three Fingers to. No, sorry, from Blue Mountain in Washington to the Three Fingers.
So if I'm not mistaken,
okay. While I'm still working on my math. Here's the video from Man of Stone addressing that that specific observation that Jesse took. I linked that in the chat. It's about 5 minutes long, but I'm still doing math, so I'm going to be a minute. But you really need to watch that video, Mez, because it addresses that specific observation.
So at this point, we still don't know. So we still don't know the working range of the theodolite in question. So until such time that we do know that, if the observation is using it for a range outside of those bounds, we don't have any way of really determining if it's credible or if it's accurate or reliable enough anyway. And by how much.
It's credible and reliable. It's a theodolite and it measures angles from horizontal to an accuracy of 20 arc seconds, 0.0005 of a degree. Okay?
Bro, if it's outside of its operating range, you can't say
there is no operating range, okay? That's not a thing. It's not how it works. Things don't just disappear and go all warpy and wobbly after whatever distance you've made up. It just measures angles. If you can focus on something, it can measure an angle to it. That's how it works.
Yeah, I get that, dude. But the accuracy, the mechanisms in the whole thing, we don't know that. You're asserting that, okay? But if there are theodolites that have operating,
I've told you the accuracy.
I know. I appreciate you actually giving us that, right? And Travis says he's going to look it up. I'm just highlighting, right, that this exists for a reason. If the manufacturers are providing a recommended operating range, right, in more cases than not, It's because anything beyond that becomes less accurate. By how much, we don't know, right? It could be exponential as it increases. We don't know. It could be linear. We don't know.
Why would
right?
it
The
become
error
less accurate?
You tell me, dude. I'm not a fucking theodolite
Okay, so you think it will become less accurate, but you have absolutely no reason or possible way to explain why you think that.
All I know is they recommend, right, specific ranges for reasons.
Where?
Period.
Why?
Period.
Where and why are they doing this?
I just told you, dude. I'm not a manufacturer. I don't know.
Just they are. They're
But
doing it. I don't have any evidence of this, but they're doing it. Okay.
Dude,
So I should believe your hallucinations about whatever theodolites do and the way they work, whatever their manufacturers say about them.
Travis already told you
measurements taken.
He's got screenshots of it. Dude, Travis already told you that he's got examples of it. And if they do that, it's for a reason.
You can say anything you want, but until you actually show something, it doesn't matter, does it?
Oh, okay, you didn't post it? Okay, that's fine. Right?
Okay.
But in other cases, I think I've seen some also. Right? So I'm just going by memory. I'll just go by that. Right? But all this to say, we'll see in due time if something comes up.
Okay. So until due time happens, do you think the evidence provided so far indicates that the Earth is spherical with drop over distance, or that it's flat?
I still have other questions, especially with regards to the light taken, the refraction, all that, how that was taken into account, or is it just hand waved because we're just high enough, so we're just going to negate its effect on the situation and all that without any actual measurements or anything. So there's still a lot of unknowns there.
Okay.
No, I would not
take
that based on you, right?
Okay, so you think like this measurement of drop over distance is just completely indeterminate? It's worthless, basically.
It is as of right now.
Okay.
I just showed you images of how objects compress into the horizon, and for now, that's what I think is going on with that mountain. But I have an entire video by Man of Stone debunking that total trash, and I'm getting some screenshots ready. So hold on.
So I've skimmed through this video, and what I see is, well, firstly, it's of a different observation. Actually, this might be an even better one because supposedly 5,000 feet below where it is. It's 105 miles away. So this is two observations now, where things, as they get further and further in the distance, seem to drop more and more and more. The evidence is mounting. One of his arguments against it is, really, this is the reading he's pretending to take. Look at all of the haze. And there's not much haze. I think there's any haze. This measurement suggests a resolution / precision of 1/100,000th of a single degree. 53,000 whatever feet away, that is a height of just less than 1 1/4 inches. I mean, even if you think it's only accurate to 1/10 of a degree, that's not helping. Is he really saying to that peak to the nearest foot? It still doesn't matter. Same thing. 5 arc seconds, 0.00139 degrees.
Well, there's the quick short version from AI. If that kind of tool can measure with that something that far away with accuracy, can you read that real quick, Mez?
Can a Pentax 120C accurately measure a 1,000 foot drop at 75 miles? No, Pentax ETH 120C theodolite can accurately measure a 1,000 foot drop at 75 miles. Its angular accuracy of 20 arc seconds translates to a vertical precision of 480 feet.
That's the short answer, but let me get the more details. Just a sec.
Well, even if you want to add 480 feet onto this measurement, it's not helping you.
Didn't you say 1,288 feet or something?
1,000. Yeah, so the expected.
So that tool is not accurate for that kind of measurement. I mean, I just put it right there for you to read from AI. So it kind of blows that trash out of the water. Oh, okay. Or it's a shitty tool not meant to do that job. Or it's not the right tool for the job. It's like using a microscope to look at stars.
You know, Travis, you know what would be really helpful?
Using a microscope to look at stars. No,
Travis, if
it's wrong.
Give me one.
Let me get a triangle calculator.
Let me ask him something. Okay, Travis, could you ask that question to a different AI and ask it to provide a link to, say, a manufacturer or some specific source that specializes in this shit? Because it must have learned that from somewhere, right? So if Mez is not happy with, which I don't blame him, right? It's AI. Some AIs, say wonky shit from time to time, but there are AIs out there like Perplexity, for example, that actually give you links to where it learns its stuff. So if you want to do that, I think it would be more substantive.
Yep, working on it.
Not to say that this is outright nonsense. It's just extra material to chew on.
I agree for sure. Give me a minute here.
So the angle between the base and the hypotenuse is 0. Let's round to the nearest thousandth. 0.005 degrees. Our baseline is 390,720 feet. And we have a right angle. And that will give us a height of 34 feet. So at that distance, this theodolite should be accurate within 34 feet. More than enough.
I'm sorry, but what did you say the exact amount of drop was again? What was the 1,288 referring to?
That is the expected. That is how high the target is. That is the difference in altitude between the peak of where it was taken from and the peak of the target.
And if I may, quickly in the meantime, just want to point out, we've got Professor Phil in the VC, one of the first few times we've ever had him in here. Professor, would you, given that you've, graced us with your presence, would you be so kind as to actually jump on the mic and voice your take on all this, as opposed to, forgive my French, bitching in the chat? We've seen enough of your texts back and forth with some of the other guys in DMs and stuff like that.
not sure if it's doing much service by just doing it here. It's already a real pain in the ass anyway. So why not, do yourself a favor and do everybody a favor and voice up? That would be great. Thank you.
Oh my.
I just watched back the live stream of what CB was talking about earlier and why people were typing ones in the chat. Yeah, he lied.
Yeah, and I just watched the video that Travis posted. And in that video, the manual said it was 123 meters for distance maximum. So, do you have that manual or the spec? Did you grab that?
Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah.
Did you grab that?
Grab what?
He's asking if you got the manual yet.
Yeah, good post them. Or the spec sheet.
Post it.
Oh, you did? Okay. More dots?
Well, that's the second AI that I asked the Google Gemini, and I'm looking for more specs, but it says no. You can't.
Look, if you're just going to ask AI, ask it what the shape of the Earth is.
Hostile witness.
Let's cut to the end. Hostile
witness.
Travis, can you ask? Travis, if you're going to ask me. All right, Mez. Quit the. All right. Travis, can you get the sources for how it derived this information? I would recommend Perplexity, dude. It's really, really good. It gives you links for like almost every sentence. So if Mez is not happy with this, he does, rightly so. I mean, AIs are not, great there all the time. They're great for synthesizing stuff, but unless there's source material, it's not really.
No, I agree for sure. Just
try Perplexity.
I don't know.
Right. And if you think about it, right, if we got three different AIs, with the same information, it's more likely than not it's sourced from the same thing. But it doesn't matter anyway because we'll look at the source directly. But it is interesting that they're pretty much to use the term, the famous term consensus. They're all, adhering to that. So, or there seems to be a consensus about this. So. All right, Eli, did you get the sheet there? 1 minute after the hour.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Got it. Thank you. Good.
I see the next if they clean them up and then as they prepare them and roast them with a special garlic sauce and serve them on a hot iron skillet.
Okay, did someone want to ask me some questions? Or can I ask some questions?
We're ready to go to the oven. Okay.
Good to have you on the mic. I think this is a first. You made welcome you. I think it's a real privilege. Thank you very much. I don't have any particular questions, but I'm sure many people in the
Can I ask some questions then?
No, I do. I have questions. I've just typed it out in the side chat.
Go for it, man.
What did you? So I haven't seen what.
Yeah, concerning your so-called observation, you got a citation that sinking refraction excludes the CRISPR horizon.
Yeah, I could do that. Yep.
Yeah, you get one.
And what else? I want data, time, author. What for? You could see what's happening.
No, because this will determine. No, bro. No, you can't, bro. I want those details, bro. I want those details.
Once in your fucking life, be fair income, mate.
Yeah, so you're just going to post something, you just ripped off YouTube, right? You don't know any details about it. You're just going to throw it at us and say, see there, I'm a professor, I said so.
Oh, the delicious irony. Look at my Black Swan photo from this random video I pulled off YouTube.
Exactly.
No, that's not a random photo pulled off YouTube. And it's got a lot of data that goes with it and a lot of details.
Well, there is details with this one. I just don't have it with me now. That's all.
How convenient.
Yeah, you can see it anyway. In any case, you can see the ship's going away, and it's going bottom first. And there's no way this can happen on flat Earth.
All right. Is there no distortion to the image at all?
Very, very little.
Oh, very little. Very little. Even though someone's pointed out that there's compression, obvious compression going on.
Not like the Black Swan, which is all over the place.
So there's no compression in that image?
There might be.
There is.
Yeah, but it's tiny. It's infant. It's infantile compared
to
how much
it's tiny.
Gets lost. The entire ship goes away.
Yeah.
Not a little bit of it. Not like the Black Swan. The whole ship. And that can't happen on flat Earth.
Why not?
Why would it? The ship would just go away and get smaller and smaller and smaller till you can't see it anymore. And then if you've got a powerful lens, you'll be able to see it again.
So you can exclude any other reasons why?
This ship, no matter what lens you have.
So what's the distance? What's the distance to the ship? What's the distance to the ship? What's the distance to the horizon?
I can calculate it.
Calculate it?
Yeah, easy. I can do maths, actually. I'm not a flat earther. I can do maths.
Yeah, thank you. You think you could do us a bit of a favor and get the actual recorded distance? Please.
All right, now forget the picture. I wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Professor.
Yeah, I'd skip past all that too.
You think so?
Okay? Do you want to answer a question or not? If you don't,
I was going to ask.
He's got nothing for it. It's just Ipsy Dixit. It's just, this has to be on a globe. That's it. That's all it's got.
I want to see if he's going to be willing to actually openly concede. Sorry, 1 second, Travis. Professor, would you be willing to actually get the recorded distance as opposed to handcraft it yourself?
Yes, I can. I'll look for it. I respect the question.
That would be great. That would be great, because for all we know, right, the number that you calculate might be off by a significant margin.
Okay.
We don't know.
I will try to find it, because it's a pretty good picture and I like it. And I would like to stand by what I've got there. So I'll definitely look for it.
Okay, yeah. It might do you a favor, right, to help you refine your argument anyway.
No, I agree. And hopefully we can see it, and I provide you the data, and you agree that the data is accurate. You'll agree that the Earth is not flat. Okay.
Well, if that's what it shows, it's what it shows. But so far, you got not really anything yet.
It's all right. It's a challenge I'm willing to take up. Don't worry.
And if I may ask also, might there happen to be a data set with regards to the weather conditions, i.e., the air pressure, the temperature, the humidity, all these sorts of things throughout the line of sight in that image available?
I don't know, but I think, but we can deduce a lot of that just by looking at the image and making some measurements from it.
Okay. Well, we can make measurements. I don't know if that's an accurate way of putting it. We can make inferences or best guesses as to what's going on based off of very limited information and hunches and all sorts of stuff like that may or may not be accurate. Whereas if we actually have the data point, I'm going to finish my sentence, please, Professor, if you don't mind, right? If we actually had the data points, we could actually draw more accurate conclusions instead of just going by, a leap of faith or whatnot, right? So if we have that, you might be able to draw better conclusions as to what's going on throughout the optical path. You know what I mean?
I agree.
So if it's available, that would be great. If it's available, I'm just going to say, if it is available, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, it's almost as if it's meaningless in the end, because we actually require that in conjunction with all the other stuff. So
it's only meaningless to people who want to who don't want to see the facts. That's all.
Do you disagree?
I'm not disagreeing with you that I will look for it. Okay.
Right. I just want to be clear, right? So you acknowledge, right, that all these factors are necessary contributors to the optical path, the path of light, and everything, and what the observer actually sees, right? So if we know all that, you acknowledge that this plays a critical role going on, right?
What I am saying is this, there is enough information in those in what you see there in those photos to
there's
conclude.
not. What's the distance to the horizon?
Conclude. Can I finish now?
What's the distance to the horizon? It doesn't show that in your GIF image of 5 photos.
Can I finish, please?
You just claimed there's enough information there. I want the distance to the horizon.
I said there's enough information for anybody with common sense to conclude that this cannot be on flat Earth. But I will get the information for you.
Thank you very much.
Great. Now, I joined because I was interested in asking some questions. So I just want to know if you're interested in answering them. That's all.
By all means. Now, if you can multitask, that would be fantastic.
I just want to have a conversation. That's all. All right. Okay. So my first question is, obviously, if you were, say, 45 degrees away from the North Pole, okay, so you're at 45 latitude, would the Earth be flat between that? Would the Earth be flat from the 45 degree latitude to the North Pole?
Well, if the Earth is flat anywhere you are, sir.
Okay, all right. No, that's all I'm asking. You just have to say yes, and I'll go along with that. All right. And you can, and this 45 degrees, you could be in Europe. You could be where would be 45 degrees? Yeah, probably be there. You'd be somewhere in Europe. You'd be in Russia. You could be in China. You could be in the United States. You'd still be 45 degrees to the North Pole. Agreed?
45 degrees latitude, yeah.
And it would be flat.
Wherever
in other words, 45 degrees is a latitude, a circle.
Is it?
And at different countries, you'd see everybody would have a flat 45 times the 69.1 miles to the North Pole, right?
Would they? Where do you get that number from, sir? Where do you get the 69 miles per degree from, sir?
It's standard celestial navigation, 69.1 miles per degree. If celestial navigation doesn't work on flat Earth, tell me now. Then I won't go any further.
That's not what
Does celestial navigation work on flat Earth?
Yeah, but does the 69 nautical miles per degree actually apply, or is that a backwards engineered value derived? I'm going to finish my sentence, please. I'm going to finish my sentence, please. Right? Celestial navigation in and of itself, yeah, my understanding is that it operates fine, but the assertion that there's 69 nautical miles for every degree of elevation change being consistent throughout all of the land or water or whatever, throughout all altitudes or latitudes, excuse me, that's only a claim that I've heard. I've never actually seen where that was derived from, except for mathematical derivations, not actual real world tests and observations. So if you could provide that would be very interesting. And then maybe we could move forward.
So your contention is that 69. It's not 69 miles per degree for latitude, right? That's your claim. Is that your claim?
I didn't claim anything. I'm asking you where it came from, sir. That's all I'm doing.
Technically, it's your claim, Phil.
Okay, so here we have the flat earthers now disagreeing with celestial navigation, right?
Did I disagree, or did I ask you where it comes from, sir? Do you understand English?
Do you think that I would give you 69 miles per degree if it wasn't that in celestial navigation?
Sure. For all I know, you could be giving me anything. You're claiming that the Earth is a ball, and you haven't proved it.
Please look it up. Be my guest and look it up.
I've seen the claim, Professor. With all due respect, sir. Okay, you would think that you'd be a little bit more cordial than this. Okay, I asked you where this came from, how it was derived, either through observation, real world observation, or was it derived mathematically with all other sort of mathematical models and assumptions baked into it?
No, it's imperial. People, it's imperial. In other words, it's empirical.
Okay.
Sorry, empirical.
Okay, so where? So which
people look at the star and then
Thank you.
travel
Yeah.
back 1 degree, and that's 69 miles. Actually, they did 10 degrees.
I'm very sure that has happened. I'm very sure that there are instances of that. The question that I'm having is, does that apply uniformly throughout the entire trajectory from the equator all the way to the North Pole? I.e., is it consistent in the fashion that it's being planned?
If the Earth was flat, it would have to.
Well, hold on.
That's not the point I'm making. That's not the point I'm making, sir. I'm asking you, has this been confirmed, or is it just asserted as such?
It's been confirmed within 1% all the way down.
Thank
Excellent.
Paper.
Now show it.
Could you provide the data for that, please?
Okay.
Yeah, I can provide you now, nautical almanac data for that going back, what was it, 200 years?
All right, Paper Rock. If you want to maybe provide that would be great. But we are speaking to Professor Phil. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, do you agree that so if you're at 45 degrees, everybody who's at 45 degrees, whatever country they are in, where they are, it's flat to the North Pole, right?
It's flat everywhere, yeah.
Okay, good. And 50 degrees?
Mm-hmm.
And 35 degrees?
Sir, how many times do I have to say it's flat everywhere?
I'm
as
going
far
to
as we
keep
can
going. 20
How many
degrees,
times
okay? Because because T-Dub he likes to put in his little bit. T-Dub, 20 degrees, okay?
You're asking. Your questions are redundant, sir.
Just say yes or no. That's all.
It's already implied. Yes, of course.
Okay.
Are you going to keep asking?
Zero then. Okay, then we can imply that zero. Okay, then we can say that 45 degrees south is also flat all the way to the North Pole, right?
The ground is flat, sir.
And yeah, from everywhere. So everybody at 45 degrees south is the same distance to the North Pole then.
Are they?
That's your claim?
Yeah, are they? If you assume uniformity...
Shall we start again?
Yeah.
Shall we
Professor,
start again?
No, we don't have to. You still have to back up your claim.
Because you got confused.
Hang on. Sir, no, you see, you don't seem to understand. No, Professor. I understand very clearly. Mathematically, okay, if we were to chart out a polar coordinate where every degree change, okay, is equidistant, okay, then yeah, it is. But for you to assert that that's actually what's happening in reality requires some support. And as of yet, right, because you've just been pushing forward and asking questions instead of actually going and getting the required material that I asked. You're going to try and paint a corner.
Let me
to
try
and
again.
You're trying to Hang on. You're trying to pigeonhole the room and myself into agreeing with something that we don't actually have the proper information for. Thank you very much.
Stop gaslighting.
So could you actually go get that, and then maybe we can talk until such time as you actually have that.
Voice, don't you?
We don't know.
You really love your voice, don't you?
No, sir. It sounds like you do. After asking the same question.
We better start again because I had a feeling you'd get confused.
It doesn't need to start again, Phil. It needs you to back up your claims. You make claims of distances, back up your data, yes or no?
45 degrees. Is the distance from 45 degrees to the North Pole the same for everybody?
We don't know that, sir.
Well, what the hell is 45 degrees then if it isn't?
It's an angle
45
measurement.
45 degrees of what?
Angle of elevation.
What's the 45 degrees of what?
Angle of elevation.
So it's the angle of elevation to the star.
You're taking an angle measurement.
Everybody
You're taking an angle measurement to the star. You're taking an angle measurement to the star, absolutely.
Right. Is the GP
Right.
of the star at the North Pole?
As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
Okay, great. That means the distance must be the same for everybody at 45 degrees.
That is, of course, if you assume
It's just
uniformity.
geometry, for Christ's sakes.
That's the problem, sir. So you're assuming, right? You're assuming that it's uniform throughout the entire.
Wow, I don't believe this.
See, I understand geometry very well. Okay.
You know you don't.
I also understand. No, sir. See, I also understand that to reify this angle measurement and map it onto the territory, right? As you know, in the fashion that you're talking about, like it is laid out on a map, right? Without actually having done that and actually demonstrating that it does form a perfect circle, right, around this pole or around this GP, right? That's you're basically performing a reification fallacy. Right. So until such time it's actually demonstrated, right, that this, that these distances are actually accurate, I cannot confirm or deny this. Instead of trying to pigeonhole everybody, how about you go get that fucking data, present it to the room, please? Thank you very much. We've already covered two. We have already covered 2 or 3 topics, right? So instead of moving forward, how about let's go back to the first one, right? And
no, I'm not interested. I just want to get past this one.
Okay. All right. So then go get the data, right? That shows that all 1 degree elevation changes actually show 69 nautical miles.
You don't have to worry about the 69 miles. I can do that later. I'm not worried about that. I just want to know. When you look at Polaris, is the GP at the North Pole? You said yes.
As far as I've understood, yeah.
Now, for anybody at 45 degrees looking at that, the GP of the North Pole, the GP of Polaris would still be at the North Pole. That means, from just a geometry perspective, they have to be the same distance to the North Pole. They have to be. That's just geometry. It's like
so you didn't hear what I said before,
prove that a right angle triangle with 3, 4 will have a hypotenuse of 5. It will.
Mm-hmm.
It's an axiom.
In ideal geometry, yeah. But as applied to the reality, in our reality, outside, we don't know any of the variables, for example, that may be interfering with the light path at any given point on the ground looking up at the star. So to assert that it's actually a circle, right, without knowing these variables, hey, you're laughing, but if you think about it, you don't actually know this, right? So you have to infer that it's true and run on that assumption. And until such time as you can confirm that, you can work with a model that lays out, lays this out on a map. But to project it onto the territory is a reification fallacy until you know it to be.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
All right. Right. So
that's the way you deal with stuff. If that's your pathetic way of dealing with stuff, fair enough.
Now you see.
Anybody else over there want to actually be fair income with me?
All right. I'll yield to the room if anyone wants to take that on, but they're going to give you the same answer pretty much because we all know this.
Because you're a flat earther, that's why. Come on, anybody who wants to be fair,
either that or we're willing to critically think about the information being presented.
What are you scared about? What are you scared to just say?
Instead of just consuming it outright, without any questions. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, loving your freaking voice again. What about all the ships and bloody airplanes that fly? Here you are taking up all the using celestial navigation. What about all these ships that use celestial navigation? What about all these ships that use GPS? Do they get lost? They rely on it on every latitude being 69 miles. Do they get lost?
Is that for me or for the room, sir?
It doesn't matter.
Anyone want to take that? He's already sick of me.
I just thought I'd have some intelligent people to speak to. That's all.
Yeah, well, you got what you asked for, so feel free, guys.
No, I didn't. You confused.
Yeah, I'm sure. Go for it, man.
Okay, so you think so if you're at 45 degrees south would it still be flat to the North Pole?
The ground's measured as flat. What's the problem?
Okay, good. And then everybody...
So, Phil, how about we do it the easy way? Instead of you asking me stupid questions, and you know I'm going to answer it's flat, why don't you just present your data, and then we'll go over it, instead of asking me, do you accept, do you agree? Like, I'm not going to agree to your bullshit, all right? You put your data forward, put your story forward, and we'll go from there. Please go.
Okay. Good. So you tell me if somehow you agree with this, that everybody is the same distance from the North Pole at a given latitude. So at 90 degrees south, everybody's still the same distance from the North Pole. Now, tell me how substantially different that is to the AE projection.
Well, this is your claim, your story. You tell me.
It's not.
Who said anything about the AA projection?
Not me. Phil was putting forward his proof of Baltania.
Why is it significant?
You've got no choice. It has to be like the AE projection.
Oh, so okay. Thank you for telling me. Informing me about what I should and shouldn't accept as being true.
Of course I'm telling you that because it's logical.
Why?
I just told you why.
What? A straw man's logical.
Because you know that everybody all the way from the North Pole all the way to 90 degrees south, everybody is the same distance from their latitude.
True.
Okay, good. How is that different to the AE projection?
Prove it. Prove it.
I'm asking you the question. How is it different?
I just told you to prove it. Prove your claim.
I did.
No, you didn't. You gave us a story. T-Dub said prove it, and then you're pretending you did. I don't know whether senility or just old age has worn you down, Phil, but prove your claim.
Bullshit. God, I really got you on the ropes, haven't I, buddy?
You don't even have any ropes, mate.
If you're in Melbourne...
Yeah, I'd be a little coffee snob, so what?
Somewhere in the suburbs, would you know your GPS coordinates?
Why would I care? I'm in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Why would I care? I'm in Melbourne.
Yeah, great. So
he's answering excellent to shit questions that you must be hearing shit, Phil. Can you find your GPS? You're in Melbourne. I don't care. Excellent. Like, come on, Phil.
So wherever you are in Melbourne, you know your GPS coordinates, don't you?
No, I use the Gregory's. So what? If you're silly enough to use GPS, that's great. I don't have GPS in my car.
Seriously?
Seriously?
You don't have a phone with GPS on it?
Why would I need it? Unlike you, Phil, I don't get lost. I look at the map, that's where I've got to go, off I go.
Oh, no, I use my GPS, actually.
Well, good for you.
Road signs
high five, happy days.
Too.
Turn left 4 kilometres to Melbourne.
You know what? And you know what? It works. The GPS works.
So do the road signs.
It's extremely accurate.
I'll take your word for it.
The road signs didn't work. The GPS works fantastic. All right.
That's great. Now, so how is that proof of anything?
People in Perth?
I don't know. Go and ask one.
People in South America?
Go and ask someone. I'm not going to make claims for South America when I'm not there.
The GPS works for everybody around the world.
Ooh, this sounds intriguing. Please continue.
So therefore, we know where people are with respect to the latitudes. Okay.
And now, what is that to prove, Phil?
All right. So we're talking about we now have the flat Earth kind of worked out, right?
Well, you haven't got anything. All you've said is GPS proves where people are.
Yeah. So now we know about the latitudes too, don't we? We know there's concentric circles around the North Pole, right?
Well, this is your claim again. Off you go.
No, it's yours.
I've said no such words. Thank you very much. Please do not strawman my position.
No, you said the Earth is flat, therefore...
I said it's measured as flat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, who measured it?
Those dudes with a laser.
They measured the whole Earth?
Well, you fucking well haven't. So don't be surprised if someone hasn't done the entirety of your fucking known existence. Fuck me, Phil.
Well, they have, actually.
Stop being arrogant. You haven't?
Yeah, they have.
No, you haven't.
Well, he hasn't measured the whole Earth, but he measured it in one sense. One night he was in here and he said, if you draw a vertical line down from a star, imaginary vertical line, until it meets the horizon, that's 90 degrees. And he was quite adamant about that. And I agree with him. That is 90 degrees.
Mm.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we'll just forget that one, T-Dub. I don't like the sounds of that.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, all right. Now, so the GPS works, right? Do you know that along the
that's your claim, GPS.
If you go between, let's say you pick two longitudes along the equator, how come?
Well, if you're using GPS, you won't need two longitudes.
No, you got two longitudes along the equator. Okay.
Well, GPS is more accurate, mate. Use your GPS.
GPS is longitude and latitude. Okay, that's what is the GPS. But you haven't got one, so you don't know that. But I'm telling you now, the GPS tells you your latitude and longitude. Okay, so it tells you your latitude. You know that those concentric circles that we spoke about before. The GPS tells
that you were yibbering on about, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So when you're along the equator, when you're at the equator, between two different longitudes, let's say you pick, let's say they a couple hours apart or 3 hours apart or whatever, we'll say 150 degrees apart, or even 40 degrees or 50 degrees apart. Doesn't matter. The distance along the equator between two longitudes is greater than the distance along any other latitude, both north and south of the equator.
And you've verified this how?
Absolutely. GPS.
No, I didn't say you've verified this. You have verified this how? There was a how on the end of it, Phil.
Longitude and latitude coordinates. And the distance.
And you verified this how, Phil?
No problems.
It's like having a third conversation with an imaginary person, isn't it?
Yeah. Because
how have you done this, Phil? Tuesday was awesome.
You're starting to remind me of...
Because, mate, I can calculate the distance between two longitudes, which, by the way, is impossible. I can calculate the distance between two latitude and longitude coordinates.
But you don't need to. You've got GPS. You don't need to calculate anything.
Calculate? Yeah, what are you calculating for? Aren't you measuring?
Supposed to be.
What do I need to measure it if I know the longitude and latitude coordinates for? What do I need to measure it for when I can just calculate it?
And how have you verified these numbers, Phil?
You think it changes?
You think you verified it?
Yeah, absolutely.
How?
I guarantee you, I can tell you...
No, I don't want you guarantee. I asked how you verified it.
Because the Haversine formula works.
Oh, so you're assuming a ball? That's awesome, Phil. Of course you're going to get the results of a ball if you assume a ball in the first place.
No, you can assume it's a flat Earth and still the Haversine formula is going to work.
And still, I'm going to assume it's flat and then use ball mathematics to assume it's flat. Phil, are you stoned or stupid?
You're going to have to.
I'm going to have to. I don't going to have to do anything, my friend. You don't know me too well.
People, if you're in a ship and you know your location, and you've got.
So we're in ships now. Okay. Yeah.
And you've got the GPS coordinates or the longitude latitude coordinates of where you're going, and you want to know the distance between where you are and where you're going. You have to use the Haversine formula or the Vincenti's formula. You know.
Oh, really? Okay.
You know,
Please
there is no other way to do this.
And
so how does a sailor?
Your problem is
at sea. How does a flat Earth sailor, who's got their fix at sea, they've got their latitude and longitude coordinates of where they exactly are, and they want to know what the distance is to where they need to go with the latitude and longitude coordinates of where they need to go. How are they going to do that?
Without using. Don't ask a sailor.
Without using.
You're going to tell me anyway, so it doesn't matter.
It matters to them.
What if it doesn't? What if they just go, hey, I'm here, I need to go northeast, and then they go northeast?
No, they want to know how long it's going to get there, especially if they're flying.
Oh, so now they've gone from ships to flying. You are all over the place tonight, my friend.
They need to know if they've got the fuel and all that sort of jazz, and they need to know how many days they're going to get there. You know, ships know how long it takes to get from one place to another.
Oh, we're back in the ship again.
Well, it doesn't matter. Plane, ship, whatever.
Well, it does matter. What planes do you know stay in the air for days on end, Phil?
You can't just talk, intelligently?
You're the one that's all over the place, bro, not me. I'm just listening to you jump from planes to ships and back in ships again, and you're all over the place. Like, holy Toledo, mate. Go and you're probably low on sugar. Go and get some sugar cubes and settle your nerves.
Perhaps, if I may, quickly, Professor, maybe it would do everybody some good if you actually took a break and got that data that you said you would get to support your arguments.
Now, we spoke about the
data that you're going to get.
Circles. We spoke about the latitudes, which are concentric circles around the North Pole. Okay. Tell me about the sun. Does the sun go around like that too?
No. It's not
hot yellow thing in the sky. There you go.
Yeah,
Tell me about it.
It's actually yellow. It's actually white. Yeah.
You call it whatever colour you like. Hot, yellow, white. I don't give a shit. It's still hot.
That thing.
That thing.
Do you
I just told you about
it. Do you agree that it travels between
non-conditional? I don't have to agree to anything.
Matrix, do you really think this is going to work out?
Of course you don't.
This way?
Of course you don't.
No, it's not going to work out because I know as well as you do, 20, he is not going to provide any data whatsoever to back up any of his bullshit.
I mean, he did say he would, right?
Won't be able to back up the fact that the sun goes between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn.
No. See, Professor, that what you just said there, this is maybe about the fourth or fifth topic that you've talked about already. I've asked you for data for at least 2 of the first 3. Right? Do you even recall what they were, sir? No, I didn't think so.
You asked me about,
and that's why you don't get your data.
Yeah. Right. So
I asked you at least to verify the 69 miles.
Yeah. Where were they measured? Yeah. How were they derived? Yeah.
Well, you wanted me to verify whether the 69 miles between each degree of latitude is true at south of the equator.
How is it verified? All that. I mean, supposedly it's there.
So I haven't forgotten what you want. Okay.
Yeah, right. So that was one of them. Okay. Do you remember the other one?
Yeah, that's all right. Now let's do this next thing. So the sun.
Do you remember what the other one was?
No, I'm not going to provide you with data. We're going to jump to the next topic.
Professor,
I told you I'll come back to all that. We can have more fun. We don't have to have all the fun on one day.
I asked for some data too.
We don't have to have all our fun on one day.
Professor, I'm not asking you to fetch it all right now. I'm just asking you to be able, if you can articulate what I actually asked you. So when you do go, you know what to look for. So you already provided, okay. You know you have to get the. You know you have to get the 69 nautical miles per degree being uniform throughout the entire. That's great.
And there were two other topics that we talked about. Do you even remember at least the topics?
Yes, the ship.
Okay.
Okay, the 69 miles, and you wanted to know if that was south of the equator.
Not exactly. Again, I'll try and reiterate. Right.
Yeah.
So the
I'll
69
put the
nautical
whole
miles.
package together. It's going to include everything that you can think of. All right.
Right on. Okay, so just so we're all clear, right? Because I'm getting a little bit discombobulated by all this, right? So just so we're all clear, right?
I'm not surprised. Go on.
So, well, I mean, sir, with all due respect, it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning for me. I don't know where you are,
sorry.
and here I am.
It's okay. It's about that,
right? And you guys are yelling and screaming
at nearly 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, exactly. And you guys are yelling and screaming like maniacs. So forgive me for all that. Right? I'm trying to engage.
I didn't consider your time zone. Sorry about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
I'm in the west. Right? So, anyways, so the point is, you got the 69 nautical miles per degree elevation being uniform for all latitudes, where that was derived, and how was it actually verified to be uniform in reality. And the other one was if you happen to have the humidity, temperature, and air pressure data throughout the entire line of sight between the observer and the ship, in addition to the actual distance to the ship. Right? Is that fair?
I don't think I'd be able to give you the climate. No.
Well, see, there's an issue with that then, because then we don't actually know. There's no way to really confirm what the light path it was, what its behavior was, whether there was stooping or looming or any sort of other phenomena going on that might yield the effect that we see, leading you to think it's an actual physical curvature that thing's going down below, or if it's just an optical. We don't know that then, right?
Actually, we would because what I can bring you are the limits. Okay.
Okay. How do you know those limits?
Well, they again, they're empirical data. We can work out what we know what those limits are. Okay.
Get the data.
I can cycle.
Right. So they would be bounded. Okay. Fine. And if we don't know that on these particular days throughout that trajectory that the actual values are at the extremes of the bounds, creating an extreme effect, we don't actually know that if we don't actually have the data. Right. So helpful to have that.
We know that they fall within a range, don't we?
Perhaps. I don't know where that range came from. Right.
You obviously don't know much about science, then, do you? You're not going to be able to eliminate anything without the data, bro.
Yeah. Why are you going ad hom, sir? If you're going to bring me a bounded range, it derived by some sort of statistical model, right? That model would have been derived from actual data points collected at some point, right? So you actually have,
yes, of course,
exactly, right. So perhaps maybe going to that. Thank you very much. So perhaps going to the source, right, as to where those from where those data points came from, might actually give you some more clear insight of what would have happened on that particular day, for example. Right?
Is there any chance, if I do all that work for you, that you will stop saying the Earth is flat?
Just because you give me the data is not going to be sufficient, sir. We're going to have to look into it. But I would appreciate you to back up your claim with this.
Don't worry, I don't care.
Bro, this is your claim. No, bro, listen. No, bro. No, you're not doing that. No way. This is independent of anything we've said. This is about your claim about that image. Mm-hmm. Solely and independently, all by itself, your claim standing all out alone, right? But it's little lonesome, under the spotlight, being scrutinized to see if what you're saying about it is true. It's got nothing to do with whether it indicates that the Earth is flat.
And then it's true, then what?
What's true? That it's the curvature of the Earth hiding the ship from view?
Yeah, if I show you that.
Yeah, go and get the data then.
Then what?
Then you'll have confirmed your claim.
And then
if you can validate that the absolute, if you can validate absolutely with 100% certainty that is the curvature of the Earth obstructing the view of that ship, then nobody has got any choice but to accept it, right?
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, well, no
That's all I
shit,
wanted
sir.
to hear.
Professor, that's
That's all I
already
wanted to
implied.
hear. That's good. That's
But
good.
that's already implied. Okay, we just need the actual
No, it's not.
material to make accurate decisions and understandings.
All right, let's test to see if that's true. All right.
Okay, we'll go get the data. And
Does the sun move? Does the sun move between the?
So get the data. That's what we're talking about, Phil. The data. Grab it.
He's trying to bulldoze.
Answer my question.
Get the data, and we will.
Between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of.
Don't care, Phil. Go and get the data. If you've made a claim, get the data to back it. We'll scrutinise it. The data will represent itself if it's true and correct.
So this is more data. You think I have to go and get data that the sun moves?
Your claim, you're backing it up, not me. I'm not doing your shit homework for you. I'm not one of your stupid students. I'm not one of your stupid students. You are not a professor above me. Your professing is a load of crap. So get the data, back up your claim.
What do you say about it?
Say about what? You getting your data, go and get the bastard. That's what I say about
it. What do you say about what happens to the sun?
Who cares? Go and get your data. Back up your ship claim first.
Don't tell me who cares. Tell me what you think.
I think you should get the data.
No. Tell me what you think about what the sun does.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. The next time you say no, Travis, hold up a second, mate. The next time you say no to getting your data, Phil, your claim is null and void. So please get your data.
My claim that the sun moves between...
No, the ship. We're talking about the ship, Fortnite. Keep up.
No, forget that. I'm not...
That's it.
I've got to...
There you go, T-Dub. The ship one's out. We don't have to worry about that bullshit anymore.
No, I'll come back with the
data. That's all right, because at the end of it, I was just going to make him realise that he's wasted his time by presenting the Black Swan anyway.
I know. Yes.
The Black Swan has got to be your weakest argument.
Really? Okay. How do you construct that in your broken mind?
It's your weakest argument.
Why is it the weakest argument, Phil? This will be entertaining, please.
Because the photograph is shit. It's got distortion everywhere. It's not worth looking at.
How about, Phil? How about you get the photograph and you circle the distorted bits?
Yeah, you see the cranes?
What about them? The cranes are nothing to do with our argument, Phil.
It doesn't matter. Yes, they are.
Yes, it does.
The whole photograph is shit. You can't make any decisions about
it, Phil.
Because
the crane. It's not a Phil. Is it a photograph or is it a frame taken out of video footage?
That's a photograph.
Then you're an idiot. You've got no idea what's going on.
A photograph. One frame out of a video is a photograph. Okay.
I mean,
no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I didn't.
It's out of video.
There are much better examples. It is one that's not one that should be really used as the primary example of what we're trying to.
Is that another portray? Is that another claim I have to go and make? Another thing I have to say is that a photograph that a single frame out of a video is the photograph is another thing I have to go and get.
Oh, Phil, you haven't backed up your own claims yet, so don't worry about other people's.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I never said which Black Swan. I just said the Black Swan.
Yeah, because
we nice one inside.
Every single observation is a black swan. There is no so-called white swan, right? That matches up with
exactly. Take it, DJ.
Now
you're gonna.
All right. Okay. What about the sun business?
What about the sun business, Phil?
Does the people who think the Earth is flat, do they think that the sun moves between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn? You know, like everybody observes that it does.
If you're talking about the AE map model, like the Jaron and David Weiss and flat earthers used to use more often, where it's like a little physical sun and moon that rotates between the tropics on the AE map. No, that's not what we're claiming.
He tried forcing that on us before, DJ. He tried forcing that map on us before. We have to accept that.
What is your claim?
That has to be our map.
Yeah, what is your claim then? What you could, because we do know the sun travels.
That the Earth is that the surface of liquid is flat.
The surface of
We
liquid's
know that.
flat. Yeah. Oh, cool. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So how does that happen on Flat
So
Earth?
welcome to Flat Earth, bro. Not so how does that do anything? No, that's just it. The surface of liquid is horizontal. Game over, bro.
I'm talking about.
If you accept that, you're on our side. No, not about what about the sun?
It's never horizontal. It's never flat.
It's never horizontal.
It's never flat.
Do you want a citation? Do you agree with your peers?
What about what?
No.
Why am I fucking doing you?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Water can never ever be flat.
Do you agree with your peers?
What about my peers? I don't know what you're talking about.
So if I showed you a statement from your peers from a physics textbook stating
saying what?
Contrary to what you're saying right now.
Well, what's it like? Tell me what you'll show me. What will it say?
Well, what about I just post it?
Well, just tell me what. Just tell me. I'm not going to read.
I think just posting it teed up. That's a lot cleaner.
It states that the surface of water at rest, or liquid at rest, being horizontal, and all points on a horizontal surface within a liquid at rest, right, being of the same pressure, is actually the definition of a level surface.
This
often used as the definition of a level surface.
Let me put it this way. There is no textbook that will say that the surface of water can ever be flat. Not ever. Not in a cup.
Horizontal? Horizontal? Horizontal?
Horizontal doesn't necessarily mean flat.
Doesn't necessarily mean flat.
No, it doesn't.
Wait.
Could you repeat? Could you repeat what you just said? A little bit slowly.
Do I lie in bed horizontal? Am I flat?
Horizontal doesn't necessarily mean flat. Is that what you just said?
Draw a semicircle and hold it vertically or hold it horizontally.
What are you talking about?
On a piece of paper.
Is flat synonymous with horizontal? Is the word flat synonymous with horizontal?
Listen carefully to me. Stop being an idiot.
No, you're the one being an idiot, Phil. Phil, step back. Phil, step back and answer the question. Phil, you're just scattergunning again, mate. You're jumping to another topic because you don't like the answer that you were just given.
Draw a straight, wavy line on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And hold it.
Hey, draw a straight, wavy line.
Straight, wavy line. How do I draw a straight, wavy line?
Do you know what a wave is, Phil?
Yeah, draw a wavy line.
Oh, shit.
Wait.
Right.
So it's not straight anymore, it's wavy.
Not straight.
Are you talking about where it's max? Are you talking about where it's maximum? Are you talking about where it's maximum?
Draw a wavy line.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. I get it. You're talking about where its maximum and minimum peaks, right, are going to be equally distant from each other.
Water is never, ever, not in any cup, not in any glass, not in any ship, in the sea.
Curving.
Water
never. Okay.
Curving.
All right, I'll grab your citations. I'll grab your citation and see if you agree with what it says. Okay.
This is just me, or kind of starting to sound a little bit like Donnie. I guess it's just me.
Oh, Phil, you're giving us.
Where's your claim? Where's your citation? I'm waiting for it.
I think it's coming.
I want to find a citation that says water lies flat. That's what I want. Not an interpretation of what other words are. I want the citation has to say water lies flat.
Okay, Mr. Wavy Horizontal.
I can get that too, right? But first I'm going to post this one.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Levels. It says level surface. It doesn't say flat surface. Level is not flat.
Horizontal.
Level is
Find
flat.
another one.
Level is flat.
Level is not flat.
Yeah, it is. It's some of them. You can use level and flat in the same way.
No, it doesn't apply. Get rid of this nonsense. Get another one.
No. Yeah.
He doesn't like that.
I don't know. I don't know why they do
It's a physics textbook, bro, on hydrostatics. He doesn't like it.
Level is not flat. I don't care.
What's horizontal mean? What does horizontal mean?
Okay.
What does horizontal mean? Yeah, that's what I thought, bro.
Within a body of liquid at the same pressure. Within a body of liquid. What's within a body of liquid mean? Does that talk about the surface or what? At least I've got your thing there.
Well, the fact that it says surface just before that, Phil, I don't know where your mind is off to, but yeah, well,
level surface. Okay. Yeah. It can still be a surface in the water. Okay.
What, without a body of water?
It says within a body of water. Read.
So which bit do you have contention with, Phil? The within? So let's change it to without. So you're not talking about water anymore?
Are you changing the text now?
No. You've got a problem with it, so maybe you should. You're a professor. Aren't you qualified to do that kind of shit?
I'm going to read the whole thing so that I can. So that I
Wise choice.
Yeah, I've got to now that you've left me a link there, I can. Okay.
See how easy it is to post links up, Professor Phil? That's what you should be doing.
That's fantastic. Yeah, that's good. Okay.
There you go. There's one from Science in Pre-K.si.edu, Science, Water. Museum.
They're lying to the kids, T-Dub.
They're lying to the kids.
There's another quote above, right, by the American Meteorological Society.
It's physically impossible.
A horizontal surface such as that of a body of water.
And utterly misspoken. Water cannot form a flat surface. I will bet anybody any money.
No, you should get onto them, mate. They're teaching kindergarten children. You must save them, Phil. Save them. It's your duty.
If any fool is teaching people that surface of water is flat,
well, they are. They
need to be called out.
Well, they are.
Good. Well, good. I'm going to get this done. Don't you worry.
And so is your peer, Robert Katz. So is your physicist peer, Robert Katz.
Who's this science?
Better write him an email, Phil.
si.edu. Is that Singapore, is it?
How about this? Can I ask, Professor, what's your contention really with these statements?
They're wrong.
He's using the Bev logic where it's not completely flat.
Right.
It's basically
water cannot be flat. It's impossible.
Well, let me see. So if I have a cup of water, right, and I fill it to the just from the brim or something like that, a large majority of the surface appears flat, but we do see around the rim, right, or the perimeter of that surface, it's a little bit beveled, right? But we understand that that's caused by surface tension. But besides from that, those little uplifts and shit like that. Beyond that, right?
It's not still not flat though.
Okay, so what's the curvature rate on that thing?
It's the same curvature rate as the Earth.
So what would it be at a small scale like that? Like in numbers?
It would be really small.
It would be irrelevant. It would be so small you wouldn't notice it. But look, this is the thing, right? You need to show us. You need to show us evidence that such a thing exists, right? Curving water that matches up with the curvature of the Earth. You're not able to show us any kind of evidence that actually happens. Like a single observation where you've taken, the possible explanations into account, right? Because you're making a specific claim.
I'll get you the same kind of source that there's.
Like, I've never seen one in the last 8 years. Not citations. I want to see empirical evidence. I want to see a real world. Like,
it will be.
I want to see something that counters, like Dr. John Dee's observations or something. Yeah. Well, go ahead.
They'll have the citations I give you will have measurements with them.
Okay. Well, we want empirical evidence.
Stuff. Yep.
Right.
That's what they'll be.
And while you're at it, Professor, don't forget the 169 nautical miles per degree and the boat.
Yeah, of course.
Stuff.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Well, it shouldn't take long to find that, surely.
Can we get back to the sun?
No, we don't know what the sun is.
You don't know what the sun is?
That's right.
You don't know that it travels between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn?
No, we don't make claims.
You don't know that?
No, I don't know how the sun works. I don't know exactly what the sun is. I don't know what medium the sun is, or what medium what the sun is made out of. Could be something beyond our comprehension. We don't know. We can't test it empirically.
You can't tell.
Test the water. We can test the water, and it's not curving.
Flat Earthers as a group don't know that the sun goes between Capricorn and Cancer.
Nobody knows what the sun is. No, we have some delusional people that think they live on a spinning globe. They think they know everything because they parrot textbook information, but you don't actually have any empirical evidence to back your claim up.
You think we just parroting information. The sun goes between
I
Capricorn
hear you keep saying that you can provide all of this empirical evidence, but you're never actually presenting any of it.
So you don't
keep
think
wanting to divert away from the topic of the room, which is the Earth, and talking about the sky. You don't want to talk about the Earth. You were just saying that you have some kind of practical demonstration that shows that water is curving. That's the prerequisite of all of your additional claims about the sky working over the top of a globe.
You think you flat earthers don't know that. So this is what I'm getting from you. Flat earthers don't know that
you're not even listening, Phil.
Between Capricorn and Cancer, right?
So where's that data?
Correctly? Did I say
you're getting data?
Did I say that correctly?
Don't know what the
Which bit about getting data? I didn't hear you say that bit correctly, mate.
Did I say correctly that flat earthers don't know that the sun travels between Capricorn and
what's the sun? If you want to talk about something, right, you need to define what it is and then back up your definition with empirical evidence.
We all know what the sun is. You know that thing.
No. You know how to parrot what you've been told the sun is
during the day.
Just parroting information isn't.
Now flat earthers don't even know what the sun is.
No, nobody knows what it is. You don't know what it is.
Of course, I know what the sun is.
No, you don't know what it is. You just believe.
Yes, I do.
You just believe.
Don't know. You may not know what it is.
You're a man of faith when it comes to the heliocentric religion. That's what you are.
No, I know.
How about this?
I know what the sun is.
How about this, Phil?
But not only that, I know that the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn at the height of summer, and I know at this summer and at the northern summer it's at the height of Cancer. I know that.
Professor, if you
is that something flat earthers don't know?
Let me clarify something. Okay, the extent that we can know what the sun is, quote unquote, is that we see a massive light in the sky that moves across the sky. Okay,
let's
the composition of it, or what it's made of, or all these kind of finer details.
Okay,
right. All these things. Let me finish.
I accept you don't know what it's. I accept you don't know what it's made of.
Professor,
I accept you don't. I accept that you don't know what it's made of. But do you know?
Do you know what? Do you know what it's made of? We know we were told that, just in the same fashion as we're told that, sun is, burning balls of like plasma or gas or whatever. They keep changing their fucking mind on that or their story.
So you don't, don't think it's true?
Let me finish, sir. Okay. We know the stories presented to us. Okay. We know that. Most of us have heard that, if not everybody. But to make a statement that we know that to actually be the case, okay, requires significant scrutiny and actual data and some method of actually testing all this stuff. Now, if you make the claim that you actually have all that, okay, that would be very interesting to look at. Do you have that? Again, we're going to ask you for data. Okay, so how do we know what the...
So hang on, can I finish now? So let me just reiterate. Flat
Attempted straw man, continue.
Earthers don't know that the sun goes between Capricorn and Cancer. Got it. Gotcha.
I didn't say that.
Well, if that's what he heard, it's okay if he heard that. Well, I mean, Professor Phil, can you define what is...
Don't know.
What is that?
Flat Earthers don't know that the sun goes between Cancer and Capricorn.
Okay, sure. We don't know that. So what is that? What's that called? The Tropic of Cancer or Capricorn? What is that?
Like 23.4 degrees, both sides of the equator.
23.4?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know what that is either then?
Yeah, that latitudes.
Yeah, that's wrong. That would be the wrong... You got your own globe that doesn't match what Google says or Wikipedia or basic textbook. You just came up with a new model that moves these lines to different locations that don't exist.
Flat Earthers don't think the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer exist.
Well, you don't, because you put them in someplace else. It'd be like you walk into a Burger King and you order a Big Mac.
Yeah,
and then you're like, then all of a sudden you tell the person, hey, I want a burger, and you're like, well, yeah, you can order a Whopper.
Yeah,
and then you start telling them you don't. Go ahead. I think you cut out there.
What's the latitude for the Tropic of Cancer?
How about let's go back to the other one. Does it move? Does the sun move between these two?
Just answer my question, please.
Yeah, the same. Well, use your answer. What was your answer originally?
$23.5 degrees latitude north and 23.5 degrees latitude south.
So why'd you change your answer?
I'm being accurate. Okay?
So here, how about this? Google, does the sun move between... Number. Yeah, here, just Google this. Does the sun move between the Capricorn and Cancer? No, the sun does not move between Capricorn and Cancer. No. Rather, the Earth's tilt causes the sun's direct rays to appear to shift.
We know that. Yes, of course. Of course.
Okay, so now what is the tilt of the Earth? What's that supposed to be?
You don't know what that is? Another thing the flat earthers don't know?
Yeah, let's say flat earthers don't know it. So what's the tilt of the Earth?
Okay. All right.
But Google it.
The tilt of the Earth is the tilt that the equator makes with the ecliptic.
Okay, so what does that equal?
23.5 degrees.
And what was your Capricorn and Cancer?
23.5 degrees.
Would you call that, is that a clue, do you think, or not?
Yeah, of course, isn't it? So the flat earthers think that the sun travels between those two extremes?
You're talking to Craig, not all of us.
Yeah, they don't. You're in your worldview, they don't do that.
They don't think.
Yeah, you don't either.
No, I'm talking about
you. Or
you
shouldn't.
Forget me. I'm asking you, the flat earthers. What do you think?
Flat earthers would say the sun is a light in the sky.
Yeah, and?
That would be the wrong direction. That's up.
And what
up.
would be the latitude at the height of summer?
Whatever you put it at. You can mark it here, you can mark it there.
What it is.
You can mark it anywhere.
No, it's got its GP. Its GP will be somewhere on the Earth in those two times, in the northern summer.
The bastard keeps moving.
It's latitude.
What the sun is.
Here's another one. I asked, does the sun have a GP? No, the sun does not have a GP.
Well, it does at a certain given time, obviously.
So that's what I'm saying. It's interesting.
They wouldn't be able to use it.
If someone was in your class and hear you talking and they had their phone in their pocket and you're like, is this professor telling me the right stuff? Let's see what Google says. And Google would be like, well, no, he's talking straight shite.
Yeah, right. So now, all right, what about the stars? Do they go around the North Pole?
What's that?
The stars.
Okay, around what?
Do the stars go around the North Pole
let's ask Google.
Just answer the question. Do the stars go around the North Pole on flat Earth?
Which is what's flat Earth?
Whatever your flat Earth is, I don't know.
No, your flat Earth.
What's in your head for flat Earth?
What's your? Well, that'd be the Earth.
Actually, I do, because I showed you that flat Earth had to be what flat Earth was. Yeah.
So flat Earth is flat Earth. And is that the sky or the Earth? If flat Earth is flat Earth.
I'm talking about on your model of flat Earth, right? Which, by the way, does it include the dome?
Which is what?
This container, whatever that is.
A container. Okay, yeah. So where was that? Back to the sky again?
Yeah, we're talking about the sky when we're talking about stars.
So if I'm going to talk about my countertop, am I going to talk about how flat my countertop is?
Don't care about your countertop. I just want to know.
Well, I'm trying to see the glitch here. Where's the glitch?
No, there's no glitch.
Yeah, your head keeps tilting up.
It's just a question.
Okay, so you're talking about the sky?
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about that.
Well, I am.
Okay, so you are talking about something I'm not talking about.
Well, I don't.
That would be a choose your own adventure category.
I'm talking about the stars now.
Okay, well, go to a star channel, a channel that's all about the sky. There's plenty of them.
Is anybody there apart from this one who wants to obfuscate want to talk about the stars?
Yeah, you could find anybody who wants to talk to the stars in any forum where they talk about the stars.
Of course you don't want to talk about the stars, you poor little thing. Of course you don't. You know why you don't?
Why not? This is appeal to motive.
Because you know where I'm going with this.
No, I don't. I have no idea where you're going. I would predict, using the flat Earth model, that even you don't know where you're going with this.
I know where I'm going with this, and you
have no clue because you haven't never got there.
You don't want to. That's
you'll
why
never
you don't
get there.
Want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about the stars because you know where I'm going with this.
That's appeal to motive. That would be a logical fallacy and a mental break with reality.
Sure.
You have to
want
get
to talk about the stars or not?
If you want to talk about flat Earth, there's two words there: flat and Earth.
Do you want to talk about
one of those words? Let's see if you can answer a direct question. Which word did you understand as sky, stars, up, dome, container? Which one of those words? I said flat Earth. Which one of those words drove you into a pipeline to invoke a conversation about sky magic?
I don't care. I want to talk about the stars.
Okay, yeah, you have needs and wants that are in direct contradiction with the forum you're in.
Anybody want to talk
about We're not proposing a cosmology, bro.
Go to another channel and try this. You could do science right now. cause and effect.
So,
go
let
to
me just add this. Let me just add
go
this
to
up.
T-Girl, just like all the different channels that are active right now. Go into each one and just start talking about the stars.
Let me just add this up. Let me just add this up. You don't know. You don't know whether or not the North Pole is the same distance.
We're not proposing a cosmological view of something that you will never experience. If you want to know what reality is all about, you go out into reality. You go outside. You look around. That's reality.
I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah,
though.
Dr. Phil,
I know about something else.
I know the Earth. This is what flat earthers know. I know the surface of the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. And I know
measurably?
Yes.
Who measured it?
I know the surface or the motion of Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as stationary. If you want to put your heads in the clouds, that is no problem. You can do that.
How do you know that it's stationary?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways of getting into this, but like the main topic right now is, can you get to flat or Earth, or at least roll the clock back? Let's just say you can roll the clock back just a couple hundred years before the Catholic Church just derailed the whole world with like some sort of creation myth. Can you get right that one moment, or at least when you say that flat earthers are talking to kids and brainwashing children, can you diffuse this victim status instead of like, church lady on The Simpsons? Will someone please think of the children? That's what the goal would be. When I see you in this channel, I'm like, can I get this guy to make an observation of the surface of the Earth? Is today that day? And I already know the answer. The answer is no. Nothing new under the sun. You'll never look at the surface of the Earth. You're not capable of doing it. It would be impossible to get you to make an observation. That would never happen. But what you will do is to go into some meth field symposium about sky magic and then hallucinate some children you think are in the channel that we're trying to brainwash. That's what you will do. And you'll do it today, and you'll do it tomorrow, and you'll do it forever. That is where you're at. And that will end.
Your little rant.
That will end when you choose to.
Now that you've had your little rant, do the stars rotate around Polaris?
Yeah, as predicted. Right back to the sky.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to you. Now that you've had your rant, I'm just going to continue on where I was, but I'm really going to forget about providing all the data that I was asked for earlier.
I told you I'll come back with that.
Well,
you say that every
been nearly an hour.
You never do.
Okay, now, can we talk about the stars, please?
No.
Bring your data.
Of course not.
What?
Yeah, go to astrology. Go to astronomy.
Well, hang on. Stars like Hollywood stars?
Yeah, the
Hollywood stars like Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong.
No.
Neil deGrasse.
No, the stars.
Sigourney Weaver.
Up and you see the stars. At
Bollywood
night.
stars. Maybe stars. Bollywood stars is more
no,
your
like
style.
The Southern Cross. Like the Southern Cross.
All these things we can never empirically validate, right? You would just want to avoid talking about the actual Earth surface.
I want to talk
about. You're just saying, you're going to come back with come back with some empirical evidence, but you never do. You say that every time. No, you don't ever do that because you're a liar.
Now.
Do you have a claim to make about them regarding the surface of the Earth, the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, the shape of the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the prerequisite to all of your star claims. Okay, so you're going to have to validate that first if you want to have all of these other conversations.
And the Earth is
go ahead.
And the Earth is spinning. The stars are relative to the Earth.
Yeah, just keep chanting your religion. That's going to make it real. If you keep chanting your religion.
Say it 6 more times. Just get it over and done with.
Chant for me, Phil.
No.
It might turn up like Bloody Mary.
Yeah, it's going to start curving before your very eyes.
God, there's some obfuscation going on. I want to
You
hear
have no
what
idea
you
what
think the
stars are,
stars
Phil.
do. You don't know what the
No,
stars are now.
no, we're going to talk about the geometry of the surface that we live on.
Yeah.
Come on. You can do it. What do the stars
No,
do?
if you have a claim to make about the stars with regards to the geometry of the surface that we live on, then you can go ahead and make it if you want.
Do the stars
Yeah, what? Hey, Dr.
rotate
Phil.
around Polaris on flat Earth?
Dr. Phil, what do you call that if someone is divining the nature of creation by looking at the stars? What was that? There's a name for that. What's that called?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, somebody looks up at the sky.
Yeah.
And they believe the stars are divining them information of earthly bound events.
Oh,
what is that called?
Astrology you're talking about.
Astrology.
Bingo.
There you go. You got it. So you're practicing divination right now.
No.
If you look at that star and that star, and you're adding anything else other than what you observe from the star, you are practicing divination.
No, the stars are vitally important because people use them for navigation.
That is called divination.
They don't use stars.
The stars will direct me.
Yeah, telling the stars are like. If you just look around and say that star is telling me to put my pineapple on my pizza, that is called divination.
Nothing
it's
to
telling
do
you
with
which way, telling you which way to go.
Telling you where you are on the Earth.
There you go. That's also divination. Hey, star, can you tell me where I am? Tell me where I am and tell me where I'm
celestial
going.
Navigation. Is that a new thing that flat earthers don't know? That celestial
Parajuaradastra, Phil. Parajuaradastra. You keep
celestial navigation.
The amount of things that you don't know is
4,000 BC.
Now you don't even know that celestial navigation is a thing.
So you don't know that celestial
Why do they call it celestial navigation?
You don't know this, that it dates back to 4,000 BC. Before any globetard, people were using celestial navigation.
Okay, good. So you agree that
you didn't know that. You didn't know that. You walked in this conversation not knowing that flat earthers invented celestial navigation.
No.
You came into this conversation completely unprepared.
So now we've established that the stars are important. Like 4,000
No, you've established that you did not know that celestial navigation predates every single heliocentric model, like all 3,000 of them.
There's shitloads of stuff I don't know, or for sure.
You didn't know where the location of Capricorn and
I certainly know where that is.
No, yes. you said that it's recorded, Dr. Phil. You said the wrong location on the globetard. You also incorrectly stated that the sun moves, which is no. The sun would in the globetard it would be stationary.
The sun appears to move. I know the sun doesn't move with respect to us, but I'm talking. But
see, maybe you will remember now. Now that you were given the clue that 23.5, the tilt of the Earth, seems to somehow correlate with this Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. There's a clue there. Yeah, you didn't know that. You didn't know that prior to coming in here.
Of course I knew that.
Well, when we asked earlier, you gave the wrong answer.
No. I just estimated it, and maybe I'm out by a degree. So what?
Well, you didn't know that coming in.
Yes, I did.
That's all right. We forgive you.
I fucking know it more than you, stupid morons.
Oh, now you have to start getting all upset and insulting us. Just avoiding talking about the topic of the room.
Who's got
this is where you're at? Like you want to be Dr. Phil, you can't insult me. I've been called much worse by far by far much better.
You have.
Yeah, I've been called much worse, by far much better than you, and that had no effect either.
Bet you have.
You're just.
Are there any other Globers in here? Like Professor Phil's kind of boring. Doesn't want to talk about the topic at all.
I want to talk about.
I'm a Globist.
He's just throwing out insults.
I would love to talk about the topic.
I'll tell you about the stars. Okay, they're very pretty.
Okay, good. Now, do they rotate around Polaris?
If the Earth was flat, I would be able to drive off the fucking Earth.
There's a volunteer.
Great logic.
I volunteer.
Exactly.
I don't know. Why don't you tell us, Phil?
Well, on flat Earth, apparently they're supposed to go around Polaris, don't they?
Do they? Do they?
Well,
see your flat Earth. Where's that at?
You're the flat Earther, not me.
Well, yeah, show the flat Earth.
Tell us.
Your flat
Being
Earth.
a flat Earther is a mental illness.
Yeah,
flat Earth mental illness.
That's okay. You can assign that.
I'm building my rocket ship soon. Okay.
But you might want to be careful. Then there's pretty strict laws against discrimination against people with mental illnesses.
Yeah, they'll tell you there's a mental health crisis.
Against me.
There's a mental health crisis going on. So if you think that's the case, then sure, just go right ahead.
Yeah, right.
There's all these people who suddenly think the Earth is flat for some goddamn reason.
Maybe someone can help us overcome our mental illness.
Some reason, the lack of curvature.
Providing evidence of Earth curvature.
Go to a doctor. Maybe they'll prescribe you some pills.
All right, Preston, you can.
So do the stars rotate around Polaris?
Damn, Phil, you must really like the sound of your own voice there, right?
No, you're the
just
one
consistently trying to strawman us, bringing up all flat Earth arguments and trying to strawman us.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. You're a joke, dude.
For someone, what do you think? Someone else enjoying the sound of their own voice.
There's no way you'll talk about this subject.
Yeah, you're the one that's avoiding talking about the subject.
Then why would you ask? You have to at least the best thing you can do is at least try to maintain an internally logically consistent worldview. If you there's no one here who will talk about this topic, follow that. Why would you bring it up then? Your worldview is internally broken. It's
surely
internal.
One of you would talk about it. Yeah?
But you already said no one will. So your worldview is internally fractured. Your idea, your statements of fact, and your actions are in direct contradiction with each other.
I just got to save this.
I mean, if you want to talk about the stars, talk about them.
Okay.
Start.
All right.
Tell us.
Tell
us about them.
So on flat Earth,
what's that? What's a flat Earth?
The stars rotate around Polaris.
Well, what is that? What is that flat Earth you're invoking? Can I see it?
I thought he was a baller, and now he's telling us about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Did I miss something?
I don't want to talk about the ball. I want to talk about flat Earth.
Well, I'd like to see this flat Earth.
Pyramid, bro. It's a pyramid. It's a pyramid.
Oh, hey, he doesn't want to talk about the stars. He wants to talk about flat Earth.
No, I don't want to talk about the globe. I want to talk about flat Earth.
Okay, not the stars then. Cool. Not the stars. Flat Earth. Cool.
What is
flat Earth's got the stars are important to flat Earth. Because on flat Earth, because people navigate on flat Earth.
Yeah, like 4,000 BC.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So people navigate on flat Earth, right? Since 4,000 BC. So obviously the stars are important to the people on flat Earth, right? Obviously. Because
important for what?
For navigation, right?
Okay, but not for divination. Navigation, yes. Divination, no.
What? So the stars don't tell them where they are?
No. The stars tell them directions and whatnot. They follow the path of that star.
People use the stars to get their fix.
A fix with like are there Jonesing?
Don't do it, Chris. I know what you were thinking.
The junkies.
Yeah. The stars are really important, I mean, to all those people 4,000 years ago. And they're just as important to the people now on flat Earth.
Yeah, it would be to the Hawaiians. They have a solid claim now that they should be able to break away from America because their national or ethnic heritage has nothing to do.
I reckon.
Yeah, so it's very important that they reclaim this idea.
Yeah, I think they should. Yeah. What the hell is America doing in the Pacific anyway?
There we go. We found something to agree on.
Yeah. Let the Hawaiians be, nicking their country.
Free Hawaii.
Yeah. So 4,000 years ago, the stars were really important to flat Earth. So they still are, because people still navigate. People still use them, a sextant, to check out the stars and figure out where they are. So don't tell me the stars are not important to flat Earth. They are, obviously. So,
how does the sextant work on a globe?
Forget the globe.
That's a pretty sensible question. Answer that, Phil. How does the sextant work on a globe? You're the globe expert. Please help him out.
I'm trying to be welcome to flat Earth.
Well, you already have been earlier when you discovered that water was flat.
I'm trying to get you to welcome me to flat Earth.
It's just a troll at this point. I don't know why this is even being entertained.
I know, right? Like,
terrible content.
Is there anybody else?
Well.
We got anybody else? We got Globe Emperor.
For a while.
Who the heck is Globe Emperor?
Okay.
Wow.
Hopefully this next person wants to talk about stars as well.
No, guy.
That's all you guys want to talk about. You guys just do whatever you can to avoid providing empirical evidence of Earth curvature.
Yeah, I really tried, man. Sorry.
Every observation that is worthwhile that I put into Walter Bisland's Earth curvature calculator, I have to slide the refraction slider up to a K factor of 1 to make it work on a globe, which is essentially saying there's so much refraction that the Earth is flat or appears flat. That's crazy, isn't it?
So if the Earth is flat, so is it like a disk then, or?
No, we don't claim the Earth is a flat disk floating around in the heliocentric version of outer space. That would be a stupid claim, but that is what you'll see if you type it in and hit images on Google or something like that. You're going to get a bunch of strawman sort of images that are going to show a flat disk floating around in space. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Flat's the description of a surface. Right, and in this context, we just... Well, we're not claiming that the Earth is an object floating around in space, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Well, flat, right, okay, so it's the surface of Earth that we live on, okay? And when we go and test it against the globe claims, right, there's no curvature at all, right? In all of the tests that have been done, zero curvature is detected.
Why is the moon that we see round, then?
Well, the Earth, that's the moon. Okay, so the Earth is not the moonlight. So if you look at something else that's not the Earth, right, or something different than what you're comparing it to, and say, okay, why is a tree and this bird is bird-shaped? Right, it's just two completely different things. But I understand your question because you've been taught that, right, there's a big giant space vacuum and then you've got all these big round planets floating around inside this big giant space vacuum and that the Earth is one of them, right? So it's hard for you to imagine any other scenario.
It would make sense then that the Earth is flat then. What would be on the other side of this flat Earth then? Okay, so we're not saying why would it have to have another side to even to begin with. We're not claiming that. We're not claiming the Earth is an object or a planet. If you pick up your phone, it has a front side and a back side.
Yeah, okay, so that's a different thing, right? So once again, that's a phone, right? And we're on the Earth.
Oh, okay. So Earth is not a thing then?
Well, I'm not claiming it's an object. We're not claiming it's an object, like a phone.
Well, The ground
think about
you walk
this.
on, what is that?
What is it if it's not an object?
Yeah, it's a topographical plane. Okay, that doesn't. When we go out and test it, there's no curvature over distance. Okay, so if it was a globe and you go to any large body of water, it's going to have a certain rate of curvature over distance. But when we go and make
floating out in the sea just disappear into the horizon if it's flat?
Because it gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't resolve it anymore, right?
Yeah,
you could zoom that boat back into view. Or, hold on, let me finish the answer, right? You asked a question. Just let me finish answering the question.
Okay, fine.
Did you ask the question and not want me to answer the question?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so most often, right, a boat will go out and it will reduce in angular size and it will kind of fade off. You won't be able to see it anymore because the human eye can't resolve things that go below a certain angular size. Or the visibility on the day is not, it's not very good and it'll just kind of fade off. Now, sometimes we have ocean swells, which are waves out in the ocean, essentially, and it can make the ship look like it starts to disappear bottom up behind the physical obstruction of the ocean waves. Okay, or sometimes we can have certain types of miraging effects, like sinking, for example, or inferior mirages, and it can make things that are geometrically unobstructed look like they are obstructed. So sometimes this can happen as well. And we can replicate this on a flat surface on a small scale as well.
All right, so
show the exact
if you
same
bring
thing
a 1000x zoom scope or like a telescope, yeah, why does the boat still disappear into the horizon even when the waves are not there? The water is completely still.
Yeah, it doesn't. Find me one example of that happening where you've taken all of the explanations into account. So I've just put evidence in the side chat. We have a giant boat. Okay, when he's completely zoomed out, you do not see the boat. At no point do you see the boat disappearing bottom up. Okay, but from the observer's perspective on the beach, he can't see the boat at all. This is a giant ship. Okay, when he zooms in, you can see the entire boat again. What you'll notice is there's no waves and there's no obvious miraging effects taking place. Now, quite often when a glober will present evidence like this, we can see that there is actually big ocean swells, right? Or there's obvious miraging effects taking place.
You see the bottom of the boat is kind of gone. It's not far enough away to fully disappear into the horizon.
Okay. You don't even know the distance to the boat. What distance should the boat start to disappear over the horizon from a 6-foot observation height?
Fuck. What was that again? Give me a second.
3 miles. I'll just help you out. Right?
Frantic Googling.
Okay, so let's give you an example where we know the distance to the boat, we know what boat it is, we know the size of the boat. Okay, so I'm putting an example in the side chat here. Okay, so this is a guy named Dr. John D. Okay, he's set his camera up at 1 foot height. Okay, and he's looking out into the ocean. Once again, we have no waves. And we can see a windmill farm. Okay, the windmill farm is 11 miles away. And then we can see a boat far beyond. Yeah, we can see a boat far beyond. Okay, that boat is called the Shepherd Trader. It's a big boat. And we can track that boat, right? So he tracked that boat on shipping radar. So we know that boat is about 14 miles away. Okay, I can show you the shipping tracking data if you want.
You can't see the tip of the boat, you only see the top part of it.
You shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. Right? It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so here's the math related to the boat. Here's the tracking radar. You don't see any of the boat missing, by the way.
You can clearly see in the video that is like zooming.
You don't even know what the boat looks like. Like, here's the boat. Okay, here's a picture of the boat. Okay, the entire boat should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But think about this, okay? From 1 meter observer height.
It's a different boat.
No, it's the same boat. It's the same boat. So look, it's the same one that's on the tracking.
This might be an object permanence issue. Like we're at Peekaboo, like little kids are shocked when they see someone, they cover the baby's eyes and they blink or whatever. He might be looking here. That's a different boat because that's a different peekaboo.
Yeah, so there's no horizon in front of the boat, right? On a globe, the geometric physical horizon has to be at 2.29 miles away. Okay, so here is a diagram showing you what how a horizon would have to work on a globe. Okay, a physical
He's still
geometric
confused. Like, go back to the thing. He thinks it's two different boats.
How tiny do you think the Earth is? Like
really?
what?
No. I don't think the Earth is tiny. Right? I'm going off how big you think the Earth is. Right? So it's a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. That means that from a 1 foot observation height, the horizon should be at 2.29 miles. Everything behind the horizon would have to be physically obstructed by a certain amount depending on how tall it is. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond where the horizon line is on a globe, okay? So we can clearly see the water going out past where the horizon is on a globe, right, which is completely undetectable in this footage. And then we can see the bottom of the wind farm towers touching the water. Okay, there should be 50 foot obstructed off the bottom of those. And then we can see a boat far beyond that should be completely hidden.
Why can I not post this screenshot in here?
I don't know, man. It's not my server.
You're only
your
level
rank,
2.
Yeah, your server rank.
I see. Screenshot.
Yeah. So do you understand? Do you understand?
You see in the screenshot, it's a different boat.
You can send it to me. I'll post it for you.
Dude, on the radar it shows which boat it is. It's the Shepherd Trader.
Which one said send it to me?
Crit.
Crit. Okay. That's obviously a different boat.
How is it obviously a different boat?
Well, when he posts the
screenshot. Yeah, you'll see that. I'll show you a screenshot here. This seems almost ill-affiliable proof here.
Sorry, it's the Shetland Trader.
I don't know why it's not posting. We'll try again. Oh, here it goes. Okay. A little bit of lag going on there.
It wouldn't look that big, even zoomed in, if it would be the same boat.
It was picked up on tracking radar. Okay, so there's multiple different ship tracking sites that he used here, showing that boat. Right, it's the only boat that was out there.
What boat do you think it is?
That fucking boat, square and way taller on that boat that was posted.
This is a fly. What boat would it be then? It was not that boat. What is it? Is it the Flying Dutchman?
I'm not a boat expert. I don't fucking know what kind of boat it is.
Okay, do you understand that? Okay, let me ask you a question. Is there a horizon line at 2.29 miles?
Probably. I haven't investigated it.
Oh, okay, look, just use your eyes. Right, here's the footage. Okay, the wind farm is 8 to 11 miles away. Okay, the closest windmill that you can see when he zooms in is 8 miles away, the one on the left, and the furthest one on the right is 11.2 miles away. Do you see a horizon at 2.3 miles?
Oh, it looks like a horizon.
Really? Where's the horizon?
Underneath the boat there.
Oh, underneath the boat that's 14 miles away. Okay, the horizon on a globe has to be 2.3 miles away. Okay, can you see the windmills?
Yeah, the windmills in the sea are way taller than the ones on land.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so look, this is a close-up from the observation of the windmills. Okay, see the bottom of the windmills touching the water, and then see the water behind the windmills. Yeah? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, you can see that, right? Okay, here's a close-up of the windmills.
You can post this as well.
Dude, I'm asking you questions and posting things for you to look at.
I'm posting.
Okay, why are you unable to follow along with this? It's not difficult. Okay, we can see the windmills. Okay, and we can see the bottom of the windmills touching the water. Okay, the bottom of the windmills would have to be obstructed by 52 feet, right? If we're talking about windmill 6 on the right, and about 30 feet if we're talking about windmill 1 on the left. But we can see the bottom of the windmills touching the water very clearly, and we can see the water going beyond that. Hello, are you there?
Yeah.
Can you comprehend what I'm saying or not?
I guess so.
Okay, do you see the issue?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, the tide is out, Phil, right? That's why you can see the bottom, right? The black bit. Okay, so when the tide's out, we can see the black portion of the bottom of the windmill tower. Okay, when the tide is in, this is what it looks like. Okay, so now we don't see the black bit where the paint's being corroded off.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so the tide is out during the observation. Okay, so with the tide being out...
Yeah, with the tide being out... If crit posts it.
Okay, explain which one. The crit posted...
wait.
It's a cartoon.
Oh, the new one? Or the one with Jeranism?
The new one.
The new one? Okay.
Which one? The cartoon, the one with the cartoon as the thumbnail?
No, this one. It's a picture. You can't post a link?
Yeah, I'm doing both.
Okay.
Make sure that it was accurate.
It's a big ship being filmed as it's leaving.
Okay. Okay, so what's the distance to the ship, and how big are the waves on that particular day?
There's basically no waves, as you can see on the video.
Okay, so where's the surf report to show that there's no waves? Because when you zoom out into the ocean...
You see that there are not many waves.
You can't see when you zoom out. You can't see when you zoom out because they're horizontal, right? Because you're looking out horizontally over the surface of the water, and you can't see the ocean swells very clearly. Okay, that's why we need to know what the ocean swells were for that particular day that you're making the observation. Okay, because they become uniform when you're looking out over distance.
If you wouldn't be able to see the reflection of the boat if there would be big enough waves. You see the reflection as it disappears into the horizon.
Oh no, this one we see miraging effects taking place. Okay, so if you have a look at the back windows on the bottom of the back of the boat, okay, you'll see them disappear, you'll see them reappear, you'll see them all of a sudden appear to be really, really big. Okay, I've got screenshots from this one just to prove to you that what we're seeing here is miraging effects.
If waves are that big, why isn't the boat just bobbing up and down, fully visible? And
because it's a giant boat. Okay, so the force that the waves create aren't enough to move the boat around much. If you have a small boat, the boat's going to be bobbing up and down over the waves. But when you have a giant boat, they don't make much of an impact. Yeah, because it weighs a lot. Okay, so the waves, the waves aren't going to make a giant cruise ship bob around on them.
Oh, they do. Have you been on a cruise ship?
Yeah, it doesn't bob around over small waves, right? So when you're sailing out, say you've got 6 foot ocean swells.
Disappear.
But in the video that you posted, we're just looking at miraging effects, right? We're not seeing the boat disappear bottom up.
What is it doing then?
Well, we're seeing miraging effects on the bottom portion of the boat.
Why is it disappearing from the bottom up then?
Well, have you confirmed what the ocean swells are on the day? And obviously we have miraging effects, and I'm going to show you screenshots to prove that there's miraging effects taking place. So obviously it's an invalid observation if you have mirage effects that are constantly skewing what you're seeing. And yeah, I'll pull up the screenshots just to back up what I'm saying. So you don't know the distance to the boat, you don't know the height of the observer, okay, you don't know what the ocean swells are on that day, and you don't understand how miraging effects can invalidate an observation if you're making a hyper-specific claim.
Okay.
You know what I mean, right? If there's miraging effects, there's right, illusions and whatnot taking place. And then you don't know okay, so in the observation I showed you the tracking radar, so we know the distance to the ship. I showed you the observer height. Okay, I can show you the surf report showing that there's no ocean swells. Right, we've got distance markers. All of these things we have, but you don't have any of those things for what you presented. Right, you just have a miraged ship. That's what I mean. Whenever the Globe Earth side presents the evidence, they haven't taken the all of the variables into consideration that could easily explain this.
That's crazy. That boat is warping in height.
The boat's warping. Yep, it's warping in height. Yep. So that's what I keep asking for. Just one demonstration of a boat appearing to disappear over the curvature of the Earth, where you've taken the variables into account, right? Because you guys are making a specific, very, very specific claim here.
All right.
Okay, here we go. I found the images. Okay, so here we go. Have a look in the side chat. And I'm sure you will agree with me now that clearly there's some miraging effects taking place. Okay, obviously the back portion of the ship at the bottom isn't shape-shifting. Also, we can see that the water's not flat, right? The water's not flat, as in there's obviously waves.
Yeah, and you see that they're not big.
It doesn't mean you don't have to have big waves, right? Because as the object, being the ship, moves further away from you, it becomes tiny, 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 tiny in angular size because of perspective. But those waves are still close to you in the foreground. Okay, so you could put your hand out in front of you and block a mountain in the distance with your tiny little hand. Okay, because of the way perspective works. Okay, so you can, if you have small waves in the foreground, they can block the bottom of something big in the background, because the thing that's big in the background becomes smaller due to perspective as it moves further away. Now, we also see other miraging effects with the ship here as well. Okay, we can see that all of a sudden the ship's stretched out like a skyscraper. Okay, so that middle section of the ship is now completely stretched out. Okay, that's called towering. Okay, so we see a whole series of miraging effects as the ship's going out into the ocean. That alone invalidates the observation.
So a mirage will invalidate the curvature of the Earth.
Well, there's no curvature that's been presented here. We're just looking at a miraged image. What I presented doesn't show any of these miraging effects present. Okay, you can't pull up, like, see what I just put in the side chat here? We see the windows on the back of the boat or whatever they are, right? They're gone all of a sudden because there's obviously miraging effects taking place. You can't pull up the image that I showed you, right, the video, and say, oh, look, this invalidates your observation. Look, clearly there's miraging effects taking place, blah, blah, blah. Clearly there really is a geometric horizon at 2.3 miles. No, clearly there isn't any of these things.
All right.
So that's what I'm asking for, right? Show a boat disappearing bottom up over the horizon where there's no ocean swells on that day, right? No waves. And then you've taken into account the atmospheric effects that could be present. There is no such thing. So let me show you something quickly. I'll show you the same thing happening on a flat surface, on a small scale.
Yeah, the problem is also people think that it's going over something, like over the horizon. So it's baked into the words that they use. So over the horizon would signify that it means that it's going over something like the curve of the Earth. That's what you're trying to prove.
If you go in a straight line, how do you reach the exact same spot back again?
Yeah, that seems to be a hypothetical that you guys like to use. So how can you provide evidence that people are going in a giant circle? How do you know that to be true?
How has nobody reached the end of the Earth then?
No, that's another question that's separate from the one you just asked. You know how, like, you're trying to ask a question and you don't concede, like, yeah, you're right. You don't say that. You just ask another question. You have to know the limitations of what you know, sir. It's called humility.
Uh-huh.
Do you have any?
Not for this.
You should, man. Yeah, circumnavigation as a way you believe it to be. It's not what you've been told. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, sorry. Just one last thing. I just wanted to show this guy this one quickly. Real quick. I won't be long, sorry. Good to see you, AV, by the way.
Yeah, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Yeah, not much. Good morning. Right, so the guy I was just talking to, right? So here we have some blocks set up across someone's flat floor. Okay, and also a red light in the distance. When he goes over and puts the camera down low on the other side of the floor, we can see all the blocks and we can see the red light. Now, all he does is manipulate the temperature conditions in the room, and he's able to make it look like the blocks disappear over a horizon, and the red light completely disappears. Okay, so this is an example showing you that just by manipulating the temperatures between point A and point B, it can make it look like things are hidden behind a horizon, right? Because the horizon is just apparent. It's not really there. Really, it's just a flat floor. But all of a sudden, it looks like there's things disappearing behind a horizon.
No floor is completely flat.
Yeah, but okay, so it doesn't shape shift though, right? So at the start of the observation, when he has uniform temperatures in the room, you can see all of the blocks and you can see the red light. It's not until he manipulates the temperature that all of a sudden it looks like there's curvature, right? And it looks like the light completely disappears and the blocks look like they're going over a curve. They're not actually...
Not showing the full image, so it can be just.
Well, this is just a clip from a video. I can link you to a channel because he actually does hundreds of these observations. So if you want to go dig deeper into it, he'll show you all of the temperatures and the variations, and he'll show you all of the information that you are talking about.
Does it show the
now.
laser in one clip?
It's not a laser.
The red light isn't that a laser?
Well, it's just a red light. But anyway, whatever it is, right? He's just put a red light on the other side of the room, and you can see the red light. And then he just manipulates the temperature in the room, right? He introduces cooler air into the upper portion of the room, okay? And all of a sudden it looks like the light's sinking and you can't see it anymore.
My point is, does he show like the light source in the video with the laser hitting the box or whatever it's hitting? Or is he just filming the red light because he could be just sitting by the light and moving it?
No. The light's just sitting on the other side of the room. He's behind the camera. Yeah, he shows all of that.
The camera is set up.
Yeah, he shows all of that. No, it's all in the video. You can watch the video, right? So before you judge it, you should, check it out. It's not dishonest. He's not being dishonest. There's countless examples of this, right? And you can replicate this yourself. That's the beauty of all of the flat Earth arguments. You can go out and test these things yourself and confirm it for yourself. That's why we say, look at the information. If you find it interesting, you can go and actually validate it for yourself if you need to.
Yeah, once again, to my previous point, it's called humility. You have to be humble enough to say that if somebody proves something to you, that you have to go and see if you can test it.
Okay, so, for example, the oceans. Why aren't the oceans dry?
Wait a minute.
Like if the Earth is flat, the water would just run out.
No. Wait. Yeah, you're asking more questions, but you didn't hear. I don't hear a confirmation that you heard what the gentleman just told you.
Yeah, you're not right. It's just delusional. This.
Okay, so he's delusional. What he's saying, but it's a demonstration. How is that delusional, sir?
This is like fucking parlor tricks I'm seeing,
Parlor tricks? How do you know it's a parlor trick? Have you tested it? Have you tried it? You're making a bold claim. Yeah, I know. You're making a bold claim because you wish the Earth to be a globe, as you believe it to be.
Because it doesn't make sense. It wouldn't make any sense for it to be flat.
No, sir. It's just because you have a belief system that you think that it can only be a globe. That's the only reason why.
But how could it be a flat disc?
It's not how. It's not how. It just is. You can't say how could it be. It just is.
Where are the corners? That's what I want to see.
That's a separate question, and it's not necessary for you to have a horizontal surface. Sir,
it has to have an edge if it's a flat thing.
Yeah, but you don't need that for the surface to be a horizontal flat surface, sir. You don't need to see the corners of your room to know that the floor is flat.
But there are corners.
Yeah? You don't need to see the corners if you know the floor is flat. That's a true statement, what I just said, right?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Okay, obviously. So then you don't need to see the edges of the Earth if there is any. To know that the Earth is flat.
You need to see the edges of the Earth to confirm it to be flat.
Yeah, this is important knowledge for you, sir. So when you're breaking down the logic, you have to realize that you're trying to make an argument that you can't make if you're trying to say the premise is that the Earth is flat and you need to see the corners.
Yeah, but you're avoiding the edge question.
No, we're not avoiding it. Sir, can you please not interrupt? So when you're talking about the floor, you don't need to include anything other than the surface condition, and that's all we're talking to you about. We're talking about the surface condition. We're not talking about anything exterior outside.
That's fine. The floor is flat, but it has corners.
Okay, so if you're making the statement that it has corners, then you're going to have to provide that yourself. In this room, we don't need to say it has corners. You are the one saying it has corners. Well, yeah, you're the one saying it has corners. We're not.
Okay, so if you have a floor, doesn't it connect to a wall which has a corner then?
Yeah, a floor does have that.
You can make a concrete surface that also has edges and corners.
Yeah, if that's true, if that statement is true, then you'd be able to verify that for yourself. But in the part of verification that we're telling you, we don't need to verify corners to tell you that the surface is a horizontal plane. We don't need to do that.
Well,
the statement will still, like, you understand. Yeah,
So
you understand the statement is still true. Hold on, sir. The statement is still true that the floor is still flat, even if you can't see the corners. That statement is still true.
Yeah.
Okay.
But alright, there's billions of people on Earth. There's planes flying, there's boats driving. How has nobody reached Edge?
Well, the edge is not a part of like the thing we're inquiring about. We're inquiring about why the people.
Not?
We're inquiring why the people on the Earth have been told a story about the Earth being a globe, and they don't realize that it's a. And they don't realize that the surface
no corners.
And they don't realize that the surface is a horizontal plane. So that's what we're doing right now in this room. People on this room, they think it's a globe, right? They believe it, but they don't know it. And so we're telling them that the surface is horizontal, regardless if there's corners.
That's good that you're telling it, but
yeah, regardless if there's corners, sir.
But if you're so adamant to this Earth being flat, wouldn't you want to find out where the edge is at?
No.
Where the corners of the Earth are?
No, I'm pretty content knowing the fact that every place that people can travel
and at that point.
And the known world, yes, it is. The known world.
You would need to see. You would need the physical proof of the corners.
No, the corners is something you need, sir. We don't need that. That's what you need. We don't. That's subjective.
Right, so
it's something that you think you need. Well, the proof of corners, we don't need that. It's not necessary.
All right. Well, show me a corner on a ball. There are none.
We don't need to. Yeah, we don't need to show you corners on a ball, sir.
All right.
All we got to do is show you that the surface is a horizontal plane. That's it. Yeah, so the Earth is a horizontal plane. It's a flat Earth.
If it was a flat Earth, you'd be able to see on and on forever and ever.
No, that's incorrect too. Okay, let's put it this way.
Flat thing.
No, let's put it this way. You guys have very bad understanding of how you see over distance, right? So looking across horizontally on a surface, like let's say a car drives away from you, doesn't that car get smaller in distance, apparently?
Yes.
Well, obviously, because it's further away.
All right, so use your noodle, right? Think about it. If things are
where's the corner?
It wouldn't work the same way.
Hold on. Yeah, listen to this. If the car is driving away from you and it gets smaller, what do you think happens to things at distance? Get smaller, right? What happens when they get really, really, really far away?
You get smaller.
And then what? To the point, what happens? There you go. You answered your own question.
But that wouldn't work the same way as if it was a globe.
It is not a.
Well, okay,
what do you mean?
okay. Technically, let's take it this way.
Yeah.
You have a asphalted road that goes like fucking billion miles away.
Yeah.
And you have like a 2000x zoom scope or more. You could see the end of the road. You wouldn't be able to see the car because it would be gone.
Yeah, you're starting to make these hypotheticals that you can't provide evidence of in real life. So you could say right now that you're riding a magical unicorn. Yeah, you can ride a magical unicorn, and that's the way you travel the Earth. Does that make any sense, sir?
Does that make any sense that you're not bothered by the corners of the Earth that are non-existent?
No, we're not bothered because it's not contingent to the surface condition.
It is, though. If it would be flat, it would have edges.
That's something that you want to find out, not that we want to find out. We don't care about that. It does. The surface.
No, it doesn't.
The surface is a planar surface, sir.
It's not.
It is. You're just denying it. That's fine.
I am.
You can deny it. You can deny it. Like in this particular argument, you can deny reality as much as you like. It's not going to change the fact that it's a horizontal plane,
sir. It's not a horizon. Okay.
Yeah, you can be in denial and laugh. That's fine. At the end of the day, you can leave this chat room and you can say, those guys are crazy. But it's not going to change the fact that Earth's a horizontal plane.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Until I see the edge, I won't believe it.
So why is it because flat, therefore edge? Where did you get this edge from?
You see all these pictures that are being posted of these circular... All of them got edges.
What timestamp?
1 p.m. 1:04. Like fucking 6 minutes ago.
The ones that have got PSYOP, PSYOP, PSYOP and PSYOP printed all over the top of them. Maybe you didn't read that bit.
Yeah, dude, the point of that meme is to show you that this is not what flat earthers claim, right? That's the obvious point of that meme.
Is, then.
Okay, you can just go outside and measure what it is. We're not claiming it's a disk in space. This is the first thing that I told you when you came in here. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, and what you said earlier about water, and water would have to fall off the edges, that's silly. Water obviously needs a container. Okay, this is what's silly, right? You're claiming all of the oceans.
So you got the ice.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Right? No, I was trying to explain it to you. Stop trying to make up these flat Earths in your head. Okay, so this is what you're claiming, right? All of the oceans are sticking to the outside of a ball, which is completely ridiculous. What we're claiming is that water... Hold on.
Gravity.
Yeah, because of magical gravity. Yeah, that's your band-aid for all your problems, is it? Yeah, okay, so water needs a container. Obviously, if you have a large body of water, it needs a container. Okay, so a lake or a pond or a puddle, right? These are low spots in the ground where water gathers, right? It contains the water and it has a shoreline, and the surface of the water in these is flat. Okay, this is logic. This is what you experience when you go outside, and you can go test this all day long. Not that you need to, because it's common sense.
So what you're saying is gravity doesn't exist.
I didn't say that.
Well, you mocked it, so...
How did you get gravity doesn't exist out of that?
I mocked what you suggested, right? That all of the oceans are sticking to the outside of a spinning ball, in comparison to what I'm saying, that water needs a container, right? That's the difference. Do you think water needs a container? If I give you a bucket of water, and then I remove the bucket, what happens to the water? The shit goes everywhere, right? And it's going to find the low spot in the land, and it's going to gather there, and it's going to make a puddle. And the puddle's going to have a shoreline, and the surface of the puddle's going to be flat. A bigger puddle is a pond. A bigger pond is a lake. A bigger lake is a sea. A bigger sea is an ocean, right? All of these are bodies of water that are contained.
All right.
They all have shorelines.
So if the water is contained by Earth, then
like a container,
then it would need big hard edges, which means
do seas have edges? Does a sea have an edge? Does the Black Sea have edges? Does the Dead Sea have edges? Does it have a shoreline? Does a lake have a shoreline?
Yeah, it's not contingent. The guy's not realizing. You need to mute your mic, sir, when you're not talking. Just your mic is backfeeding. Error. Can you mute your mic when you're not talking, sir? Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, you don't need to have an edge to talk about the surface condition. Although the flat floor, when you're describing your flat floor in your room, when you're telling people, hey, I can lay things down, I can lay carpet down on my flat floor, you don't have to mention the corners of your room. You don't have to mention that. It's not necessary to talk about your flat floor.
Yeah, I know. And
once again,
it's funny.
Once again, now that
all the flat Earth provers that there's never any edge, never any corner.
You don't need to talk about it. No, I didn't say that. I say you don't need to talk about it. If there is edges or corners that exist somewhere, we don't need that to talk about the surface condition. I told you this is about the third time I'm saying it.
You agree with the logic because you know it's sound.
Great
the logic
about
is sound.
your surface condition, but
Okay.
if you have a flat surface, and as the other guy was talking, the water or like the sea is contained on this flat surface. To contain this sea, you need the hard edges, the hard surfaces.
No,
the
you don't.
mountains, the-
No, no.
Oh, okay. So,
No,
so what?
think about it like
some
this.
magical things are holding up the sea. Then.
No. You got to realize that when you talk about water, and he was talking about containment, all you need is a low spot. So that's it. Imagine a low spot on your floor. If you dig a little hole on your floor,
exactly.
and
So you have a hard
hold on. Hold on a minute. So if you dig a little hole in your floor, right, and you pour water on your floor, it's going to go to that low spot, and it's going to puddle there, and it'll create a little puddle, and then so that's what the oceans are on a horizontal plane.
Yeah. Okay. You have that little puddle, right? That hole in the ground. What is it around the puddle then? What is it?
Yeah,
What is
the shoreline?
containing
It'd be
that?
the shoreline.
All right.
The shore. Yeah, the shore is containing it. Think about it. Yeah, you think about a lake. Yeah, think about a lake, right? Like lake.
So
I'll give you an example.
America,
Hold on.
right?
Yeah. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Hold on, sir. I'll give you an example. I'll talk about like Lake Michigan. All around Lake Michigan, you have like basically a shoreline.
Yeah, but it's a lake. It's not the sea.
I know, it doesn't matter. So the body of water.
Because with your statement, you can walk from America to China.
Everywhere there's an ocean, there's always a coastline, right?
Yeah, but not every country is connected.
I know that, but the water itself overall is being contained.
By what edge?
Yeah, we don't need to tell you that.
Oh, all right. Okay.
You can laugh all you want, but we don't need to tell you about the edge to tell you that the surface is a horizontal plane.
It doesn't exist.
No, it's not that. Listen, it's not that it doesn't exist. We're not talking about it. If there is an edge,
you can't prove it because it doesn't exist.
No,
Nobody has ever seen it. Nobody's ever.
That's what you're saying. How do you know that? How do you know it doesn't exist?
Person that has visited it.
No, you're making a claim that it doesn't exist. That's a positive claim. How do you know it doesn't exist?
Because there's nobody that has proven it. There's a
does anybody need to?
Ships, planes flown up into the sky.
Does anybody need
the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, they're giving you a story about what the Earth is. And you don't have evidence of that either. If we were to question you, how do you know the Earth?
I sent the video to.
Yeah, we get it. We know that many people, thousands of people that we've spoken to, say the same thing that you're saying. It's nothing new.
Yeah, because you can't disprove it. You just say it's a fake video.
No, we tell you we're in the physical world. Can you compare all that footage or the images to anything you see in reality?
Well, take a spaceship and you can compare it.
Yeah, have you done that?
No.
Then how do you know it's exactly what they're saying it is?
Fucking James May wouldn't fake that shit.
So they wouldn't fake that shit. That's your answer?
Yeah.
So how do you know they wouldn't?
Because they would make the biggest thing out of it if it would actually be.
So what? So what? How would you know it's true or not if you can't verify it? There you go. That's the logic right there for you, sir. That's the logic
for you. How can you prove the Earth is flat without verifying the edges?
You don't need to talk about the end of the Earth to talk about what the surface is, the condition of the surface.
You're a flea on a big ass.
Flat's not a shape, dude. Flat is not a shape. Do you agree with that?
And I'm only telling you sir. I'm only telling you the logic. I'm only telling you the logic at the moment. Do you understand? You're finding out about the logic. So the logic is sound.
It's not. I don't need logical. It's not sound at all.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. You're denying the fact that it's sound, and I'm telling you that I don't need to tell you about the corners to tell you the surface condition.
You're saying that the Earth is concave and it's going. Holding the fucking water in it.
No. I didn't say it was concave.
Well, how is the water contained then?
Yeah, it's contained in a volume inside of a container, which is the
container. What is
because
the
water's lower than the shoreline.
Yeah. So here's a problem, right?
Where's the end of the shoreline?
No, we don't need to talk about that. So listen to this.
You see,
if we're talking, we don't, because the surface of water is horizontal. We don't need to tell you what's at the end. It's not necessary. The surface is horizontal and it's flat.
So if it's flat, why isn't all water just flat? Why is there waves?
It is all flat. No, waves are just something that happens on a flat surface. So think about it like this, right? If you lay down a carpet on your flat floor, the carpet is still flat, even though it has little ruffles on it. Doesn't matter what's on the surface. It just, yeah, but it's still on a flat surface, isn't it? The logic is sound, sir. You can't escape it. The only thing you're going to try to do, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you just saying no, it's not doesn't prove it.
Yeah, but you saying a carpet's flat doesn't prove it either.
Yeah, it's lying on the flat floor.
Oh, great.
Yeah. You can't escape, sir. There's no escape to logic.
Because there is no logic.
There is. It's sound.
No, it's not sound. Where's the soundness of it?
It doesn't matter that what you're trying to describe.
You're talking about the big ass ship disappearing behind ripples.
No, listen. When we're saying over a surface, depending on the angle that you have to that surface, certain things will block your view, like waves.
All right. Why would you start seeing the boat again if you go higher up then?
Because you increase your angle, sir.
Yeah, and why would you need angle if it's flat? And
what do you mean if it's flat?
On the water.
You're still working with angles. So think about it like this, just for your own brain to think about. You know how you're standing up on top of your floor? Now, if you get down on one knee and put your head to the ground, you can see less of the surface. As you stand up again on your flat floor, you can see more of that flat floor. The logic is sound, sir, once again.
Logic is retarded, apparently.
No, you're thinking that it is because you wish the Earth to be a globe so badly that you're laughing and you're mocking it.
No, because if the world would have been flat, the edge would have been found a long time ago, because we as humans are explorers and we would find it.
That's great. That's great. I'm glad you feel that way, but it's still not necessary for the logic to be sound.
It is.
No, it's not. You're just saying that because, like I said, you're feeling bad that you can't prove that the Earth is a globe.
I'm feeling bad.
And we can prove that it's
you can't prove that it's flat because it has no edges, because it's not important, because you can't prove it.
No.
Why
would
the edge straw man? What is this edge thing he keeps yibbering about?
He thinks flat's a shape.
Plus, he's disagreeing with the logic that you don't need to talk. Hold on a minute. Hold on, sir. Hold on. I'm going to pause you. All right. So basically, I kept telling him over and over again, for those of you guys who are joining late, I don't need to talk about the corners of a flat floor to talk about the flat floor. I can talk about the flat floor in my room all day long and not mention the corners, not even once. He says that you need to mention the corners to talk about the flat floor, and that's not logical. Everybody should acknowledge that and tell him that that's not logical. I am saying it over and over again. He keeps wanting to bring in edges. I don't need to tell him about an edge, if there is or is not an edge, to talk about the flat floor that I'm standing on. The same way with flat Earth. I don't need to talk about the corners or edges or whatever it is he thinks that's out there to describe the horizontal surface of this Earth. It's not necessary. Even if there is one or there isn't, it's not necessary.
It's the same as he said, if you take the bucket of water and you take away the bucket, the water goes everywhere.
No, because we're not describing something that it needs to hold volume. We're talking about the end of it. The surface, wherever it extends to, we don't need to tell you what's at the end to tell you that the surface is a horizontal plane.
Great. Give me a cup without corners or edges that holds water.
Yeah, that's different, isn't it? That's different.
A ball still has corners and edges.
Yeah, but the surface of the water in that bowl is flat, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes, of course. How would it be curved when it's such a tiny thing on such big...
Yeah, so then you can understand the logic then, right? The surface is not needed to talk. I don't need to tell you about the edges.
You're too tiny to see the curve.
So you didn't provide evidence that there is a curve, sir. So you're telling me that the surface looks so horizontal and flat that you can't notice that it's a globe. That's basically your argument right now. See how you just pigeonholed yourself into the fact that you said, the earth is so curving that I see it flat.
I never said that.
Yes, you did. You're like a tiny flea. That's what you said.
Yeah, you're a tiny flea. You can't see the curvature because you're too small.
That means that you see it flat.
Yes, because you're a tiny flea on a big ass basketball.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for acknowledging that the earth looks flat, sir.
It's round, yeah.
Thank you for acknowledging that the earth looks flat. Now you see what we see. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Basically, yeah, take a basketball and take a fucking microbe and put it on top. It would also see the basketball as flat.
Okay, so let's put it this way. Can that microbe measure the surface?
Can you?
I'm asking you, sir. Can you measure the surface?
You can't physically measure the surface of the Earth.
So then we can't know that the Earth is curving? Is that what you're telling me?
We can.
Okay, how do we do that?
Of people flying above the Earth.
So you need to fly in order to know that the Earth is curving. So how long have we known about the Earth being a curving surface, sir, in history? Gotcha there, didn't I?
Because I don't really give a fuck about this shit, man.
Oh.
I don't research it.
Okay, so now you're about to leave the conversation, right? I don't care anymore.
No, because I think it's funny.
Sir, there's nowhere to go. The logic is sound. The Earth is a horizontal
That's all
plane.
you say. Logic is sound. Logic is sound.
It is.
What logic? It's not logical at all.
Yes, it is. It's logical because we see the Earth as a horizontal plane. We measure.
So why don't all the planets fly away? Why do they all surround themselves around the sun?
Let me ask you this. Why are you asking so many questions about things that you don't even know about?
Why do you pretend you know shit that you don't know about?
Hey, Miggy, I just want to point out really quickly his contradiction, right? His initial argument was boats over the horizon. We can see the curvature because of boats over the horizon. Now he's saying we can't see the curvature.
Yeah, exactly that. And we see the Earth as a horizontal plane. We see it flat. So he agrees that we see the Earth like a flat plane. You can laugh, dude, but you're agreeing with us more than you're disagreeing. And the things that you're asking me, to prove to you, you can't prove to yourself. How awesome is that?
Of proof on the internet.
That's not proof. It's evidence that they're convincing you that it's a globe. But it's not proof.
All right.
Proof can be substantiated by testing and verifying.
All right, the Earth's a donut.
You can say whatever you want. It's a horizontal plane. It doesn't matter what you say it is, sir. It's a dinosaur. It's a toilet bowl. It doesn't matter. It is a horizontal plane every day, all day.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Have fun in Lululand.
You mean La La Land? It's Lululand.
Lululand.
It's La La Land.
Nah, Lululand.
You be corrected on what land imaginary land is. End of the day, dude, you can just go away and still think that the Earth is a globe. It's not going to affect your life, dude. Whatever you can imagine, Santa Claus is real. You can imagine that the Tooth Fairy is real, and all kinds of magical, mystical things. That doesn't make it real.
Yeah, you can imagine the Earth's flat. It doesn't make it real either.
Hey, I just
it's not imagine. It's what we describe.
A quick cog disk test, right? Just to see, right? So, hey, do you experience the Earth as flat?
No.
He just said he did.
I don't.
You just said you did.
I roll down hills. I don't stand still on hills.
Yeah, a hill doesn't describe the Earth as a curving surface like a globe, sir.
Well, it's not flat then. Why are there hills then?
Yeah, because you can have things on a flat surface, like your room. You could put things inside your room, like your bed. You can climb onto your bed. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. You can climb on your bed and climb off your bed, right? It doesn't mean that the floor is a curved surface, sir. The logic is illogical right now with you.
The logic is illogical with you constantly, so.
No, it's logical. Because I'm telling you that the surface, which is the floor, is not curving. You can have mountains and valleys and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with that.
Somebody made the floor flat, you know. Nobody made the Earth flat.
How do you know that?
Oh, okay.
That's a positive claim. How do you know that? You cannot escape, sir. Yeah, really. How do you know that?
Oh, well, how does anything exist?
I don't. Why are you asking me? I'm asking for the affirmation of what you're saying.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's not going to help you, especially when you think you know what's going on when you don't.
Doesn't exist either.
Yeah, prove that too.
Prove it exists.
Yeah, prove it.
No, you do. It doesn't fucking exist.
Yeah, you say that, but it's a positive claim, and you don't have evidence of that.
Yeah, because there's no evidence he ever existed.
Yeah, prove it.
There's nothing to prove because there's no evidence.
Okay, so evidence would require something to be put forward that you could say that intelligent created everything, right? Right?
I have no idea what you just said even.
So evidence to you would be that the creator made us in some way that we could say that he did make us, right? Or everything.
Yeah, show me the evidence of that.
Yeah, DNA structure.
Yeah, that's not evidence of somebody making us.
Yeah, it's data, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you have data without the one who makes the data?
We're not making it, we're just measuring it.
Yeah, but how do you know it even can be something coherent?
Same way you can believe the Earth is flat and I can believe it's round.
Yeah, you can escape. Yeah, but you can understand that that is a structure within like anatomy. So if you know that DNA structure can be coherent, how was it put together and how is it held together?
By magical glue, just like the magical flat Earth with no corners, with the water contained, with no edges.
You wanted evidence for intelligent design, and I just told you, there it is. DNA structure. The logic is still sound, sir. You can live in your fantasy world all you like. It's never going to change the fact that the Earth is what it is.
It's not flat.
He's going to have bad cog dis. It's not flat, I swear, it's not flat. Oh.
Yeah. If I chant it, then it will.
Oh, it's flat, it's fucking
make me feel better.
He's stuck in the jaws of reality, and he's trying to wiggle his way out, but I'm not gonna let him.
But the Earth cannot be flat without fucking corners. It has to be either a fucking cylinder.
Where do you get the corners from?
Where do you get the flatness from?
It's measured flat.
Condition. The
it's
surface
measured
condition.
Flat. Oh my god.
He's so upset about it.
You can measure a fucking bowl of water as flat, but it still has corners and edges.
There you go. He said it himself. Look, there it is. He said it. Thank you.
Yeah, I did. It's a fucking bowl of water, you fucking dumb fuck.
Welcome to Flat Earth, dude. Yeah, you said you can
measure the bowl of water. Don't spin out on us. You can do it. Breathe. You can measure the flatness of a bowl of water.
Yeah, because
but aside from that, it's still got edges. So you've measured the flatness aside from the edges.
Yeah, he's essentially saying water's flat, and it's measured that way. Thank you.
No, I am saying a bowl of water. A bowl of water.
Thank you.
Yeah, Earth's not a bowl.
How do you know that?
Well, show me the edge.
He's still on this edge, isn't he?
Yeah, but you're saying the water's
you need the
flat.
fucking edge.
Why? Why do we... Before you spurg out, and you're about to, I can smell it. Why do we need an edge?
The edge contains the water.
No, the shore contains the water. Have you been to the beach before?
Oh my god.
When you go to a lake, okay?
The shore doesn't continue around the Earth. To you too. The shore doesn't continue around the Earth. The shore ends at some point.
Been to a lake before? Yes or no?
A lake. Wow. Great
comparison. So, well, that's exactly what's going on. That's just the shoreline. Right. That's it. There's a big puddle of water.
Edges.
Okay, so what?
What so what? Where's the edges of the Earth?
Just follow the shoreline around.
Yeah, you'll come around to the same spot on your one country you're on. And the water is surrounding it and not disappearing to Neverland.
And?
What and?
What's your point? So the edge of the Earth is the shoreline.
Where can I jump off the edge?
The edge is the shoreline. That's what you've got a problem with.
The shoreline goes around because it's a shoreline. It ends at the same spot you start at, and it's on a singular country.
Well, I hope so. Australia's a big island, so I would hope it comes back around.
It is.
So what's the problem?
The problem is it's surrounded by water and nothing is containing it.
Well, maybe that where it's a really big lake. Have you ever considered that?
It's like the same
clay
thing.
Pressed.
It's like the same thing as you have your lake, right? And you just have a fucking tree in the lake.
Yeah, and the water is around the tree. Congratulations, you've just worked it out. Good boy.
The water is around the tree and you still have fucking...
Alright, so basically, all he's having trouble with is that the extent of the Earth is not being told to him. So he wants to know where that is, and I told him, once again, this is about the 6th or 7th time now, probably. It's not necessary, if there is an edge, to talk about the surface condition. And I told him this already. He knows. He just keeps reverting back to that it's so necessary. I'm like, it's only subjective that you think that you need to see the edge. I don't need to see it to know that the surface is flat. Just like in my room, the floor is flat. I can talk about the floor all day long without mentioning the corners. I don't need to talk about it. I know that they exist. But in the case of the Earth being how big it is, I don't need to talk about it to say that the surface is a horizontal plane. He's just really confused, thinking that you need to talk about the corners to talk about the floor. Now, like, that's not logical. It's not logical to say that I need to talk about the corners to talk about the surface condition. The surface condition can be exactly what I'm saying it is, and I don't need to talk about the corners. You can if you want to, if you know that you can go to that place. They may or may not exist, but I don't need to talk about them. That's as simple as I told them. 6th time. This will probably be the next. Will be the 7th time, probably. So that's it. So what?
What's interesting, AV? Check it out. If he's on a ball tard, we still have an edge because the water touches the coastline of Australia. That's the edge.
Yeah.
So his proof of non-curvature was no edge, but yet I'll put a photo up.
Yeah, I'll put it this way. He wants to know. It's a fair point, right? For anybody that wants to come in here and talk about it, he wants to know the extent of the realm that we exist in. It's some malformed. It's kind of malformed the way he's saying it, but I get what he means. He's talking about the extent of the realm. He wants to know the limitations to the realm that we exist in. It was just malformed the way he's saying it. So, and I'm telling him to know the limitations of the realm that we exist in is not contingent upon the logic being sound that the surface condition is a horizontal plane. I could still say that with all assurance without saying that the extent of the realm is whatever he declares it needs to be. It may or may not be that, but we don't need to know that the surface is a horizontal plane. 7th time. Let me see if I can unmute him, if he can stay with the logic. Simple as that.
To have it proven, you need to have the proof in
we don't care
entirely.
We don't care. We no. That's wrong too. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
Yeah, take a breath, dude. It's simple. You said I need to know the entire realm. No, you don't. You can every place that in the known world, like let's say wherever people exist, we know it's a horizontal plane. So people in Australia, people in North America, people in Africa, we can all detail that the Earth is a horizontal plane. Everywhere we can travel, the Earth is a horizontal plane. Everywhere in the known world, the Earth is a horizontal plane. If you want to say that you need to know every place of the entire world, that's a logical fallacy. No, I don't. Every place that people have been and are in right now is a horizontal plane. That's a fact. So you can't escape the logic.
That's not what I'm saying, because you see it as flat from where you stand.
You do too? You do too?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you declared.
No.
I'm going to hold you to it.
Alright, fuck it. I don't.
Yeah, you do. You do care. I'm going to hold you to it because you said so earlier. I don't know what your name is. You got funny words. Listen, when you said it earlier, I see it that way too, because just like an amoeba or a little microbe would see the Earth like a horizontal plane, even though you're on a basketball, then I would say to you, well, you see it as flat. You didn't prove it's a basketball. You just see it that way. And you imagine it being a basketball. So, and then you say, well, I see the Earth as flat. Yeah, so do we. So where's the time where you're going to say, I measured it to be a globe or a curving surface? That's what I'm asking you. Go ahead.
So you're done muting, or?
Yeah. I can't talk whenever you think you want to interrupt me, so.
All right, big guy over here. So
I wouldn't mute you, sir, if you would allow me to talk, but I have to.
Yeah, all right, fine. Let me finish too. So from where you're standing, you're so small you can't see the curvature. If you move to another country, it doesn't change your perspective. So of course you would see the same in whatever country you are in.
Thank you.
What thank you?
You've conceded once again that the Earth looks flat.
Looks and is two different things.
Okay, let's get to the is part.
All right, go for it.
How do you know the Earth is a globe?
Why is there no videos of the Earth being flat?
I'm asking you something to confirm that the Earth is a globe. How do you know it's a globe?
How do you know it's flat?
Okay, you know how you're scared of answering me right now? That's because you don't have an answer, right?
Well, all your answer is you see it as flat.
Yeah, you're projecting it back onto me. Yeah, we both said we both see the Earth a certain way, right? I see the Earth the way you see the Earth. Looks flat,
Yeah, but
right?
you
think it's a
believe
right?
you see
But
it
you think it's a
differently.
globe?
I still see
hold
the
on a
boat
second.
disappearing into the horizon. I don't see the boat continuing off until it falls off the earth.
All right, so you see something happening, right? You see the boat disappearing. So how do you know it's curved?
Because it's disappearing. It needs to go past the curve
That's circular.
to disappear.
That's circular. That logic is circular. You're saying that you know it's curving because you see it disappear. It disappears because it's curving. It's called affirming the consequent. It's a logical fallacy, sir. I want you to prove that it is an actual curve there. How can you do that?
Stand on one side of a disc and place a ball on the other side of a disc. You still see the ball. Stand on one side of a basketball and place the ball on the other side. You will never see it.
Hold on. I'm asking you for your evidence to prove that the ship disappearing from the bottom up is happening because the Earth is curving. How are you proving that?
Go
ahead.
If you take a basketball and you place a fucking boat on the other side of the basketball, will you see the boat?
No. I'm not talking about an example. I'm talking about outside where you see the ship disappear from the bottom up. How do you know it's doing on a curving surface?
All right, so we have that same basketball, right?
No, we're not talking about a
sorry. You place a car.
No.
All right.
We're not talking about a basketball.
To me.
We're not talking about a basketball. We're talking about the Earth itself. Outside, when you're seeing the ship disappear. How do you know it's disappearing over a curve?
It's the same example as I'm trying to tell you.
No. You're right now. I'm gonna have to stop you if you don't stop. What you're interpreting the observation to be is that it's happening over a curving surface. You don't know it is.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I know, and I'm telling you that's a logical fallacy. You can't say I see something. You can't say I see something happening, therefore it is what I think it is.
I see something happening, and therefore the only logical explanation is as the same thing. It is.
No,
it's not logical that the water is just floating in space and
it's not logical.
So
let's
that might have a lot to do with it.
Let's put it this way.
He thinks we're a biscuit in space.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to bite on that. So what you got to remember is that whenever you're making a claim that we're saying what it is, and what you're saying what it is, we can prove it. You can't. You got to use basketballs.
But you're interrupting me because you can't fucking listen.
Well, stop using basketballs, and I won't interrupt. Like use the Earth.
I can use a basketball if I want. It's the same example.
No, it's not. Because you have to imagine that the Earth. You have to. I'm going to stop you. I don't like stopping you. I do want you to finish, but the problem is you can't use something that you already imagine the Earth to be. The Earth is what it is. Like when you go outside and make your observation of the ship disappearing from the bottom up, you have to start there. You can't say, well, I have this basketball, and therefore, just like the basketball, the ship is disappearing just like that. Because you haven't proved that it's a basketball. You have to prove it first, and then you can make the analogy. Okay, so the Earth is just like this basketball. Then the analogy and the logic would be sound. But right now, you're just imagining the Earth is like the basketball. You're not proving it. That's what I want you to realize. You can't use an example that you're imagining the Earth to be when you have not proved it. You have to prove that the Earth is like exactly like a basketball. Show me the dimensions of the Earth curving like the basketball. And then you can use the analogy. Outside of that, you cannot, because it's only you imagining it being like a basketball. And so you can't imagine, you have to prove it. That's what I'm asking for.
So I could tell you the thing if you would stop interrupting me. If you I can start it from the other side. All right. I grab a piece of paper. I place a fucking tiny boat on one edge of it, and I go to the other edge of it.
Yeah, you ran away from your own example, which is ships disappearing from the bottom up, and you're not proving that. that the Earth is exactly like you think it is, like a globe, there's no measurements unless you can show me. You can't start from the premise that the Earth is a horizontal plane. That's our position. You have to start from the position that you think it's a globe and then go from there. Use the example of the ship disappearing from the bottom up. Use that example. That's fine. I don't mind you using that. But now you're going to have to prove that it's actually going over the curve of the Earth. Prove it to me that that's what the boat is doing.
So you're just cutting me off before I finish every single time.
Yeah, pay attention to what I'm telling you, what I'm asking for.
Yeah, well, pay attention to what I'm saying.
I'm not, because it's
before
illogical. You have
off.
to.
I'm going from your side because you're cutting me off from my side.
I'm not going to allow you to. You have to prove your ball to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, if you fucking place a fucking car on the ball and you roll it across the ball, it slowly disappears to the other side. If you place a car on the one side of the paper and you go to the other side, you see it constantly.
No, you don't. We have examples of on a horizontal surface, you can see things disappear from the bottom up. We have examples of that. And somebody might even put them in the text chat for you. I'm a little bit busy right now, but somebody can put that in the text chat for you. You can see that things do disappear on a horizontal surface. You're incorrect. And also, over the Earth, you have effects that occur that are optical phenomena, like mirages, superior and inferior mirages that cause distortions in the viewing distance, which would cause an example of something to disappear from the bottom up. So there's many ways that we can show things. So I'm going to mute you right straight away if you interrupt me, Mez. I don't care if you're here. Just don't interrupt me talking to somebody new. All right. So you can show examples of things disappearing from the bottom up. So what I want you to do right now is not just tell me that the Earth is curving with the boat disappearing from the bottom up. Don't do that. Also demonstrate to me how it's measured to be curving. So there's two things you got to do, right? You got to show me, and then you got to prove it to me. So you did the first part. You said something disappearing from the bottom up. Okay. Now the second part. Now prove it to me that it's an actual curving surface. Go ahead.
I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
Yeah. 8 inches per mile squared. That's the one measurement.
Okay. Okay. Go from there.
Well, I don't know when you're gonna mute me, so I just go.
No, I'm gonna listen. I'll put it like this: if you're on point, your mic's gonna stay open.
Well, I've been on point, but you've been muting me because I was talking.
No, you're not on point.
All right, fine. Let's talk about the mirages. Why does a mirage happen?
No. We're not talking about that. I'm guiding the conversation. So now I want you to show me how the Earth is curving with 8 inches per mile squared, sir. Your buddy Phil will fill you in the DMs.
Nice.
I don't care who you could phone. Honestly, at this point, you could phone a friend. You can ask for any the audience members to help you out. It doesn't matter to me. But I wanted to come from you.
You can ask me. I'll help you. I'll be on your side.
I'll sign up for Team Globe too. Hi, Radwin.
What's up, guys?
I'll be on Team Flat.
I love this.
Who's on the team round?
The gentleman is going to provide evidence that ships disappearing from the bottom up is not just him seeing that the boats are going over the curve, but they're actually going over the curve, and he's going to demonstrate to us the 8 inch per mile squared parabola. So. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Well, I'm not demonstrating shit because I haven't got the measurements for it, so...
Well, why didn't you tell me it was 8 inches per mile squared? Sir?
It's a rough approximation.
Okay, how did you get that? Take your time, man. Just hurry up.
Fucking internet, whatever.
So you're looking it up right now? Come on, Phil, you're slacking.
And someone's posting some circle stuff.
I'm gonna hand off, so if anybody else wants to pick up. Maybe Jedi, or I don't know. I think, are you busy, Yoder? Maybe you want to take it up?
I can chat a little bit. What's going on? Just kind of logged in.
Right now we're at talking to the guy with the, I don't know, some weird name at the bottom. But he's going to provide evidence that the Earth is curving with the ships disappearing from the bottom up with the 8-inch per mile squared.
I never said I was going to provide anything you requested for me to provide it.
Oh, okay.
Well, you haven't really provided me that the Earth is flat either by just saying mirages or making shit disappear.
Yeah. So he's throwing red herrings out and seeing who bites on them. So it's up to you guys if you want to bite on the red herring. But what I will say is, I do want to just put out that
talked about the mirages.
Yeah, I know. Because I said there's other ways to tell how things can disappear from the bottom up, not just curvature.
How does the mirage happen on a flat surface?
It can heat up the surface.
Yeah, it's heat. What? So now you know that heat causes that. How does that make the Earth a ball?
So if I heat something up, it disappears?
Well, you can burn it up and it might fuck off, yeah. It's called fire.
Yeah. So are all the boats being set on fire?
Mez is muted because we're talking to the other guy. I'm gonna mute Mez.
Oh, Jedi, are you awake?
He's still here.
Run away.
Why is Mez even here? He was completely done away from our stuff.
You guys be quiet. I'm trying to be the philosopher of my day. Jedi, am I crazy? I'm crazy, right? I'm running on no sleep and coffee. Like, have you read my DMs? Yeah, I've read them about 3 or 4 times, man, hoping that you're not crazy. Maybe, I don't know, dude. I'd have to really look into it, but I don't really think you are. I think you might have found something. Like, yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know, man. Denying something useful might be the problem. We might just be looking at it wrong. Anywho, what y'all was talking about? I don't know, man. I've just jumped in. The Mez started burgeoning all over the place.
I'll fill you guys in. The guy at the very bottom looks like he's got those weird Nordic lettering or whatever. But that guy was saying for, I guess, 30 minutes to an hour now that the Earth is a globe. And first he was really on about us proving that the Earth has edges. I told him it's not necessary because we're talking about the surface condition. So by about 6 or 7 times, I was trying to get him to realize that. So he found out the logic is sound at the end of that. Well, not because he wanted to. Anyways, now the point that we're on at this very moment, he's talking about the ships disappearing from the bottom up due to the fact that the Earth is curving. And we have Professor Phil in the chat, so other people are probably trying to DM him, giving him answers, and he doesn't know what the answer actually is, so he's looking it up right now.
So, if you take your example of a floor not needing edges, and you measure the floor halfway in.
This is something I told him as well. If he starts mentioning that, I'm going to redirect him back to him providing evidence that the Earth is curving with the ships disappearing from the bottom up. So he's either going to reach a conclusion with that, or every time he diverts and goes to another topic, I'll just hit him on a mute. But he understands that now, or at least he should. I'm going to keep doing it until he realizes I want him to prove what he just said about the ship disappearing from the bottom up and it being curvature of the Earth. That's the only thing he's got to do right now. One task. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into
Dude, shout out Bill Nye. Bill Nye did it. Just tell them to look up Bill Nye proved boats go over a curve. Do that, and then you'll win this one.
No.
Oh well. Anyway, I was giving you some help.
Come on, dude. You were so sure the Earth is a globe. You were positive. You were confident. You're coming in and saying, man, dude, it's a globe. You guys are crazy. All right, go ahead and prove it to us then with the ship disappearing from the bottom up.
Prove it's flat.
I'm not going to bite on that, dude.
Yeah,
exactly. No,
you just
because you don't want to. Yeah, because you say it is. Let's see it.
Hey, the proof that it's flat is that you can't prove it's a globe.
And the proof that it's a globe is that you can't prove it's flat. Because you have nothing to see far enough, and the mirages will not allow.
Yeah, you're starting to you're going to a different path. You're going to a different path, and you're still not providing the evidence from the ship disappearing from the bottom up. You think it's easy? Try it.
Well, you apparently think it's very easy to explain that it's flat.
I'm not gonna bite on that. I'm not gonna bite on that.
All right, so
evidence that
you want me to bite on something?
Yeah, because that's what you're trying to do right now. You're trying to tell everybody in here that the Earth is a globe based on a ship disappearing from the bottom up.
Well, the easiest explanation I have is the basketball, and you're muting me every time I mention it. So.
Yeah, because you don't need to talk about something you think it is.
Sense. It makes sense.
No.
Yes, it does.
Okay, go ahead and prove it in reality outside that it's an actual basketball
Grab a
size
basket.
thing.
No, it's not an actual basketball size thing. It's not.
Okay.
I've never said that.
So it's not curving like a basketball?
It is curving like a basketball, but it's not the basketball size.
Okay, then prove it. I didn't say it was size. Like it.
The similarity between this sphere and the Earth is the curved surface. Could you demonstrate that the Earth has a curved surface and is similar to a basketball?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is the boat disappearing into the horizon is the same thing as placing a tiny version of that boat on a basketball and sliding it across the basketball and seeing as it disappears.
But I can do that on a flat surface as well. In actual fact, because
you place.
Okay. See, the thing is, I let you talk, and now you're going to talk through me. Fuck off, man. I'm just going to go and do my other shit if you're not going to engage in a conversation.
Go ahead.
He's already been shown demonstrations of this over a small scale flat surface. His two claims today is that the Earth,
laser light
the Earth is so big that we can't see any. Shut up, dude. Your two claims are that the Earth is too big that we don't see any, and boats go over the horizon.
Not you. My God, do I have to meet you? Sorry, DJ. Sorry, DJ, I didn't hear a word of what you said, mate. Please say that again for me.
Oh, am I coming through clear?
You are now that you're not being interrupted, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so his two claims today is that we're too small, that we cannot detect the curvature, we can't see the curvature, and boats going over the horizon. That's his two arguments today, believe it or not.
But I'm so small when I look at the boat going over the horizon. What? What's he talking about? All right, shall I try one more time? Please do, don't interrupt. It's really annoying, and it's Sunday as well. I'm never in a good mood on a Sunday. Where's he gone? All right. There you are. You're unmuted again. Please don't talk through people. Our Scandinavian friend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, please don't talk through people, mate. I don't want to have to mute you.
Well, it's actually people talking over me, which in turn makes me talk through people, but alright.
Excuse me. I didn't speak through you.
Not there.
Yeah, good. Anyway, moving on. So, can you demonstrate that the surface of the Earth is curving? Please don't go back to the boat. We can demonstrate things disappearing from the bottom up on a flat surface. We can do this. So, there's two possible causes for the phenomena. It's still up in the air if the Earth is a sphere. Is there something else we can do because the boat wasn't good enough?
So you can take two walls, drill a hole in them at the exact same height on both of the walls and move them further away from each other, shining a light through them, which if the Earth would be flat, you would see the light on the other side, which in case it would mean
Is this something you've done, is it?
I've seen it performed.
Sorry, you've seen it before on a video?
You've seen the Earth flat on a video as well, apparently.
Excuse me. No, I'm asking you a question. Don't try to insult me. My friend, the conversation's not going to go well. If you're going to try and backhand fucking insult me, it's not going to work. I'm just asking you if you saw it on a video.
Yes.
Okay. So this test has been recreated properly without a broken laser and without a flashlight. When the test is done correctly, we demonstrate that the surface of the Earth is indeed parallel to the laser light. So I don't know what broken video you've seen on YouTube or Netflix where somebody actually breaks the laser and uses a flashlight. Do you remember them breaking the collimator and using the flashlight in the example? Do you remember in the Netflix documentary that the laser collimator was broken? All right.
I haven't seen the Netflix documentary.
So you haven't seen this video that you're talking about then?
I'm not talking about that video.
Okay, who made the video? Post it in the side chat. Let's go through it.
Right here, Crit posted in the chat. It's the same one I sent earlier.
Let me just explain which video he's talking about really quickly. Okay, so I was just showing him the Skyfree video where he sets up the blocks across his flat floor, and he also puts a red light on the other side of the floor. Then he manipulates the temperature in the room, and it looks like the blocks go over a curvature, and the red light disappears in the distance because he's manipulated the weather conditions in the room. And now all of a sudden, it looks like his flat floor is hiding things bottom up. That was all.
That's not the video I was referring to.
Dude, post the video you were referring to then.
The video that he's referring to is the one that Crit posted at 6 minutes past the hour, which is the one that I was referring to. That's Jaren's video. Where they broke the collimator and they used a flashlight. This is why I asked if he'd watched the video.
Yeah, well, doesn't matter if it's a laser or a flashlight.
Sorry, excuse me. What's the difference between a flashlight and a laser? Why is the collimator important?
So they placed the camera at 17.
There was a question there. Maybe I didn't say question mark loud enough for you.
Good for you.
Dude, if you're not gonna this is gonna how the conversation goes. I asked you a question. Are you just gonna ignore me and start talking about something else? I asked you a question so we could move the conversation on. If you're gonna be rude and ignore me, I'm just gonna fuck off.
All right, can you repeat the question? I didn't.
No, because now you just can't. These people. Somebody else talk to him.
Here, I got something for you. So you think that's a representation of physical reality, right?
Well, it's supposed to be at the same height, you know.
Okay, so what about this then? What if he shines a flashlight behind him? Is this also physical reality?
Well, if he would shine the flashlight behind him, you wouldn't see the light on the left camera.
Why not?
Because it's two different sides.
So if he turned around, what if he turned around instead of shining it? Like, instead of a flashlight that shine both ways. You ever seen a flashlight that does that before?
No, I haven't seen a flashlight that has light emitting from both ends, no.
Okay. Well, yeah, they've got different applications.
Alright. But I still needed to lift the flashlight 23 feet to get...
Yep. So then he lifted it, and then it shined back the other way, too. And there's a camera there with the same setup.
Yeah.
What would happen?
Exact same thing.
Okay, so you've got a double hump.
Double hump?
Yeah, there's a hump and a hump, and he was down in the low spot.
Well, yeah, he's in the low spot in the curve.
On both sides. There's a curve on both sides.
There wouldn't be a curve on both sides.
Only one side? It's a one-sided curve, so it's like a hill?
So it wouldn't be as the example you posted.
What would it be then?
Well, the cameras would need to be at a certain distance from each other. Well, they need
Yeah,
to be
exactly the same. Exactly the same,
distance away from each other, yes.
Yep, so if he turned around, he would get a different result?
No.
Same result.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got a double hump.
Results.
You got a double hump.
It wouldn't be a double hump. It's just a circle.
Single hump.
There's no
Are we
hump.
standing on the hump?
What hump are you talking about?
Are we talking about a hump or a bulge? Which one? The hump or is it a hump? A bulge?
So in this test, what he did is he placed the walls at 17, or the holes are at 17 feet.
Yeah. So is it repeatable? Is that observation repeatable?
Yes.
Oh.
And he did it in the middle of the night, so there's no warmth or anything that changes the height of the light.
So let's change his facing. Let's pick a variable and change which direction he's looking. Did you get the same? Would you get the same result? Same result. Yes. So everywhere you look, there's a hump.
Yeah.
And that's a ball to you. That's a key feature of a ball.
It wouldn't be a hump.
That's not a hump right there? You don't see a hump?
That's a picture you made, yes.
That's a picture, a screenshot from the video right there that you posted.
Yeah, but you've...
But you said flat earther actually accidentally proves Earth's curvature. Would be incorrect. That would not be Earth's curvature. That would be a double hump. That would not be a curved Earth. That would be a lumpy. That would be a lumpy Earth.
He could do that exact same test in any direction. It wouldn't mean...
It would be all humps.
It wouldn't be a hump. It's just...
If you look at the picture, can you see the problem with regards to where the person is standing in the curved surface below? Can you see the issue? Do you understand why Crit is talking about humps and bumps?
I see what you're talking about. It's just a cut. You know, when you cut a curved surface and you stretch it out, making it fit in a picture, then it looks like humps, yes.
But it gets worse than that, because what if you did it this way? At each location, you put another guy with a flashlight.
It wouldn't change anything, because the distance from the camera and the guy.
So you've got guy with a flashlight, guy with a camera, and guy with a flashlight. Hump. Guy with a camera, guy with a flashlight. Hump.
And
hump.
Okay. Well, explain it this way. What would happen if you would cut those pictures into 4 pieces and just put them like a square together? What would it entail?
That's what it would look like.
It would make a circle.
No, it wouldn't. It would make humps.
No.
Each one's a hump.
So what they did, they made 2 walls with holes at 17 feet.
Yep, 17 feet.
Then they placed the camera at a certain distance away from the wall.
Yep.
Which would entail, if the camera looks through these 2 holes, he would need to lift the light at 17 feet at the other side.
No, 23 feet.
No, well,
so he's below the lights.
Yes, because the Earth is curving. He's below the lights.
There's a hump.
Why?
There's a hump there, not a curve.
Oh, okay. Well,
because then if you repeat this and you shine a flashlight backwards, you get the same hump in a reciprocal
and why
direction.
Is there a hump?
Because he's in a low spot.
Oh. Is that what it is? But they...
You think we can do this test better? I mean, this is just a man with a flashlight. Do you think maybe we can survey the land? Why are we relying on a flat earther who done this badly to say that the surface of the earth is curved? Maybe we can just go to the professionals. Fucking flat earth with a couple of holes in cardboard with a broken collimator and a flashlight is the standard we've got. It's the standard we've got here.
Candles is also fucking retarded.
So, dude, do you understand how we survey the land and what tools we use? What tools do we use when we survey the land, buddy?
Like the GPS.
When we survey the land, that's a man with a tripod with a theodolite and a reflector at the other end. What we use is line of sight and lasers and signals. Right, this is why we've got the torch here, the flashlight, the laser, because the laser's going to be a straight edge in your example. So we use the tool of light to survey the land professionally, not using fucking torches and sticking holes in cardboard. Maybe we should talk to the professionals instead of this flat earther. I wonder how we survey the land and what we measure when we survey the land. Would you like to hazard a guess? Or are you going to keep talking about holes in fucking cardboard and flashlights?
Well, it's not 1985 where we use the fucking telescope shits. It's now old GPS.
Yeah, we use laser, range, finding equipment, things like theodolites like we did when we surveyed across the English Channel to build the Channel Tunnel. Yes. Electromagnetic frequencies and the invisible spectrum, let's call it infrared. These will be the technologies that we will use to survey the land, not some fucking pillock with a couple of holes in his fucking cereal box and a flashlight because he's so stupid he broke the collimator on the laser, which would be the thing that we would probably use. Fucking Jaren and his flashlight. What bollocks is this?
It's kind of funny that he has to use him as a demonstration for the Earth being a globe versus academia.
Yeah. If we went up to a surveyor and he said, "Oh, sorry lads, I've broken the collimator, but I've got my flashlight." Oh, what a professional man.
Can you imagine going to a concert and their laser show is out, so everybody's just holding up flashlights and shining them around in the auditorium?
Yeah. It's just ridiculous.
This guy's argument style is weak.
How would a collimator prove?
And he's going to ask you.
Flat?
Oh my god, dude! What does a collimator do? What does a collimator do?
The height of the distance.
What does a collimator do?
Bumps in the ground.
What does a collimator do, dude? What does it do?
Oh my god, I fucking can't this retarded.
Okay, try again.
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
He ran away.
Yeah. Because he knows that once he demonstrates what a collimator does, he's gonna have to. He didn't know. All of these things, I think, were being fed to him. So, if he wasn't arguing from his position, he was dumber than rocks, bro.
All right. Why is Professor Phil not speaking? You're going to unmute yourself, Phil, because you're not a professor. So, what's up, Phil? Has anybody spoken to Phil yet, or is he just hanging out in our chat like some kind of bad?
He's just chat skanking, not a professor. Phil is just in there chat skanking.
I've been talking for long enough, okay? Been at least a couple of hours. I don't feel like it now, and certainly not you, Jedi, at this with that rude. Hey, listen, you don't have to be fucking rude, all right?
Fuck you.
Yeah, Phil was throwing around insults in the VC earlier, and he was refusing to talk about the Earth, right? And he kept trying to strawman us with an AE map and stars rotating around the North Star.
Yeah, you're petrified to talk about stars, aren't you?
Back yesterday with empirical evidence of Earth curvature, but today I guess he couldn't find any.
Yeah, talk about some stars. Go on. I'll happily talk about that.
There's one. That's Polaris. What do you want to know? Why do you want to talk about stars? Is it because stars aren't the Earth?
Oh, fantastic. So do all the stars rotate around Polaris?
No.
They don't? Okay, so how do the stars go around?
I'll ask you a question. How many celestial poles are there?
No, I'm asking the questions here.
Dude, you asked one, I'll ask one.
Well, there's obviously two.
Poles are there?
Yeah, there's the south celestial pole and the north celestial pole.
So the answer's two. So obviously your first question's stupid.
So have you got, is there two on flat Earth?
Sorry, on the floor? No, in the sky. The celestial poles that are two are in the sky.
So
you said on a flat Earth. They're in the sky.
I'm talking about a new flat Earth model, which generally means everything about it.
Model. See, you seem to be confused. Not model. It's in the sky.
No, you are.
Do we observe these things in the sky? Or not? The question is yes. If you're going to be a prick, I'll just remove you.
You want to talk about the stars or not?
Yeah, I'm trying to have a conversation for the love of God, and I don't know why I'm trying with you. But yeah, I'm fucking trying, mate. Are you not comprehending? Trying to have a conversation with you, but you just keep talking for it.
All right, so did you say that?
How many poles are there? The answer is two. You can continue with your question.
All right. So you agree that there's two poles?
My God. It's like third question. You still want clarity? We had this with the first and the second question, but you still need clarity. Oh, you're not following very well, are you?
So there's two lots of rotation then. Is that right?
Oh my God, you're confused. What do you see when you look up in the sky? Why are you asking me what you see?
When I look south, I can see the Southern Cross go upside down.
That's nice. It rotates around the southern celestial pole, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Well, high five. Brilliant. We all agree that we see things in the sky.
Oh, yeah. What's the next? So how does that work on flat Earth?
Oh, I don't know. It just moves around in the sky, dude. What do you mean, work?
Well, the flat Earth's got the North Pole at the centre, right?
Why? That's an AE map. The fuck?
You
should know that this map is incorrect. My God.
Oh, well, don't call on your God. You just tell me whether or not the North Pole is in the centre of flat Earth. That's all.
How would I know if I don't know the dimensions of the Earth where the centre is? But you seem to be pointed at the centre as one point of rotation in the sky when there's two. Why would I say that the centre is at the one central rotation
with the other one
when there's fucking two?
One is at one of the centre of rotation is at the South Pole. Where's the other one?
In the north. What the fuck are you confused about? There's two celestial poles.
The north where?
In the north. What do you mean? It's defined as north. You know what north is and how you've got there when you look up and the stars are rotating around your head like a cartoon character.
Where does north end? Where does north end?
Where does north end?
Yeah, on flat Earth. Yes. Where does north end?
No, not on a flat Earth. Where does north end? Where does it begin?
On flat Earth.
Where does it begin? Where does it begin?
Well, anywhere you are heading north is you're heading north. Now, where do you get to the North Pole?
Phil, you asked me where north ends. All right.
Yeah,
where does it begin?
Where do you get to the North Pole?
Phil, stop talking through me. You asked, where does north end? Where does it begin, Phil?
Wherever you are.
No. So north begins wherever I am.
Pole, of course.
Are you an idiot?
Heading from the South Pole, that's the beginning.
Phil, put your dick down. What is north, and how do I know when I've got
that? You fucking call me dickhead?
Wanker, listen. What is north, and how do I know when I've got there?
Get some fucking manners, all right?
Oh, fuck off, dude. I'm asking you what north is and how I know when I got there. Being as you asked a stupid question, where does north end? Fucking where does north end?
Oh, yeah, use the mute button, you coward.
Dude, let's try and have a civil conversation. Please don't talk through me. So, where does north begin? Where does north begin?
What kind of silly questions is Phil on today, man?
I don't know.
Questions.
No, you're not. You're here under my fucking. Bye. You asked a question.
There's just.
Go on.
There's just days that Phil's. You can have a conversation with him. Today is not that day. I don't know, for whatever reason, he's coming in here saying dumb shit like that. Like, it's. I don't know why. Where does north end? Like, what? What kind of shit is this?
In other words,
like,
when do you get to the North Pole?
North ends and begins underneath the Northern Celestial. North is defined by the Northern Celestial rotation, and I know when I've got there above my head.
All right. So, all right. Let's calm down and let's just talk casually. All right.
Right.
Let's be cordial. All right.
Do you agree with what I just said?
All right. Can I ask a question now?
Do you agree with what I've just said?
Just repeat what you said, please.
Right, north is defined by the celestial rotation in the sky. I know when I've got to north because it's directly above my head.
Perfect.
Good. So what's south?
I agree with what you just. I just agreed with what you just said.
Good. So what's south then?
All right. Okay.
So what is south then?
South is when you go south and you reach the South Pole and you look above your head and everything is rotating around your head. Okay.
Good. So we've got two celestial poles. Lovely stuff.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. All right. So now that we've got the words, let's focus on the one on the north. Okay.
Okay.
Now, according to you, all the stars rotate around that. Is that right?
No! We've just spent 10 minutes talking about two celestial poles, and now you're going to turn around to me and say, you think all stars rotate around the north. Fuck off!
Well, okay, I'm talking about the stars in the... Just calm down, for fuck's sake.
Then don't fucking lie. I've spent 10 minutes trying to clarify this, and you just fucking ignore it.
All right. Okay, I'm trying to understand what you mean. So the ones that are going around the north, at what point are they not? What point do they start going around the south? At what point do those stars start going around the south celestial pole?
What stars? What, the northern ones? You think the northern ones go around the southern celestial pole?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, be clearer then. What stars?
Okay. All right. So you said, did you agree that some stars go around the north celestial pole?
Yeah, the northern celestial stars rotate around the northern celestial pole. It's like the southern celestial stars rotate around the southern celestial pole. Now, can you fucking be clear yet? Come on, you're supposed to be a professor.
All right, so stay with me on this, okay? I'm really interested in trying to build this model that you've just claimed, okay?
It's not a model; it's an observation sky.
Yeah, okay, whatever you think. Okay, all right. So
not talking shit.
So if you're 45 degrees latitude, will everybody at 45 degrees latitude be able to look up 45 degrees and see the Polaris?
No.
They wouldn't?
No, because some areas it will be daytime, so I won't be able to see Polaris.
Well, if it's at night time in their zone, when it's their night time, will they be able to see Polaris?
What is 45 degrees?
I didn't mean at the same time.
What is 45 degrees northern latitude defined as?
Yeah, okay. So in other words, so they're still looking at Polaris even though they're 45 degrees, right?
In a hypothetical, go on.
Okay, and then when they get to 30 degrees, still looking at Polaris. 20 degrees, still looking at Polaris. 0 degrees, what happens?
Can't see Polaris.
Okay, so
around 5 to 10
okay,
degrees.
So 10 degrees south, what happens?
What are you asking, dude? We can't see Polaris anymore. Now you're saying we're at 10 degrees.
Is it still the northern at 10 degrees south?
How the fuck do we know we're at 10 degrees south?
At 10 degrees south,
how do you know you're at 10 degrees south?
How do we know they're doing 10 degrees south?
Yeah, because we can't see Polaris anymore, so I'm asking you, how do you know where the fuck you are?
You don't think people who are south of the equator know where they are?
Listen, you can't see Polaris anymore. Now you've brought up 10 degrees south. When we were talking about the degrees earlier, Polaris was always spoken about.
I can use.
Right, I'm going to go. Bye.
If you keep
talking through me.
Stop crying. Jesus Christ.
Then, for the love of God, when I'm trying to clarify a position, stop wanking in the background. Stop talking, dude. It's showing me that you're not listening. How the fuck can I communicate with you when all I can hear is annoying fucking voice in the background?
I'm not stopping you from talking.
There you are. As soon as I started talking, you started jumping up and down. All I asked you was, how did you know where you were? Because you knew where you were north of the equator, because Polaris was always the reference. Trying to help you answer your own fucking question. So, 10 degrees south. How the fuck do I know that I'm there?
You can use the sun. You can use other stars. You can use the Southern Cross.
Okay, good. Other stars, Southern Cross, what do they reference?
What do they reference?
Give you direction to the centre of the celestial rotation. So you can find that you're at 10 degrees south latitude by using, like you said, other stars, understanding that those stars will be southern celestial stars that rotate around a southern celestial point.
Okay, so
it's like, wow, is this like new to you?
Pretty much, because the Earth's actually a globe. No, it doesn't work the way you think it does.
The only reason why you're upset is because he's taking you off script. Because every time that you talk about flat Earth, you want to insert your straw man idea that we're talking about the AE map and how that doesn't work. But now that he says that there is two celestial poles, you don't know how to argue from that position. That we're saying that's what it is.
Yes, I do. You bet I do. I'm about to do it right now.
Oh God, I can't wait. Should I go down anticipation?
Please make sure you start with a flat surface that you're standing on, like Jedi did.
Yeah. So these south celestial pole, these south celestial rotations that you're talking about. Why is it I look directly south at the horizon to see them instead of overhead?
What the fuck are you talking about, mate?
I have to look towards the horizon to see the Southern Cross rotate.
Okay.
Why isn't the Southern Cross going across my vision if it's going around my head?
What? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
You're in Australia.
Hold on. You're in Australia, I presume. We'll wait for that to disappear. So you're in Australia, I presume, and you're looking south towards the southern.
So wouldn't we see them going horizontally?
Aye. No, we see what we see. When we observe the Southern Cross, it rotates around the southern celestial pole. So obviously, it doesn't move horizontally across vision when it's circling a thing in the sky that we can't see. I mean, where are you making these bullshit observations up from? So on a flat Earth, if I look south, the stars will be moving horizontally. What bullshit's this?
Well, isn't flat Earth flat?
There we go. Yes, the Earth is flat. Now, what conjuring action trick have you got in there? Is the Earth an AE map all of a sudden? Wanker. Is the Earth an AE map, is it?
So where exactly is on this?
Are you that fucking ignorant? You're not going to answer a question. Fuck me.
Answer the question.
What's your question?
You're going to answer questions. But... Go ahead.
Do you think we think that the Earth is some kind of AE map?
Absolutely.
Right. No. Go and argue. Sorry, dickhead. Go and argue with somebody.
It has to be.
No, it doesn't, wanker. The AE map's a globe fucking projection in the first instance. It even has instructions on it to tell you how to measure distances, something you has obviously never ever done. However, this is not our model. If you want to go and argue about that as a model, I invite you to do so. And I will applaud you for doing so, and I will fucking hope you do. But ultimately, no. Why are you arguing about this? This isn't my position. Why the fuck do you keep trying to shove it down my throat like it's my position? I'm going to protest vehemently.
Okay, so is the equator... does the equator go around the flat Earth?
How would one know that, Phil? How would somebody know that information? How would you know that information? To be honest, if you're asking him that question, how would you know that? Because it sounds like you're coming from
around the globe. We can go around the globe, around the equator.
You're saying we can go around the globe. That wasn't what you were asking him. You're making it sound like.
All right. He said.
Phil.
Listen. He said.
Phil. I'm gonna have to stop you, Phil. Well, the question that you were asking him is the equator being a circle around the Earth. Like, how would anybody prove that to be true? Even you. How could you prove you're going in a circle, a giant circle?
Let's start again.
How can you prove that?
Yeah, easy.
How?
Is 45 degrees the same distance to the North Pole for everybody on flat Earth?
No,
yes
that's not. That's something. Phil, that's something separate from what I'm asking.
Question.
I'm asking for something, a physical demonstration of somebody being able to portray that they're going in a giant circle. How would you know you're going in a giant circle? You're just saying, you're talking about navigating right now. We're not talking about navigating. I'm asking for the confirmation of actually going around in a giant circle. How do you know that? How does anybody know that?
You'll have instruments to tell you what you're doing if you're going around in a giant circle.
Yeah, but the instruments are based off of what? What are the instruments based off of? Like, especially the compass. What is the compass based off of?
Well, it depends on which compass you're talking about.
Okay, so now... Phil.
If you're talking about a magnetic compass, it's based on Earth's magnetic field.
No. We're talking about what you're thinking you would use to navigate. Because you're talking about navigation, right?
Yeah, sir. GPS receiver will be fine.
Well, all right. So what is the GPS receiver based on? What is it? What is it referencing?
Just satellites, of course.
Okay. What are the satellites referencing?
God's sake.
Their position.
We're going to get to the bottom.
I know. It's just so long with this, not a professor.
Yeah, it takes a while for him to actually get to the foundation.
Stop trying to obfuscate.
So,
let's start again.
No, you're not gonna find a way out of this, Phil. So we're at satellites right now.
You're the one who needs to find a way out of it. I'm not going to go down your rabbit hole.
No. Yeah, we're already there.
I'm not going down your rabbit hole.
We're already there, Phil. So if you're using satellites,
no way. Don't jump in the lake. I'm not going to go down your rabbit hole.
Bro, don't plug your ears, man. The logic is sound. Trust me. So if you're using a satellite, right? What is?
There's no.
So are you denying? Oh, are you plugging your ears like a petulant child, Phil? What's going on?
Is the equator? So now flat earthers don't even believe in the equator.
No, we're talking about the satellite that you brought up.
Don't even believe in the equator.
He's gone. Hold on, I'm gonna have to pause you, bro. Like, listen, we're gonna go straight to the satellite. You were saying, what is the satellite referencing?
I'm not interested in your rabbit hole.
This is your own. It's a rabbit hole of your own making. I'm just following wherever you're taking.
I don't care. I'm not going down there. I'm not going. I'm not going in that rabbit hole.
No. All right. So I'll give you a choice, Bill. You either discuss with me, or I'm just going to kick you out of the channel. You can choose.
I don't give a flying fuck. Kick me out if you want.
Let me try something. Hey, Dr. Phil.
Scared to talk to me about the stars.
Hey, Dr. Phil. Do you have answers or do you have questions?
I'll have questions mostly.
Okay, so you've got questions. You don't have answers. Okay, so now.
No. I'm not interested in talking about the globe at all.
Yeah, I got it. So you've got no answers. Okay, I guess we have to make sure we got it on record that you don't have any way to advocate or answer for a globe or heliocentric model.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pause it. Hold on, I'm gonna have to pause.
Yeah, therefore, invoking an AE projection would be a globe that you can't answer for.
Hey, Crit, 1 second. Okay, so Phil, I was just following where he was taking me, but he didn't know if you're going in because he was asking Jedi a question if you're going in a giant circle at the equator because he was trying to do the whole straw man AE thing, right? But then I was ask him because he thinks that you can do that on a globe. How do you know you're going in a giant circle? And so we're following the train of logic where he was taking us, right? So we went from navigation to like him detailing that, well, how we know navigation's happening with GPS. How do we know GPS? We have satellite. Okay, what are satellites referencing? We were at that particular moment where he decided to abandon ship. He did not want to continue, and I'm wondering why. I want to know where he thinks we're going and why he doesn't want to follow the end of that logic train. What do you think's at the end of that caboose? What do you think we're going to find there, Phil? What are you so afraid of? Why are you afraid to answer my questions? This was a rabbit hole of your own making. You're the one that left it and said you didn't want to continue. I don't like this game. I don't want to play anymore. Why not, Phil? Are you going to find out that the Earth is actually not a globe after all? Is that the reason why you're afraid? Because I'm going to keep going with what I'm saying, and you only have one choice. You either answer or you just excuse yourself from the chat, or else we'll have to do it for you. But you're not going to jump to another question that you want to make. No, he left, huh? Bye, Phil. Yeah, so the end of where he was taking us was going to be the fact that he can't prove that the Earth is a globe, and you're going around in a giant circle like he believes it to be.
Yeah.
So we're going to pick up where we left off, Phil. Exactly where we left off. You have a choice, sir. I'm going to unmute you. So we'll start from satellites proving that you're going around in a giant circle.
Does the equator go around the flat Earth? Yes or no?
Around the flat Earth.
No, we're on satellite. Yeah, hold on. We're on satellites right now, Phil. So how do we know we're going in a giant circle?
I'm not interested in the globe. All right. I'm only interested in flat Earth.
Wait a minute. No, you're not going to get to direct. You're not directing us where we want to go. You're going where we want you to go, sir. That's the way that works in this room.
You don't. I don't go where you want.
Accept that. Accept it. Yeah, we are the ones who are navigating this conversation. No, this is our room. You're a guest here. You're a guest in our room. You're a guest in our room, sir.
And Jedi agreed to ask that to answer that question.
You're not. No wiggling is going to escape what I'm telling you, sir. You're a guest in our room, and you will behave like one. You're not entitled. You're not entitled in this room.
You two scared to fucking answer them.
Sorry. You're gonna one more time, Phil. You either answer the questions that you were actually the line of logic we're taking that you can go around the Earth in a giant circle, or you're gonna abandon it and say I can't prove it. Which the whole audience is gonna hear how a professor cannot prove. So we're gonna hear how a professor can't prove that the Earth is a globe.
All of those things, but I'm not interested in.
No, you can't. Otherwise, do it. Otherwise, do it. If you can, do it. Prove to the audience, and you're even your students might be listening at some point because this is recorded, right?
Yeah,
and they're listening to you. They're listening to you, not being able to give the answer. This is the one that you made.
That's all.
It's your rabbit hole. You're the one that led us down this path. Yes, you did.
I only want to know about flat Earth.
No, you said that GPS is the way that we know that we're going around in a giant circle, and the way we know GPS exists is because satellites. And then you said satellites because of satellites, what they're doing. And all right, good. So let's go to the next step. What are satellites referencing, Bill?
Satellites know their position on the Earth. Okay.
Yeah. How?
And they broadcast that position, and they broadcast their time.
Tell us how, Phil. Tell us how.
I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
You're nearly there. You're nearly there. You're about to answer your own questions.
I want to know about the equator, please.
Yeah. Dude,
I've given you a bit. You give me a bit back now. I want to know about the equator.
The bit that we're going down right now is you should be able to answer what satellites are referencing. What are they referencing, Phil? How do we know? How do they know in position to where they're at? What system are they using?
I'm not going down your rabbit hole.
You don't want to. Why don't you want to answer, Phil? Let the whole world know what this is referencing. What are satellites referencing?
I'm not interested I'm not interested in going down your rabbit hole.
So you don't know what satellites reference, Phil, when they're up in the?
I didn't say that.
Low Earth orbit.
I'm not interested in going down the rabbit hole. I want you to tell me whether or not the equator goes around the flat Earth. That's all. Why can't you just say yes?
We're not going to. No, that because you don't want to answer your own questions. These are the questions that you wanted to ask Jedi. You wanted to ask him these questions, and I'm turning it back around to you. How do you know that's true, that you're going around the Earth? Now you don't want to answer. So why would you want Jedi to answer your questions and be like an entitled princess when you can't even answer your own questions? Why do you think that's fair?
I'm just not.
Okay, then answer the one where the satellites are. What are they referencing?
I told you they reference their location in Earth, their location in space, and their known location on the Earth.
Yeah, what system are they using, Phil?
What do you mean? What system are they using?
Yeah, what type of navigational systems are put on board the satellites so they can go around the Earth like you say they are?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's in your question with regards to the equator.
Yeah.
What system are you talking about?
He's going to say it. I can feel it. Go ahead, Phil. Tell him.
Tell him what? I don't know. What are you asking me to tell him?
Jedi just asked you the same thing I'm asking you. What system are those satellites using to navigate or move in the sky?
What systems? I told you what they do. They locate
Go ahead, Jedi. If you can.
Precise system on Earth.
All he wants to try. What navigational coordinate system are you talking about? Remember, we're asking a question about the equator.
Coordinate system. That's right. A Cartesian coordinate system.
Cartesian coordinate stuff flat. We were talking about longitude and latitude, dickhead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they convert to longitude and latitude coordinates.
Okay, so is that what they're using, the satellites?
Yeah.
Okay, where did we get that coordinate system from, Phil?
What, the Cartesian coordinate system?
Longitude and latitude.
Longitude and latitude come from Hipparchus in about 160 BC.
Okay, what was proposed by Hipparchus? Did he find it in a cave or something?
Hipparchus proposed that knew that the Earth was a globe, and proposed that the way to map the globe properly was to segment the globe in regular known sectors. So he created the latitudes and longitudes, which were all going over the North Pole, over the South Pole.
Okay. All right. So you said he created. In other words, he invented the globe. He didn't discover it.
No, he didn't invent the globe. He invented the system of latitude and longitude. He didn't invent the globe. The globe was the globe.
So, yes, he invented it. He creating something insinuates he invented something. So he made it up, essentially.
Yeah, of course he made it up.
Okay. So it's in no way measured, but in this particular instance that you're saying where it was derived from, it was created, which was, in other words, invented by Hipparchus.
Yes, it was invented by Hipparchus, yes.
So how do we know that that's true if someone invented it?
Well, one of the ways we know where the equator is the sun is overhead over the equator at the equinox.
I know that, Phil, but what I'm saying is Hipparchus invented the fact that the only way this can work with the system of, like you said, that he invented. So if we're using the same thing that Hipparchus is using, how do we know that the Earth is what everybody thinks it is? They think it's a globe, but Hipparchus didn't know that. He had to create a system invented by him.
No, Hipparchus already knew it was a globe before. They knew it was a globe 2,500 years ago. Hipparchus was only 100.
That's great, Phil. So then, okay, so then you said that there's earlier people that knew that the Earth was an actual globe? Who are those people?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, who are those people, Phil?
Oh, all the way back to Pythagoras.
Okay, what did Pythagoras do? How did he figure out it was a globe?
He was one of the mathematicians, not just him, but quite a number of Greeks at that time had figured out that the Earth was a globe.
That's great. What did he do to discover that the Earth is a globe? Or did he invent that the Earth was a globe? Did he discover it or invent it?
Discovered it is different from invent.
Okay, let's figure out how.
It's like somebody saying invent oxygen.
Yeah, well, tell me how.
Discovered it.
Tell me how he discovered it, Phil.
I'm not sure exactly how.
Wouldn't that be a gap of knowledge that you would need?
They dig a well in Alexandria and they dig the well down the Nile.
I don't care about it.
Yeah, we had to follow the logic train all the way back to Pythagoras to find out that you really don't know how the Earth is a globe. Even though you were confident enough to say that Pythagoras was the one that knew that the Earth was a globe, when we found out that you don't even know if Pythagoras knows or knew, that if the Earth was a globe.
I know for sure it was Pythagoras.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your confidence, but you just demonstrated by saying, I don't know. You said it yourself. That's it, Phil. No one else behind Pythagoras. Pythagoras was the foundation of the place where you think we all know that the Earth is a globe from. So what you found out is what everybody already knows.
All of the Greeks who worked out that the Earth was a globe used observational evidence.
Really? Okay, that's what?
That's how they figured it out.
Yeah, like what, Phil?
We would do now. We'd do exactly the same thing now to figure out that Earth is a globe.
No, that's wrong, because they a long time ago created an idea, or at least had a cult. Pythagoras had his own cult that everything in the universe must be a perfect sphere. So they believed all of what he said in that manner. It was a cult.
Rubbish.
He had a Pythagorean cult.
Rubbish.
Yeah, look it up. It's historical. It's historical. It's you can say it's rubbish, but it's in history. Phil, sorry.
Rubbish.
I'm sorry that you feel bad about it, but that's just the way it is.
You just
and you're a part of. See, what's interesting is that you're a part of that cult too, because the Pythagorean cult believed that everything must be perfect spheres, much like the way you think it is today. So you're part of the same idea that those guys back then.
It's not a perfect sphere.
Well, they thought it was. Pythagoras cult did. Look it up.
Well,
I'm surprised that as a professor you don't know the history. I know that, but what I'm saying,
they couldn't have known that it was just 14 miles different to making to a perfect sphere, could they?
Yeah. Well, what is the baseline for the difference? How would they have a baseline to establish what would be? Would you say 14 miles difference? What are you putting that standard against? Yeah. What does that standard put against? Because it sounds like he was wrong, just off a little bit, and then like in recent times we've actually corrected him. Where was the correction?
When? I can't tell you exactly when.
No, that's important, right? Because you're making a declaration that there was a 14-mile difference. I want to know when that actually happened.
Okay, because we have satellites that measure the Earth all the time.
Right, but that's the thing that you said. Yeah, I know. That's the thing you said, that we followed the logic train to all the way to Pythagoras, where you say you don't know how he came up with it.
Well, actually, I kind of do, because they all use pretty much the same technique, okay?
Oh, wait. Are you saying that Pythagoras is going to do something like you're going to tell me he did? Because we're going to have to go back to the history books, Phil, on what you're saying.
Yeah, sure.
And verify.
I think you'll find that I think you'll find that one of the major things was the shadow on the moon. That's one of the ways that they figured out the Earth was a globe.
Okay.
Obviously, the ones that you don't like very much, that's the ships going over the horizon. Okay.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But that's not historically correct, is it? How do we know Pythagoras actually thought exactly what you're saying of detailing how he knows that the Earth is a globe? Because to me, it sounds like you're actually
conflating it.
Yeah, Phil, you're conflating a lot of historical information. You're saying that Pythagoras actually knew that the Earth was a globe based on the shadow on the moon and ships going over the horizon. So this is something that you're telling me that I know that historically it's not going to check out. I don't think that we're going to find Pythagoras. Okay, go ahead and citation, please. I want you to prove to me that Pythagoras thought exactly the same thing that you said.
You're the one who said that it won't. You go look and you tell me if it's
no, sir. You made the declaration, the positive claim. You made the positive claim.
You're the one who disagreed with me. You prove that I'm wrong.
Phil, you made the positive claim that this is what Pythagoras was saying, that shadows on the moon and the ships going over the horizon are the reasons why it bolstered his preponderance of evidence that the Earth is a globe. I want to see that historical context and a citation, please. I'm calling you out on it. I'm saying that's not true.
No.
You need to prove it.
You look for it. I'll guarantee I'm right.
No, you can't, because you didn't provide evidence of it. So right now it's just like you're making it up. Until you actually show a citation, then you're not going to be able to be right. You're only assumed by anybody who wants to believe you. I don't believe you. I want you to prove it.
I'll go and Google it yourself. Go on.
Okay, so your answer to me asking you if you know it's true is for me to Google it myself. You're not going to do the work and prove it. You're not going to prove it to the audience, to people. Is that a good teacher, being a professor? Do you tell that to your students? Go Google it, guys. Go Google it. Go Google it. You tell your students this?
If you had gone to college, buddy boy, you'd know that
is that what you do with your students?
You to do the work.
Yeah, so you wouldn't teach your students. You would tell them to look for. What kind of a teacher are you, anyways? That doesn't fill your students with knowledge.
I would give them the underpinning theory, and then I'd ask them to go and search for it. Of course.
Yeah. So if they asked you how you know what you know, you would say, "You guys just have to look for it. I'm not going to tell you."
I'd probably name some. So I'd name the main players, and then they would go looking. They would then go look for it. Of course.
So that means that you yourself don't know where to reference this information. You're just basically touting some knowledge of.
I do, but
where do we go look? Right. So where would we go look? Point us in the right direction.
Do stuff. I don't like.
Point us in the right.
My students, all right.
That's fine. Point us in the right direction.
It's a good idea. You might think, spoon feeding students is a good idea. I don't.
Yeah, when it comes to history, you have to actually give context to how you know what you're saying is true.
I get people to do research and think and work out things for themselves. I don't spoon feed students.
So when people teach history, you're saying that the facts that they're mentioning don't need to be referenced in any way by the person teaching them? Like if I was to tell you some fact, if I was to tell you some facts about a particular individual that lived a long time ago, and I don't give you context, and I say, nah, well, I'm not going to tell you. You guys got to look it up. Like that's not doing justice to the information, is it?
When I do a lecture, and I don't teach history, by the way, I teach physics and chemistry. And when I do a lecture, I provide the underpinning information. I give names if I need to, and then I pass on all of that to the students and say, right, okay, now that you know the underpinning information, now that you know the relevant people, the relevant sources to go, off you go, see what you can find out. Okay,
that's fine. But in this,
students,
listen, Phil. In this realm, and where we're at in this, hold on, Phil.
Evidence.
Yeah, in this realm where you are in Discord, we have to present what we know and how we know it. Like citations are important. If I'm making a positive claim about something in history, and I don't back it up with a reference or at least some data that actually proves what I'm saying is true, then it shows that I'm just making things up about historical context a long time ago.
What kind of data would you like to see?
I want to know exactly if Pythagoras was making the very same claim that you are today, saying that he was looking at the moon and saw that the moon's shadow proved to him that there must be some kind of evidence that the Earth is a globe. I don't think that's true. Or Phil, that he's also looking at ships going over the horizon, which is what you said he was probably thinking. And I know it's subjective because you don't really know, but you're thinking that if you were a long time ago like him, you would have probably been doing the same thing. But it's not what he said anywhere in context and history. That's what he did to prove that the Earth is a globe. So I'm showing the audience that you're just lying to them about Pythagoras saying that this is how he came about knowing that the Earth is a globe. That's absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. And you don't want to back that up. So what's at stake here is what you said, being whether it's true or not. And it's fine if you don't want to prove it. It's fine. So really, the ball's in your court.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back because maybe I was mixing up Pythagoras with Aristotle.
Yep, I know you were.
Yeah.
I just wanted you to see if you were going to be able
Aristotle. It's Aristotle, not Pythagoras, who came up with the circular shadow.
Yeah, I know. What are you babbling?
Pythagoras was more philosophical. He was because Pythagoras was more about.
Go ahead, Phil.
He's the one who thought that the Earth was probably a perfect shape. And,
that's right.
Yeah, and he thought it had something to do with the gods and shit like that.
That's right.
Okay, so
that's right.
Nothing to do with
gods. Yeah, so no, I misspoke. It's Aristotle who I'm thinking of, not Pythagoras.
So, that's why I wanted you to. Yep, thank you.
Okay, so Aristotle, he's the one who used the moon, and that was his claim to fame. Okay, and also the because he used different latitudes to view different constellations and so on. Okay, and then and by the time he'd got through that, almost everybody in his era, in the Greeks certainly, would have thought that the Earth was a globe, and obviously along came people like Eratosthenes, who actually decided to work out what the circumference of the Earth was.
I'm going to give this a handoff to anybody else in here. I got to get to do something important at work, so I'm going to hand this off. Anybody else want to take up the mantle?
I'm still trying to figure out what Aristotle did with. Sorry, that wasn't.
Never got to figure out where the equator was.
Okay, sorry, it wasn't clear to me.
Okay, so now that we've gone through all of that, is it okay for you to tell me what you think about the equator on the flat Earth? Because I'm really interested in the flat Earth.
Okay.
I'm not really interested in the globe at all.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, so that's,
that's
flat
sort of been
in
done
Earth.
and gone.
There's two words there.
The flat Earth is something new. I'd like to
no, it's old. Flat Earth is old, Dr. Phil. That's very old.
Well, it's if you like, let's say flat Earth has gone and then now it's back again.
No, it never went anywhere. It's always been here.
Okay, whatever. So let's see if we can discuss it.
Yeah. So which word do you want to discuss first? The adjective or the noun?
No. I want to discuss, to try and get in my mind, when you say flat Earth, what do you mean?
Adjective, a descriptive,
no,
and then a noun.
I'm talking about in
Earth.
reality.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
flat.
in reality.
There's two words. Flat. The word flat being an adjective, and then Earth being a noun, a person, place, or thing.
That's not what I mean.
So I'm describing the Earth. The surface of Earth is being described as an adjective, which I said is flat.
Yeah, I get
so
that.
So flat Earth. Adjective, noun.
Yes.
So you make an observation of the surface of the Earth, and then you use a word that best matches your observation. That word that I pick to use would be the word flat to describe the surface of the Earth.
Got all of that.
Okay.
All right.
If you're talking about anything other than that, you're talking about something different than what I'm talking about.
On your side. I'm interested to know, like, when you travel on it.
Still flat.
Okay, good. That's good. So everybody who travels north, will they eventually reach the North Pole?
If you want to call a spot North Pole, sure, you reached it. You could right now. You could put North Pole, just like put a pole there in the ground and call this the North Pole.
And everybody who's, let's say, at 45 degrees latitude would be the same distance from it, wouldn't they?
Based on what?
Can I intervene here?
If you're looking at if you look at 45 degrees and you see Polaris from
is that the North Pole? Polaris is a North Pole?
No, but the GP of Polaris is at the North Pole, isn't it?
No,
it would be. How would you know that?
GP of Polaris isn't at the North Pole. Polaris is 1 degree off of the centre of. Know this.
It's close enough that people use it for
navigation. But it's not exactly. So come on, let's be fair.
How about this one? I'll help you out here. In my epistemology, I'm not going to invoke divination, sky magic, to divine earthly bound things. Even more so if I don't know what that thing is. One of the best things you can figure out for this is just ask people, what is Polaris? Is it 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars? Is it 10 stars? Is it 15? Is it an infinite amount of stars? Is it 100 light years away? Is it 600 light years away? Is it 400 light years away? Is it like not very far at all? What's going on there? So you're using an I don't know to invoke a maybe, to then say some distance to some object that you can't reference, go to, map, or anything else. Meanwhile, what you're supposed to do is make an observation of the surface of the Earth and describe what you see. That's it. Anything other than that, you've gone into a direct meth field symposium about the sky, using information that you don't know.
So what you're saying, Correct.
This is what I'm saying. Let me break it down again, okay? What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying. The sky could disappear. It could just be a black veil or a blue veil. You could see nothing at all. You could be completely shrouded in darkness. There could be cloud cover everywhere you go. The surface of the earth doesn't change its properties. The physics of water will not change. They'll be exactly the same.
Yeah, you're dead right about that. And
if the sun would disappear, the water would freeze over.
Okay, now can I talk now?
Yeah, just what I'm looking for is describe the surface of the earth. How do you describe it?
Jesus Christ. Okay. Do you think celestial navigation is a thing?
I'm wondering, can you make an observation of the surface of the earth? Let's go step by step. Baseline principles.
You're not.
Are you able to describe the surface of the earth?
Yes.
What does it look like? It's a sphere. Okay, that would be curved.
I'm not interested in talking about.
It's curved.
I'm talking about flat Earth.
You're talking about flat Earth. Are you on a flat Earth or a globe Earth?
I'm going to presuppose that I'm on a flat Earth.
Okay, so the surface of the Earth would be what?
Flat.
Flat. So you could make an observation to test that.
Well, you can look at.
Right? Could you, if you're going to presuppose something?
I'm just assuming that it's flat.
Yeah. Okay. So let's assume so, and now let's test it. Let's test the assumption. How would you know one way or the other?
Well, gosh.
Well, how about this? Let's break it down a little bit easier. Let's say I assume today is Tuesday. Could I test that assumption?
Yeah, I suppose you could check against your calendar.
Well, say I don't have a calendar handy. What could I do to test the assumption if it's Tuesday or not?
You could ask somebody. You could check a newspaper. You could.
Well, how about can I go to the cafeteria and see if they have tacos? Because I know every Tuesday you can get $2 tacos for $2.
Okay, that's the same thing. Yeah.
Okay. So I could go to the cafeteria and bang, the cafeteria is closed. Huh. So what would be my assumption then? Is it Taco Tuesday?
No.
Right. They close the cafeteria during the weekend because not many people come in on the weekends. Actually, they tell you not to. They really don't want a lot of people hanging out, but they understand if people do sign in for the weekend. And there are security, so they know who's present, and you'll scan your badge and stuff. So I know that either the cafeteria is closed for some reason, or it's not Taco Tuesday. So right. what was the next step?
Now?
Let's go through it step by step.
From before.
What's the next step to challenge the assumption?
Okay, so
I'm still assuming it's Tuesday, but the cafeteria is just closed.
Why do you have to just go
focused? Stay focused, Dr. Phil. Okay, we're talking. The topic right now is assumptions and how you challenge assumptions. So for right now, you kind of got lost in the woods about how to challenge your assumption of a flat Earth. So what we're doing now is we're problem solving different methods of challenging assumptions.
If you just be quiet for a minute, I'll tell you how I would do it.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Good. I'll find three places on Earth quite a good distance apart, and I'd create a triangle
for Taco Tuesday.
And then I would measure the triangle. I'd measure the angles of the triangle. If they add up to 180 degrees, 100% the Earth will be flat.
You can. Triangles only have 180 degrees internally, you dummy.
Yeah, if I go from this city, a point at this city to a point at that city to a point of the other city, and come back again to this city, making a triangle, and I could measure and I could use surveying equipment to measure that, and it was 180 degrees internal angles. The Earth must be flat.
Well, you can't have anything but 180 degrees on a triangle.
Even on
if the Earth was a globe, then that wouldn't be the case, would it?
Then you wouldn't have triangles, would you?
Yeah, I'd have. If I go, I'd just head. Maybe if I head towards the North Pole or whatever, up that way, I cut across, and then if I try to measure the angle at each point and add them together, they would not add up to 180 degrees.
Then you don't have a triangle, do you?
Of course I do. What do you think with three? If I go from there...
No, go find me a definition of a triangle.
Yeah, 3 corners. It's called a spherical triangle, actually.
With internal angles equaling 180 degrees. If they don't equal 180, you don't have a triangle. You don't have a triangle, dude.
Spherical went over your head.
You don't have spherical to start with. You only have triangles, you said. And those equal 180 degrees.
If I draw a triangle...
You're skipping over some kind of weird step. Yeah, you're kind of skipping over some steps and trying to make curved triangles, and you can't do that yet. You need to center a verse for that.
Let me finish, please. I am assuming the Earth is flat.
So let's test it. Let's test the assumption.
I do my triangle on what I think is a flat Earth, and what the hell? This triangle doesn't have 180 degrees internally.
So that means you didn't measure properly, or you don't have you don't have a triangle. You don't have a triangle, dude. Can only equal 180 degrees, not if it's bigger, it's something else. That's weird shit, dude. You claim to be a professor and you don't know this?
That went right over your head, didn't it?
You claim to be a professor and you don't know that a triangle internal angles equals 180
degrees. Yes, I do. I've said it about 7 times.
Then why would you say if it's bigger, then you got something different, then it's a bigger it's a weird triangle? Because it's not a triangle at all.
Listen carefully, all right? I know this is not easy for you, but just listen carefully. I am assuming the Earth is flat.
Then you can only have 180 degrees internal angles. If you don't, you measured something wrong. You got to go back and measure again. That's what happens. If you don't get 180, you got to go back and measure until you do.
Can you just shut up, please?
I'm telling you how to correct yourself. If you don't get 180, you got to go back and do it again until you get 180, since you are on a flat surface.
I am assuming I'm on a flat surface.
Yep.
Okay.
Then you have to keep doing it over and over till you get 180 degrees, or else you're doing it wrong. You got to have to do it like 20 times to make sure you average out to get the same basic internal. You could be off by half a degree. So you guys make sure you got to do it like 20 times, and then you'll know. That's how you verify your data. You got to verify your data, son.
No, I've got a corner here. I go up to the next one. I measure it. Go to the next one. Come back, and I find out that, hang on a second, I'm not getting 180. No matter how many times I do it, I can't get 180.
And you did it wrong. Yeah, you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, right. You know what I'm talking about. You can't be that daft.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying if you don't get 180 degrees, you just need to change your measurement so it becomes 180 degrees.
I only
you need to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Because you can do this locally.
You're not level or something. You're not level, or you're cockeyed. You didn't level your devices. You didn't calibrate anything. You're all fucked up. Now you got to go back and do it all again and recalibrate in every spot to make sure you're getting 180 degrees. If you don't get 180 degrees, If you don't get 180 degrees, you got to go do it again. Do you understand that part yet?
The surface isn't flat.
No, because I can, Dr. Phil, I could do this right here, like a baseball diamond. I could go, you just walk down to your community park and say, there's kids who play on this park and they use a diamond. That would be 2 triangles. And then you could measure those and be like, so whoever did this baseball diamond did a pretty good job. The internal angles all equal 180 degrees. So I wonder if I scale up this diamond, if it's still mathematically viable. And at some point you're like, well, no. Dr. Phil, your larger baseball diamond suddenly did not equal 180 degrees. It would show you that this community service worker who painted some chalk lines in dirt has a better grasp of geometry than you do. Maybe he should be the teacher and you should be like the water boy.
Are you seriously not understanding what I'm saying? Are you seriously not understanding what I'm saying?
You don't understand what you're saying.
They don't want to understand.
Let's get the best surveyor out.
All right, that's me.
Surveyor.
That's me then.
That must be you, Crit, the best surveyor.
It's me.
Why would I be the best surveyor? What does that have to do with?
Who's going to be the best surveyor?
You. You could be the best one.
Okay, good. I need a really good surveyor, right? One who can measure an angle really, really well. Okay.
Yep.
Because it's not a case of making the triangle. It's a case of measuring the angles. Because you make a triangle, that's easy. You just join this bit to that one over there, to that one over there, and then come back to here. That's a triangle.
Do the devices have to be level and square and everything?
Not necessarily.
Oh shit! So you're going to get all kinds of wacky numbers. So you can't do anything that you can repeat then.
Why not? You can do it through the same place many times.
Because you need a starting point for everything to be exactly the same, so you know you're doing the same thing every time.
Yeah, okay.
According to you, you just open the shit up. You just open the shit up, throw it on top of a tripod, look through it, and take a number down. That's weird shit,
just
dude.
Do it in the way that any normal surveyor would do it.
Oh, so you do all the steps, like 22 steps, before you take your first angle reading, right?
Whatever a normal surveyor does, that's what you do.
Okay, so Jesse didn't do that, so now what do we do?
Okay, now, so if I go along the ground...
Jesse Path of Lies said he did that.
Just fucking listen to the fucking hypothetical.
Holy shit, dude.
Oh, no, can't.
Who just popped?
If Jesse said he did that, but he didn't calibrate.
If I did that, if I went from this city at this point to another city at that point, and then another one over there, and came back here, and I found that I got 180 degrees, I would declare to all and sundry that the earth is flat.
Well, that's what you get, or else you don't have a triangle.
That would be my commitment.
What range does this
she's
happen?
not sure how to help you. Alexa said she's not sure how to help you with that.
What range does this happen? Yeah, what range does this happen at? What's the distance where suddenly triangles no longer become triangles?
Professor Phil, can I ask you something?
Sure.
When he said that's what you get when you have a triangle, right? But that's not what it really means.
Mm-hmm.
It means if you have a triangle on a flat surface, you get 180
That's what
degrees.
I know he means that, yes.
Yes, but he didn't
what
say
other kind of triangles do you have?
It's just regardless, right? But if you have triangles over a curved surface, you would have a curved
Then you don't have a triangle, because triangles don't have curved sides, do they?
I don't
flat
know.
triangles are flat, curved triangles are curved.
at the stage that I'm actually doing this job, I don't know if the surface is flat or not. Okay, it's the only way I come back to it and I measure. Oh, great! I get 180 degrees here. Then I'm convinced the Earth must be flat.
Then you took accurate measurements.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so if you don't get that, you took inaccurate measurements.
No, if I don't get that,
that's your only choice. That's your only choice.
No,
that's your only choice.
If I took accurate measurements, no matter what, and then I come back and it's not 180 degrees, then it's
not if you're leveling them. Not if you're leveling the instrument. They're all on a horizontal plane. They're all leveled to the same horizontal plane. There's no horizontal planes on the surface of a ball. Remember?
The question is, how would I test to see if the Earth is flat? That's how I would do it.
Okay, and it is, because you got 180 degrees. Now what?
If I get 180 degrees, the Earth is flat.
Okay, then you got 180. Now what?
The Earth is flat. That's it.
Okay, there you go. Finally, you admit it.
But if I don't,
I would ask the flat earthers. I would want to ask the flat earthers, what hypothetically, right? You have to have a way to theorize this. So for a flat surface, we have trigonometry with a flat surface. You have inner angles of a triangle always 180 degrees. What if you did that over a curved surface? Purely mathematical.
Then you don't have a triangle.
I didn't say a triangle. What are the inner angles?
It's like a cone or a dome.
Yeah, but what's the
a pie shape? You get a pie shape then.
Great.
Yeah, so
what's the in?
This is what you would do. Like you basically you got like a pie.
Can I finish my question?
Yeah, I already got the answer. Okay.
I haven't asked it.
You could cut a triangle.
Oh.
And then you would
so we're not gonna ask questions there.
Okay, well don't ask then. Just use your own logic. That's fine.
I haven't asked. Can I ask my question?
No, use your own logic. You can't. You can't ask.
I can't ask because I can use my own logic.
Maintain your own logic. You just said you can't ask. So now if you do ask...
No, I can't ask if you talk over me. If you stop talking, I can ask. Okay, thank you. So what would be the inner angles of 3 points?
Go ahead, Phil. We'll go, like that guy's trying to interrupt you.
It's all right. It's reasonable questions. But I couldn't see what the problem is. I
just muted him because he was making sense.
Is that the case here? He's muted only because he's making sense? Or did he contradict
then fucking unmute him and let him speak.
Let him speak for what? What would be his...
Fuckers are just fucking interrupting everybody that tries to fucking say something about this.
He had a question.
He never finished it because you interrupted him.
He had a question, then wouldn't
He never got to finish the question.
Yes, he did.
His hair's on fire,
yes, he got 3 answers from 2 different people. And
he never finished the question. You just figured out your own answer before he even finished it.
He answered the question. Radwin gave him 2 different answers. I gave him an answer too. Then he adjudicated the answers as not answers, and he couldn't answer his question. I then went into problem solving. Okay, if you can't answer, if you can't ask questions, would you ask questions or not ask questions if you can't ask questions? He said he would not ask questions. No problem. Then he went in to ask the same question again. At that point, I'm going to help him maintain his worldview because now he can't ask questions, as claimed by him. Later on, if he thinks he can ask questions, I can unmute him so he can maintain that worldview. This has nothing to do with me. This is helping people maintain a logically consistent worldview.
Can I say something?
You have to listen. Not
no, I don't. I don't actually have to listen.
Well, there we go. You don't have to listen. Then you don't have to talk. If you're not going to listen, we'll maintain that worldview. You don't listen, there, go away. No problem. Maintain. The lesson here is maintain a consistent worldview. He says he doesn't have to listen. No problem.
Only obey what Chris wants. Only what Chris wants. You're not allowed to have
what you want. This is your adventure. This is choose your own adventure. If you don't want to listen, disconnect from the call. If I was in charge, if I was in charge and I would pick the outcome, you would listen and you would talk and you would understand what a triangle is. You would be able to go to your local community center or community park and you would be able to paint some chalk lines and some dirt.
Good. Finally, I get to talk. Good. So I'm at the corner, someplace in one of the cities. Let's pick any cities. I don't know, somewhere in Philadelphia. Pick a city there. Pick a
park. Let's just do it. Let's do it local, small, and easy to control the variables.
Pick another city. Let's say Los Angeles. So now we've got three.
How about the park? Let's do it together.
So we've got 3 cities. We've got 3 points of reference. And we're going to
3 points of reference where you can see them and you can take easy measurements to each point.
So we take a bearing between this one and the other one.
How about here in my room? I'm going to put a banana, a cup of coffee, and a napkin here on the floor in the room I'm in.
It's not big enough to get this test to prove this test.
Okay, well, how big? What's the maximum and the minimum?
It'd have to be in the miles.
So now you've got compounding errors.
It would have to be in the miles because if the Earth was a globe, and I'm not assuming that, I'm assuming it's flat, then it would have to be at least 69 miles just to get 1 degree.
That's a problem.
Okay, so that's why they have to be quite far apart. Okay,
that's a huge problem.
I want to know. So if I was at Philadelphia and then took a bearing to Los Angeles, then another bearing to Minnesota, and then back to Philadelphia, and I found out that the internal angles were 180 degrees. I am a flat earther after that. No problems.
How'd you measure them?
Are you doing math with optics? Off of optics?
You use a compass.
Well, and then assume that light travels straight?
You're going to find the bearings between one city and another. You can't do that? You know how to do that, don't you?
Oh, we got a curved light earther in here.
Curved light? Are you guys straight light earthers?
Curved light earther warning, everybody.
What's that?
Glober doesn't believe in refraction.
That's a person who thinks that light bends around a ball.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, I agree. Yeah, light. Well, yeah. They got light traveling straight or curved around the ball. True. It's a confusing model.
All right. Anyway, I've said my piece. I'm going to go to bed now. It's more than midnight.
More than midnight. That's an interesting turn of phrase.
Yeah.
And you got 2 degrees?
Well, I haven't really looked at the time, but it's gone 12:30. So. All right. Thank you very much for listening, even though and I did get a bit heated up at times, but there you go.
Glober's always triggered.
I'll try.
You know you love it.
I'll try to be a bit less triggered. Okay, Chris.
No, you say that every time. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about
it. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we should do that triangle thing so that we can prove that the Earth is flat, eh?
Yeah, it can't be done because you're talking about distances with compounding variables.
Well,
using targets like the whole, like using Philadelphia, that is a huge area. What point? What spot on Philadelphia do you use?
The steps of the Supreme Court.
The ones that Rocky ran up?
Yeah, that's
so
the one.
You would go to Independence Hall. I think that's where it's. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Anyway, you would go there and you'd stand on the steps.
Yep.
So he's changing his elevation when he does all this stuff too.
Yeah, I was also going to go with it.
Then you take a bearing to let's say Los Angeles.
What instrument are you going to use?
Well, you could use a GPS or you can use compass. This whatever. GPS is good within 5 meters, 4 meters.
How accurate is the compass?
Much less accurate than that.
Okay, so now we've got a GPS location. Yep.
Okay, so if we got a location here, we got a location there, we can get a bearing between them. Then we got another one. Then we get another one at Minnesota, and then from Minnesota we from Minneapolis, and then all the way back to Philadelphia. So we now have a triangle. Now I'm assuming this
how can we verify? How do we verify? Yeah, how do we verify the accuracy? We have to be able to see them.
Yeah, it is a Independence Hall. I thought so.
You can mark.
I have a dream speed
triangle on the ground. You can mark your bearings on the ground. Yeah. And follow that really accurately.
How are you going to follow
it? If you get a triangle 180 degrees, give or take some margin of error, then it's flat.
Yeah, you're taking it on the same path. That was the same path I had it earlier.
I'm afraid it can't be flat.
No, he said the only. I already explained to him the only way he can make a triangle is it has to be 180 degrees, or you better go reshoot all your shit again, because you're off.
No, they'll still join. You'll have a this.
Then it's not a triangle.
On the floor, you'll see your marking on the floor. You'll see the other marking on the floor in the other city. You'll see a marking on the floor in the third city.
Yeah, but it's only locally, Phil. You're not doing it at an extended length where you can see all of it connecting. That's what Radwood was saying.
You got to be able to see both points from your each location. You have to see each other 2 points. You have to still be able to see them.
Yeah,
I think you better bearings. You'll have the.
I think you better go. It's more than it's more than midnight right now. You need to leave.
Yeah, you can't just pick a spot and say, "Okay, that's where it's at. It's over there."
Yeah.
Let's measure that angle.
No, you're not going to just pick a spot. You got to use proper tools to do that.
Okay, so you properly pick a spot. I mean, wow. How do you know that?
And then you got to be able to properly see everything from each point. Each point, you got to see the other 2 points.
Just as a matter of interest, why can't I get a bearing?
So you can verify what you're saying. So we can verify the accuracy of what you're talking about.
Why can't I get a longitude and latitude coordinate here, one over there, and then and calculate my bearing?
Because we have to be able to see it, so we can verify that your sky magic is accurate.
What, you don't believe in the GPS?
Not accuracy, no.
They are pretty accurate. You can verify with other GPS.
No,
use mine different ones.
Mine goes up and down by 500 feet and moves left and right by shit. No, in fact, it moves all kinds of different directions, and it just sits on the desk.
That would be nothing. We'll just call that an error.
Oh, so I can be more accurate than that with a transit level and just shooting a line and construction. I can be closer than 500 feet. How do you like that? My building wouldn't be 500 feet off at the other end. It'd be right on, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
But if you use GPS, but if you use GPS like you say to construct a building, you could be 500 feet off at one side. Isn't that crazy?
You wouldn't use a GPS to construct a building with, okay?
Oh, it's not a proper tool for measuring triangles.
It's a proper tool for measuring very big triangles.
No, if it's not accurate enough for small triangles, it's not accurate enough for big triangles. Sorry, dude.
Don't be silly. I've got a ruler in my lab that's only marked in 10 centimeters. I've got another ruler in my lab.
What do you do in your lab?
In millimeters.
What do you do in your lab?
Experiments, of course. That's what we in a lab.
What kind of experiments?
All sorts of experiments.
Okay, name one.
Physics.
Nope, that's not an experiment.
Physics not an experiment?
I knew I could hear a bullshit.
Physics not an experiment? What?
Yeah, what's the independent variable for physics?
Well, in this case here, they are working on the kinematic equations and verifying the kinematic equations. This is the one that's happening on Monday. In fact, I'll be assessing this prac on Monday.
You should not be telling people what they're right or wrong about school, anything, at this point.
Why not? It's my job.
Because you don't even know what a triangle is.
Oh yeah, sure. Stop wanking yourself. I knew what a triangle was before you were even born.
I'm older than you.
Oh, bullshit. Yeah, how old are you?
Older than you are.
You should show respect to your elders. I'm a lot older than you are.
That's awesome, because everybody says, there's no way you're that old. I say, yeah, I know. It's because I don't stress out about pretending I live on a ball.
Okay. What are you, about 40 or 50? I'm old enough to be your father. Anyway, I'm heading off. Have a good night, everybody, or day, or whatever time it is at your place. And the Americans would be morning, wouldn't it?
Yeah, don't forget to come back with those empirical observations that you were going to fetch.
Yeah, it should be fun. Okay.
Okay,
right,
see you next time.
You know what? Should go on an expedition and measure those angles.
Hey? And we won't use GPS because it's not accurate, you said. So we won't use that.
Yes, we will. Over large distances, it's perfect.
No, we're not going to use something that's not accurate. I already told you no, so you can't use that.
Oh, we definitely will.
Well, then you're going to just use something that's not accurate and call that an accurate.
That's pretty accurate. If we can get an accuracy of 5 meters, that would be awesome.
So if I build a building using GPS and I'm only 5 meters off at the one end, do you think that I'll get the next job?
No, that wouldn't happen in a local situation. I'm talking about a very, very large error margin over a very large distance.
So we have to prove that your stuff is accurate then. So how do we do that? We have to start with known distance.